Competition. Narcotics Squad Office. After returning from the chief's office, Jiang Yang remained silent, his eyes simmering with a storm. Though he had just spoken with unwavering conviction. He knew catching Yu Xiu before noon was an impossible mission. Yet he refused to accept defeat. Even if there was only a sliver of hope left, he would defend the reputation of the Chunqing Narcotics Squad. After a long pause, Jiang Yang pushed open the door. Taking a deep breath, he was about to lead a team to search the scene overnight. But just then, a voice called out from outside. Is there someone downstairs named Fong Ning? Do you know him? Chapter 156, Fong Ning, just brought back on a whim. Fong Ning? Jiang Yang's body went limp, his scalp instantly tingling with dread. His lips trembled as disbelief filled his voice. Who did you say? The security guard blinked and repeated. He said his name is Fong Ning. He's downstairs right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark figure flashed past. Then came the loud slam of the front door. Jiang Yang vanished instantly. Everyone inside the room stood frozen in shock for several seconds. Then the scene erupted in commotion. What's going on? What's all the commotion? Old Chow emerged from the room with a frown, his voice dripping with displeasure. Not a single clue so far, and the team members still have the nerve to make a racket. This is getting more and more unacceptable. Captain Chow, it must be Fong Ning returning. Mind your behavior from now on. No more shouting, got it? Old Chow froze mid-sentence, suddenly grabbing a team member by the shoulder. What did you just say? Fong Ning? Old Chow's eyes widened like a cow's. The squad leader turned his gaze toward the security guard. The guard's lips twitched. There is someone named Fong Ning right here in the building. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past. In the blink of an eye, Old Chow had vanished. Only the swaying gate remained. Inside, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The next second, they swarmed out. The security guards were dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, their faces etched with utter shock. Their mouths hung open, their minds frozen in disbelief. Who exactly was Fong Ning? Outside the municipal bureau's main gate. A cold wind whistled through the air as Fong Ning stood in place, stamping his feet to keep warm. He had intended to drive straight into the municipal bureau. But he was stopped at the entrance. Since he was still undercover. Even after explaining his situation at length, the gate guard still refused entry. With no other option, he claimed to be with the narcotics squad. To his surprise, the guard replied that the narcotics squad hadn't clocked out yet and he'd go check. Fong Ning was dumbfounded and could only stand there waiting. A few minutes later, Fong Ning saw someone sprinting toward him from the building below. Moving at incredible speed, they reached him in mere seconds. Fong Ning, it really is you. I'm so relieved you're okay. The moment Jiang Yang caught sight of Fong Ning, a huge weight lifted from his heart. Captain Jiang, I didn't expect you were still here. Fong Ning's face also lit up with joy. Yet he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, it was already past 1 in the morning. Jiang Yang was still working overtime. Just as he was about to ask, another figure came rushing in. Fong Ning, it really is you. Old Chow's face lit up with delight as he looked at Fong Ning, panting heavily. Fong Ning's eyes widened in shock. Captain Chow, you're here too? What time is it? What are you all doing? Before Old Chow could answer, a truly shocking scene unfolded in the distance. A huge crowd was surging toward them from downstairs. They shouted as they ran, look! It's Fong Ning! Fong Ning is back! Many among them knew Fong Ning. They knew he'd gone undercover in Yu Xiu's drug trafficking ring. And that he had been feeding crucial intelligence back within just a week. They had long considered Fong Ning a colleague. Though they didn't say it aloud, they were equally worried when Fong Ning suddenly vanished. And seeing him safe now, each of them felt genuine relief. Fong Ning was utterly stunned. He recognized many of the people before him. All elite members of the narcotics squad. Why weren't they all asleep at this hour? Had something happened? Noticing the confusion in Fong Ning's eyes, Jiang Yang didn't explain. Instead, he urgently asked. By the way, Fong Ning, how did you manage to escape? In his view, Fong Ning arriving at the municipal bureau at this hour must mean he'd snuck back in the dead of night. If they could get Yu Xiu's address now, they could move immediately and apprehend Yu Xiu in one fell swoop. Escape? Fong Ning raised an eyebrow, confusion flickering in his eyes. I didn't escape. I drove here. He pointed to the Jeep Cherokee behind him. What? You drove back in the middle of the night and Yu Xiu didn't notice? Old Chow's eyelids twitched violently as he blurted out. Never mind that for now. Do you know where Yu Xiu is? His thoughts aligned with Jiang Yang's. Fong Ning's expression turned peculiar as he stiffly nodded. He did know Yu Xiu's whereabouts, wasn't he right there in the trunk? A flash of light darted across Jiang Yang's eyes. He immediately turned to the men behind him and barked. Everyone, move out immediately. Bring Yu Xiu in tonight. Yes. The team members responded in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. They had expected tonight's operation to yield nothing, yet Yu Xiu's trail had surfaced so quickly. Fong Ning was nothing short of a lucky charm. Hold on. Seeing the team's eager expressions, ready to set off immediately, Fong Ning quickly stepped in to stop them. Fong Ning, what are we waiting for? Time is tight. What if Yu Xiu gets away? Old Chow immediately grew anxious, his brow furrowing deeply. All eyes turned to Fong Ning. Swallowing hard, Fong Ning murmured softly. Yu Xiu won't run. Why? Old Chow paced anxiously back and forth, demanding an answer almost immediately. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ning yanked open the trunk of the car. Because Yu Xiu is in the car. The trunk opened, revealing Yu Xiu, tightly bound and gagged. The air fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to stop flowing. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, as if the scene had been frozen in time. The next second. Gulp. The sound of everyone swallowing their saliva echoed through the room. Holy moly. That really looks like Yu Xiu. What seems like? This is him. I've seen that photo at least 800 times. It's definitely Yu Xiu himself. Fong Ning actually brought Yu Xiu to the municipal bureau. Everyone was pulling at their hair, feeling like their scalps were about to split open. Yu Xiu, the man they'd been desperately searching for, suddenly appeared bound in the trunk. This scene sent a deep shock through everyone's hearts. Each of them felt their scalps tingle, their blood boiling. It was Yu Xiu, no doubt about it. Old Chow surged to the front the moment the trunk opened. His lips trembled, his eyelids twitched wildly. After carefully confirming several times, he finally managed to speak, his voice trembling. Good. Jiang Yang's slightly pale face flushed with color almost instantly. His entire body trembled with excitement, nearly unable to catch his breath. Just moments ago, he'd been agonizing over Yu Xiu and Fong Ning. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, all his problems had suddenly been resolved. All because of Fong Ning. Turning to look at Fong Ning, Jiang Yang was so overcome with emotion he felt like crying. Quickly handcuff Yu Xiu and take him back. Old Chow was the first to react, calling out for help. The group swarmed around him. As they pulled Yu Xiu free, the scene suddenly fell silent. Then came the gasps. It's Chang. Everyone blinked in unison, their eyes wide enough they might pop out of their sockets. Just moments ago, they had seen that beneath Yu Xiu's body was none other than Chang. Brother Chang, who had been missing without a trace. Jiang Yang stumbled sideways, nearly falling to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he hurried forward, his whole body trembling with excitement. It was definitely Chang Gu. This meant that all suspects in the Chuncheon Blue Crystal case had been apprehended. The case was successfully concluded. Thump. 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 Blood pressure skyrocketed. Heart pounded uncontrollably. I never thought catching Yu Xiu within 12 hours was possible. But unexpectedly, it was accomplished in just 1 hour. All of this, it's all because of Fong Ning. How did you manage it? Standing in place, gasping for several deep breaths, Jiang Yang fixed Fong Ning with an intense gaze. Fong Ning flashed his signature white teeth in a wide grin. I just happened to arrest them all while Yu Xiu Yua was making a deal with Changda. Chapter 157, Report, Director. Fong Ning did it all. Whoa. The entire group sucked in a collective gasp. Eyes bulged wildly as they stared at each other, frozen in place like a row of comical statues. Just casually arrested them? That sounded so strange. As if snatching someone off the street were as simple as catching a thief. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard, their mouths twitching. These were Brother Chang and Yu Xiu. One a cunning blue crystal dealer, the other the biggest drug lord in Spring City. Just arrest them? And he says it so casually, like it's no big deal? Captain. What's wrong with you? Hearing the shouts, everyone turned to look. They saw Jiang Yang's body trembling violently, his limbs going limp as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Everyone rushed forward to support him. His face flushed crimson, as if coated in red paint. He gasped for breath, his eyes bulging. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, he'd become overexcited. Quick! Pinch his philtrum. Fong Ning urged anxiously. Everyone rushed to pinch his nose, massage his face, and fan him. Several minutes passed. Jiang Yang's eyes snapped open, and he shot upright. He took a few deep breaths before finally catching his breath. I'm fine. Feeling his heart racing, Jiang Yang said with lingering fear. The moment he heard Fong Ning say just grabbed it. He felt his blood boil instantly, his entire body like a furnace. Blood surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His body, worn down by consecutive nights of sleeplessness, simply couldn't hold on any longer. His vision went black and he passed out. Seeing Jiang Yang was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, another piercing explosion echoed through the air. Captain Chow had fallen. Quick! Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they hurriedly turned to look behind them. Only then did they see Captain Chow slumped on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Fong Ning, standing nearby, watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth before rushing over. He grabbed Captain Chow and pulled him up. Old Chow struggled to his feet, leaning against the car to steady himself. Just now, he felt like he'd taken 10,000 points of damage. He'd expected Fong Ning to recount some thrilling confrontation. But instead, Fong Ning casually mentioned grabbing him? The realization made his entire body go limp and numb. I'm fine, just a little gas pain. Old Chow remained stubbornly defiant. After this minor incident, the group quickly escorted Yu Xiu and Shanga to the detention room. Everyone was in high spirits and none wanted to go back to sleep. They clamored to wait until the two woke up for an overnight interrogation. Old Chow even declared he'd take charge personally. Fong Ning had been up for a full day and night, and now his mission was complete. Suddenly, his eyes stung and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. With a thud, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Shoo! Seeing Fong Ning asleep, Jiang Yang gave a subtle signal. Everyone instantly understood and fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to Fong Ning with admiration. Though Fong Ning wasn't a member of the narcotics squad, merely a beat cop, really. His achievements had profoundly impressed these narcotics officers. In their eyes, Fong Ning was now the hero of the narcotics squad. Gently covering Fong Ning with a blanket, Jiang Yang's heart pounded as he hurried out of the office. His legs trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Because just moments ago, Fong Ning had revealed another earth-shattering piece of information. Yu Xiu's drugs were actually coming from the Golden Triangle. This information was absolutely crucial. He had to relay this information to Director Huang immediately. And, of course, share in the triumphant joy. 2:30 a.m. Commissioner Huang glanced at the time instinctively and sighed deeply. Less than 10 hours remained until noon. To complete the evidence chain within these 10 hours, they had to capture Yu Xiu. To complete the mission flawlessly, they also had to capture that monkey-like, cunning Changgu. Catch 2 men in less than 10 hours? Even he had to admit it was a tall order. Unless they could take both men down at once. Sigh. How could that be possible? Commissioner Huang shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing his own thoughts were perhaps a bit too unrealistic. Pushing aside his thoughts, he prepared to take a short nap to refresh his mind. He had no intention of leaving. Even if the mission failed, he would stand with his bureau comrades to the very end. At that very moment. Thud. A knock sounded at the door. The door wasn't locked. Director Huang rubbed his temples and sat up again. Without even looking, he knew it had to be Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang's face lit up with joy as he approached with light, quick steps. He took 3 steps in 2, pulled out a chair, and sat down before Director Huang. Half an hour earlier, he had been sitting in this very spot. But his state of mind now was worlds apart from what it had been then. Jiang, I've truly done everything I can. We can't delay any longer. Director Huang rubbed his temples repeatedly, oblivious to Jiang Yang's expression. He knew Jiang Yang's temperament. Jiang Yang was the kind of man who never gave up until the very last moment. He had already guessed Jiang Yang wouldn't be able to resist coming back to plead with him. He too wished he could help Jiang Yang buy more time. But he truly had no way to do so. This matter had already been elevated to the provincial level. It was no longer within his power to influence. Director, good news. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with excitement. Director Huang paused, lifting his head to look at Jiang Yang, his eyes filled with confusion. Director, Yu Xiu. We've captured Yu Xiu. Jiang Yang took a deep breath, his joy evident on his face. Director Huang froze, then stared blankly at Jiang Yang. His vacant eyes slowly filled with color. With a sharp movement, he leapt up from his seat. All traces of fatigue vanished instantly. His entire body trembled with excitement. He grabbed Yu Xiu's arm. Is this real? Director Huang's voice stuttered slightly, his expression filled with disbelief. Of course it's true. Yu Xiu is locked up right here in our squad. Jiang Yan nodded emphatically. Good. Good. Even though one suspect remains at large, capturing the main culprit Yu Xiu means the case is essentially closed. Commissioner Huang's cheeks flushed crimson, a broad grin stretching across his face. Xiangga has been apprehended too, Jiang Yang added. But it's fine. Though not perfect, it's already. Commissioner Huang stopped mid-sentence, his body suddenly trembling as he stared stiffly at Jiang Yang. What did you just say? Brother Chang was captured too? Aha! Jiang Yang nodded frantically. Brother Chang was arrested alongside Yu Xiu. They're both in custody now. Thud. Commissioner Huang's body went limp and he slumped into his chair. His eyes went blank, his mind a complete void. He was already shocked that Yu Xiu had been captured. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Brother Chang to be taken too. It had only been a little over an hour. This was way too fast. After a long moment, he swallowed unconsciously, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Jiang Yang. Tell me, how did you manage this? Half an hour ago, they were still fretting over Yu Xiu's whereabouts, and now he's suddenly been captured? The turn of events felt downright surreal. So surreal it felt unreal. Jiang Yang took several deep breaths before murmuring. Both were captured by Fong Ning. Chapter 158, Shocking. Director Huang's overwhelming excitement. What? It was Fong Ning? Director Huang had barely sat down when he shot back up. The chair bounced several meters away. How is Fong Ning? Is he injured? Where is he now? Director Huang's voice was urgent, firing off 3 critical questions in rapid succession. This time, it was Jiang Yang who froze in shock. He had never seen the director so emotional. Nor had he ever seen the chief show such concern for anyone. And this person was just a B-cop. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Fong Ning's achievements were simply too extraordinary. Too dazzling. Never mind the second-class merit medal and honorary titles he'd earned. Just take the undercover operation. Fong Ning was nothing short of a legend. Working undercover for just 1 week, he single-handedly dismantled Yu Xiu's drug trafficking ring. And he emerged completely unscathed. Such an achievement is virtually unheard of nationwide. Hurry up and tell us what happened to Fong Ning. Seeing Jiang Yang frozen in thought, Chief Huang couldn't help but urge him. Hey, Chief. Fong Ning's fine. He's asleep at the station now. You can relax. Jiang Yang smirked. That's good, that's good. Director Huang's entire body relaxed, his tension completely melting away. Nothing could be better than Fong Ning being fine. If something had actually happened to him, he wouldn't have been able to face Gao Tongwei from the old city precinct or Lin Dashan from Xiankyo. Those two were absolutely devoted to Fong Ning. It had only been a week. And they'd already called him countless times asking about Fong Ning. At first, it was Gao Tongwei calling, almost daily. Then, for some reason, Lin Dashan started calling instead. He'd call 3 times a day if he could. It was driving him crazy. After learning of Fong Ning's disappearance, he didn't even dare answer Lin Dashan's calls at night. Fortunately, Fong Ning is safe now. And he personally apprehended Yu Xiu and Chang Gu, earning major credit. It was truly a double blessing. Commissioner, besides this, there's another earth-shattering piece of news. After a moment's pause, Jiang Yang's expression shifted from joy to extreme solemnity. What other important news could there be? Yu Xiu had already been apprehended, and the evidence chain was complete. Commissioner Huang's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with deep confusion. Jiang Yang swallowed hard, straightening his posture slowly. His tone was solemn as he spoke each word deliberately. According to reliable sources, Yu Xiu's goods originated from the Golden Triangle. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell into complete silence. The air seemed to freeze, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Yang finished speaking and fixed his unblinking gaze on Director Huang. Director Huang's pupils rapidly contracted, shrinking to pinpricks. Beads of cold sweat visibly formed on his forehead, his mouth twitched, and his eyelids fluttered violently. Was the information reliable? Director Huang felt his scalp tingling inch by inch. His brain nerves exploded with a thunderous crack. Golden Triangle. He had believed the Blue Crystal case only involved Spring City. But as the investigation deepened, he discovered it had escalated to the provincial level. But he never imagined Lan Jing was actually a product of the Golden Triangle. The information was reliable, Yu Xiu had said it himself. Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly as he confirmed. When he first heard the news, he too found it hard to believe. How could the Golden Triangle possibly be connected to Yu Xiu? But after hearing Fong Ning's explanation, it all clicked into place. Yu Xiu's real name was Feng Yu Xiu. More importantly, his older brother was named Sang Kuan. Jiang Yang then relayed Fong Ning's exact words to Director Huang. So that's how it was. That's how it was. Director Gao's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He murmured involuntarily. His face lit up with a look of sudden realization. No wonder the blue crystal's purity was so high. It was a product of the Golden Triangle. During the daytime video conference, police departments from several other cities had already apprehended the middlemen distributing the blue crystals. After intense interrogation, all claimed to have obtained the goods from Yu Xiu. This nearly confirmed that Yu Xiu in Spring City was the owner of the blue crystals. With such a massive quantity of blue crystal, Yu Xiu was no ordinary drug dealer. He's in serious trouble. That's why the provincial authorities made a last-minute decision. If the case in Chuncheng remains unsolved by noon, the provincial authorities would take direct control. But unexpectedly, Fong Ning had unraveled this secret. The narcotics squad unraveled it. The Chuncheng Police Bureau unraveled it. At this thought, Director Huang's eyes began to gleam. Then they grew brighter and brighter. Like a glowing orb in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively picked up the desk phone to make a call. Just as he was about to dial the number, Jiang Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he murmured. Chief, it's past 3 in the morning. Who are you calling? Director Huang's hand holding the phone froze mid-air. It took him several seconds to snap out of it. He gave a wry smile, shook his head, and hung up the phone. At this hour, even the village dogs are asleep. No one would answer a call now. After finishing his report, Jiang Yang hurried away. He needed to keep watch over Yu Xiu and Brother Chang, ready to interrogate them the moment they woke. Director Huang sat rigidly upright in his chair, his expression tense. Sleep? Forget it. His eyes bulged like copper bells at night. I am king. He kept checking his phone, mentally preparing to make the call at 6 o'clock. Perhaps it was his advancing age, but as he pondered, Director Huang's body gradually went limp. His head began nodding uncontrollably up and down. Then, he actually fell asleep right there in his chair. The next morning at 11:30 a.m. Inside the director's office. Beep beep beep. The phone on the desk vibrated incessantly. Director Huang, sprawled across his chair, was fast asleep with his eyes shut, completely oblivious to the phone. Ring. Ring. The phone kept vibrating. Commissioner Huang still showed no reaction whatsoever. Meanwhile, inside the multimedia conference room of the Yunnan Provincial Public Security Department. The conference room was spacious, comparable to a university lecture hall. A massive circular conference table dominated the center of the room. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen above the conference room. The screen was densely divided into numerous sections. Each section displayed a name below it. Licheng, Yucheng, Wenchang, and others. Only the image of Chuncheng was dark. Director Li, Commissioner Huang from Spring City hasn't answered yet. I've called 7 or 8 times. A man who appeared to be a secretary addressed Li Zhong. Understood. Li Zhong furrowed his brow slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, then declared in a resonant voice. Wait another half hour. If there's still no word from Spring City, at 12 o'clock, the Provincial Bureau will directly take over Chuncheng. Licheng, copy that. Yucheng, copy that. Wenchang, copy that. Time ticked away, second by second. Midnight approached rapidly. Glancing at the time, Li Zhong's expression remained utterly impassive as he stated in a flat tone. Time's up. Proceed immediately to Spring City and take over the Yu Xiu case. But just then, the previously blank screen from Spring City suddenly came to life. Commissioner Huang, his eyes still heavy with sleep, hurriedly reported. Yu Xiu has been apprehended. The Blue Crystal case in Spring City is solved. Chapter 159, City Chiefs in utter shock. Yu Xiu has been apprehended. The Blue Crystal case in Spring City has been solved. As soon as he spoke, Director Huang saw every window on the screen freeze into mosaic patterns. Every image froze, as if the network had gone down. Is it frozen? Ugh, this network is terrible. Director Huang fiddled with his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. He shook his phone, but it didn't help. He then opened the window and pointed his phone toward the tower outside, hoping for a better signal. On the screen, everyone's eyes widened, as if their eyeballs might pop out at any moment. But the next second, a look of sudden realization spread across every face. One by one, they exchanged meaningful glances toward Director Huang. It was clear Director Huang felt embarrassed that the case had been taken over by the provincial bureau. That's why he kept delaying answering the call, only to realize he couldn't avoid it any longer. So he made up a lie to buy time. Old Huang, are you still half asleep or just talking in your sleep? Li Zhong's face darkened instantly. He'd known old Huang for years. The man had even worked under him for a time. He was highly capable and never resorted to underhanded tactics. How could he now be spouting nonsense? Last night, old Huang had even approached him asking for an extension. Clearly, he hadn't made any progress. How much time has even passed? And now he's claiming they've caught Yu Xiao? Honestly, if old Huang had just told the truth, he wouldn't be this angry. But who knew old Huang would lie just to save face? Oh, I'm telling you, we really did catch Yu Xiao. Director Huang rubbed his eyes again, his face etched with anxiety. Yesterday he was bursting with excitement, planning to call Li Zhong first thing in the morning to report. But after 4 o'clock, a wave of drowsiness hit him. He'd intended to just doze off for a bit. But he ended up sleeping straight through until 11:30. If someone hadn't knocked on the door, he might have slept past noon. Seeing old Huang still stubbornly refusing to budge, Li Zhong's eyes nearly shot flames. Just as Li Zhong was about to explode, Director Li Qing spoke up first. Look, Huang, this case is too deeply entangled. It's only natural you can't handle it. Handing it over to the provincial authorities isn't a big deal, you agree, right? He had worked in Chuncheng for a time and was quite familiar with old Huang. Seeing Huang stubbornly clinging to his position, he couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. Yeah, old Huang, every city has blue crystal at these meetings. Since you can't crack the case, you might as well hand it over. There's no shame in that. Director Yu Qing chimed in. He and Chief Huang had once competed for the top position at the Spring City Bureau. After losing that race, he reluctantly ended up in Yuqing, a city with a slightly weaker economy. He'd been harboring resentment ever since, and now he was quite happy to see Director Huang's predicament. The other city bureau chiefs remained silent, though their eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. No, their eyes held not a shred of belief. Director Huang's face twisted in shock, his brows knitting tightly as he asked in disbelief. What are you talking about? What embarrassment? We really did arrest Yu Xiao last night. He was a bit dumbfounded. Had no one heard what he said? Or had he spoken unclearly after a night's sleep? Last night? Director Yu Qing snorted derisively, suddenly raising his voice. During yesterday's meeting, you claimed there wasn't a single lead. Then overnight you find a lead and make an arrest? That's a bit too convenient, don't you think? His eyes narrowed as he fixed them on Director Huang, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The smile on Director Huang's face faded inch by inch as he looked at Director Yu Qing with obvious displeasure. Just as he was about to retort, Li Zhong's stern voice cut through the air. Director Huang, this is no trivial matter. You must take responsibility for your words. He was genuinely angry, otherwise he wouldn't have addressed Huang by his full title. Director Huang's heart skipped a beat. He knew Li Zhong was furious. Just as he was thinking of how to explain, he suddenly slapped his forehead. A wave of frustration washed over him. He'd overslept. How could he have forgotten this? Hey! Yu Xiao is currently detained in the holding cell. Hold on a moment, I'll go get it for you right now. Without waiting for a response, he pushed open the door and walked out. The screen representing Spring City immediately began shaking. This left all the attendees dumbfounded. Their expressions shifted between shock and disbelief. Director Li Qing's face betrayed concern. The Yuqing bureau chief snorted coldly. Li Zhong's face turned ashen, but he remained silent. He had a favorable impression of old Huang and was willing to give him one last chance. If the detention cell wasn't ready yet, don't blame him for turning on him. A few minutes later, the 3 characters' detention room appeared on the screen. Immediately after, Director Huang's breathless voice came through. I'm here, I'm going in now. He practically ran the entire way, now panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Without hesitation, Director Huang pushed open the door and entered. The people in the meeting instantly sat up straight, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the Chuncheng footage. But the very next second, the interrogation room and the footage appeared immaculately tidy. Spotless and immaculate. Because there was no one there. How could there be anyone in the detention room? It was completely empty. Director Huang's body went limp. He froze in shock, his face turning green. Hey, old Huang, where's Yu Xiao? Did he turn invisible? I can't see him anywhere. Director Yu Qing instantly burst into laughter, his face beaming with schadenfreude. Sigh. Director Li Qing sighed softly. That was the truth. Even if he wanted to help old Huang, there was nothing he could do. He could already picture how furious Li Zhong would be. Just as expected, Li Zhong's rage had reached the brink of explosion. His shoulders shook violently, his entire body flushing crimson in an instant. Huang Jiamin. He practically spit out each word. He was utterly disappointed in old Huang. He never imagined old Huang would lie time and time again. To him, this was nothing short of a waste of life. Director Huang's face froze, stiff as if struck by a club, rooted to the spot. Last night, he was in the detention cell. Why is he missing now? Director, good morning. What brings you here? Just then, a narcotics squad member snapped to attention with a sharp salute. Where's Yu Xiao? Commissioner Huang couldn't help but ask. Yu Xiao? After he woke up, he was taken to the interrogation room. Captain Chow is interrogating him right now. The narcotics officer replied truthfully. Good. 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 No sooner had the words left his mouth than Director Huang burst into astonishing speed. He charged up 3 flights of stairs in one breath and kicked open the interrogation room door. Director? What brings you here? Zhang Yang was sitting in the monitoring room watching Chow's interrogation. He was startled to see the director burst in, still holding his phone. Where's Yu Xiao? Commissioner Huang's face was flushed. Inside. Zhang Yang looked stunned, instinctively pointing toward the soundproof interrogation room. Director Huang's camera immediately panned over. TSK, he must have vanished again for some reason. Commissioner Yuqing shook his head and teased. Deep down, he didn't believe Chen Cheng could have apprehended Yu Xiao in such a short time. But after speaking at length, he realized no one had responded. Silence reigned. Director Yuqing froze, his gaze stiffening toward the screen. His butt clenched instantly, his expression resembling someone suffering from constipation. On the screen, a man was handcuffed to an interrogation chair. That man was Yu Xiao. Chapter 160, no, he's just a B-cop. What was this? It's Yu Xiao. Every pair of eyes in the video conference widened in shock. Their facial expressions were incredibly vivid. Especially Director Yu Cheng. His mouth opened and closed, unable to speak. The person being interrogated on screen was none other than the true holder of the blue crystal. Yu Xiao. How could this be? How could they have captured him overnight? Director Yu Cheng's lips murmured, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom. Just moments ago, he had declared it impossible with absolute certainty. Yet within minutes of his boastful words, he was proven wrong. And in front of so many people. His face burned fiercely, as if someone had slapped him hard across the face and then dragged him across the ground. Li Zhong's previously sullen face instantly blossomed like a chrysanthemum. Crow's feet instantly appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his gaze gradually lit up with an unusual brilliance. He sprang to his feet with a sharp movement, his eyes brimming with delight as he looked at Yu Xiao in the video. Good. 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 Old Huang, this truly surpassed my expectations. Your Spring City team is remarkably capable. He was genuinely delighted. On one hand, he was glad Yu Xiao had finally been apprehended. On the other hand, he was pleased that Old Huang hadn't lied to save face. Old Huang, you guys are amazing to catch Yu Xiao in just over a dozen hours. Absolutely incredible. Commissioner Li Qing was the first to offer his praise. Indeed, finding leads and making an arrest within that time frame was practically an impossible task. Who knew Chuncheng's police force had such hidden talents? Old Huang, you've truly hit the jackpot. Chuncheng truly produces exceptional talent. Looks like you'll be making a splash at the big competition in a week. The other chiefs finally caught up, each offering their compliments to Chief Huang. Not at all, not at all. It was pure luck, pure luck. Director Huang waved his hands modestly, though the corners of his mouth were practically splitting to the sky. Inside, he was absolutely thrilled. Even the hand holding the screen trembled slightly. After a moment of calm, Li Zhong seemed to think of something and spoke thoughtfully. Since the Blue Crystal case in Spring City has been closed, Spring City will continue to handle it. At this point, Li Zhong paused, his tone turning urgent. But interrogation time is limited. We must break Yu Xiao's resistance within a single day. Get the truth about the Blue Crystal's real source. Li Zhong's eyes burned with intensity as his voice grew stern. The provincial authorities are prioritizing this case precisely to uncover Blue Crystal's true production source. After all, narcotics of this purity have never before surfaced in Longhua. Arresting Yu Xiao alone is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If we can't dismantle the entire Blue Crystal profit chain in one fell swoop, one Yu Xiao dies and countless more will take his place. Only by completely dismantling the Blue Crystal production line can we truly achieve a permanent solution. Damn! Within a single day? That seems rather. No sooner had Li Zhong spoken than the attendees' pupils instantly contracted. To pry Yu Xiao's secrets out within a single day. The difficulty of this task was beyond challenging, it was impossible. Based on the current evidence, convicting Yu Xiao wouldn't be difficult. They had all reviewed the evidence currently held by Spring City. Witness testimony, physical evidence, and a complete chain of evidence. Yu Xiao's conviction is virtually a foregone conclusion. But asking about the source of the blue crystals is a different matter entirely. A drug lord like Yu Xiao has long prepared for arrest. If the death penalty were rewarded with a single peanut, the peanuts used to execute Yu Xiao could fill an entire Gatling gun. With death inevitable either way, you can imagine how difficult it would be to get him to talk. Director Yu Qing's eyes flashed as if offering a well-intentioned reminder. Director Huang, if you feel this isn't working, I suggest handing it over to the provincial team. At these words, all eyes instantly turned to Director Huang. Commissioner Huang's expression remained utterly unchanged, a faint smile even curling at the corners of his mouth. He calmly sat down in the chair beside him, took a deep breath, and murmured softly. It took us less than a day to trace the source of the blue crystals. The meeting room fell silent once more, as if frozen in time. Not a single sound could be heard. You could hear a pin drop. What? You've already traced it? How is that possible? The interrogation is still ongoing. Right. I know. Did you find out when you arrested Yushio? How could that be? Arresting Yushio within 10 hours and then breaking him? That's just too surreal. Seconds later, the meeting erupted into heated debate. Old Huan, is this information accurate? Speak up. Li Zhong froze momentarily, exhaling sharply and spasmodically, his voice urgent and impatient. Commissioner Huan didn't beat around the bush. Swallowing hard, he said in a low voice. The information is accurate. Our undercover agent heard Yushio say it himself. Yushio's goods came from the Golden Triangle. The moment those words left his mouth, the meeting erupted in chaos. Golden Triangle. Lips twitched, jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Golden Triangle. They were all police officers from Yunnan province. The name Golden Triangle was no stranger to them. That place was nothing short of a city of sin. Private militias carved out territories for war. Countless poppy flowers bloom there. A breeding ground for drug traffickers. A paradise for drug traffickers. Also, Yushio's real name is Feng Yushio. Ignoring the stunned reactions, Director Huang added. Feng Yushio? Attendees furrowed their brows, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Li Zhong's mind raced, yet he too had no recollection of the name. With a crooked smile, Director Huang spoke in a low, deliberate tone. Feng Yushio may be unfamiliar to most of you, but his older brother is certainly no stranger. That would be the Golden Triangle's new generation drug lord, Sang Kuan. The words landed like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake. The attendees were instantly thrown off balance, their minds going blank. Sang Kuan. He was the kingpin of the Golden Triangle. Yushio no, Feng Yushio was actually Sang Kuan's younger brother. So Yushio's entire supply came from Sang Kuan? Does this mean Sang Kuan is preparing to enter the Dragon Nation market? If that's the case, the importance of this case has escalated beyond imagination. Li Zhong clearly grasped this implication too. His face turned ashen, his expression darkening to the extreme. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if he might faint at any moment. The gravity of the situation had completely surpassed his wildest expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhong shot to his feet, teeth clenched, his voice stern. This information is too crucial. Where is the undercover agent who obtained it? I need to speak with him immediately. Director Huang set down his phone and looked at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang shook his head and muttered something under his breath. Commissioner Huang's mouth twitched slightly as he murmured. Well, he's not at the station. We'll probably have to wait a while. Li Zhong's brow furrowed deeply. Isn't he an undercover agent? Isn't he part of the narcotics squad? Director Huang's expression turned peculiar as he gave a dry chuckle. No, he's a beat cop. Chapter 161. What the hell? Less than 2 months on the job. What? A beat cop? Did I hear that right? The undercover agent who personally apprehended Yushio is a beat cop? Sigh. Is this the kind of beat cop I'm thinking of? Everyone at the meeting flinched, so frustrated they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Such crucial information uncovered by a beat cop? This is beyond ridiculous. Has the professionalism of Chuancheng's police force really reached such heights? It was utterly unbelievable. Chief Yucheng's mouth twitched violently, his buttocks tensing so sharply he nearly leaped to his feet. A beat cop. And it was a beat cop who uncovered this information. For a moment, he felt the world spinning, his mind going completely blank. They had mobilized nearly half the Bureau's manpower to trace the source of the blue crystals. After all that effort, they'd finally traced the city's blue crystal supply back to Yushio. But they never imagined the true source of the blue crystals was the Golden Triangle. Crucially, the one who uncovered this information was a beat cop. In other words, the majority of Yucheng's police force was no match for a single beat cop. This was utterly unacceptable to him, who had always compared himself to Chunchang. His face flushed alternately crimson and ashen in rapid succession. Li Chang and the other bureau chiefs couldn't help but smack their lips in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Clearly, none of them had anticipated that such crucial intelligence would be uncovered by a beat cop. Li Zhong froze completely. It took several full seconds before he could process it. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, his voice trembling as he stammered. Please have that beat cop come over here. This information is of great importance, we should verify it. Commissioner Huang nodded repeatedly, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang instantly understood and dialed Fong Ning's number without hesitation. Meanwhile, Fong Ning had just left the municipal bureau. Having slept until he woke naturally, he was now in a splendid mood. The mission had been successfully completed, and he was rushing back to work Xiankio to surprise his master. This mission was highly classified, prohibiting any unauthorized contact with the outside world. He hadn't seen Lin Dashan in ages. Of course, seeing Lin Dashan was one thing, but he also hoped to catch a glimpse of Shuri-chan. It's been over a week since we last met, and I've been feeling a bit off. Captain Jiang? Why are you calling now? I just left. Just as I was about to board the bus, I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. Frowning, I answered the call anyway. Jiang Yang sounded awkward, covering the phone as he whispered. You submitted that report on Sang Kuan, right? Director Huang is currently in a video conference with provincial officials and needs you to report on site. He hadn't anticipated that a provincial meeting would require Fong Ning to report in person. It seemed the matter's importance far exceeded his expectations. Report? I don't know how to do that. Fong Ning's face instantly scrunched up like a bitter melon. He could handle catching thieves and breaking up fights, but reporting? That was truly not his forte. Just report the facts. Fine. Fong Ning conceded. 10 minutes later. Comrade Fong Ning, come here immediately. Fong Ning had just been led by Jiang Yang to the door of the bureau chief's office. He was immediately pulled inside by Director Huang, who had been waiting for quite some time. Before he could even look around, he was pushed in front of a computer. The computer screen was cluttered with numerous windows. In the bottom right corner, Fong Ning spotted his own handsome face. You're the undercover agent for this operation in Chuncheng? Seeing an unfamiliar face appear in the Chuncheng feed, Li Zhong couldn't help but ask. All eyes in the meeting instantly turned to the Chuncheng feed. Once they recognized Fong Ning's face, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Fong Ning simply looked far too young. He looked like an intern. Yes, sir. Seeing the speaker dressed in white, Fong Ning couldn't help but gasp. This was his first encounter with a high-ranking provincial official. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Tell me how you obtained this information from Yu Xiu. Despite his lingering doubts, Li Zhong pressed forward with the question. Yu Xiu told me personally. Fong Ning didn't conceal it. Yu Xiu had indeed told him personally. Li Zhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Judging by the current interrogation situation in Spring City, Yu Xiu's mouth was as tight as expected. Extremely tight. Moreover, Yu Xiu was an extremely cautious man. How could he have personally disclosed such crucial information to others? The attendees all wore solemn expressions. Each frowned deeply, clearly recognizing the problem. The meeting fell into silence for a moment. After a long pause, Li Zhong raised an eyebrow and spoke thoughtfully. How long have you been undercover? After pondering for a while, he concluded it was indeed possible. That is, Fong Ning had infiltrated long enough to gain Yu Xiu's trust. That's why Yu Xiu was willing to reveal this secret in its entirety. The attendees instantly sat up straight, afraid to miss a single detail. Let me see, a little over a week, I suppose. After counting on his fingers for a while, Fong Ning hesitated. He hadn't actually calculated the exact duration of his undercover work. 1 week and 3 days. Commissioner Huang interjected from the side, his eyes gleaming with pride. Whoa! Hearing he'd only been undercover for 10 days, the entire meeting room sucked in a collective gasp. Their eyelids twitched wildly, eyes bulging like copper bells. That was far too short. The attendees were either bureau chiefs or elite professionals. Each possessed immense frontline experience. Some had even gone undercover themselves in the past. Yet not a single one dared claim a week undercover could crack a case, let alone infiltrating a drug trafficking ring. 10 days. Successfully infiltrating the organization within 10 days would already be a major victory. Moreover, within those 10 days, you not only have to crack the case but also earn the drug lord's approval. This is simply too difficult. Gulp. Li Zhong swallowed hard, his lips trembling slightly. He stared at Fong Ning as if he were a monster, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Ahem, is the network lagging again? Why is everyone so quiet? Director Huang's face was beaming like a chrysanthemum, his mouth stretched wide enough to reach his ears. If this weren't a formal meeting, he'd have thrown open the window and howled at the sky. This was such a triumph. So satisfying. Especially seeing Director Yu Cheng's sullen, silent face. He was practically bursting into laughter. His satisfaction with Fong Ning grew by the moment. He'd already decided in his mind that this time, he absolutely had to transfer Fong Ning to the municipal bureau. After the initial shock, Li Zhong's expression visibly shifted. His gaze fixed on Fong Ning, brimming with curiosity. He then asked Fong Ning numerous detailed questions about the information. Fong Ning answered every question in meticulous detail. Li Zhong and the other bureau chiefs nodded frequently as they listened. Clearly, they accepted Fong Ning's account. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. Li Zhong smiled and nodded to Fong Ning. Leaders, I'll take my leave now. This video meeting had dragged on for over an hour. Without a single sip of water, Fong Ning felt his throat was on fire. He was itching to bolt out the door. Wait! Li Zhong suddenly called out to Fong Ning. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask. May I ask how long you've been working? Fong Ning gave him a peculiar look, then flashed his signature bright white teeth in a wide grin. Less than 2 months, sir. Chapter 162, like the back of his hand. My head is buzzing. Less than 2 months. Attendees blinked wildly, exchanging stunned glances, feeling like they might lose their minds any second. Less than 2 months on the job and already participating in an undercover operation with the narcotics squad? Participating was one thing, but racking up such impressive combat achievements? Everyone had heard Fong Ning recount the undercover operation in crystal clear detail. First, he swiftly gained Yu Xiu's trust by stepping on a drug addict. Then he went head-to-head with 3 major blue crystal dealers. Then, within a single week, he systematically dismantled Yu Xiu's entire drug trafficking network. Such a genius has only been on the job for less than 2 months? He's a genius among geniuses. And such a genius is still working at a police station? And just a beat cop? The chiefs of several major city police departments could barely contain their fury, their eyes blazing with envy. Why? Why doesn't their police department have a genius like Fong Ning? Their 2-month-old recruits? Every single one of them. All patrolling the streets at the police station. Compared to Fong Ning, it was like night and day. You. Li Zhong's pupils dilated rapidly, his face etched with utter disbelief. His trembling finger pointed at Fong Ning, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. He never imagined. Fong Ning wasn't just a beat cop. He was a rookie. In his decades of policing, he'd never seen a rookie like this. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. So you're still just an intern? It took Li Zhong a long while to compose himself before he managed to speak, his voice trembling. Fong Ning raised an eyebrow and twitched the corner of his mouth. Reporting to the leadership, that's not quite accurate. I'm currently a first-class police superintendent. At this declaration, every attendee stumbled backward, nearly toppling over. First-grade police superintendent. But he'd only been on the job for 2 months. How did he become a first-class police superintendent? It wasn't unheard of for someone to be promoted to full rank within 2 months at their bureau. But even then, third-grade superintendent was the absolute ceiling. How could he possibly be a first-class police superintendent? That's not right. Whoa. Li Zhong's mouth twitched violently, nearly foaming at the mouth. Even with all his mental preparation, he still jumped out of his skin. First-grade police superintendent. It takes an ordinary officer 3 years to advance 1 rank, meaning it would take 9 years to reach first-class superintendent. And Fong Ning had achieved it in less than 2 months on the job. What on earth had happened? Suppressing every flutter in his heart, he stared intently at Fong Ning. So you've distinguished yourself? Tell me about it. He was completely hooked by Fong Ning's story, having long forgotten the passage of time. Fong Ning paused for a moment, glancing at Director Huang as if seeking help. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bring himself to boast about his achievements in public. Director Huang's smile never left his face. Catching Fong Ning's glance, he instantly understood and laughed heartily. Haha, I'll tell it myself. The attendees' expressions had already gone blank. Yet their bodies instinctively leaned forward in unison. Ahem. Director Huang cleared his throat smugly, feigning casualness. Comrade Fong Ning apprehended an A-level fugitive on his very first day on the job. He was awarded a second-class merit and granted early confirmation of his position. Gulp. Even through the video conference, the collective gulp of swallowed saliva was distinctly audible. An A-level fugitive. How many Class F fugitives could there possibly be in the entire Dragon Nation? A rookie on his very first day actually apprehended an A-level fugitive. That must be some god-tier luck. And only a second-class merit award? As if a second-class merit medal is as common as cabbage. This is just too much, okay? After the initial shock, murmurs of disbelief spread through the crowd. Wait, even if he got promoted early, that'd only make him a third-grade police superintendent, right? Exactly. He clearly said first-class police superintendent just now. All eyes turned back to Director Huang. Commissioner Huang tilted his chin slightly, gazing out the window. His expression was calm, but inside, he was overjoyed. On his second day on the job, he apprehended 78 thieves. On his third day, he assisted the City Bureau's criminal investigation team in apprehending a major suspect. As he spoke, Director Huang's voice quickened. On his fourth day, he dismantled the Eastern District hideout of the Freemasons, arresting the Grand Master and 300 members. On his fifth day, he went undercover at the Freemason leader's birthday banquet and personally apprehended Silver Fox. On his sixth day, he assisted the precinct in securing crucial evidence, leading to the complete eradication of the Freemasons. Awarded a third-class merit. A second-class merit. Promoted 1 rank to police superintendent. After rattling off all this in one breath, Director Huang's face flushed bright red. It was unclear whether from excitement or pent-up emotion. The room fell silent once more. Everyone stared in stunned silence, feeling as if they were about to go mad. Finally, they understood why Fong Ning had been promoted to first-class police superintendent in less than 2 months. That resume. Those battle achievements. It sent shivers down everyone's spine. It shone as brightly as the stars in the sky. Hearing the chief introduce him like this, Fong Ning couldn't help but blush. His body instinctively took a step back. Li Zhong felt his brain explode with a thunderous crack. His lips instantly went dry and he struggled to catch his breath. Promoted to first-class police superintendent within a week of joining. This young man was terrifying. To have reached this position, his combat achievements in his youth must be nothing short of legendary. He earned a second-class merit award within a month of joining. Such an achievement was unthinkable at the time. For many years, no one could break this record. He'd always been proud of it. But only today did he realize. Compared to Fong Ning, his second-class merit medal was nothing special. He earned 2 second-class meritorious service medals within his first week on the job. And threw in a third-class one for good measure. Li Zhong's mind raced with thoughts, his heart filled with bittersweet emotion. After the initial shock had subsided, just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Director Huang glanced at the attendees, a faint smile curling his lips. Suddenly raising his voice, he declared. Ahem, everyone, I haven't finished speaking yet. The attendees felt their scalps tingle, frantically tugging at their hair. It felt like clumps of hair were being yanked out. Their eyeballs felt like they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. They stiffly turned their heads toward Director Huang. The expression on his face was beyond description. Ignoring the stunned expressions around him, Director Huang murmured in a hollow voice. Comrade Fong Ning was subsequently awarded a second-class merit for his contributions to anti-smuggling operations. He was awarded a second-class merit citation once more. At this point, Director Huang paused, a smile curving his lips. He was also awarded the title of Pioneer in Anti-Smuggling Operations by the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. He was also honored as an honorary officer of Spring City. After delivering this final breathless announcement, Director Huang felt drained. He slumped into his chair. His mouth gasped for air, overwhelmed with emotion. His eyes remained fixed on the screen without blinking. He wanted to see the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. He discovered this feeling was incredibly satisfying. Incredibly exhilarating. But the scene he'd imagined didn't materialize. Instead, the screen froze again. This time, it wasn't poor internet connection. Instead, everyone hung up their phones. Dong. Dong. Ding. The sound of video conference disconnections echoed repeatedly. One by one, the screens went black. In the blink of an eye, only Li Zhong remained. Director Li. Director Huang's voice was slightly hoarse as he looked at Li Zhong. Li Zhong didn't respond, his eyes vacant. The next second. Dong. As Li Zhong hung up the video call, several large characters appeared at the top of the screen. This video conference has ended due to the initiator's exit. Chapter 163, God Tier Buff. Gun Master. This. Bureau Chief Huang stared blankly at the screen, completely dumbfounded. Black lines instantly crawled across his forehead. He'd already struck a pose, ready to show off a little. But now he watched as one by one, the attendees disconnected their video feeds. His face was now a picture of sheer embarrassment. Fong Ning hurriedly looked up at the sky and whistled nervously. Only one thought occupied his mind. This is so awkward. I need to get out of here. Ahem, director, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. His gaze drifted to the window, where he noticed dusk had already fallen. This meeting had actually dragged on from noon until evening. All right. Commissioner Huang nodded mechanically, clearly still processing the events of the meeting. Phew. Fong Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him as he practically sprinted toward the door. Just as he reached the doorway, he seemed to remember something and halted abruptly, turning back to ask. Director Huang, I have one more question to ask. A sudden thought had just struck him like lightning. What about the 5.4 million we swindled from Brother Chang and his crew at the Tianfu Hotel? Yu Xiu had arranged for all-inclusive meals and lodging, and the food was surprisingly excellent. There was simply nowhere to spend money. Even when winning over Scarface, it was all empty promises, not a single penny spent. He hadn't spent a single penny of that 5.4 million. Oh? What's the matter? Go ahead and speak. Bureau Chief Huang smiled warmly at Fong Ning, his gaze gentle and approachable. Thanks to Fong Ning today, he'd gained immense prestige in front of all the prefectures. Now, he looked at Fong Ning as if he were a prized possession. Well. Fong Ning suddenly looked a bit awkward. If I accepted money from a criminal suspect while undercover, would that be confiscated? Commissioner Huang's gaze sharpened, surprised by the question. After a moment's thought, he replied with a smile. In principle, it should be turned over to the organization. Fong Ning's eyes immediately drooped. Though he had anticipated it, he still felt a pang of disappointment. But every rule has its exceptions. A hint of mockery flashed in Director Huang's eyes. Your contribution to this operation was significant. Barring any surprises, the bonus should be quite substantial. I can approve it directly, you can take it now. Based on past experience, undercover agents infiltrating drug trafficking organizations must maintain their cover. It's quite common to accept money. Even if they refuse, the drug ring pays monthly salaries in the tens of thousands. It wouldn't be right to pull the rug out from under them after the case is closed. Most consider it an undercover bonus. It's a form of reward, after all. Besides, Fong Ning only went undercover for a week. Even if he was highly valued, 20,000 yuan would be the absolute maximum. Frankly, given Fong Ning's contributions this time, even that amount feels low. He didn't see any issue with receiving a portion of it up front. Really? Hearing this, Fong Ning felt as if struck by lightning. He leaped up in sheer excitement. His cheeks visibly flushed crimson, as if he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. His entire body trembled with excitement. His chest heaved up and down as if he might faint any second. His speech became incoherent. Thank you, Director. Fong Ning was genuinely overwhelmed. He had only asked out of curiosity, never intending to take it himself. Though he valued money, he wouldn't violate police principles. But he never expected the chief to be so generous. So incredibly wealthy. This is a full 5,400,000 yuan. Just handed out as a reward? He stood frozen in place for a full 2 or 3 minutes. Only then did Fong Ning begin to recover from the shock. He stiffly looked at Director Huang, his eyes brimming with emotion. Director Huang, I'm truly at a loss for words. Allow me to bow to you. With that, he executed a full 90-degree bow. Director Huang was completely taken aback by Fong Ning's sudden gesture. His small eyes now brimmed with utter bewilderment. Why is this kid so excited? He's received quite a few bonuses, hasn't he? He just received over 100,000 in bonuses not long ago, and he didn't react like this then. Could it be? A sudden flash of insight struck his mind. Director Huang felt his butt clench, a wave of constipation washing over him. Fong Ning, how much money did you take while working undercover? A terrible thought suddenly struck him. 5,400,000. Still caught up in the emotional moment, Fong Ning blurted it out. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Director Huang stumbled and fell flat on the ground. His face instantly turned deathly pale. His entire body stiffened, making him look like a walking corpse, his pupils seemingly losing all focus. 5,400,000. The words repeated unconsciously from his mouth. He felt a mouthful of old blood churning in his throat. The next second, it threatened to erupt. This was nearly 30 times more than he had anticipated. What was even worse was that he had confidently assured them they could take it first. Director? Are you all right, Director? Seeing the director suddenly collapse, Fong Ning's mouth twitched as he hurried forward to support him. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He wasn't stupid, he could see this was a misunderstanding. Commissioner Huang never imagined there would be so much money. After helping the director back to his chair, Fong Ning suddenly turned to Director Huang and smiled. Director, I was just joking. I'll hand it over to the team first thing tomorrow morning. After saying that, he felt a faint sense of relief. If he'd actually been given over 5 million, he wouldn't have dared to spend it. Hearing Fong Ning's words, Director Huang looked at Fong Ning with deep meaning, feeling deeply touched. He knew full well this was Fong Ning's saving face for him. Clearing his throat lightly, Director Huang pretended nothing was amiss as he spoke. No rush. Just hand over the 5 million to the team within 3 days. Ha! Fong Ning snapped his head up, his eyes wide with astonishment. He thought to himself, wasn't it 5,400,000? Did the director mishear? Just as he was about to speak, he met Director Huang's knowing gaze. Director Huang's not-so-big eyes blinked repeatedly, conveying a look that said, you know what I mean. Fong Ning instantly understood, his face breaking into a broad smile. We'll follow the director's lead. Their eyes met, and soon the office echoed with several meaningful bursts of laughter. Inside the 8th Route Army truck. Phew. Sitting in the familiar 8th Route Army vehicle, Fong Ning exhaled deeply. Having not ridden in an 8th Route Army vehicle during his time undercover, he felt strangely empty inside. Now, back in the vehicle, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Of course, the traditional ritual accompanied the ride. Lottery. Opening the long-neglected system panel. Host, Fong Ning. Strength 120, average human 10. Stamina 120, average human 10. Speed 120, average human 10. Current buffs, Fist of Truth, Eye of Reality Enhanced, Hand of God, God of Autumn, Name Mountain, Martial Arts Master, Immunity to all poisons. Justice value, 10,000. The moment he saw the justice value, Fong Ning grinned. Though this undercover operation yielded few arrests, Uzai Alagui and his crew were major fish. Yusho alone contributed 2,000 justice points. Without hesitation, he activated the 10 pull. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. The 10 pulls yielded nothing. Again. Fong Ning's expression didn't change in the slightest. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Physical Constitution Spinach 1. Ding, thank you for your purchase. 1 portion of Constitution Spinach. 1 more. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Physical Constitution Spinach. Ding, thank you for your purchase. Another portion of Constitution Spinach. 1 more. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Gun Mastery buff. Fong Ning's eyes flashed with intensity. Gunslinger. Chapter 164, Luck Beyond Belief. Cold Weapon Master. Gunsmith Master. Fong Ning's eyes immediately flashed with brilliance. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It felt like that fleeting, inexplicable sensation when a rare drop appears in a game gacha. A feeling welled up within him for no apparent reason. As long as he kept pulling, there would be more good stuff. Taking a deep breath, he spoke without hesitation. Gotcha. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Physical Constitution Spinach 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Cold Weapon Master buff. Justice points reset. Lottery ends. 3 portions of Constitution Spinach. 2 God tier buffs. Fong Ning's eyes instantly bulged wide, feeling like they might pop out of their sockets any second. Thump. Thump. He could even hear his heart pounding wildly. He couldn't help but be thrilled. Unlike the immunity to all poisons buff, these 2 buffs sound awesome just by their names. They were skills perfectly suited for a police officer. He forced his trembling hands to steady. With immense anticipation, he clicked open the Gun Master introduction. Gunsmith Mastery buff, hosts firearm skills reach world-leading levels. P.S. See that mosquito 1,000 meters away? Go ahead, shoot its left leg. Thud. After reading the description, Fong Ning couldn't help but swallow hard. This is insane. Though his marksmanship wasn't bad back in police academy, he even ranked among the top 3 in his class. But he knew his skills were only average in Spring City. But now it was different. This is world-class, cutting-edge marksmanship. It's downright overpowered. Judging by the God of Autumn Name Mountain buff. Since the system granted buff didn't specify firearms, that means it applies to all firearms. Whether it's the Type 92 modified pistol, the Type 95 rifle, or even the Type 88 sniper rifle. All are world-class. A level ordinary people could never reach in a lifetime. Thanks to the Gun Master, he instantly attained it. Blood surged through his veins, racing from the soles of his feet straight to the back of his skull. Fong Ning felt his mouth go dry. Suppressing his excitement, he trembled as he opened the Cold Weapon Master buff description. Cold Weapon Master buff, hosts hand-to-hand combat skills reach world-leading level. P.S. Beyond 10 paces, the gun is faster. Within 10 paces, the weapon is faster. Holy! He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. For a split second, Fong Ning felt his heart had stopped beating. Within 10 paces, blades prevail. Those bold characters seemed to slowly enlarge before his eyes, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Another area of effect buff. It didn't specify any particular weapon, meaning all cold weapons were included. daggers, butterfly knives, batons, police clubs, and more. For a moment, Fong Ning even felt like he was dreaming. Except for the Eye of Truth. These two buffs were arguably the most powerful buffs available so far. He took several deep breaths. He stared at the description for a long time. Only then did he reluctantly tear his gaze away. Using the Constitution spinach. Fong Ning's lips curled into a wide grin. Don't underestimate the physical Constitution spinach, it doesn't add much per point. But its high success rate makes up for it. In a way, it was practically a god-tier buff. A familiar burning sensation instantly surged through his body. His physique was no longer what it used to be, and with thorough preparation, his body merely trembled slightly twice before returning to calm. The next second, Fong Ning's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and piercing. It seemed capable of seizing one's very soul. Had that gaze met the eyes of the phone-thieving little Lou back then, would likely have scared the pants off him. But soon, calm returned to Fong Ning's eyes. He tapped open the system panel once more. Host, Fong Ning. Strength 150 average human 10. Stamina 150 average human 10. Speed 150 average human 10. Current buffs: Fist of Truth, Eye of Reality Strong, Divine Hand, God of Autumn Name Mountain, Martial Arts Master, Immunity to all poisons, Firearms Master, Cold Weapon Master. Justice value, 0. Gazing at his newly formed stats panel, a sense of pride welled up within him. An average physique of 150. That's probably already surpassed the level of an ordinary elite soldier. As a beat cop, it's more than sufficient. His gaze shifted to the 8 god-tier buffs. Fong Ning's heart swelled with boundless pride. His conviction grew ever stronger. Poker Club, Sang Coin, you're next. I'll be there soon. His gaze drifted to the window as a faint smile touched Fong Ning's lips, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Urxiankyo Police Station. Inside the chief's office. Though it was past 8 in the evening, Lin Dashan still hadn't clocked out. Ever since Fong Ning was assigned to go undercover, his mood had been unsettled. He couldn't shake the worry for Fong Ning's safety. He had no choice but to numb himself with work. Knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. With a click, Shuri-chan pushed open the door and stepped inside. She wore a police uniform, her figure well-proportioned, hair pulled up high. Her long legs were still eye-catching. Yet in just 1 week, Shuri-chan seemed to have grown noticeably thinner. Occasional flashes of worry flickered in her eyes. Chief, these are the prosecution documents for the suspect who defrauded elderly people into installing water purifiers under the guise of delivering eggs. These are the prosecution documents for the suspect who lured stay-at-home moms into online order padding scams. And the case file for Sun, who recovered a 2,000 yuan gaming account. The other party refused settlement and insisted on prosecution. As she spoke, Shuri-chan handed 3 folders to Lin Dashan. Staring at the folders before him, Lin Dashan sighed deeply. Ichan, I told you these cases can be handled by the staff. Why are you sighing? Due to Fong Ning's mission being highly classified, he hadn't informed anyone at the station. He had only mentioned that Fong Ning was away on a business trip. Ever since Fong Ning left, Shuri-chan seemed to have lost her spirit. She too chose to numb herself with work. He tried persuading him many times to no avail, so eventually he stopped trying altogether. Director, has Fong Ning returned from his business trip yet? After a moment's hesitation, Shuri-chan couldn't hold back any longer and asked. She wasn't stupid. Who goes on a business trip without revealing their destination? He must have been assigned to some classified mission. But the more classified it is, the higher the danger level. He should be back soon. Lin Dashan dared not look up at Shuri-chan. He had no idea when the mission would end. He spoke with Director Huang on the phone almost every day. Each time, Director Huang would say it was almost done, but he never revealed any operational details. Yesterday I didn't even answer his calls, which left him feeling a bit unsettled. Oh. Shuri-chan gave a stiff nod and turned to leave. Just then, a phone rang inside the room. It was Lin Dashan's. Lin Dashan picked up the phone, his eyes lighting up. It was Director Gao calling. In his haste, he didn't even bother to hide it and answered the call immediately. In his excitement, he even activated speakerphone. Hello? Director Gao, is there news about Fong Ning? The moment she heard the name Fong Ning, Shuri-chan's footsteps halted abruptly. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she immediately turned to look over. No news on Fong Ning. Director Gao paused on the other end before saying. Report to the Municipal Bureau first thing tomorrow morning. There's a first-class merit award ceremony. Chapter 165, awarded the first-class merit. First-class merit award. Lin Dashan let out a shrill yell, his voice nearly shattering the roof. Director Gao, you mean a first-class merit? Did I hear that right? Lin Dashan's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to slits. First-class merit. Chunchang hasn't seen a first-class merit award in years. Third-class meritorious service is earned standing up, second-class is earned lying down, but first-class is earned by the family. There was truth to that saying. In this era of peace, earning a first-class merit is harder than climbing to the moon. This is the highest honor a police officer can receive. At this thought, Lin Dashan shuddered. Could another comrade have fallen? Gao Tongwei curled his lips in exasperation and said helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course not. I don't know exactly who received the first-class merit either. Director Huang just called me to pass along the message. No details were given. Not only was Lin Dashan curious, but he was curious too. Last night, Director Huang suddenly called. He said an award ceremony would be held tomorrow for a first-class merit, no less. Such an important ceremony without advance notice left him puzzled. Understood, Director Gao. I'll relay the message immediately. After hanging up, Lin Dashan remained in a daze for a long time. First-class merit. This is a first-class merit. What kind of achievement could possibly merit a first-class merit medal? And judging by Director Gao's tone, this was a first-class merit for someone still alive. It was easy to imagine that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this man would surely rise to the top. Just as Lin Dashan was lost in thought, Shi Chan, standing nearby, fluttered her eyelashes and whispered, "Director, you don't mean Fong Ning won the first-class merit, do you?" The moment the words first-class merit rang out over the phone, Fong Ning's image instantly flashed through her mind. No reason, just a woman's intuition. An inexplicable intuition. Fong Ning? Lin Dashan exhaled sharply and spasmodically, frozen in place like a piece of wood. The first-class merit medal in his mind slowly overlapped with Fong Ning's face. The next second, Lin Dashan shook his head violently, blurting out instinctively, "Impossible. Fong Ning's undercover mission had only just begun a week ago. It couldn't have ended so soon." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Dashan realized he'd let slip something he shouldn't have. He quickly covered his mouth. Undercover. Shiakan murmured under her breath, her lips slowly turning pale and dry. She guessed Fong Ning might be on some secret mission. But she never imagined it would be an undercover mission. Undercover missions were incredibly dangerous. One slip-up could mean utter ruin. Would Fong Ning be alright? Biting her lip, Shuri-chan couldn't help but ask. Sigh. Lin Dashan sighed heavily. Seeing that the truth couldn't be concealed any longer, he recounted the entire story of Fong Ning going undercover in the narcotics squad to Shi-chan. After listening, Shuri-chan fell into a long silence. Then, her gaze slowly lost its focus. "I-chan? Chief, I have work to attend to. I'll be heading back now." Startled by Lin Dashan's call, Shuri-chan snapped out of her daze and fled the office as if escaping. Watching Shi-chan's receding figure, Lin Dashan's mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. Both their children were old enough to run errands now, how could he not see Shi-chan's feelings for Fong Ning? Fong Ning. Thinking of Fong Ning, a sudden thought struck Lin Dashan. If only this first-class merit award belonged to Fong Ning. The moment this thought crossed his mind, all traces of fatigue vanished from Lin Dashan's eyes. He was so excited he practically glowed. But soon, he fell silent once more. He realized the notion was far too naive. Fong Ning had only been undercover for a week, how could it possibly be him? Sigh. He sighed heavily. He lowered his head to study the case files once more. The city's martial arts arena. The place was bustling with people, every seat occupied. Yet every face wore a look of utter bewilderment, filled with deep confusion. "Huh? You guys are here too? Do you know what all the fuss is about?" "No clue. Got the notice in the group chat late last night." "What about you guys?" "Who did? When I got to the station this morning, whoa, everyone was gone. They're all at the city bureau." "Didn't your chief tell you? It's a first-class merit award ceremony." "Whoa. A first-class merit award ceremony? No way. Did you hear wrong? It really is a first-class merit?" "No way, it's definitely a first-class merit. I heard the chief say it myself." "Holy crap, a first-class merit award ceremony. Been doing this for years and this is my first time attending." "Me too." The entire drill ground buzzed with such murmurs. It wasn't just the regular officers. Even the chiefs of major precincts and station commanders were completely baffled. "Commissioner Gao, what's going on? Why so sudden?" Near the front of the crowd, Lin Dashan stared at Gao Tongwei with utter bewilderment. He hadn't had time to ask for details last night. "Yeah, Director Gao, this is way too sudden, we didn't get any heads up at all." Old Zhang from Beileton chimed in. The other chiefs leaned in as well. Gao Tongwei's face twitched violently as his throat moved with difficulty. "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Like Lin Dashan, he was completely in the dark about everything. Yesterday, he only received a phone call from Director Huang. The entire call hadn't even lasted a minute. He'd wanted to ask questions, but Director Huang didn't give him the chance. It wasn't just him, he later spoke with several division chiefs. He discovered everyone was just as clueless, with no idea what was going on. It seemed entirely spontaneous. Hearing Gao Tongwei say this, the chiefs of several stations shook their heads in disappointment and said no more. Dawn! 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 Just then, stirring music suddenly filled the air. Everyone jolted upright, sitting bolt straight in an instant. Accompanied by the music, Director Huang walked onto the stage with a broad smile. As he ascended, the large screen behind him slowly displayed several bold characters. Spring City Police Department First Class Merit Award Ceremony. Here it comes. Eyes gleamed, bodies leaned forward slightly, eager to discover who had earned the first class merit. Commissioner Huang raised his hand, and the music abruptly stopped. Looking out at the densely packed crowd below the stage, his heart skipped a beat. Shortly after Fong Ning left last night, he received a call from Li Zhong. The call stated that the intelligence Fong Ning had provided was extremely important. The information had quickly reached higher-ups. The higher-ups reviewed it and took it extremely seriously. The reward for Fong Ning was decided on the spot. First-class merit. Upon hearing the news, Director Huang was so thrilled he couldn't sleep. As if the first-class merit were his own, he couldn't stop grinning. He decided almost immediately that there was no time to waste. The award ceremony would be held tomorrow. The Yun Province Police competition was set to begin in 5 days. He wanted to complete the first-class merit ceremony before Fong Ning's competition. After all, having the first-class merit title would bring great prestige to Spring City. That explained why all the district chiefs had received phone calls yesterday. Ahem. I'm sure you all know why I've called you here today. That would be the first-class merit award ceremony. The moment Chief Huang personally announced it was a first-class merit award, the room erupted. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the stage, afraid to miss a single detail. Curiosity about the identity of the first-class merit recipient had reached its peak. A faint smile touched his lips as Director Huang spoke slowly. The recipient of the first-class merit award is Comrade Fong Ning. Chapter 166, a third-grade police superintendent less than 2 months into the job. The recipient of the first-class merit award is Fong Ning. The moment the words left his mouth, it was like dropping a heavy bomb into a calm lake. Fong Ning? That name sounds so familiar. Yeah, he seemed familiar to me too, but I couldn't quite place him. It's him. Honorary Police Officer Fong Ning. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd below the stage. Everyone finally snapped to attention. Eyes darted wildly, faces exchanged in stunned silence, as if they might faint at any moment. The award ceremony just a week ago was still fresh in everyone's minds. The memory was still fresh in everyone's minds. Fong Ning hadn't left the stage once during the entire ceremony. Third prize, second prize, the title of Pioneer in Customs Enforcement, and the Honorary Police Officer designation one award after another. Everyone was utterly stunned. How much time has passed since then? And now he's been awarded a first-class merit. A first-class merit award. The entire city hadn't seen a first-class merit award in years. Everyone felt their throats go dry, eyes wide with disbelief, speechless. A first-class merit award. Gao Tongwei's face instantly flushed crimson, as if he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. His lips trembled, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. This sudden, overwhelming joy nearly knocked him off his feet. Only now did he understand why Director Huang's tone had been so meaningful when he called yesterday. Turns out the recipient of the first-class merit award was someone from the Old City District Bureau. A first-class merit award from the Old City District. The thought sent shivers of excitement through Gao Tongwei's body. He instinctively glanced at the Longhu branch officers. Their eyes were wide as saucers. Their vacant stares and stiff necks happened to turn toward him just then. As their gazes locked, Gao Tongwei could distinctly feel the flames of jealousy burning in their eyes. The flames of envy felt tangible, burning his cheeks raw. Gao Tongwei shuddered and quickly lowered his head. In stark contrast to the surrounding commotion, the area around Erxian Bridge fell deathly silent. Shuri-chan's lifeless eyes suddenly filled with color the moment he heard the name Fong Ning. Almost instantly, they filled with color. As if fearing she had misheard, she abruptly turned to Zhang Feng beside her. Fong Ning, right? I didn't mishear? Zhang Feng's breath came in gasps, his chest heaving up and down, his face flushed crimson. Hearing Shi Chan's words, he nodded instinctively, his voice trembling with excitement. It's Fong Ning. I heard right. Snap. The shackles in his heart seemed to snap at that sound. Shuri-chan smiled. It was the first time he'd laughed since Fong Ning left. Such a relaxed, such a joyful smile. Old Lin, you've truly taken on a fine apprentice. Lu Lipu's voice cracked as he shot a sour look at Lin Dashan. He still remembered how not long ago Lin Dashan had wanted to swap apprentices with him. Back then, he'd flatly refused, claiming Fong Ning was dead last. But look at him now. From a third-class merit award to a first-class merit award. In just 2 short months, Fong Ning had swept every award available. The thought of it made him regret it so much he could have kicked himself. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If I could do it all over again, I'd choose Fong Ning. Ha? Oh. Lin Dashan stood frozen in place, as if a sledgehammer had smashed his skull. It wasn't until old Lu spoke that he snapped back to reality. Fong Ning, first-class merit. He murmured involuntarily. In his mind, the first-class merit medal slowly merged with Fong Ning's figure. The next second. All right. Lin Dashan's sudden shout startled everyone around him. Yes. 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 Lin Dashan waved his arms wildly, trembling with excitement as if seized by a seizure. Yesterday, he'd been thinking how great it would be if Fong Ning got the first-class merit. But today, it felt like a dream. His dream had actually come true. The overwhelming thrill nearly knocked him off his feet. Staggering a few steps, he managed to steady himself. His eyes fixed on the stage, his anticipation growing even more intense. Now, please welcome Comrade Fong Ning to the stage. Before the crowd could react, Director Huang's voice rang out again. Clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. In an instant, every pair of eyes turned toward the stage. All eyes were fixed on the appearance of Fong Ning, the recipient of the first-class merit award. Backstage, Fong Ning's mouth twitched. Taking a deep breath, he walked onto the stage with a helpless expression. He had returned home late last night. Just as he was about to sleep, he received a call from Director Huang. Commissioner Huang didn't elaborate on the call, only saying to come to the municipal bureau first thing tomorrow morning. There would be a surprise. Originally, he had planned to head to Erxiankyo first thing in the morning. But he figured stopping by the municipal bureau first wouldn't be too late. Well, that worked out great. He was detained immediately upon arrival. Turns out it was some first prize award ceremony. Damn it, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? This case was only solved yesterday. How could the first-class merit award arrive today? Is this some kind of joke? After Director Huang explained at length, he finally understood. First, the award was presented early. Second, it was because Director Huang had recommended him for the police skills competition. What police competition? Fong Ning asked immediately. But before he could process the information, Commissioner Huang informed him that the award ceremony was about to begin. Then he ended up here. Fong Ning, over here. Director Huang's voice snapped Fong Ning out of his thoughts. He quickened his pace, gazing down at the sea of figures below the stage. Fong Ning felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Even after experiencing it once, he still couldn't get used to this kind of setting. Seeing the main guest had arrived, Commissioner Huang wasted no words and announced directly. In recognition of Comrade Fong Ning's outstanding contributions during the Municipal Bureau's confidential operation, Comrade Fong Ning is hereby formally awarded the first-class merit title. The moment the words left his mouth, a roar erupted from the audience below the stage. Whoa, a confidential operation? That must be top level. Yeah, how long has Fong Ning even been on the job to get assigned to a classified mission? Seriously envious. Envy my ass. Are you out of your mind? A classified mission like that would never come your way. Observing the audience's reactions, Director Huang nodded with satisfaction. There's one more thing to announce. After a brief pause, Director Huang continued. The stage seemed to fall silent, every pair of eyes fixed on the podium without blinking. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Director Huang smiled slightly. In recognition of Comrade Fong Ning's outstanding performance, the Municipal Bureau has decided. Comrade Fong Ning is hereby promoted to the rank of third-grade police superintendent. The moment the words left his mouth, the room fell into complete silence. The scene seemed frozen in time. The air seemed to stop flowing. The stunned expressions on everyone's faces were clearly visible. Several full minutes passed before the crowd finally began to recover from their shock. A third-grade police superintendent. A third-grade superintendent was nothing unusual, many present held that rank. But a third-grade superintendent with less than a year of service? There was probably only one in the entire city. What's even more astonishing? Fong Ning had been on the job for less than 2 months before becoming a third-grade police superintendent. What would happen next? At this thought, everyone swallowed hard, feeling a sudden tightness in their throats. It was almost too much to fathom. Lin Dashan suddenly jumped up as if his tail had been pinched, eyes wide with disbelief, feeling as though he'd gone mad. Third-grade police superintendent. After all these years, he was still only a first-class superintendent. If things kept going like this, Fong Ning might even outrank him. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through his mind. At Fong Ning's current pace, he'd likely reach first-class superintendent in less than a year. Chapter 167, Second-Class Merit Award in the Making? Police Skills Competition. Inside the Urxiankyo police station. Cheers echoed through the room, threatening to shatter the roof at any moment. Fong team. That's incredible. How long has it even been since you earned that first-class merit? Hurry up and tell us how you did it. Zhang Feng's broad face pressed close to Fong Ning's, eyes blinking eagerly, his whole expression a thirst for knowledge. Lin Dashan stood silently behind the crowd, smiling. Shuri-chan stared at Fong Ning, lost in thought. The first-class merit award ceremony didn't last long. As soon as it ended, Fong Ning returned to Urxiankyo with Lin Dashan. The moment they arrived at the station, they were swarmed by excited colleagues. The Urxiankyo team couldn't help but be thrilled. This was a living first-class merit. It was the first time they'd ever seen a living recipient of a first-class merit medal. And it was one of their own colleagues. At that moment, every pair of eyes was glued to Fong Ning. Just as Fong Ning hesitated over whether to share the details with everyone, Lin Dashan suddenly spoke up with a stern expression. Enough! What nonsense are you all asking? Why are you being so nosy? This is classified information, do you understand? Are you trying to make Fong Ning make a mistake? Lin Dashan spoke with righteous indignation, his brow furrowed in righteous indignation. Oh. The others dragged out their response, their voices thick with resentment. Fong Ning, come to the office. Lin Dashan's expression remained utterly unchanged as he waved to Fong Ning. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, the door slammed shut with a loud thud. Lin Dashan grabbed Fong Ning's hand urgently. Good apprentice, tell me, how did you manage to do it? Huh? Fong Ning froze, momentarily lost. How you earned that first-class merit? Lin Dashan licked his lips and added. My clearance level is high enough, no need for confidentiality. Fong Ning. Talk about gossiping, you're the biggest gossip of them all. Fong Ning rolled his eyes inwardly. But a master is still a master. Fong Ning then recounted his entire experience to Lin Dashan. Of course, he left out the invulnerability to all poisons buff. After all, no one would believe him if he mentioned it, they'd just think he was crazy. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop, going on for over 10 minutes. Lin Dashan's face flushed crimson. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, then erupted into such excitement he trembled all over. His mouth formed a perfect O, opening and closing without sound. It took him a full half-minute to snap out of his daze. He gave Fong Ning a light pat on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Ah, you've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. Though Fong Ning made it sound effortless, brushing off the perilous ordeal with a single sentence. But he could still sense the danger in every word. That was a drug cartel. Not some charitable organization. It was impossible to imagine the torment Fong Ning had endured. Fong Ning's body trembled and an unusual sensation welled up inside him. Everyone who heard his story showered him with praise. Only Lin Dashan asked if he was tired. Thinking of this, his eyes stung with tears. For a fleeting moment, he sensed a long-forgotten paternal warmth emanating from Lin Dashan. Click. Forcing back his emotions, he lit a cigarette, took 2 deep drags, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He murmured softly. What are you talking about, master? I'm not tired at all. I'm bursting with energy. He waved his fist, as big as a sandbag. Lin Dashan looked up, staring blankly at Fong Ning. In that moment, he suddenly realized that in just over a week, Fong Ning seemed to have matured and grown stronger. Good. Lin Dashan instantly broke into a wide grin, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Fong Ning, meanwhile, forced a wide, apologetic smile. I heard Director Huang wants to send you to the Yunnan Provincial Police Competition? After a moment's pause, Lin Dashan suddenly spoke as if something occurred to him. He hadn't called Fong Ning over just to hear about the operation. He actually wanted to inquire about the police skills competition. He knew all about the competition. Only elite officers from every city could participate. It could be said that every participant was at minimum a model officer in their respective city. Among them were recipients of second-class and third-class meritorious service awards. Some even held first-class meritorious service medals. This competition is a matter of pride for every city's police department. Every competition was fiercely contested, with no quarter given. As the saying goes, in academics, there is no absolute first. In martial arts, there is no second. The rankings in the police skills competition carry immense prestige. Third place, commendation. Second place, third-class merit. First place, second-class merit. A second-class merit award for first place in a competition. You can imagine how challenging this competition must be. Yes, Director Huang has already registered me. Fong Ning replied truthfully. He didn't feel any pressure and even harbored some anticipation. He too wanted to see where his current abilities ranked within the province. Relax. Don't push for results on your first try. This competition is no walk in the park. Lin Dashan sighed with apparent concern. Held every 3 years, the Yunnan Provincial Police Competition was known as the Martial Arts Grand Assembly for the province's officers. It featured seasoned officers and star captains who had long made their names. No matter how talented Fong Ning was, he was still a rookie at heart. He was worried Fong Ning would experience a huge psychological letdown after participating. That's why he was trying to comfort Fong Ning. Don't worry, master. Just watch, I'll bring you back the championship. Fong Ning didn't detect the worry in Lin Dashan's eyes at all. Instead, his own eyes sparkled with determination. The police skills competition primarily involved shooting and hand-to-hand combat. He had just acquired the firearms master and cold weapons master buffs. Add the martial arts master buff to that, and he was already itching to get started. Good. I believe in you. Lin Dashan forced a smile, shook his head, and said nothing. Seeing Lin Dashan's expression, Fong Ning couldn't help but press his lips together. He knew Lin Dashan didn't trust him, but he had no intention of explaining. Originally, he'd been hesitant to try, but now he'd made up his mind. The police skills competition. He would claim first place. Chapter 168, The True Value of the Police Competition Rankings. For the next few days, Fong Ning remained at Erskian Bridge. He didn't go out to catch criminals or patrol the streets. Mornings were spent chatting idly with colleagues, afternoons sipping tea and reading with Lin Dashan. As for evenings, he accompanied Shuri-chan on shopping trips. Their relationship seemed to have entered a delicate phase. During the day at work, they acted like ordinary colleagues. Sometimes they even deliberately avoided each other when passing by, like a pair of familiar strangers. But come quitting time, they'd coincidentally meet at the 8th route station. Each time, they sat in the back row, getting off randomly with no particular destination in mind. Sometimes they'd go for the grilled meat rice Fong Ning loved, or occasionally dine at a Western restaurant. But ever since Fong Ning frowned while chewing a medium-rare steak and muttered, "Not cooked enough," Shi-chan never took him there again. Besides dining, their most frequent activity was walking. They walked step by step without direction, as if there were no end in sight. Their bodies drew closer and closer, and their hearts grew ever nearer. Yet as the day of the Yunnan Provincial Police Competition drew nearer, Shuri-chan's complexion visibly deteriorated day by day. 3 days to go, and Shuri-chan began to lose focus. During meals, she was always full of worry. 2 days left, and Shi-chan felt restless. She even forgot to look at the traffic lights. Fong Ning grabbed her hand in alarm. 1 day left. Shuri-chan's face regained its calm. Yet her eyes seemed to hold a resolve. That day, the two walked side by side as usual. Neither spoke, simply savoring the moment in silence. Suddenly, Shi-chan turned her head and stared at Fong Ning. "Hey, big dummy, I need to tell you something." Her expression was slightly unusual, and a faint blush had crept onto her cheeks at some point. Under the lamplight, she resembled a perfectly ripe peach, radiating an alluring aura. "What is it?" Fong Ning blinked his wide, innocent eyes. She took a deep breath. Shuri-chan seemed to summon immense courage, slowly closing her eyes. "Fong Ning, I like you." "Hey! What are you doing?" Just then, Fong Ning suddenly turned to glare at the hooded man ahead and snapped. The man's hand was reaching toward a woman's handbag by the roadside. Hearing Fong Ning's shout, the hooded man flinched in fright. He snatched the woman's handbag right out of her grasp. "Ah! Help!" The woman was instantly knocked to the ground and screamed at the top of her lungs. Without hesitation, the hooded man grabbed the bag and took off running. "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" The victim immediately shouted in panic. "Getting mugged while out for a walk? Talk about bad luck." Fong Ning's lips twitched as he turned to look at Shuri-chan. "Stay right where you are. I'll catch the thief and be right back. Without waiting for Shi Chan's response, he shot out the door with a whoosh. Shi Chan's words were swallowed whole. Staring at Fong Ning's retreating figure, her mouth hung slightly open, the rest of her sentence forever unspoken. 3 minutes later. Fong Ning slowly reappeared, dragging the hooded man, his face a bruised mess, by one arm. Thud. The hooded man was flung to the ground. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Here's your bag, take a look. Ignoring his face, now swollen like a pig's head, he scrambled to the woman who'd dropped her bag, his voice breaking as he apologized. The woman's mouth fell open, clearly not expecting things to turn out this way. She instinctively looked up at Fong Ning, who nodded. Only then did the woman mechanically take the bag. After flipping through it a few times, she visibly relaxed. Thank you. Everything's still inside. Fong Ning nodded, then delivered a hard kick to the hooded man. You know where to go next, right? The hooded man shuddered and nodded frantically. I know. I'll go turn myself in at Ershian Bridge right now. Right now. With that, he broke into a jog toward Ershian Bridge. The others watched in stunned silence, their faces frozen in disbelief. Sis-chan, what did you just say? Clapping her hands, Fong Ning curiously stepped forward to ask. Earlier, he'd only caught the first half of her sentence before seeing the hooded man steal something. He hadn't heard the second half at all. Nothing. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shuri-chan's eyes, but she ultimately remained silent. Oh, okay. Fong Ning didn't think much of it. The two continued walking side by side into the night. The day they set off for the Yunnan Provincial Police Competition, Fong Ning made an unusually early start and headed to the bank. Transferring money. How much? 40,000. Huh? The teller's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Fong Ning. He hadn't expected someone who looked so young to have 400,000 yuan in savings. In that instant, the teller felt Fong Ning radiate an air of sophistication. Please enter your card number. 1 minute later. Fong Ning strode out of the bank, breathing a deep sigh of relief. He had already transferred 5 million to the narcotics squad. He kept 40,000. Not for himself, but for the orphanage in Spring City. Ever since the incident where Ruru was abducted last time, he had resolved to rebuild the orphanage. Aunt Wang's orphanage had stood for decades. The walls were crumbling and the door locks were rusted shut. Not a single security camera was installed at the entrance. With this money, they could reinforce the walls. Surveillance cameras could be installed both inside and outside. The children's safety would be greatly enhanced. The remaining funds could purchase numerous musical instruments, like electronic keyboards, harmonicas, and so on. He remembered Ruru saying she loved the electronic keyboard most. Unfortunately, the one at the orphanage was already quite worn out. The keys were so worn that the notes were out of tune. Ruru would be overjoyed with a new one. If there was money left over, he could buy lots of toys. Xiaopang and his gang of brats kept clamoring for toys. Right, things like carrot knives. At this thought, a contented smile spread across Fong Ning's lips. Inside the city bureau lobby, a dense crowd had already gathered. Commissioner Huang stood at the front, his gaze fixed intently on the three individuals before him. Fong Ning, Yang Wei, Sun Jian. You three will represent our Spring City in the Yunnan Provincial Police Competition. You must bring back an outstanding result. Yes. The three replied in unison. Go for it. Go. Go. The crowd kept cheering the three on. Unlike the military, police forces don't have annual exercises to determine winners and losers. The prestige of every municipal bureau in Yunnan province hinges on their ranking in the police skills competition. A top ranking means 3 years of pride. A poor ranking means 3 years of walking around with your tail between your legs. The reason Chief Yucheng dared to publicly target Chuncheng was because their city had produced a genius the previous 2 years. Their competition ranking surpassed Spring City's. This gave them the confidence to aim for complete supremacy over Spring City. One can imagine how crucial this ranking is to every municipal bureau. To put it bluntly, securing a top spot in the grand competition, returning to the municipal bureau would guarantee at least a 1-rank promotion. Bang! 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 As the farewell salutes boomed, the three boarded the car one after another and sped toward the high-speed rail station. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Commissioner Huang's face was etched with hopeful anticipation as he murmured, Fong Ning, I hope you'll bring another surprise this time. Chapter 169, because my goal is to be number 1. Inside the speeding bullet train, Fong Ning gazed at the rapidly receding scenery outside, a wave of emotion washing over him. A week had flown by in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, he was already seated on the departing bullet train. Ahem, Fong Ning, what's past is past. We're teammates now, both fighting for Spring City. We should work together wholeheartedly. Just then, a voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Yang Wei in the seat ahead. A smile spread across Yang Wei's face as he extended his right hand. Happy cooperation. Fong Ning grinned and extended his own right hand. He never had any beef with Yang Wei. The anti-smuggling operation back then had been all about saving face for the Bureau. Yang Wei's capabilities were undeniable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of Spring City's outstanding officer. Seeing Fong Ning agree, Yang Wei breathed a heavy sigh of relief. After the anti-smuggling operation, he had harbored some resentment toward Fong Ning. He'd even considered challenging him during the outstanding officer selection process. But unexpectedly, Fong Ning had been directly awarded the honorary officer title. This blow to his pride stung deeply. Before he could recover from the blow, he heard that Fong Ning had been awarded a first-class merit. This time, he was completely convinced. He finally understood that Fong Ning and he weren't even in the same league. If he was platinum, then Fong Ning was undoubtedly the highest-ranked player. There was simply no comparison. Oh, almost forgot to introduce him. This is Sun Jian, the star captain of the Xuanwu precinct. Yang Wei slapped his forehead, pointing to the silent Sun Jian beside him as he introduced him to Fong Ning. Hello, I'm Fong Ning. Fong Ning waved in greeting. Sun Jian was of average height, with slightly tan skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He looked like a straightforward, honest sort of guy. Since getting on the bus, he hadn't uttered a word, like a silent gourd. When Fong Ning greeted him, he merely gave a wooden nod. Haha, that's just how Sun Jian is, don't mind him. Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you, he's actually incredibly capable. Yang Wei felt awkward and couldn't help but defend Sun Jian. Haha, no problem. Fong Ning shook his head, unconcerned. The three were close in age and shared common interests. With the long journey ahead and Yang Wei taking the initiative to strike up a conversation, they quickly became acquainted and began discussing the grand tournament. Fong Ning, this is your first time at the grand tournament. We've both participated twice. Do you know what place I got last time? Yang Wei's words flew thick and fast, his face brimming with mystery. What place? Fong Ning couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Yang Wei lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride on his face. 6th place. Fong Ning staggered, nearly stumbling to the ground. His gaze toward Yang Wei grew increasingly peculiar. That look clearly said, what are you so proud of, coming in 6th? Anyone watching would think you're the champion. Not even in the top 3, yet acting so high and mighty? Catching Fong Ning's glare, Yang Wei immediately panicked. His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained. Hey, Fong Ning, brother Fong. Do you have any idea how valuable 6th place is? This is a major competition bringing together the best from all the cities. My ranking is already pretty high, okay? At this point, Yang Wei pointed at Sun Jian. Ask him if you don't believe me, what place did he get? Both pairs of eyes instantly turned to look. Feeling their gaze, Sun Jian's jet-black eyebrows arched slightly, his expression unusually awkward. I'm ranked 10th. But this time, I'll definitely crack the top 5. Sun Jian clenched his fist and looked serious. See? My ranking is already pretty high. Yang Wei tossed his head smugly. Are the others really that good? Fong Ning's brow furrowed into a knot. What do you think? Yang Wei suddenly lowered his voice. Wang Mian from Licheng. Hu Li from Chu City. These are all formidable opponents. But as he spoke, Yang Wei paused abruptly. If we're talking about the strongest contender with the best shot at winning this year, it's got to be Chao Bing from Yucheng. Chao Bing from Yucheng? Fong Ning repeated softly. Chao Bing, he's only a few years older than you, and he's a genius officer too. 3 years ago, in his first major competition, he snatched 3rd place when no one expected him to. Had the top 2 finalists not been seasoned veterans, the championship might well have been his. What's more alarming is that the top 2 from last year's competition have already been transferred out of Yun province. Which means Chao Bing has a very real shot at winning the championship this year. Yang Wei's expression grew grave, his pupils rapidly constricting to pinpricks. Sun Jian also wore a solemn expression, nodding repeatedly. He clearly agreed with Yang Wei's assessment. In this police skills competition, nearly half believed Chao's forces had an 80% chance of winning the championship. The other half thought the first group was being overly conservative. That probability should be 100%. There's no way there could be any surprises. Interesting. A sharp gleam flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. Expectation surged within him. Hearing that Chao Bing was so formidable, he felt his blood surge through his veins. He couldn't wait to step onto the competition stage. Fong Ning, this is your first time competing, you must be careful. Whatever you do, don't engage Chao Bing head-on. Seeing Fong Ning staring blankly, Yang Wei couldn't help but warn him. That might be a bit difficult. A faint smile touched Fong Ning's lips. Why? Yang Wei and Sun Jian immediately exclaimed in alarm. Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. Because my goal is to be number 1. Yang Wei and Sun Jian froze, exchanging a stunned glance. Then they both rolled their eyes and ignored him. They all assumed Fong Ning was joking. The provincial capital was quite a distance from Spring City. The high-speed train journey took a full 6 hours to reach its destination. By the time they disembarked, it was already noon. As soon as the three exited the station, they spotted a black riot-controlled vehicle parked outside. A special police officer approached them with a blank expression. Fong Ning, Yang Wei, Sun Jian, correct? The three nodded. Get in the vehicle. The officer, expressionless, led the way toward the vehicle. Without hesitation, the three men quickly followed. Before departure, the bureau chief had already instructed that arrangements would be made upon exiting the high-speed rail. Wow, this year's treatment is pretty good, they even have a dedicated vehicle for transportation. Plopping down into his seat, Yang Wei's face lit up with delight. Fong Ning, however, frowned slightly. He noticed the windows of the riot-control vehicle were completely sealed shut. Not a single ray of light could penetrate. For a moment, he felt a sense of oppression. Just as he was thinking about opening a window for some fresh air, several SWAT officers instantly surrounded the three. Each holding a wristwatch and goggles, they coldly ordered, "Put these on." Yang Wei's mouth dropped open in shock. "Comrade, we're here to participate in the competition. Have you made a mistake?" One SWAT officer grinned. Then you're not mistaken. Hurry up and put them on. Once the three were fully equipped, the riot vehicle slowly started moving. The riot vehicle jolted along an unknown route, the ride unbearably bumpy. The three felt like they were about to throw up their guts. After an unknown amount of time, the riot vehicle finally screeched to a halt. Get out! A low command barked. The three were roughly shoved out of the vehicle. Roar! The moment the three stepped out, the riot vehicle accelerated and sped away. Fong Ning hastily removed his blindfold, the sunlight momentarily blinding him. It took over a minute for his eyes to adjust before he could slowly make out his surroundings. Here. It was actually a small town. More accurately, an abandoned one. Just then, the electronic beep sounded simultaneously from all three wristwatches. Attention all contestants, the first phase assessment is about to commence. Chapter 170, The Ultimate Challenge. Extreme Physical Endurance Competition. The assessment is starting now? Fong Ning's expression shifted slightly, his lips twitching. The moment he got in the car, he sensed something was off. Who picks someone up for a competition and then blindfolds them? Sure enough. He blinked once and whoa, the assessment had already started. Good heavens. He hadn't even had a proper meal. How could this be happening? Yang Wei's eyes widened like copper bells, his entire body frozen in shock. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. Why was it different from last year? He instinctively glanced at Sun Jian, only to find the same look of utter bewilderment etched across his dark face. The two exchanged glances and swallowed nervously. Just then, the electronic voice continued. Stage 1, 6-hour Extreme Physical Endurance Challenge. Phase 1, complete designated physical tasks within the first 4 hours to earn shoulder insignia. There is no limit to the number of insignia obtainable. Phase 2, during the final 2 hours, black-clad figures will enter the arena. Captured contestants will have half their shoulder insignia confiscated, transferred to the black-clad figures. After the countdown ends, rankings are determined by shoulder patch count. The bottom 10 contestants are eliminated. Note, shoulder patches cannot be transferred between participants. As the electronic tone sounded, a radar map appeared on the wristwatch. The map was densely covered with red dots. Each red dot displays a physical challenge description. 100 pull-ups on the horizontal bar earns 1 shoulder insignia. 100 fist push-ups earns 1 shoulder patch. 100 weighted squats earns 1 shoulder patch. 100 second plank earns 1 shoulder patch. 450-meter shuttle run in under 60 seconds earns 1 shoulder patch. Suddenly, a red light flashed within the wristwatch. Assessment countdown begins. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Good luck to everyone. The electronic voice abruptly ceased and the red glow on the wristwatch vanished instantly. The electronic message was overwhelming and it took the three of them a long moment to process it. Yang Wei clicked his tongue, then trembled as if struck by a sudden realization. Oh no. Though I have no idea why this competition turned out this way. But with this rule in place, we're going to lose our minds. Sun Jian blinked his big eyes in utter bewilderment. Why? Because there's no cap on epaulette acquisition. Fong Ning's eyes flashed, his eyebrows arched. The bottom 10 are eliminated and there's no set number advancing. Under this pressure, everyone will fight tooth and nail to get shoulder insignia. To avoid elimination, everyone must keep competing. Compete until the bitter end. Sun Jian fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Not only that, black-clad figures would appear in the final 2 hours. Those caught by them would have their shoulder insignia halved. This meant even the top-ranked player felt no security. They had to keep competing relentlessly. Yang Wei's calves trembled slightly, his eyes filled with horror. The designer of this stage had studied human nature to an utterly terrifying depth. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Sun Jian snapped out of his daze, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed. Holy! What are we waiting for? Let's go grab those shoulder patches. With that, he sprinted toward the nearest red dot. Fong Ning and Yang Wei exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. Through their wristwatches, they could clearly see the physical challenge ahead. The task was simple, pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Those who'd served in the military probably knew this one best. The exercise itself wasn't difficult. The challenge was doing 100 consecutive reps. Only 1 shoulder patch was awarded for completing 100 consecutive reps, a testament to how difficult it was to earn one. The red dot was very close to the three of them. After walking for only a few minutes, they spotted a distinctive training area. The area contained only a single horizontal bar and 1 staff member, nothing else. The staff member's hands were full of shoulder patches. As the trio approached, they happened to see someone stepping down from the bar. A large number plate was affixed to the man's back. Number 23. The trio quickly checked each other's backs and found they all had them too. Yang Wei was number 6, Sun Jian was number 10, and Fong Ning was number 28. They must have been affixed when they dismounted. Number 23 was flushed and panting, clearly exhausted. The staff member handed number 23 an epaulette with a blank expression. Number 23 slapped the insignia firmly onto his shoulder, a wide grin spreading across his face. Sun Jian's eyes burned with intensity as he was about to charge forward. Stop. The staff member extended a hand to block Sun Jian's path. I want a challenge. Sun Jian pointed urgently at the horizontal bar. Sorry, you'll need to wait in line unless the current challenger withdraws. The staff member's voice held not a shred of emotion. A flash of calculation crossed Fong Ning's eyes as he narrowed them thoughtfully. Holy! Yang Wei let out a startled yelp, his voice stuttering slightly. Does that mean we have to fight for spots even for physical tasks? The staff member offered no reply, only a faint curve of a smile playing at the corners of their mouth as if tacitly acknowledging Yang Wei's words. Sun Jian stiffly turned to look at Yang Wei, their gazes locking. Shock was written all over each other's eyes. The next second, both men took off running. As they sprinted, they called back to Fong Ning. Fong Ning, hurry and grab the project, there's no time to waste. Within seconds, they vanished without a trace. Fong Ning didn't move. Instead, he slowly lowered his head, his brow furrowing deeply. Black-clad figures? Contestants? Shoulder insignia switching. His lips murmured unconsciously, as if pondering something. Yun Province Provincial Department. In the multi-purpose conference room. The room was now packed to capacity. All eyes were fixed on the large screen before them. The screen displayed live footage of the physical fitness assessment. The screen continuously switched between different contestants' footage. A real-time ranking list appeared on the far right of the screen. First place, number 01 Xiaobing 3 shoulder insignias. Second place, Wang Mian ID 022 shoulder patches. Third place, number 04 Li Tai 1 shoulder insignia. Below that, it's all zeros. 3 people sat at the front of the screen. Li Zhong occupied the central seat. To his left sat the lean-built Zhang Guoqiang, and to his right, the slightly plump Xia Jianjun. All 3 held deputy director general ranks and served as referees for this competition. Hey, Oldly, why did they suddenly change the competition format this year? Look at these kids, some of them are completely dumbfounded. Zhang Guoqiang shook his head as he watched the figures frozen in place on the screen. The competition had been underway for 10 minutes. Those who moved faster had already earned their shoulder insignia. The more capable ones had even earned 3. Yet the figure on the screen remained frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Yeah, Oldly, changing the rules 3 days before the tournament starts? That's way too sudden. Xia Jianjun leaned in to agree. Li Zhong's eyelids fluttered slightly as he immediately lowered his voice. Do you two know who designed this level? No. Both shook their heads in unison. Old Yuan. Li Zhong's voice was soft, but to their ears it thundered like a bolt of lightning. Old Master Yuan. The one who won the republics. Shoo. Li Zhong shook his head and gestured toward a dim corner at the far end of the hall. The two stiffened and turned their heads, only to recoil instantly at the sight of the aged figure. Despite their high positions, they were nothing in front of old Yuan. Who was old man Yuan? He was the pillar of Yunnan's public security. He had made indelible contributions to the entire nation. Without exaggeration, over half the personnel in Yunnan's public security system were his disciples or descendants. He was a grandfather figure. Knowing this was a test designed by old man Yuan, both men silently agreed to remain quiet. After a moment of silence, Zhang Guoqiang's gaze darted to the screen and instantly exploded. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Zoom in the camera. I need to see who this is. Over 3 minutes had passed since the start. Yet the contestant on the screen hadn't moved a muscle. He was absolutely furious. As the camera slowly zoomed in, the contestant's number quickly came into view. Number 28. Fong Ning. Chapter 171. You can compete all you want, but I'm the king of giving up. Look, who's that guy? Why's he just standing there like a statue? Yeah, I've been watching for ages, this guy's been spacing out the whole time. The next second, as the camera zoomed in, everyone clearly saw the contestant number. Number 28. That's the one, number 28. Number 28 wasn't wearing a single epaulette. And he was still in a daze. The audience immediately gasped in shock. The competition had been underway for over 10 minutes. Every competitor shown on screen was fighting tooth and nail to secure a shoulder patch. Only number 28 remained motionless as if frozen in shock. That's Fong Ning. Li Zhong's gaze fixed on the big screen, his pupils instantly narrowing to slits. He knew Fong Ning all too well. A week ago, he had almost single-handedly cracked the blue crystal case in Spring City. He had also uncovered earth-shattering secrets about the Golden Triangle. A rare talent. So why was he acting like a rookie now? It's like night and day compared to his previous performance. Oof. I wonder which city sent in this number 28. Judging by his current state, he must have been scared out of his wits. Zhang Guoqiang snorted coldly, his expression deeply dissatisfied. This is the Triennial Police Skills Competition. It's the highest competitive arena for Yun Province Police. And they send some greenhorn to compete? Clearly, they don't take this competition seriously. Perhaps there was some deeper strategy at play. Xia Jiangwo narrowed his eyes slightly, but his tone shifted abruptly. No, under these rules, there's no need to strategize. It's purely a test of physical prowess, just charge ahead. Looks like number 28 is in trouble. He shook his head, clearly convinced number 28 wouldn't make it past the first stage. Li Zhong remained silent. His eyes remained fixed on the large screen, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. He knew Fong Ning had just been awarded a first-class merit. Moreover, Fong Ning now held the rank of third-grade superintendent. He refused to believe that someone with such an impressive track record would give up so easily. He must have something in mind. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Zhong's frown gradually smoothed out, and a faint smile touched his lips. I actually have a different take on this than both of you. I believe number 28 will pass the first stage without issue. Hearing Li Zhong's words, Zhang Guoqiang and the others immediately turned to him in surprise. Old Li, are you serious? You really think number 28 has a shot? Their surprise was understandable. Li Zhong had the sharpest eye for talent among the three. His eye for talent was almost infallible. His disciples were scattered across various cities and regions. Huang Jiamin, the bureau chief in the first-tier city of Spring City, was one of his disciples. Given his track record, why would he suddenly back the clearly disadvantaged number 28? Li Zhong didn't answer, but the smile on his face already said it all. Old Li, wanna make a bet? Zhang Guoqiang swallowed hard and blurted out. Oh? What's the wager? Li Zhong looked over. Simple. We each pick a contestant. Whoever's pick ends up higher in the rankings at the end of this round wins. What do you say? If you lose, you have to give me half of your stash of Tiguanyin tea. If I lose, I'll give you my ivory chess set. Zhang Guoqiang's eyes lit up. Deal. No problem. Li Zhong agreed without hesitation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xia Jiangwo, standing nearby, suddenly protested. Hold on. Count me in. I want to drink Tiguanyin too, I want to join too. If I lose, you can have my rosewood bracelet. He looked at Li Zhong with eager anticipation. Given the current situation, Li Zhong's defeat seemed all but certain. Old Li's Tiguanyin had been tempting him for ages, might as well take it if he could. Alright, I'll take number 28. You two pick one. Li Zhong remained expressionless, his smile unchanged. Just then, the screen began to switch. The young man on screen was shirtless, performing a plank. His well-defined muscles bulged like coiled dragons. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans continuously trickled down his forehead. Yet the young man's body showed not the slightest tremor. His gaze was sharp and full of determination. This young man is none other than Chao Bing of Yuqing, currently ranked number 1. The moment they saw Chao Bing, Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo almost spoke in unison. I choose number 1. The words barely left their mouths before they exchanged an awkward glance. Then they both turned to look at Li Zhong. Li Zhong's mouth twitched, his expression turning distinctly uncomfortable. He hadn't expected the two to throw caution to the wind just to win. After all, contestant numbers were carefully assigned. They were assigned based on their projected chances of winning. Number 1 was last year's bronze medalist, and the top seed in this year's tournament. 1,000 curses raced through his mind as Li Zhong's expression flickered with hesitation. On paper, Fong Ning was formidable, but he was still a rookie. There was still a noticeable gap between him and Chao Bing. Yet inexplicably, a deep-seated belief in Fong Ning took root within him. Deep down, he had this gut feeling. Fong Ning would surely make a stunning debut. With that thought, he clenched his teeth and declared without hesitation. Fine, I'll take your bet. He chose to trust his instincts. Seeing Li Zhong agree, Zhang Guoqiang could no longer hold back his expression. He burst out laughing, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Old Li, never thought I'd see you make a mistake. That jar of Tiguanyin? Old Xia and I would be honored to accept it. Old Xia also wore a smile, clasping his fists in a salute toward Li Zhong. Then I'll thank Old Li for the Tiguanyin in advance. After exchanging a knowing glance, both men grinned from ear to ear. Number 28 still had 0 shoulder insignia. Meanwhile, number 1 has already secured 3 shoulder patches. The winner and loser were crystal clear. The camera angle shifted. Li Zhong stared blankly at the screen, murmuring to himself. Fong Ning, I'm counting on you, don't let me down. Meanwhile, at the competition venue, Fong Ning remained as still as a monk in deep meditation, as if struck dumb by a club to the head. Yet his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The next second, Fong Ning abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with sudden insight. I get it. Ever since hearing the competition rules, he'd sensed something was off. The earlier rules, though somewhat complex, were all standard. Only one clause stood out as abnormal. That was, shoulder insignia may not be transferred between participating members. For the past 10 minutes, he'd been pondering. Why had this specific clause been added to the rules? Was it merely to prevent contestants from snatching each other's shoulder insignia? After deep contemplation, he finally discovered another crucial point. The men in black. In the final stages of the competition, black-clad figures would appear to seize medals. Any contestant caught would lose half their shoulder insignia. And coincidentally, the rules didn't specify that shoulder insignia couldn't be transferred between the men in black and the contestants. At this thought, Fong Ning's heart began pounding wildly. Which means, contestants could choose to fight back against the black-clad figures to seize their shoulder insignia. This meant that besides grinding to death, they could also choose to tank it and conserve their strength. All they had to do was wait for the black-clad figures to arrive. The level designer is truly brilliant. Is this the intensity of the police grand competition? Realizing everything, Fong Ning felt nothing but admiration. From stepping off the bullet train to the competition starting, there was absolutely no time to react. Add to that the time constraints, unlimited epaulette acquisition, physical challenges, and a whole host of other pressures. No one could have anticipated this level of difficulty. Exhaling softly, Fong Ning flashed his signature toothy grin. You can compete all you want. I'm the king of slacking off. Chapter 172, Lying Low Feels Great. Keep lying low, keep feeling great. With his mind made up, Fong Ning's tense mood suddenly relaxed completely. During these 4 hours when everyone else was pushing themselves to the limit, his strategy was simple, one word. Lie down. Refuse to join the rat race starting now. Having settled on his strategy, Fong Ning finally moved. Unlike those around him, Fong Ning's footsteps seemed aimless. It felt less like he was here to compete and more like he was on vacation. After winding through the crowds, Fong Ning suddenly heard moaning sounds nearby. Approaching closer, he discovered a physical fitness challenge area ahead. Inside, contestant number 2 was doing rhythmic fist push-ups. His face was tense, beads of sweat dripping relentlessly from his forehead. Veins bulged across his body as every muscle strained. Though panting heavily, his eyes burned with determination. 98. 99. 100. After struggling to count to 100, his body suddenly went limp and he collapsed onto the floor with a thud. 100 push-ups with fists clenched passed. A staff member beside him spoke expressionlessly, handing him a shoulder insignia. Subject 2's face lit up with joy. He snatched it up, pinned it to his shoulder, and flashed a broad smile. Number 2, Wang Mian, was the strongest fighter in Liqing and the second seed in this tournament. With this new insignia, he now wore 3 shoulder patches. He had caught up to Cao Bing. His strength was beyond question. Cao Bing grinned widely at the sight of his 3 shoulder insignia. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly spotted Fong Ning nearby. He shuddered in fright. Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites. Hello. Wang Mian's face instantly turned pale, his whole body trembling. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups, all the while muttering under his breath. I'm still up for the challenge. You'll have to find someone else. After finishing, Wang Mian exhaled softly, a hint of smugness in his expression. He was quite fortunate. Right at the start of the competition, he spotted the area for fist push-ups. And as luck would have it, he was a beast at push-ups. And so, from the start of the competition until now, he's barely had a moment to spare. He's already done 300 fist push-ups. During this time, quite a few people found their way to this spot. Only then did he learn that only one person is allowed to challenge at a time during the same session. After finally enduring that crowd and preparing to rest, in the blink of an eye, he saw Fong Ning approaching with a mischievous grin. He almost instinctively thought Fong Ning had come to take over the spot. So, barely a few seconds into his break, he was back at it. Phew! He had just completed 300 consecutive fist push-ups. Wang Mian gradually began to feel exhausted. He glanced up and noticed Fong Ning was still there. His teeth clenched as he snorted inwardly. Oomph, I'll be damned if you can outlast me. Earlier, that group had also tried to wait him out. But one by one, they couldn't hold out and went to other projects. After all, waiting was just a waste of time. One wrong move and you'd be eliminated. No one wants to be eliminated in the first round. Persevere, persevere. Wang Mian felt his muscles were about to explode. As his body sank, his arm muscles trembled. He was too spent to even check if Fong Ning had left. 97. 98. 99. 100. The last 4 push-ups took a full minute. The moment he counted to 100, he collapsed onto the floor as if all his strength had been drained. After lying on the ground for 2 or 3 full minutes to catch his breath, he finally managed to crawl back up, trembling. 100 fist push-ups passed. The staff member remained expressionless, slowly handing over a shoulder insignia. He'd been out for so long that guy must have left already. Taking the 4th shoulder insignia, Wang Mian's lips curved into a faint smile. But the next second, the smile froze on his face, inch by inch. His eyes widened, as if his eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. He suddenly realized Fong Ning was still standing right there. You. Why haven't you left yet? Wang Mian's face instantly fell. His entire body deflated like a punctured balloon. He couldn't fathom it. In such a race against time, someone actually chose to stand there and wait for 5 or 6 minutes. Did they not intend to advance? I'll just watch. Do as you please. Fong Ning's mouth twitched as he explained. He just wanted to say hello. But to his surprise, number 2 immediately dropped to the ground and started banging out push-ups. Wang Mian stared coldly at Fong Ning, saying nothing, but his eyes seemed to be on fire. That look clearly said, just watching? Only a fool would believe that. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. I really won't do it. Don't get the wrong idea. Fong Ning swallowed hard and blurted out an explanation. His motto was to lie low. He had no desire to take on such a grueling task. But upon hearing this, Wang Mian's eyes suddenly widened in shock. His expression shifted rapidly, ending with a sharp snort. You won't do it? Fine, I'll do it. With that, he took a deep breath and began doing push-ups again. This time, Wang Mian felt every muscle in his body reach its absolute limit. He was pushing through purely on sheer willpower. 97. 98. 99. 100. After what felt like an eternity, he finally completed the 100th. He instinctively looked up. Only then did he notice the figure had vanished, letting out a long sigh of relief. Saying you wouldn't do it just to lull me into a false sense of security so you could take advantage. Heh, I won't let you. What's the matter? Can't hold out anymore? If you're so capable, why don't you just stay put? Wang Mian looked smug, convinced he was utterly brilliant. Just as he was about to take a moment's rest, he turned his head and suddenly caught sight of a dark shadow. The sight made his vision go black, nearly knocking him out cold on the spot. There, sitting casually on the ground, staring right at him. In that instant, he felt as though a torrent of blood was churning in his throat, ready to erupt at any moment. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Fine. I surrender. I, Wang Mian, surrender. Is that good enough? This place is yours. Fine, it's yours. With a loud shout, Wang Mian's face twisted with shame and anger as he turned to leave. But just then, Fong Ning blinked her big eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Don't go. I really won't do it, I was just looking. You. Wang Nian's face instantly flushed scarlet. His entire body trembled violently, as if he might stop breathing any second. Seeing this, Fong Ning immediately ducked his head. He feared staying any longer might truly endanger number two's life. Sigh, why is it so hard to just watch the spectacle? Sighing, Fong Ning turned and walked away with the swagger of a street hustler. Meanwhile, 99. 100. The counting came to an end. Yang Wei took the shoulder insignia with a look of excitement. Already the third shoulder insignia. Awesome. No, I can't stop. I need to get as many as possible to guarantee advancement. Just as he was about to continue the challenge, suddenly he spotted Fong Ning whistling leisurely as he strolled toward them. Yes. He was certain he hadn't misread it. Strolling. Fong Ning. I've already earned 3 shoulder insignia, what about you? Paying no attention to Fong Ning's state, Yang Wei couldn't wait to show off the shoulder insignia on his own shoulders. Spotting Yang Wei, Fong Ning's eyes lit up and his pace quickened. He strode up to Yang Wei, grinning widely to reveal his trademark pearly whites. Shoulder patches? I don't have a single one of those. Chapter 173, bottom of the rankings. Street rat Fong Ning. What? Not a single one? Are you serious? Don't bull me. Yang Wei's eyes bulged wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets any second. The competition had already been underway for over half an hour. With Fong Ning's skills, how could he not have earned a single shoulder patch? Could something have gone wrong? Seriously, check my shoulders if you don't believe me. Fong Ning raised both arms to demonstrate. Yang Wei checked repeatedly, then swallowed hard. Fong Ning, I did say this competition would be tough, but you can't just give up like this. You still have to keep trying. Seeing Fong Ning's bare shoulders, he thought Fong Ning was about to give up. Give up? Fong Ning's mouth twitched into a grin. Giving up isn't my style. I'm just conserving my strength. Thud. Yang Wei stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Whether from exhaustion or fright, he couldn't tell. He stared intently at Fong Ning for a few more seconds before letting out a heavy sigh. He immediately stood up and began squatting again, all the while muttering under his breath. Looks like I'll have to push myself harder. Who knew our Spring City would go crazy before we even started? He had originally planned to rest for a bit, but seeing Fong Ning's utterly defeated demeanor instantly dashed that thought. In that instant, he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier. For the honor of Spring City, he must give his all to earn the shoulder insignia and secure his advancement. Hearing Yang Wei's muttered remark, Fong Ning's expression turned peculiar. Clearly, Yang Wei had already labeled him as a player who'd given up. But he didn't bother explaining. It wasn't that he didn't want to share the plan with Yang Wei. It was simply that the plan was far too risky. Trying to snatch food from the mouths of the black-clad men without even knowing their numbers or strength. No one would agree to that. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Fong Ning turned and walked away. After leaving Yang Wei, Fong Ning continued wandering through the town. The town was clearly a 1:1 replica of an ancient village from a film studio. Ancient buildings stood in harmonious disarray, their ridges stretching endlessly into the distance. Without the tension of acquiring shoulder insignia, walking through the town felt like taking a leisurely tour. And so, an utterly absurd scene unfolded in the town. While other competitors sprinted at full speed to change venues, Fong Ning was strolling. Other competitors were gritting their teeth doing planks. Fong Ning was strolling. Other competitors were giving it their all on the pull-up bar. Fong Ning was still strolling. Soon, everyone competing remembered a number. Number 28. Rumors began to spread. Number 28 had given up. Because number 28 was just too bizarre. Many had seen number 28 strolling back and forth with a smirk on his face. Not a trace of urgency on his face, as if he'd come on a company-sponsored vacation. Number 28? Just a clown after all. In a corner of the competition arena, Chao Bing took a shoulder insignia, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He had seen number 28 before. Not only had he seen him, but he knew number 28 was Fong Ning. Before the competition began, Director Yu Cheng had specifically briefed him on Fong Ning's combat record. He was told that Fong Ning had risen to the rank of third-grade police superintendent in less than 2 months. Moreover, after just over a week undercover, he dismantled the entire drug trafficking ring in Chunchang. A genius among geniuses. He also mentioned that Fong Ning was the biggest dark horse in this police competition. After hearing the chief's introduction, Chao Bing felt not the slightest worry, but rather a surge of excitement. He too wanted to witness the prowess of this genius among geniuses. Little did he know. While on a mission, he encountered Fong Ning strolling around. Fong Ning's shoulders bore no insignia whatsoever. Not only that, but he was humming a tune, looking utterly carefree. He clearly had given up entirely. This left Chao Bing deeply disappointed. He lost all interest in Fong Ning. The 10th one should be a sure first place now. Glancing at the dense cluster of shoulder insignia on his uniform, Chao Bing's lips curved into a faint smile. The championship of this grand tournament, I, Chao Bing, am determined to claim it. Time ticked by second. Soon, over 2 hours had passed. Inside the provincial department's multipurpose conference room. Look. Number 17 is so fast, what incredible stamina. Speed doesn't mean endurance. Look at number 20, he's already earned several shoulder insignia just from plank holds. Number 6 isn't bad either. Looks low-key but hasn't stopped earning shoulder patches. The images on the large screen kept flickering. The audience below pointed in disgust which contestant was stronger. Just then, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Look! The leaderboard just refreshed. Amidst the gasps, all eyes turned to the screen. The numbers on the leaderboard flickered briefly before updating instantly. First place, number 01 Xiaobing 12 shoulder insignias. Second place, number 02 Wang Mian 9 shoulder insignia. Third place, number 03 Hu Li 9 shoulder patches. Fourth place, number 17 Lu Gung 8 shoulder patches. Ninth place, number 06 Meng Yao 6 shoulder insignia. 10th place, Meng Yao number 21 5 shoulder insignia. As expected, Xiaobing secured first place. And he's pulled far ahead of the rest of the pack. The top 3 seeds lived up to expectations, firmly securing the podium positions. Holy crap! Xiaobing is insane, doesn't he even need to rest? My goodness, the number 1 seed truly lives up to its reputation. So strong. Looks like this year's championship is already decided. Wang Mian and Hu Li are also formidable, no wonder they're the second and third seeds. Seeing the rankings, the crowd couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Ha, well done. Zhang Guoqiang's face immediately broke into a huge grin when he saw the rankings. Xiaobing certainly didn't disappoint him, firmly defending his top spot. Given this momentum, Xiaobing's top ranking seemed assured. Xia Jiangmo's eyes crinkled with amusement, clearly pleased with the outcome. Though only half the time had passed, the gap between competitors would only widen. The first 2 hours were when everyone's stamina was at its peak. If the gap is already this wide at this stage, one could only imagine how much wider the gap would become in the final 2 hours. What about number 28? What about Fong Ning? The moment Li Zhong saw the leaderboard, his expression changed instantly. He couldn't find Fong Ning's name on the leaderboard. The big screen only displayed the top 10 rankings at a time, which meant Fong Ning wasn't among the top 10. Gulp! He swallowed hard, his body stiffening slightly. Half the time had passed and Fong Ning still hadn't broken into the top 10. Overtaking Xiaobing would likely be nearly impossible now. Just then, the ranking screen flickered, displaying the positions from 11th to 20th. Staring intently, Li Zhong suddenly froze in shock, his eyes wide like someone suffering from constipation, feeling as if he might go mad. Fong Ning's name was still nowhere to be found between 11th and 20th place. In an instant, a numbing sensation shot straight up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Not even in the top 20. Surpassing Xiaobing wasn't just difficult anymore, it was impossibly hard. The ranking screen continued to flicker. The next second, the final 10 rankings were refreshed. Li Zhong instinctively glanced at it, his entire body trembling violently as he nearly fainted. His face instantly flushed crimson, as if painted with red lacquer. His mouth twitched, lips trembled, and his eyes rolled back as he nearly collapsed backward. His mind was completely filled with several large red characters. 30th place, number 28 Fong Ning 0 shoulder patches. Chapter 174, Phase 2. Operation Hunt the Black Clad. Last place. Not a single shoulder insignia. Li Zhong's eyes widened instantly, feeling as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. His breathing grew heavier, as if a wet sponge had been stuffed into his throat. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Even though he'd already suspected Fong Ning's results wouldn't be great. Seeing this scene nearly knocked him off his feet. This was the very last place. Dead last. Even the second to last place had 3 shoulder insignia. Fong Ning had none at all. If there had been even a sliver of hope to surpass Xiaobing earlier, now it was certain. There was absolutely no chance. Though the first round of competition isn't over yet, Fong Ning's performance has already sealed his elimination. Good heavens. Look at number 28 dead last. Not a single shoulder insignia. Good heavens, it's true, not a single one. What on earth is he doing? Number 28? That name sounds familiar. Wait, isn't that the contestant who was spacing out at the start of the competition? Yep. That's him. Has he been frozen in place this whole time? The audience below clearly noticed the last place 28th contestant. The bottom 10 rankings usually aren't worth watching. But the vividly bright 0 next to Fong Ning's name instantly drew everyone's attention. Combined with Fong Ning's unusual behavior before the match, the atmosphere in the venue ignited instantly. Number 28? Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangmo instinctively glanced at the big screen. Both men froze in unison. Wasn't number 28 the one old Li had his eye on? Their eyes locked, staring at each other with peculiar expressions, their mouths twitching to suppress laughter. The next second. Ha ha ha. They couldn't hold it in any longer, clutching their stomachs as they burst into laughter. They never imagined old Li's top pick would be the very last one. Not even a single shoulder insignia on his uniform. For a moment, they were convinced old Li had definitely made a mistake. No, he definitely made a mistake. Even picking someone at random wouldn't land you dead last. This is way too dramatic. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare portray it this way. Two extremes. One's first in the positive rankings, the other's dead last. The outcome is already obvious before we're even halfway through the season. Ahem, thanks to Mother Nature's bounty. Zhang Guoqiang glanced at the dazed Li Zhong, a mischievous grin curling his lips. Sigh, what am I supposed to do with this bracelet I can't seem to give away? Xia Jiangmo also sighed dramatically. The two showed no mercy whatsoever, driving people to the brink of fury. Feeling their mocking gazes, Li Zhong felt a wave of intense shame surge from his tailbone straight to the back of his skull. Blood rushed to his head. Cut to camera 28. I need to see what he's actually doing. As soon as Li Zhong finished speaking, the camera swiftly shifted to number 28, Fong Ning. The moment the large screen appeared, the noisy scene instantly fell silent. The air seemed to freeze, and you could hear a pin drop. Several full minutes passed. What was number 28 doing? Was he just strolling around? Everyone stared wide-eyed, exchanging bewildered glances, each feeling like they were about to lose their minds. In the footage, number 28 had a blade of grass in his mouth, plucked from who knows where. In his hand, he held a straight, slender stick. Out of sheer boredom, he was whipping the heads of rapeseed flowers. With each strike, the heads of the rapeseed flowers were cleanly severed. A single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Had he wielded this stick back then, 10 miles of rapeseed flowers would have been beheaded. Wait. What the hell are you talking about? This is a freaking competition, isn't it? What the hell are you dawdling for? And rapeseed flowers? How bored are you? This. Li Zhong's face instantly turned as black as a pot bottom. His entire body trembled violently, as if seized by epilepsy. His chest heaved up and down, his breathing growing heavier. Damn it. He had clung to a sliver of hope. He'd wondered if something had gone wrong with Fong Ning to cause him to come in last. But now it seemed he'd been worrying for nothing. He really was dead last. Everyone else was working their asses off to earn their shoulder insignia. But Fong Ning? He was just strolling around leisurely. As if he's here on vacation. Sigh. Looks like this kid feels he's not good enough and has just given up. Zhang Guoqian was also left speechless. Who would have thought number 28 would be such a weirdo? Oomph. Li Zhong snorted coldly and withdrew his gaze. He had completely lost faith in Fong Ning. Just as everyone in the arena believed Fong Ning had given up on himself. No one noticed. Seated in the corner of the crowd, old Master Yuan, who had been resting his eyes, now opened them slightly. He cast a faint glance at Fong Ning on the screen, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Inside the competition town, Fong Ning clearly had no idea so many eyes were fixed on him. Otherwise, he would have at least put on a show. Half an hour left. Almost there. After thoroughly completing the decapitation operation on the rapeseed flowers within a 3-mile radius, Fong Ning finally lowered his stick and surveyed his surroundings. Over 3 full hours. He'd nearly walked the entire town into the ground. Though called a town, it was essentially a large film studio. Apart from the staff, only the contestants were present. Clearly, the location had been specially chosen for the first challenge. These 3 hours weren't spent aimlessly wandering. He'd been carefully observing the entire town. With a single blink, the entire town's map unfolded in his mind. The reason he memorized all this was all for the execution of his subsequent plan. The hunt for the men in black. Though the electronic voice hadn't specified the number of black-clad figures, he estimated there wouldn't be few. Otherwise, in a town this size, the black-clad figures would struggle to capture anyone. For this purpose, he had already selected numerous locations. Once the black-clad figures appear, combined with his astonishing physical prowess, he could certainly catch them off guard. He'd strip them of every single shoulder insignia. Ha ha! At this thought, Fong Ning's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. Attention, Phase 1 assessment countdown, 10 minutes remaining. Black-clad figures will enter shortly. Prepare yourselves. Suddenly, electronic beeps sounded simultaneously from everyone's wristwatches. At the instant the beep sounded, every contestant's body tensed in unison. The next second, they all gritted their teeth and redoubled their efforts to secure shoulder insignia. Shoulder patches seized by the black-clad figures during Phase 2 would be halved. At this point, each additional shoulder patch significantly increases the chances of advancing. Puff, puff. In a corner of the town, Xiao Bing gasped for breath, his eyes unusually bright. He took the shoulder insignia handed to him by the staff. Xiao Bing slapped it firmly onto his shoulder, muttering under his breath. The 24th one. Surveying the dense cluster of insignias on his shoulder, a faint smile curved his lips. First round champion mine. On the other side of the town. If you don't want to get caught, just hide in town and don't come out, right? Yang Wei's eyes darted around restlessly, then lit up at the sight of the densely packed buildings in the town. Well, Fong Ning is out of commission, and Sun Jian doesn't know the details either. I have to hold up a banner for Spring City. He sighed inwardly, then without hesitation, sprinted toward the town. Many others shared Yang Wei's thinking. The final 10 minutes of the countdown. At least a dozen people dashed toward the town's interior. Just then, the familiar electronic voice sounded again. Phase 2 countdown for the extreme physical challenge begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Friendly reminder, all contestants will reveal their current coordinates every 5 minutes. Good luck to you all. Chapter 175, The Pig is Fat. Ready for slaughter. Fong Ning strikes. Holy. The instant the electronic voice sounded, all contestants simultaneously leaped skyward as if their tails had been pinched, eyes bulging as if they were about to lose their minds. Damn it. For straight hours of non-stop physical tasks had already pushed their bodies to the absolute limit. They'd hoped to hide out in the small town for 2 hours during the second phase. Now you suddenly say our coordinates will be exposed every 5 minutes? This is basically cheating. Who can keep up with you? They cursed inwardly, but there was nothing they could do. They could only try their best to hide and avoid being found by the black-clad figures. Impressive. Hearing the rule about exposing targets, Fong Ning couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. The person who designed this extreme physical challenge. How could the second stage possibly be so simple? Just as expected. It was impossible for the contestants to keep hiding forever. Watching the crowd sprinting toward the town in all directions. A flash of light flickered in Fong Ning's eyes and a faint smile curved his lips. Time for my performance. Provincial Department Multipurpose Conference Room. Here it comes. The second stage of the competition begins. And what a show it will be. The second stage is the most brutal. If caught by the men in black, your shoulder insignia gets halved. Meaning the current rankings could shift dramatically at any moment. The audience immediately sat up straight, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Compared to the second stage, the first stage felt more like a warm-up match. The real show is just beginning. Oldly, don't lose heart. The second stage is a whirlwind of change. Anything can happen. Maybe all the other contestants get snatched by the men in black and number 28 could coast right into the next round. Seeing Li Zhong pouting in gloom, Zhang Gui teased him. Yeah, Oldly, number 28 actually has an advantage in this round. After all, his shoulder insignia is a 0 if he gets captured. There's nothing to have, right? Sha Jiangwo leaned in to offer quiet reassurance. Oomph. Li Zhong turned his head and snorted coldly, unwilling to engage with either of them. Their words were infuriating, one after another. What's this about advancing effortlessly? Keep in mind that Fong Ning's shoulder insignia is a 0. Let's not even talk about the top-ranked soldier. Even if the 29th ranked player gets caught 100 times, even if his shoulder insignia keeps halving, it won't ever drop to 0. Advancing? That would take a miracle. Just then, gasps erupted from the audience. Look, the top 10 rankings have been updated. Everyone immediately turned their gaze in unison. On the leaderboard, except for the top 3, the numbers and epaulets of the last 7 rankings were rapidly changing. The man in black has made his move. Quick, cut to the footage of him. Zhang Guoqiang hurriedly ordered. The large screen flickered briefly before displaying the black-clad figure. The moment the screen appeared, everyone gasped in unison. They felt as if they might faint at any second. 30 groups of 3. Good heavens. Must it be this extreme? That meant each contestant would face at least 3 black-clad figures. Mouths gaped open, jaws nearly hitting the floor. They had expected no more than 20 or so black-clad figures. But who would have guessed there were a full 90 of them? They clearly had no intention of sparing the contestants. This is just insane. Zhang Guoqiang and Sha Jiangwo's eyelids twitched violently as their eyes went wide. The tournament rules were changed just 3 days before the competition began. They knew nothing of the specifics. Now, seeing these shadowy figures appear in the second stage, their eyes went blank, their minds going completely blank. This competition was far too difficult. Ahem, it was all old Yuan's idea. Li Zhong's expression remained calm, betraying not a hint of emotion. But no one noticed his entire body had stiffened like a piece of wood. Although he was the direct supervisor of the grand tournament, this time, Elder Yuan had personally taken charge. He had only just found out. He was panicking too. For the sake of appearances, he had no choice but to pretend he'd known all along. Impressive. Zhang Guoqiang and the other didn't notice Li Zhong's unease. Instead, they nodded thoughtfully. Look, the man in black is moving. Following the sound, a squad of black-clad figures was seen pursuing a contestant on the screen. The contestant was running at breakneck speed, and the number on his back was faintly visible. It was number 10, Sun Jian. Sun Jian darted back and forth through the town streets. The black-clad figures pursued relentlessly behind him. Both sides were giving it their all. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Sun Jian's stamina began to wane, his pace visibly slowing. Yet the black-clad figure remained tireless, his pace unabated. As one waned and the other grew stronger, the distance between them rapidly closed. The next second, the scene flickered. Sun Jian was knocked hard to the ground by a black-clad figure. A few minutes later, Sun Jian's face turned a deep purplish red as he stood frozen in place. The epaulets on his shoulders were instantly halved. Similar scenes were countless. Within the half hour, the black-clad figures appeared. Nearly half the contestants were thoroughly humiliated by the men in black. One by one, they obediently surrendered half their shoulder insignia. Some unlucky ones were even caught twice, watching helplessly as their shoulder insignia dwindled from 12 to 6, then from 6 to 3. Their faces turned green on the spot. The leaderboard on the big screen kept refreshing. Beyond the top 3, the rest of the rankings shifted rapidly every second. The scene shifted again. A familiar figure appeared on the big screen. Number 02, Wang Mian. Look, that's the number 2 seed still hasn't been captured by the black-clad figures. All eyes immediately turned to the screen. In the footage, number 02 was hiding at an intersection. He was vigilantly scanning his surroundings. His chosen position was excellent. No matter which direction the black-clad figures approached from, he could spot them the moment they appeared. Subject 02 remained utterly still, like an old monk in deep meditation. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Like a cheetah, he lunged toward a specific direction. The very next second after he dashed out, 3 black-clad figures suddenly sprang from the spot. Wow, Unit 02 is amazing, what a perfect spot to choose. Exactly. Since positions were bound to be exposed anyway, 02's approach completely seized the initiative. The audience below couldn't help but nod in agreement. The strength of seed number 2 was undeniable. 3 minutes later, number 2, who had fled swiftly, quietly returned to their original spot. clearly intending to hold out in this spot until the very end. But this time, things took a turn. This time, 4 men in black appeared. They charged in from all directions at the alley entrance. Number 2's face visibly stiffened. His lips fluttered rapidly, clearly muttering curses under his breath. Without hesitation, he took off running. But with people all around, there was no chance. In less than a minute, he was surrounded by several people. The epaulets on his uniform instantly halved. One of the black-clad figures, satisfied with the haul, hurriedly departed. Ugh, this just won't work. The black-clad thugs can even call for backup? How are we supposed to fight this? Yeah, this is insane. Is there really no other way? The crowd below the stage fell silent. But just then, no one noticed. Just as several black-clad figures tore off the 02 shoulder insignia, a dark figure crept slowly toward them. That shadow was none other than Fong Ning. Chapter 176, Polarity Reversal. Fong Ning takes the top spot. Heh, just wait a bit longer, this is the chance I've been waiting for. In an inconspicuous corner right beside the black-clad figure, Fong Ning crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the black-clad figure. Ever since the black-clad figures entered the arena, he had been tailing this group of black-clad figures. The reason he hadn't made his move yet was simple. The man's shoulder insignia were too few. But now it was different. Half of Unit 02's insignia had been transferred to the black-clad figures. Which means, the black-clad figures now possess at least 10 shoulder insignia. The pig is fat. Ready for slaughter. Meanwhile, the leader of the 3 black-clad figures let a faint smile touch his lips. The trio exchanged a few whispered words, seemingly discussing their next move. Their backs were completely exposed to Fong Ning. Now, Fong Ning's eyes flashed as a primal roar echoed in his mind. With a sharp thud, he lunged forward. His speed was blinding, like an arrow released from its bowstring. The distance between the black-clad figure and Fong Ning was at least 20 meters. Yet with Fong Ning's full outburst, he closed the gap in under 3 seconds. The 3 black-clad figures had just successfully seized 10 shoulder insignia. They were grinning from ear to ear. They never imagined a contestant would openly attack them at this moment. For a variety of reasons, not a single one noticed Fong Ning had already risen and closed in. Thanks to Mother Nature's gift. The moment they heard the sound, the expressions on all 3 faces changed instantly. The next second, they felt a gale force wind sweep past their backs. Before they could react, 2 of them suddenly rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. As they fell backward, Fong Ning's figure, hand raised like a blade, slowly materialized. Damn! The leader's eyes widened like copper bells. His pupils narrowed to slits. He never imagined anyone would dare attack them. Just as he was about to strike back, suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Thud! With a dull thud, the leader of the black-clad men fell backward. Fong Ning gaped, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak. His face was etched with deep, seething resentment. Heh, your shoulder insignia is pretty nice, but now it's mine. He reached out and snatched the 10 medals. Fong Ning grinned with genuine sincerity. You. The leader's face instantly turned the color of liver. He trembled with rage, shaking like he'd gone mad with epilepsy. The next second, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from sheer rage. Fong Ning scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. He quickly glanced around. Then, with a flick of his toes, he vanished from the spot. A corner within the small town. I have to admit you're strong, but it's a pity. Per the rules, I'll be taking half of your shoulder insignia. A man in black addressed the pale-faced 03 beside him. 03's teeth clenched, his expression twisted into utter agony. He had risked his life to obtain these 18 shoulder insignia. To avoid being caught by the black-clad figure, he adopted the most exhausting yet most effective strategy. From the moment the men in black entered the venue, he hadn't stopped for a single moment. He kept circling aimlessly through the town, hoping to disrupt their pursuit patterns. But he hadn't anticipated. The men in black had no sense of martial ethics. 3 couldn't catch him? Fine. Send 6. If 6 couldn't catch him, fine. Send 9. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't hold out. In the end, he was captured. I'll handle this myself. Number 03 glanced at the dense cluster of shoulder insignia on his uniform, his face twisted with reluctance. After a long moment, he sighed softly, closed his eyes, and tore off 9 of them. Thanks for your cooperation. The leader of the black-clad men curved his lips slightly. Oomph. With a cold snort, Unit 03's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The matter seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion. But just then, a dark figure suddenly darted out from somewhere. Standing roughly 1.8 meters tall, sporting a prison buzzcut, his face chiseled like carved stone, he charged at the black-clad figure like a raging bull. Its speed was so blindingly fast it left after images. Crash! The leader of the black-clad men had no time to react. His body instantly traced a graceful parabolic arc. Seconds later, he slammed heavily onto the ground. The air seemed to freeze, the scene frozen in time. Number 28. Number 03 stared blankly at Fong Ning's retreating figure, his pupils dilating in shock. He never could have imagined that someone would actually attack the man in black. But that wasn't the most shocking part. What stunned him even more was that this person was none other than 28. He knew number 28, the notorious tanking specialist. He'd heard the guy hadn't even earned a single shoulder patch. But why would he attack the black-clad men? Almost in the same instant, the other 2 black-clad figures snapped into action. The captain got hit. Take him down. Their eyes blazed crimson as they roared toward Fong Ning. But Fong Ning was faster. Before they could even strike, Fong Ning's massive hands had already reached them. His hands gripped their heads and his arms slammed together. A dull thud echoed. Their eyes rolled wildly as they collapsed to the ground. Having done all this, Fong Ning showed no hesitation whatsoever. He strode directly toward the leader of the black-clad men. He skillfully tore off 9 shoulder insignia and pinned them onto his own shoulders. Then he flashed a silly grin twice before vanishing in a flash. Holy! 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 Only when Fong Ning vanished from sight, number 03 finally snapped out of it, shocked enough to let loose a triple curse. Is that even possible? Starting with nothing, relying on snatching shoulder insignia? He swallowed hard, his mouth parched. After all, it had taken him over 2 hours to earn those 9 medals. And he hadn't stopped for even a moment during those 2 hours. But now, number 28 snagged 9 shoulder insignia in under a minute. The stark contrast made him want to die. Not only that, he'd just noticed number 28 had plenty more shoulder insignia on his shoulders. Number 28 must have done this more than once. Damn it, comparison really kills. Only now did he understand. Number 28 wasn't just coasting along. He'd planned this method all along. Could I also figure it all out? Number 03 couldn't help but get excited. After weighing the options internally, he ultimately shook his head. Number 28's method was simple, unadorned, and utterly unscrupulous. But number 28's strengths lay in raw power and speed. He'd experienced the prowess of those 3 men in black firsthand. They were clearly well-trained SWAT officers. He was confident he could defeat one of them in a one-on-one fight. But against 3? He didn't stand a chance. And number 28 took down all 3 in under a minute. He couldn't learn that even if he tried. Looks like the tide is turning this year. Staring intently at the direction Fong Ning had vanished, number 03 murmured to himself. Time ticked away, second by second. The second stage of the competition was already halfway through. The rankings on the big screen never stabilized. It kept refreshing. 1 moment someone was near the bottom, the next they'd shot into the top 20. 2 seconds later, holy cow, they're in the top 10. The crowd was thrilled, their emotions riding a roller coaster of excitement. At this stage of the competition, only the top spot remained unchanged. Every other position had changed countless times. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the crowd. Look! The top spot just changed. All eyes instantly turned toward the screen. The next second, the entire crowd erupted. Holy crap! Is this ranking broken? Wait, am I seeing things? Is that really number 28? The top spot on the leaderboard now boldly displayed. First place, number 28 Fong Ning 25 shoulder patches. Chapter 177, Li Zhong's arrogance. The stakes are raised. Good heavens, I must be seeing things. 25 shoulder insignia. He's actually surpassed number 01 Xiao Bing. How is that possible? In phase 2, everyone's epaulets halved. Why is number 28 still increasing? Staring at the numbers on the screen, everyone frantically tugged at their hair, feeling tufts being yanked out. He rubbed his eyes hard, nearly fainting. Number 28, Fong Ning. They knew him all too well. The notorious tanking player from the first stage. He stood there blankly for over 10 minutes after the match had started. And that's not all. He was still wandering around the town halfway through the first stage. They didn't have a single shoulder patch on them back then. How did he suddenly acquire so many epaulets after the second phase began? What the hell is going on here? Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo both gasped in unison, their eyes bulging like copper bells. For a moment, they were utterly bewildered. 1 second they were dead last, and now suddenly they're dead first? You're riding a roller coaster over here. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide as saucers, both staring intently at Li Zhong. Li Zhong's eyes seemed to have lost their focus, staring blankly ahead. The surrounding commotion seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Feeling their gazes, Li Zhong slowly lifted his head, his expression blank as he stared at the large screen. The next second, Li Zhong's pupils contracted inch by inch. The lifeless corners of his eyes suddenly perked up. In an instant, it felt as though his blood boiled, surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. His face flushed crimson in an instant, as if he'd just eaten a ginseng fruit. First place, number 28 Fong Ning 25 shoulder patches. The bold characters slowly filled his entire mind. The overwhelming thrill nearly knocked him off his feet. Good. Well done. Truly worthy of being chosen by me, Li Zhong. Li Zhong's dejected expression vanished instantly, his eyes suddenly brimming with radiance. His entire being radiated vitality. He glanced left and right at Zhang Guoqiang and the other man. Li Zhong lifted his chin slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of the loneliness of the heights. Old Zhang, old Xia, I'm afraid you won't be getting any Tiguing in tea today. But no worries, I'll grab you a cup when I go for the ivory chess set and bracelet. Gulp. Zhang Guoqiang and his partner swallowed hard, their faces turning green in an instant. Their expressions were as grim as could be, looking like they'd swallowed a fly's excrement. Just moments ago they'd been mocking Li, only to be publicly humiliated so soon after. This was utterly humiliating. Wait. What the hell is going on here? How could the rankings shift so drastically? Something's definitely wrong. Realizing this, the 2 exchanged a glance and immediately commanded. Switch to match 28. The big screen flickered, quickly displaying the feed from Court 28 featuring Fong Ning. Everyone sat up straight, eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. After Fong Ning's series of maneuvers, Channel 28 had already surged to the top of the real-time audience discussion rankings, fearing they might miss any crucial information. Hey, look, what's 28 doing? Looks like they're doing parkour? Seeing the footage of number 28, the audience below the stage was completely baffled. In the footage, Fong Ning was darting back and forth through the alleys and houses of the small town. His agile form never stopped moving, as if he had no destination. What is Fong Ning doing? Li Zhong was equally baffled. At that moment, Fong Ning looked like a headless fly, bumping around aimlessly. He certainly didn't look like someone who would earn 25 shoulder insignia. Could the system have miscalculated? Impossible. Li Zhong shook his head quickly. Number 28 had stopped. Just then, someone below the stage gasped. On screen, Fong Ning's movements froze. Suddenly, he began catwalking along the wall. And not far ahead, there was the hiding spot of contestant 07. What was number 28 doing? What did approaching number 07 mean? Could he have stolen another contestant's shoulder patch? Oh my god. It could be possible. That explains how he got 25 so quickly. He stole them. The rules explicitly state that shoulder patches cannot be transferred between contestants. He's breaking the rules. The moment they spotted number 07, the crowd below the stage instantly realized what was happening. One by one, they erupted in righteous indignation. Oomph. So he got his shoulder patch by breaking the rules. Number 28 really let his cleverness get the better of him. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqiang felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders, suddenly feeling confident again. Achievements gained through such underhanded means would surely be nullified. Oldly, looks like you'll have to contribute the Tiguanyin after all. Sha Jiangwo also exhaled deeply, his expression blossoming like a withered tree in spring. Li Zhong. Li Zhong's face turned green inch by inch, wishing he could wring his own head off. In an instant, his mind went completely blank. The crushing blow sent a sharp pain through his heart. Just as the dawn of victory appeared, it was smashed to pieces in one fell swoop. It felt like winning $1 million lottery only to lose the ticket. His face burned fiercely. If there had been a crack in the ground at that moment, he would have crawled into it without hesitation. No! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck Li Zhong's mind. If Fong Ning was using this method, why hadn't anyone stopped him? And they still counted it toward the points ranking. A challenge designed by Elder Yuan himself wouldn't make such a mistake. At this thought, he stiffly turned his neck to glance toward a corner of the venue. Just then, he caught a fleeting gleam in old Master Yuan's eyes, followed by a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, Li Zhong felt his scalp tingle inch by inch. He had been observing Elder Yuan the entire time. Ever since the competition began, old Master Yuan had kept his eyes closed, resting his mind. Even when the footage of contestant 01, Xiao Bing, appeared on the large screen, he hadn't opened his eyes. But now, his heart pounded wildly. A sudden resolve flashed in his eyes. Old Zhang, old Sha, I don't think this bet is exciting enough. Shall we raise the stakes? Li Zhong's expression regained its composure. What? Raise the stakes? Zhang Guoqiang looked utterly incredulous, as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever. Oldly, what's gotten into you today? Have you got a fever? Enough talk. If I don't take first place on the 28th, not only will I give each of you a can of Tiguanyin tea, but you can have my entire set of tea pets too. But if we take first place on the 28th, you two owe me a favor. I'll let you know when the time comes. What do you say? Li Zhong's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Guoqiang and the other man. The two fell silent, their expressions dark and uncertain, clearly deep in thought. A minute later, they exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. All right, we agree. Just as the three were raising the stakes, the screen showed a new development. Look, something's happening. Contestant 07 is being blocked by the man in black. Oh my god, it's true. The crowd below gasped in shock. Player 07, who had evaded capture all along, was clearly exhausted. Facing the encirclement of the black-clad figures, his strength gave out completely, and he was captured in one swift move. Ha! Contestant 28's plan backfired. What a coincidence, he actually ran into the black-clad pursuers. Even if he hadn't encountered them, it wouldn't have mattered, his method was against the rules. The crowd watched the black-clad figures on screen, their expressions varied. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Fong Ning suddenly burst out from the corner of the wall. The screen even showed a blurred afterimage. What is number 28 doing? He's running toward that black-clad figure. Someone who had tracked his path stared in disbelief. Everyone froze in place, staring dumbstruck at the scene. Their mouths opened and closed, unable to utter a word. The scene shifted. Fong Ning leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful kick toward the black-clad figure. The next second. Chapter 178, the match turned sour? The men in black go wild. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the big screen, jaws practically hitting the floor. It was like a meteor colliding with Earth. The leader of the black-clad men flew through the air like a. Seconds later, he crashed to the ground with a thud. Dust swirled up in a cloud. But it wasn't over yet. Fong Ning didn't pause after striking out. His entire body moved like a ghost in the night. He swiftly closed in on the remaining two. Bending his knees, he unleashed a double straight punch. His fists whipped through the air, creating a whirlwind of gale force winds. The next second, the two remaining black-clad figures fell straight to the ground. Dark circles appeared uniformly around their eye sockets. Having done all this, Fong Ning's movements showed no sign of stopping. He swiftly tore off the shoulder insignia from the recently disarmed black-clad figure. With practiced ease, he affixed them to his own arm before walking away without looking back. As for why he attached them to his arm? Because his shoulders were already full. Under the sunlight, Fong Ning's arm gleamed so brightly it could blind the eye. Gulp. The collective sound of swallowed saliva was distinctly audible. Whoa. Number 28 actually. What is he doing? Seconds later, gasps erupted from the crowd. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Holy crap. Did I see that right? Number 28 actually snatched the guy in black. Not only did he take down the guy in black, but he also snatched his shoulder insignia. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at each other, feeling like they were about to lose their minds any second. Number 28 is just too much. Everyone else is scrambling to evade the black-clad pursuers. But number 28 actually dared to snatch the shoulder insignia from the black-clad figure? This is just too outrageous. And with such practiced ease, this definitely wasn't his first time. I know why number 28 waited until now to make his move. Someone in the crowd leaped up in excitement and exclaimed. He did it on purpose. He deliberately waited until the black-clad man seized 07's shoulder insignia before acting. Hearing this, for a split second, you could hear a pin drop on the field. So that's it. In that case, number 28 didn't break the rules. Which means number 28's acquisition of the shoulder patch was legitimate. The crowd finally snapped out of it, each person perking up like a cat caught with its tail caught in a trap, feeling like they were about to go mad. So the rankings were correct after all. Fong Ning truly held the top spot. And he'd already opened up a one-vote lead over first place. No, it's no longer just one vote. At that moment, the leaderboard on the large screen refreshed once more. First place, number 28 Fong Ning, 28 shoulder patches. This. Zhang Guoqian's eyes bulged wide. His mouth twitched like he was constipated. His current state of mind felt like plunging off a cliff. Only one feeling remained. Fall. He never imagined. The tanking player at the start of the match had now staged an incredible comeback to take the lead. Forget TV dramas, they wouldn't dare portray this. Even proper novels wouldn't dare write this. Snatching the shoulder insignia from the man in black. That kind of courage isn't something just anyone possesses. Even if you had the guts, it wouldn't work without the strength. He knew full well. Those men in black are all SWAT officers. And not just any SWAT officers. They were the elite of the elite. This time, they only volunteered because of Old Man Yuan's reputation. Each of them could easily take on 10 ordinary people. Taking on 5 opponents was no challenge at all. Yet these 3 elite SWAT officers couldn't last a single minute against number 28. This wasn't something sheer boldness could accomplish. Shocked to the core, he couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Guoqian. Their eyes met, and both saw deep bitterness in each other's gaze. We lost everything. Unlike Zhang Guoqian. Alongside the bitterness, Zhang Guoqian felt a surge of shock. It suddenly dawned on him. Was 28's plan conceived from the very beginning, or did it come to him on the fly during the second phase? If it was improvised during the second phase, then number 28 was a true warrior. But if it was conceived during the first phase, then he couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Guoqian's eyes burned as he fixed them on Li Zhong. Old Li. You've been hiding it so well, did you see this coming from the very beginning? Li Zhong's grin stretched almost to his ears. His mind was already scheming about what to do next to claim the chess piece and bracelet that were already his. He froze at Sha Jiangwo's words. What did you say? Oomph. Zhang Guoqian's eyes flashed with resentment. You must have seen through number 28's plan from the start, then deliberately lured us into this bet. Old Li, how did you figure it out? Hearing old Sha speak up, Zhang Guoqian also caught on. Both men fixed their piercing stares on Li Zhong. The lights in our venue seem a bit dim. Whoa, no way, this sound system is way too loud. I can't hear a thing. Let's talk after the match. With that, Li Zhong decided to play dumb. Joking aside, he hadn't figured it out at first either. What was there to explain? The entire venue was left thunderstruck by number 28's mind-blowing move. Only old Yuan in the corner remained unruffled, though the curve of his lips grew even more pronounced. Watching the figure of number 28 on the screen, he murmured with a smile, not bad. His voice was so soft that no one nearby heard it. But if Li Zhong had heard it, he'd likely have been so shocked his jaw would have dropped to the floor. For everyone knew Old Man Yuan's temperament was notoriously peculiar. His standards for judging people were exceptionally strict. Even police officers decorated with first-class merit would only receive a nod from him. Yet here he was, using the word not bad for a rookie participating in the grand competition for the very first time. If other bigwigs in Yun province got wind of this, they'd likely fight over Fong Ning. Because of Fong Ning's meddling at booth 28, the crowd's enthusiasm seemed utterly drained. The latter half of the competition left the crowd utterly disengaged. Some even began to doze off. Unlike the spectators in the stands, the atmosphere inside the competition venue felt distinctly off. The competing teams gradually began to notice. Why were some of the black-clad figures chasing them limping? Some even had distinct dark circles under their eyes. It looked like they'd been beaten up. As time passed, more and more black-clad figures showed similar signs. Though the contestants didn't know what was happening, they felt a surge of excitement. The injured black-clad figures drastically reduced their chances of capturing anyone. After one contestant was captured by the black-clad figures, The other contestants received a piece of news. A formidable contestant had appeared on the field. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, sporting a prison-style buzz cut, he specialized in taking down the black-clad figures. In the final half hour, as the black-clad figure with 2 dark circles under his eyes appeared, the black-clad figures went berserk. No one was chasing anyone anymore, they were all vowing to find this guy. In an instant, the entire competition venue turned sour. Good grief, word spread like wildfire among the contestants. 1 told 2, 2 told 3, and soon everyone knew about this guy. They stopped hiding altogether and came out to watch the spectacle. A group of players watched with keen interest as a swarm of black-clad figures dashed about in all directions. Some even shouted repeatedly, "You little brat! That's not fair! You ambushed me twice! In a hidden spot in the small town! Phew! Thanks for drawing their attention. I don't know who you are, but I owe you one." Xiao Bing stood panting heavily in place. After the second stage began, he kept running to evade the men in black. At first it was easy, but then more and more people appeared. He was barely hanging on, gritting his teeth. But when he finally couldn't go on and was about to give up, suddenly, the black-clad figures fell into chaos and all retreated. Upon inquiry, he learned they had all been lured away by the man with the crew cut. Seeing all 24 of his shoulder insignia still intact, Xiao Bing's face broke into a huge grin. First place? It was like taking candy from a baby. Meanwhile, Fong Ning was sprinting frantically through the town, nearly spent. There was no choice, the black-clad figures were relentlessly pursuing him like madmen. He couldn't possibly get any new shoulder insignia. Sigh, looks like these are all I can grab. Hopefully I can make it into the top 10. Gazing at the dense cluster of over 30 shoulder insignia on his shoulders, Fong Ning sighed heavily. Just then, a familiar electronic tone sounded. The first stage, Extreme Physical Challenge, has concluded. Chapter 179, Ranking Announcement. The entire arena erupted in uproar. As the electronic announcement echoed, the first stage of the Extreme Physical Fitness Challenge was officially declared over. All the black-clad figures in the competition town froze in shock. They reluctantly ceased their actions. Right up until the very last second of the time limit. They still hadn't managed to apprehend the man with the buzz cut. In the final half hour of the contest, they had mobilized nearly their entire force. They had hoped to avenge their past humiliation and wipe away their shame. But the more they chased, the more alarmed they became. The man with the crew cut was stocky, yet incredibly fast. His speed alone would have been manageable. But he also knew the town like the back of his hand. After chasing him for a full half hour, I didn't even catch his ID number. Withdraw first. Go find the squad leader. Then guard the entrance. They'll definitely regroup there. The leader of the black-clad men gritted his teeth in frustration. The black-clad men immediately scattered like birds and beasts. At that very moment, upon hearing the first stage of the assessment conclude, all contestants breathed a collective sigh of relief. 6 consecutive hours. Double torment for both body and mind. Every participant felt utterly exhausted to the core. They longed to collapse into sleep immediately. After a brief respite, everyone instinctively glanced at the shoulder insignia on their uniforms. Everything came to a head at this very moment. Upon seeing their shoulder insignia, some cheered while others sighed in disappointment. But more than anything, there was worry. After all, no one knew how many insignia the other contestants possessed. The conclusion of the first stage marked the beginning of the elimination announcements. This meant the bottom 10 would be leaving the competition grounds for good. Every single person present was among the finest officers in their respective cities. Getting eliminated in the first round would be a blow to anyone's pride. 33. 34. 35. Fong Ning carefully removed each shoulder insignia from his uniform and counted them one by one. 35 in total. Gazing at the full set of 35 shoulder insignia, Fong Ning wore a worried frown. He felt he still didn't have nearly enough. He was still fuming over the slip-up in his operation. In his haste, he had defeated a squad of black-clad men twice in person. This had thoroughly angered the black-clad men, leaving him empty-handed for the final half hour. Sigh. Even if he couldn't crack the top 10, advancing should be no problem. With a light sigh, Fong Ning tucked his shoulder insignia back into his pocket and began walking toward the town exit. The staff had already notified him earlier. The second round would be held at a different venue. Shuttle buses would be waiting at the town entrance. Additionally, the elimination list would be announced on the spot. Those eliminated would be taken directly to the high-speed rail station. A round trip could easily be completed in a single day. Fong Ning. Just then, a voice full of surprise rang out from behind him. Seconds later, Yang Wei rushed over from nearby. Fong Ning, his face lighting up, hurriedly greeted him, "Brother Yang Wei." Then, noticing the peculiar look on Yang Wei's face, he quickly amended, "Brother Wei." Yang Wei's expression darkened, and his cheerful stride instantly grew heavier. The smile on his face grew stiff. His face twitched slightly as he replied with a hint of resignation, "Just call me Old Yang." "Sure thing, Brother Wei." Fong Ning blurted out. "Yang Wei." Taking a few deep breaths, Yang Wei finally remembered the serious matter at hand. "Brother Fong, you look so down. Your grades must not be great." He spotted Fong Ning's deeply troubled expression from afar and guessed his grades must be poor. Sigh, still not quite what I expected. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Fong Ning instantly recalled the scene of being chased by the black-clad figure biting his butt. A look of frustration spread across his face. "First time taking it, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Patting Fong Ning on the shoulder, Yang Wei couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. Ahem, looks like defending Chuanqing's glory this year will fall on my shoulders. Fong Ning shot him a curious glance, clicked his tongue, and couldn't help but ask. Well then, that's great. How many epaulets do you have, Brother Wei? Yang Wei's entire body stiffened at the question. His posture instantly straightened. Like an immovable green pine. His expression turned solemn as he murmured, 10. Fong Ning. Yang Wei. You two are here. Wait for me. Just then, Sun Jian's delighted voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Yang Wei swallowed the words on his lips. His butt twitched and he suddenly felt a wave of constipation. So, how did you two do? In the blink of an eye, Sun Jian charged over, his dark face glistening with sweat. Fong Ning shook his head. Yang Wei smiled without comment. Looks like we're counting on you this year, Yang Wei. My luck's been pretty bad. I was hiding perfectly well, but who knew? At this point, Sun Jian looked utterly helpless. What happened? Yang Wei asked curiously. Sigh. Sun Jian sighed softly. Have you ever heard of the buzzcut guy? The guy with the crew cut? Fong Ning looked puzzled. Swallowing hard, Sun Jian whispered. They say this guy is incredibly treacherous, specializing in ambushing the black-clad men. Many of them have fallen victim to his treachery. Later, the black-clad men went berserk looking for him. His voice trailed off at this point, his expression turning peculiar. To my shame, I happened to be hiding along the bald man's escape route. The black-clad men, furious at failing to catch him, spotted me and took their anger out on me. Sun Jian finished, then pounded his chest in frustration, his face twisted with anger. Hearing this, Fong Ning halted in his tracks, his expression suddenly becoming utterly captivating. The buzz-cut guy. He ambushed the black-clad man? This sounds exactly like me. No way. Fong Ning, why did you stop? We're almost there. Yang Wei asked, turning back. Oh, it's fine. You guys go ahead. Fong Ning's mouth twitched, his body stiff as iron, his expression unnatural. He finally understood. The man with the crew cut was himself. The men in black must have all withdrawn by now. After a quick mental prayer, Fong Ning hurried to catch up. The three soon reached the town's exit. Only upon arrival did they notice a crowd had already gathered at the gate. To be precise, the 30 contestants from various cities. Only now were they formally meeting each other. The sight of Fong Ning and his companions instantly drew everyone's attention. Most gave them a glance before moving on. Number 28. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward them simultaneously. The first came from the top seed, Xiao Bing. After a single glance, Xiao Bing turned away with a look of contempt. In his eyes, Fong Ning was nothing but a loser, not even on the same level as him. The second gaze came from the second seed, Wang Mian. Wang Mian's mouth twitched the moment he saw Fong Ning. His muscles trembled reflexively throughout his entire body. After just a few seconds, he snorted coldly and turned his head away. He figured Fong Ning wasn't quite right in the head, better to keep his distance. The third challenge came from the third seed, Hu Li. The instant he recognized Fong Ning's number, Hu Li's pupils rapidly contracted, narrowing into slits. His eyes locked onto Fong Ning. He recognized him instantly, the man with the buzz cut. The very man who dared to strike at the men in black. Hu Li's gaze instantly blazed with intensity. He stared straight at Fong Ning. What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn so cold? Fong Ning shuddered. He slowly retreated behind Yang Wei and Sun Jian, shielding them with his body. The trio's arrival didn't cause much of a stir. Most people were still gathered around Chao's soldiers. Brother Chao, congratulations. Judging by those shoulder insignia, first place in this stage is undoubtedly yours. Indeed. Judging by the number of shoulder insignia Brother Chao has, he must have avoided being captured by the black-clad men in the second stage. The crowd gazed at Xiao Bing with envy, their praise pouring forth. Not at all. It's all luck, pure luck. Xiao Bing humbly deflected the praise, though his smile stretched almost to the back of his head. Not that he popped champagne at halftime. He'd counted every shoulder patch on everyone present. Except for the slacker wearing number 28, who had none. Everyone else had fewer shoulder patches than him. Squeal. Just then, a jeep slammed to a halt in front of the crowd. Li Zhong stepped out of the vehicle, his face plastered with a broad smile. His gaze swept the crowd, and when it landed on Fong Ning, his smile broadened. Ahem, I'm Li Zhong, the head organizer of this competition. I'll now announce the results for the first round. At his words, the crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to Li Zhong. Ahem. Clearing his throat twice, Li Zhong announced in a solemn voice. First place in the first round goes to number 28, Fong Ning, with 35 shoulder insignia. Chapter 180, Doubt. Xiao Bing refuses to accept. First place in the first round goes to contestant 28, Fong Ning, with 35 shoulder insignia. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire venue fell into dead silence. The air seemed to freeze. The scene froze in time. Even the wind seemed to cease its flow. Only the contestants' increasingly heavy breathing remained. Who knows how long it lasted? The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. Did I hear that right? First place went to number 28. I must be dreaming, must be hallucinating. Damn it. Why are you pinching me in your dream? This news was like dropping a massive bomb into a calm lake. It left everyone stunned and speechless. Eyes rolling everywhere. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring at each other in disbelief. Deep confusion was written in each other's eyes. How could it be number 28? No one could possibly be number 28. Wasn't number 28 the one who always tanked? He doesn't even have a single shoulder patch. How could he be first place? Is this a mistake? Shouldn't the top spot go to Xiao Bing, the number 1 seed with the most shoulder insignia here? At this thought, everyone stiffened their necks and turned to stare at Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing's eyes were vacant, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Number 28. Fong Ning. 35 shoulder insignia. The words exploded like thunder in his ears. How could this be? How could this be? How could it be number 28? Xiao Bing's eyes seemed to lose their focus. In an instant, his face drained of color, turning as pale as paper. The next second, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I never stopped for even a moment. I wasn't caught by the black-clad men in the second phase either. How could the 28th have obtained 35 medals? Impossible. Tears streamed down Xiao Bing's face as he felt Fong Ning grinding his cheek against the ground. All the while, he slapped him across the face, sneering. You little punk? You said first place was a piece of cake? Here, take it. Take it. If it had been anyone else in first place, Xiao Bing might not have lost his composure like this. But no. The one trampling him underfoot was Fong Ning. Fong Ning, whom he despised most. Fong Ning, whom he had always looked down upon. In an instant, he felt as if the sky had collapsed, his body going limp as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, those around him reacted swiftly, managing to catch Xiao Bing just in time. The irony was, Fong Ning, the first place winner of the initial competition, was now standing frozen in place, eyes wide, utterly stunned. Me? 35 medals? First place? After standing there for a long while to compose himself, Fong Ning finally snapped out of it. Not only had he made it into the top 10, but he'd also claimed first place in spectacular fashion. Fong Ning, how did you do it? Xiao Bing and Sun Jian's pupils contracted. They blinked rapidly, feeling like they were about to lose their minds. Especially Yang Wei. He had assumed Fong Ning would give up out of fear during his first major competition. But now he realized this wasn't giving up at all. It was a stunning debut. Only now did it dawn on him. Fong Ning had once declared he would take first place. At the time, he'd thought Fong Ning was joking. But now it seemed clear Fong Ning had planned this all along. Ha. Fong Ning scratched his head, looking at the two of them with a touch of embarrassment. I'll explain the details later, it's a long story. Both of them immediately nodded in unison, nodding like crazy. Li Zhong watched the whole scene with a constant smile, growing increasingly satisfied with Fong Ning. After this test, his admiration for Fong Ning had risen another notch. A contestant who could pique old Yuan's interest couldn't possibly be mediocre. Moreover, Fong Ning was no mediocrity, he was a true prodigy. Ahem. Second place, contestant 02, Xiao Bing, 24 shoulder insignia. Clearing his throat, Li Zhong continued his announcement. Yet the venue remained utterly silent. Though 24 shoulder insignia was already a substantial amount. Most people couldn't even dream of achieving that. Yet not a single look of surprise or shock crossed their faces. For Fong Ning's achievements had already left them utterly stunned. In their eyes, 24 shoulder insignia now seemed insignificant. The moment he heard 24 shoulder patches, Xiao Bing's deathly pale face flushed crimson. He was so ashamed and furious he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Third place, number 02 Wang Mian, 10 shoulder insignia. Fourth place, number 03 Hu Li, 9 shoulder insignia. As the top 20 were announced, Li Zhong abruptly stopped speaking. His gaze swept across the crowd, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Those whose names were not called stepped forward. A rustling of movement filled the air. 10 contestants stood in a row, heads bowed. Regrettably, you have not passed the first stage of this competition. You may leave. Without a word of consolation, Li Zhong waved his hand. The pre-arranged bus slowly pulled away. The 10 boarded one by one, and the vehicle pulled away. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Watching the 10 contestants eliminated in an instant. The remaining contestants swallowed hard, their expressions turning grim. Though they knew the bottom 10 would be eliminated. Witnessing familiar faces or teammates being sent away before their eyes. The tension that had eased earlier surged back through their veins. After announcing everything, Li Zhong was about to reveal the next stage's competition format. At that very moment, Xiao Bing, who had been staring blankly the entire time, suddenly found strength from somewhere. He charged toward the crowd. Pointing at Fong Ning, he declared, I suspect contestant 28 of cheating. There's no way he could have earned 35 shoulder insignia. He didn't earn a single shoulder patch in the first stage. Everyone here can vouch for that. Xiao Bing spoke with unwavering conviction, his voice ringing with certainty. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly regained his composure. This was all too suspicious. Fong Ning hadn't earned a single shoulder patch in the first phase. How could he suddenly earn 35 in the second phase? There must be some trickery involved. At this realization, Xiao Bing could no longer contain himself and directly accused Fong Ning of being a werewolf. Fong Ning cheated. Hearing Xiao Bing's analysis, everyone froze in shock, their minds reeling as if they'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. What the hell? How did cheating come into this? But upon closer thought, their expressions grew even more peculiar. Right. In the first stage, number 28 clearly didn't have a single shoulder insignia. Suddenly having so many, wasn't that cheating? Yes. It must be cheating. The numb crowd finally snapped out of it, their doubts growing louder. Are you questioning the fairness of the competition? Li Zhong's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. his gaze toward Xiao Bing tinged with impatience. He had assumed the top seed would at least be someone who could accept defeat gracefully. But instead, he was making such a fuss, openly questioning the fairness of the competition. Sir, we must see the insignia on his shoulder. Xiao Bing refused to back down. Fine. Li Zhong's eyes seemed to shoot fire as he whipped his head toward Fong Ning. Fong Ning, produce the shoulder insignia. Fong Ning froze for a moment before nodding. Will Fong Ning be okay? Sun Jian's dark face wore a look of deep concern. Yang Wei also looked over with concern. It's fine. Fong Ning grinned. His method was entirely by the book. He had nothing to fear from anyone's scrutiny. The next second, under everyone's gaze, Fong Ning slowly pulled a shoulder insignia from his pocket, sticking them one by one onto his shoulders. Chapter 181, Xiao Bing faints in shame. The SWAT team invitation. Fong Ning clutched the epaulets in one hand, while affixing them to his shoulders with the other, whispering softly to himself. 1, 2, 3. Fong Ning's voice wasn't loud, but each word exploded in everyone's ears like crackling thunder, like a series of dull blows striking everyone's hearts. Thump! Thump! Everyone felt their hearts pounding wildly. In an instant, blood surged upward and a tingling sensation spread throughout their bodies. Xiao's soldiers fixed their eyes on Fong Ning's shoulders, their bloodshot eyes unblinking. Ignoring the others, Fong Ning continued. 20, 21, 22, 23. At this point, Fong Ning paused. Everyone swallowed hard, the field now utterly silent. Fong Ning had finished attaching all the shoulder insignia. A flicker of joy crossed Xiao Bing's eyes. But soon, the smile on his face froze, inch by inch. Fong Ning pulled another set of shoulder insignia from his pocket. A cold curve formed at the corners of his mouth. Then he pressed it firmly onto the other shoulder. 24, 25, 26. After sticking 3 in one breath, Fong Ning looked up at the crowd. At that moment, Fong Ning's eyes shone like stars. His entire being radiated like the sun. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Xiao Bing's heart trembled violently, yet he forced himself to meet the gaze. Fong Ning's lips curved slightly as his eyes narrowed. His hand movements gradually quickened. 27, 28, 29. Each word felt like a stinging slap, slamming hard against Xiao's face. For a moment, Xiao's soldiers felt as though 1,000 pounds weighed upon them. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. 30, 31, 35. As the final shoulder insignia was slowly affixed, Xiao's soldiers seemed to have all their strength drained away in an instant. Their bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Their entire being seemed to lose its soul in that instant. Gasp! Witnessing a full 35 shoulder insignia, the crowd felt as if they'd taken 10,000 points of damage, gasping for breath. 35 shoulder insignia. Finally, there was no room left on his shoulders. They even covered the entire arms. The sun was setting in the west. Reflecting the sunlight, Fong Ning's arms emitted a faint glow. In that instant, hearts trembled violently within the crowd, and a phrase involuntarily surfaced in their minds. The old emperor has passed, and the new king ascends the throne. Ahem. Li Zhong cleared his throat twice before regaining his composure. He had actually been stunned by Fong Ning's imposing presence. Taking several deep breaths, Li Zhong was about to reintroduce the rules for the second stage. A hoarse voice cut in once more. Shoulder insignia prove nothing. I demand an explanation. The voice belonged to Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing's face was twisted, pale as a sheet. He was desperate. He simply couldn't bear being trampled under Fong Ning's feet. If word of this reached Yuqing, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. Xiao Bing, what are you doing? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Li Zhong's face darkened so much it could have dripped water. He glared at Xiao Bing and bellowed. Though Xiao Bing was the top seed in this tournament, but repeatedly questioning the fairness of the competition, he wouldn't tolerate it time and again. Just as he was about to explode in anger, a sudden cry rang out from nearby. Captain! Found him! Found the guy with the buzz cut! Accompanied by the cry, a swarm of figures burst out from all around. They were the men in black. No, now they were all clad in SWAT uniforms. It's the elite SWAT team. Captain Mo, what's going on? Li Zhong stared wide-eyed at the leader, Mo Tianming. Mo Tianming was the star captain of the provincial elite SWAT team. The elite SWAT team was worlds apart from ordinary SWAT units. Though they bear the name Special Police, they handle all the duties of the Flying Tigers. It was like the difference between infantry and special forces soldiers. In terms of rank, Li Zhong was higher. But in terms of actual authority, the two were practically equal. Not only that, Mo Tianming is also old Yuan's half-disciple. If not for old man Yuan's influence, the SWAT team wouldn't have come at all. Mo Tianming wasn't tall, but his physique was remarkably well-proportioned. The irony is, Mo Tianming had an oval face, fair skin, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth. His features were exquisitely carved. He possessed a face more delicate than a woman's. Mo Tianming's expression remained unchanged as he calmly looked at Li Zhong, lips parting slightly. Commissioner Li, I'll take a moment of your time. My brothers were beaten so badly. As their leader, I naturally want to see this person. Li Zhong's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing involuntarily. This is a competition. Any business can wait until we return. He knew this man's temper was notoriously foul, and fiercely protective of his own. Fong Ning had struck the black-clad man, essentially attacking his own men. He feared Mo Tianming wouldn't hold back from striking back at Fong Ning. Who was Mo Tianming? If Fong Ning were injured, how could the competition continue? But Mo Tianming seemed oblivious to Li Zhong's words, his face cold as he strode step by step toward the contestants. Mo Tianming's gaze was piercing, his entire presence radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. The crowd immediately parted to make way. No one dared to block him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Mo Tianming slowly made his way toward Yang Wei. Sun Jian, Fong Ning, why do I feel like he's walking straight toward us? Yang Wei swallowed hard, his lips trembling. It's not just a feeling, he's definitely coming this way. Oh no, oh no. He's coming over. Sun Jian's teeth were chattering. Both men closed their eyes simultaneously. The next second, a crisp, cold voice rang out beside them. Buzz cut, tall guy, you're the one who attacked my men, aren't you? Number 28, Fong Ning. Hearing this, they slowly opened their eyes and stared at Fong Ning in shock. Fong Ning showed no fear, flashing a grin that revealed his signature pearly whites. That's me. Hearing Fong Ning's admission, the air froze once more. Everyone felt as if they were biting their tongues off. They stared blankly at Fong Ning, blinking rapidly, lips twitching uncontrollably. In that instant, it all clicked for everyone. So number 28, Fong Ning, was the man with the crew cut. Which meant Fong Ning's shoulder insignia had all been snatched from the black-clad men. Realizing this, everyone gaped in silence, utterly speechless. Fong Ning was the man with the crew cut. Chao Bing's eyes turned bloodshot, his red pupils instantly shrinking into tiny dots. The reason his 24 shoulder insignia remained so perfectly preserved was entirely due to the man with the crew cut. Without the buzzcut man, his shoulder insignia would likely have been halved in an instant. Though he still came in second, it wouldn't have been nearly as dignified. In other words, the last shred of dignity he had left was granted by the buzzcut man, no, by Fong Ning. At this thought, Chao Bing felt a mouthful of blood churning in his throat, as if it would erupt from his mouth any second. His blood surged violently, racing from the soles of his feet straight to his scalp. The next second, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from sheer humiliation. At the same time, Mo Tianming and Fong Ning locked eyes. Neither blinked an eye. Locked in a standoff, neither yielding an inch. A suffocating tension spread throughout the room. The tension reached its peak. Li Zhong felt his scalp tingle with unease and prepared to step in to break up the confrontation. At that moment, they were less than 20 centimeters apart. At this distance, it was either a kiss or a fight. He had to step in and stop them. But the very next second, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Mo Tianming grinned, extending his right hand toward Fong Ning. Great. My name is Mo Tianming. Want to join our SWAT team? Chapter 182, the champion of the second stage. I've got it in the bag. Great. My name is Mo Tianming. Want to join our SWAT team? Hearing Mo Tianming's words, Li Zhong, who had been about to run over, staggered, nearly falling to the ground. A look of utter bewilderment flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Inviting Fong Ning to join the SWAT team? This reversal came way too fast. A complete 180-degree turn. Ha! Everyone else stared wide-eyed, exchanging bewildered glances, feeling like they were going crazy. These SWAT officers were clearly beaten by Fong Ning, number 28. When the SWAT captain stormed over, anyone would assume he was looking for trouble. But no one could have predicted this. The SWAT captain actually invited me, Fong Ning, to join the SWAT team? What? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Everyone felt their brains freeze up. Not only was the entire crowd dumbfounded, but Fong Ning himself hadn't processed it either. He had already prepared to act. But then he heard what? Join the SWAT team? Noticing Fong Ning's confusion, Mo Tianming chuckled. What? Did you think I'd bully you just because I'm bigger? The way you were just now, you were clearly about to attack me. Fong Ning inwardly scoffed and grinned. No way. How could that be? Oomph. Mo Tianming snorted coldly, turning to the disheveled team members behind him with disappointment. You're all still greenhorns. 3 of you together, and you still got outmaneuvered by a single cop. Once we get back, each and every one of you will undergo double the training. The SWAT team members behind him heard this and their faces twisted into sour expressions. They all turned to stare at Fong Ning, their eyes filled with resentment. Though their gazes were filled with resentment, not a single one voiced discontent over the leader inviting Fong Ning. In their elite SWAT unit, strength was everything. Fists were the ultimate truth. Fong Ning's actions had long proven his capabilities. No one harbored even a shred of doubt. As for confronting Fong Ning, it was purely out of sheer frustration. Mo Tianming's eyes flickered before he turned to face Fong Ning. Fong Ning, right? How's your decision coming along? Want to join us? Thanks, but I'm not considering it for now. Fong Ning showed no hesitation. Are you sure? Do you even know what our SWAT team is capable of? A rare flicker of surprise crossed Mo Tianming's eyes. After all, not just anyone could join their SWAT team. You could say that. Setting aside the unique circumstances of this year's police skills competition, even the top 3 finishers from previous competitions only possess the qualifications to be assessed for their SWAT team. In Yun Province, they are arguably the most elite SWAT squad. Municipalities across the province have been scrambling for the annual recruitment spots. Who would have thought that now, with an invitation extended, someone would actually refuse? Thank you for your consideration, Captain Mo, but I'm not considering it at this time. Fong Ning still shook his head in refusal. Are you kidding? Being a cop is so much more comfortable. Not only is it free, but you can catch criminals anytime, anywhere. More importantly, you can earn points to draw God-tier buffs. If I join the SWAT team, how many days will it take before I get assigned to a mission? All that training every day? Not a bit of fun. Upon hearing Fong Ning's refusal once more, for a moment, Mo Tianming studied Fong Ning once more, his voice calm as he remarked. I'll remember you. You're the first to turn me down. Good. Without further hesitation, he turned and walked away. Passing by Li Zhong, he gave a slight nod before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. After Mo Tianming departed, the SWAT team members scattered in a flurry. For a moment, only the contestants and Li Zhong were left staring at each other. After waiting a few minutes, Li Zhong took a deep breath and began announcing the rules for the second stage for the third time. The second stage is the extreme shooting wheel race. Hearing this, the spectators instantly snapped back to attention, leaning forward slightly, fearing they might miss any crucial information. This competition will be conducted in teams of 2. Each team member will compete in pistol, rifle, and sniper rifle shooting. The scores of both teammates will be combined. The bottom 5 teams will be eliminated. Li Zhong delivered the announcement in one breath, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below the stage. He had been surprised by this rule himself. He never imagined this competition would test so many firearms. This isn't a police skills competition, it's a SWAT assessment. Sure enough, the reactions of the crowd grew more exaggerated by the second. What? A sniper rifle? Did I hear that right? Pistols and rifles are one thing, but snipers too? That's insane. This is ridiculous. Why are all the events in this competition so difficult? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Though they were all elite competitors from various cities, most had formal training. Whether in police academies or on the job, they'd had plenty of exposure to firearms. But the most commonly used was still the handgun. Rifles were rarely used, except by SWAT teams. As for sniper rifles, most had barely even touched one a few times. Oh no, oh no. At that moment, Yang Wei's face turned ashen, his expression instantly contorting. He paced frantically in circles, like an ant on a hot pan. What's wrong? Fong Ning and Sun Jian both looked over. Yang Wei's face was deathly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I was never good at shooting back in the police academy. I thought we'd just be using pistols this year. I never expected there'd be rifles and sniper rifles too. By this point, Yang Wei was nearly in tears. It's fine if I get eliminated alone, but now we have to form teams. Everyone knows about me, no one wants to team up with me. Which means I might only be able to team up with one of you two. Fong Ning listened calmly, a flicker of confusion crossing her wide eyes, and then? Meaning whoever teams up with him will likely get eliminated. This time, it was Sun Jian who spoke. Beads of sweat now dotted Sun Jian's forehead, his expression visibly anxious. He couldn't help but feel anxious. The current situation meant they would have to sacrifice someone. No, two. Since no one was willing to team up with Yang Wei, it had to be one of the two of them. Which meant only one of the 3 could advance. The competition hadn't even started, yet they faced a brutal choice. Put. Fong Ning couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing the two of them look at him in surprise, Fong Ning grinned, revealing his signature pearly whites. No worries, I'll team up with Brother Wei. Fong Ning, with your outstanding results, shouldn't I? Sun Jian grew impatient and was about to speak up, but Fong Ning cut him off. You're better at shooting. I believe you can advance with anyone. But only I can get Brother Wei through. Trust me, it'll be fine. Fong Ning's voice was firm, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Both men looked at Fong Ning without speaking, their eyes brimming with emotion. After a few seconds, they nodded in unison, all right. At that moment, no one noticed the smile on Fong Ning's face, so wide he could barely contain it. A gunfight? This was practically walking into his arms. The gun master buff he'd just acquired was itching for a chance to shine. Never thought it would come in handy so soon. It was like manna from heaven. At that thought, Fong Ning instantly broke into a wide grin, revealing his signature pearly whites. Second stage champion. I've got it in the bag. Chapter 183, Double the Difficulty. Nighttime extreme shooting. The competition stretched from high noon until the sun dipped below the horizon. By the time they boarded the bus, dusk had already fallen. Everyone assumed today's competition was over. The organizers would surely arrange lodging for them to rest. Some had even begun to close their eyes and rest. The carriage was filled with laughter and cheer. However, no one noticed. Li Zhong, seated at the very front, glanced into the rearview mirror. A sinister smile curled his lips. Little brats, don't get too excited just yet. Passing the first stage, I wonder if it's your luck or your misfortune. He cast a lingering glance at the contestants behind him before slowly closing his eyes. 1 hour later, the vehicle's speed suddenly slowed. Then it began weaving wildly through twists and turns. Finally, with a screech, it came to a halt. We're here. Get out. Li Zhong glanced at everyone with a smile playing on his lips. Great. After a long day, we can finally rest. Yeah. We didn't eat lunch and are starving. I heard last year's event had amazing food, endless chicken drumsticks and pork knuckles. The contestants' eyes widened. They leaped off the bus like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. Soon, the contestants realized the venue was pitch black. Not a single glimmer of light. Huh? Where is this? Why isn't there any light? This doesn't look like a hotel either. Why do I smell gunpowder? The smiles on the contestants' faces faded one by one as they all turned to look at Li Zhong. Li Zhong smiled silently, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The next second. Over a dozen spotlights above the contestants' heads flashed on simultaneously. The venue instantly became as bright as day. Only then did the competitors realize in astonishment. They were actually in a shooting range. No, this could no longer be called a shooting range. It was now a shooting training base. For the range was enormous. Under the floodlights, its edges were nowhere in sight. Only faintly visible were the circular targets illuminated by the lights. What the hell? Why did they drag us out here? The contestants' eyes instantly widened like copper bells. At this point, shouldn't we be at the hotel recharging our batteries? Then completely relax and get a good night's sleep. Start the second round after breakfast tomorrow morning? What the hell is going on? Why are we here? Could it be? A single thought struck all the contestants simultaneously, sending a chill through their bodies. Could it be, the second round isn't tomorrow, it's right now? Gulp. He swallowed hard. Yang Wei's face twisted into a bitter grimace as he pitifully protested. No way, it's nighttime. Are we really supposed to do the shooting relay race right now? This is just adding insult to injury. Sun Jian's expression also darkened slightly as he said gravely. Nighttime accuracy will drop significantly. Plus, we just finished the first stage, our muscles are completely relaxed. Under these circumstances, I can only perform at about 80% of my usual level. As for you, Yang Wei. Sun Jian finished, glancing at Yang Wei then at Fang Ning, his words trailing off as if he had more to say. Interesting. Fang Ning seemed oblivious to their exchange, lightly licking his lips with a look of excitement. I'm becoming more and more interested in the designer of this competition. What did you say? Yang Wei's sour expression now bore a look of utter bewilderment. Nothing to worry about. Wei and I are on the same team, trust me. Fang Ning looked at them with unwavering determination. But Sun Jian was about to say something else. Just then, a familiar electronic voice suddenly echoed from above the arena. Congratulations on advancing to the second stage, Extreme Shooting Relay Race. The competition will commence in 3 minutes. The moment the announcement ended, despair washed over the crowd. Oh no! We really have to compete now. The contestants' lips twitched, their eyes glazed over. The second stage truly left them no time to catch their breath. It was to be held in the dead of night. The difficulty was more than doubled. After all, these contestants were elite representatives from various cities. Once they realized the decision was final and unchangeable, they quickly settled down. They began discussing the order of their team's participation with their partners. In stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere on the competition field, the multi-purpose conference room was buzzing with excitement. Not only did none of the spectators leave, but the crowd actually swelled with newcomers drawn by word of mouth. The thrilling afternoon matches had already left everyone thoroughly entertained. Now, hearing about the thrilling rules for the second round, their enthusiasm ignited instantly. Good heavens! Who on earth came up with this year's rules? They're absolutely insane. I love it. Exactly. Nighttime will shooting competition, just the name sounds thrilling. Today was totally worth it. Hey, what do you think, which teams got the edge in the second round? Seeing that the competition wouldn't start for another 3 minutes, the crowd below the stage started chatting idly. That's hard to say. Based on past results, the team of number 01 Xiao Bing and number 02 Wang Mian is definitely stronger. Not necessarily. Did you see number 03 Hu Li and number 10 Sun Jian? I remember both of them ranked high in last year's shooting results. I think Team 28 might pull it off. Their performance in the first round was absolutely explosive. Opinions varied wildly, with everyone voicing their own views, none able to sway the others. Just then, a confident voice cut through the crowd. Folks, I can't say which team is strongest, but I'm absolutely certain which one is the most dangerous. All eyes instantly turned toward the speaker. The speaker was a middle-aged man. Seeing everyone staring at him, he grinned. Did you notice that Team 28's partner is Team 06? The crowd nodded. The middle-aged man continued. You might not know this, but number 06 ranked dead last in shooting last season. If it weren't for their strength in other events, they'd have been eliminated long ago. No matter how capable number 28 is, with number 06 on their team, what do you think the outcome will be? Hearing this, the group suddenly understood. Many even looked at number 28 with expressions of regret. Ah, what a shame. This is a team event, the scores of both teammates are combined. No matter how strong one person is, it's useless. While the crowd below the stage lamented for number 28, Fang Ning, no one noticed. In the farthest corner of the crowd, shrouded in shadow, old Yuan stared intently at the big screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was fixed squarely on number 28, Fang Ning. Staring at Fang Ning's figure on the screen, old Master Yuan murmured with a smile. An interesting little fellow. I look forward to your performance. Meanwhile, inside the shooting range, an electronic voice sounded punctually. Countdown to round 2, Extreme Rapid Fire Challenge begins. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. First round, 50-meter pistol shooting competition. 5 shots per person, maximum score 50 rings. The competition officially begins. Good luck to all. Chapter 184, Off-Form Performance. Is Team Fang Ning in trouble? As the electronic tone faded, the second stage of the grand competition officially commenced. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, the lights across the entire arena began to extinguish one by one. Soon, only the spotlights above the pistol shooting range remained. The venue was vast, and a single spotlight proved woefully inadequate. The targets were over 50 meters away. For the average person, aiming at the target is quite challenging. And contestants must aim for the bullseye. You can imagine how challenging that is. Go on, don't let it weigh on your mind. Fong Ning looked at Yang Wei, who was hesitating, and offered encouragement. Yang Wei was clearly overly nervous, his forearms trembling slightly. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead without him noticing. He glanced at Fong Ning, then at the competition arena. Yang Wei took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He nodded solemnly. Then he stepped onto the competition area with unwavering resolve. The competition area was divided into 10 stations by partitions. A table stood before each station. On the table lay a Type 92 modified police pistol and 5 rounds of ammunition. 10 participants proceeded to their designated positions one by one. On your marks, get set. At the command, all 10 instantly raised their pistols and aimed at the target. Every face was utterly serious. Begin. The staff member's voice had barely faded. Bang! 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 The deafening sound of bullets whizzing through the barrels. Sparkling flames flickered from the muzzles in the darkness. Like iron flowers in the night, a sight to behold. After several shots, the firing gradually slowed. In the light of the flames, everyone's expression was solemn. 50 meters away, compounded by the dim nighttime conditions, the targets were barely discernible. The group could only adjust their positions based on the initial hits of the first few rounds. How could this be? Yang Wei's expression darkened, turning as black as the bottom of a pot. That third bullet just now. He saw it clearly. It had hit the outer ring. It was almost completely off target. In that instant, Yang Wei felt a wave of numbness surge from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. What to do? How could this happen? Panic gripped his heart. The next bullet flew off target without a second thought. In that instant, Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. The hairs on his back stood on end. He had missed the target. He'd missed the target with his most proficient handgun shooting. His entire body shook violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Bang! Bang! The gunfire around him gradually ceased. Yang Wei's gaze went blank. He stiffly turned his head toward Fong Ning, their eyes locking. He saw the look of encouragement on Fong Ning's face. In that instant, Yang Wei snapped back to his senses. I can't give up. I won't drag Fong Ning down. Taking several deep breaths, Yang Wei closed his eyes. Seconds later, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The final bullet whizzed through the air, striking the bullseye dead center. Amidst the billowing smoke, the first pistol duel concluded. There was little time for reaction. The staff quickly announced the scores. Number 02, Wang Nian, 42 rings. Number 10, Sun Jian, 40 points. Number 27, Zhou Bin, 38 points. Number 06, Yang Wei, 30 points. The results were just announced, and the crowd's expressions immediately split into two camps. Brilliant! Number 01, Xiao Bing slapped his thigh and jumped up in excitement. After a brief rest in the vehicle, he had fully recovered. Now, seeing number 02 Wang Mian take first place in the first round of pistol combat, he leapt to his feet in excitement. His gaze drifted toward Fong Ning, a faint sneer forming in his mind. So what if he's physically fit? Your team is dead last now. He had some recollection of Yang Wei, number 06. In the previous competition, his shooting score had been among the lowest. He never imagined Fong Ning would actually agree to team up with him. What a fool. He'll never amount to anything. Clang. Even though Yang Wei had braced himself for the outcome, but taking 3 steps back still sent a sharp pang through his heart. A wave of frustration spread through his heart. You'll be fine. Keep going. Just as he was drowning in self-blame, Fong Ning's voice came from beside him. He turned to see Fong Ning grinning widely at him. Fong Ning. Yang Wei's eyes brimmed with emotion, his gaze igniting with determination. He nodded solemnly. I'll do my best. Inside the multi-purpose conference hall, below the large screen, the scores of the 10 contestants were displayed in real time. Whoa, 42 rings meaning every shot hit at least 8 rings. Impressive. No wonder he's the number 2 seed. Yeah, with the number 1 and number 2 seeds teaming up, this combo is unstoppable. The other groups aren't weak either. Sun Jian from Group 10 also scored 40 rings, which is pretty impressive. The crowd buzzed with discussion over the first round results. When Yang Wei number 06 appeared on the screen, gasps rippled through the crowd. Goodness gracious, it's true, number 06's shooting really is his weak point. Only 30 rings? That's a full 11 rings behind the leader. Whoa, looks like this group is in trouble. Let's see how they perform next. Though they said this aloud, most silently shook their heads. If pistol combat is this difficult, the gap will only widen from here. Inside the shooting range, after a brief rest, the rifle competition commenced immediately. 10 competitors stepped onto the rifle range. The weapon used in this round was the Type 95 rifle. The target was positioned 100 meters away. After the first round of competition, everyone was familiar with the rules. After a quick preparation, the rifle shooting competition officially commenced. Still 5 rounds. Click, click, click. The flames instantly formed a continuous line. The acrid smoke instantly filled the entire field. This time, Yang Wei remained unflappable. His entire body remained utterly still, like an old monk in deep meditation. His mental focus reached its peak. His eyes saw only the target, nothing else. Minutes later, the gunfire gradually ceased. After a brief pause, the staff announced the scores again. Target 02, Wang Mian 42 rings. Target 10, Sun Jian 39 points. Number 27 Zhou Bin 38 points. Target 06, Yang Wei 35 points. The moment he heard the scores, Yang Wei instantly exhaled in relief. His taut nerves eased slightly. Though still dead last, the gap between him and the others wasn't too wide. Nice shot! Xiao Bing's eyes gradually lit up. Like a beacon in the night. First place in 2 rounds as long as nothing major went wrong in the 3rd round. Then his group would undoubtedly claim first place in the 2nd stage. With the first 2 rounds concluded, the main event of the competition finally arrived. Sniper battle. The sniper rifle range was the largest on the field. The firing distance stretched to a full 300 meters. Though 300 meters doesn't seem that far. But it's nighttime now. The difficulty is incomparable. Finally, the moment they entered the 3rd round's arena, everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Facing the massive, 2-meter-long object on the table, not a single contestant felt confident they could hit the target. But the rules were set, there was no choice but to steel themselves and advance. Boom! 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 The dull booms reverberated across the entire field. It felt like the entire earth was trembling. With every shot fired, a cloud of dust would rise from the ground. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, Yang Wei's expression darkened once more. Both shots missed the target. His heart pounded wildly. He took a deep breath to force down the pounding. Bang! Bang! Both shots struck the edge of the target. Bang! The final shot barely grazed the center. In an instant, Yang Wei's lips turned pale and his teeth clenched. He stood frozen in place as if struck by a heavy blow. His entire body trembled slightly, as if awaiting the arrival of judgment. Soon, the 3rd round of scoring announced. Number 10 Sun Jian, 29 rings. Target 02, Wang Mian, 28 rings. Number 27 Zhou Bin, 27 rings. Number 06 Yang Wei, 15 rings. Chapter 185, Anticipation Mounts. Fong Ning takes the stage. Thud. The moment the score was announced, Yang Wei stumbled and collapsed to the ground. It's over, completely over. 15 rings. His final round score was a measly 15 rings. He had a real psychological block when it came to sniper rifles. He thought he could grit his teeth and push through. But the moment he grabbed the rifle, panic hit him. Sure enough, 1 shot missed the target entirely. 2 shots grazed the edge. 5 shots for a mere 15 points. The hard-won momentum from the first 2 rounds shattered in an instant. Staring blankly at the target, Yang Wei's pupils slowly lost focus. Multifunctional Conference Hall. As the 3rd round of the sniper rifle competition concluded, each competitor's score appeared almost simultaneously before the crowd. The moment the results appeared, the crowd erupted in chaos. Look, number 06 messed up again, only 15 points. It's over. This is completely over. This team is in trouble. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. This score was far too low compared to the other groups. To advance smoothly, it'll take a teammate pulling off a god-tier performance. They'd have to far surpass everyone else's scores. But the odds of that happening were too slim. After 3 rounds of competition, the scores automatically added up. A new ranking appeared before everyone. Number 02 Wang Mian, 112 rings. Number 10 Sun Jian, 108 rings. Number 27 Zhou Bin, 103 points. Number 06 Yang Wei, 80 points. Number 06 Yang Wei ranked dead last. It's over. No hope left. With such a huge gap, even a god couldn't save him. Seeing the overall standings, everyone had already written off Yang Wei's group. Halftime. A brief 10-minute break. Fong Ning, I'm sorry. Yang Wei's eyes were vacant, his expression that of a walking corpse. He looked at Fong Ning and bowed his head in guilt. He saw the final score a full 32 rings behind the leader. And the gap between the top contenders was only a few rings. It was safe to say his hopes of advancing were now completely dashed. Don't worry, Fong Ning reassured him. Miracles do happen. Fong Ning blinked his big eyes rapidly. His face showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Ah, you don't need to console me. This is all my fault. I'll go back and personally apologize to the director. Yang Wei looked despondent, as if he'd aged several years in an instant. Just as Fong Ning was about to offer comfort, a cold, haughty voice suddenly cut through the air from nearby. It seems the competition is only halfway through, yet some are already being eliminated. The voice belonged to Xiao Bing. The moment he saw the results of the first half, Xiao Bing felt as though clouds had parted to reveal the moon. The heavy weight pressing down on his chest seemed to shatter in an instant. The pent-up emotions within him nearly burst forth uncontrollably. Finally unable to contain himself, he approached Fong Ning with a sarcastic tone. You! Yang Wei's expression changed. His face flushed alternately pale and crimson. His lips trembled, and he was momentarily speechless. Xiao Bing's voice dripped with schadenfreude, clearly here to kick him while he was down. Fong Ning frowned slightly, casting a dismissive glance at Xiao Bing without even meeting his gaze. He hadn't intended to stoop to Xiao Bing's level. But since Xiao Bing kept provoking him time and again, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Seeing Fong Ning not even acknowledge him, Xiao Bing's face darkened instantly. Seconds later, he suddenly burst into a loud, forced laugh. Fine, whatever. We're all about to be eliminated anyway. Not worth getting worked up over. With a smug look, he walked away. Midway through his retreat, he abruptly turned back, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Fong Ning. I'm taking first place in this tournament. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. Hope your mouth stays that tough. Watching Chao Bing's retreating figure, a faint, eerie smile curved on Fong Ning's lips. Shooting range observation deck. Oldly, what do you think? Is Team 28, Fong Ning's group, really in trouble? Zhang Guoqiang clicked his tongue, instinctively glancing at Li Zhong. Sha Guoqiang also leaned in, half his head peeking over. As the event's organizers, the two of them had also come to the scene to watch. Hard to say. Let's keep watching. Li Zhong's expression remained impassive. TSK, Oldly, you're too sneaky, you must have spotted something and aren't telling us. Exactly. Does number 28 have some hidden card up his sleeve? Zhang Guoqiang and Sha Jiangwo grumbled discontentedly, one in front and one behind. Although Fong Ning's group currently appeared to be in last place, seemingly in grave danger. But seeing Li Zhong's expression, the two men felt uncertain once more. That's why they asked the question earlier. Hearing Li Zhong's words, they became even more certain. Li Zhong had definitely spotted something. Li Zhong remained as steady as an old dog, showing no emotion. But inside, he was freaking out. Damn it, he never expected Fong Ning's group to perform so poorly in the first round. A full 32 rings behind the leader. Though Fong Ning hadn't even fired yet. But he knew the truth. Fong Ning was a rookie beat cop who'd been on the job less than 2 months. He hadn't even touched a gun since starting his job. Relying solely on that little bit of experience from the police academy. He didn't believe Fong Ning could achieve anything outstanding in marksmanship. And what's more, given their team's current standing, just being decent probably wouldn't cut it for advancement. They'd need to be absolutely outstanding. The kind that leaves everyone else far behind. But that was incredibly difficult. Among the second round contenders, not only is there the top seed, Chao Bing, but also the third seed, Li. Both are seasoned veterans. When it comes to shooting, there's absolutely no issue. Especially Chao Bing. Due to the nature of his work, he possesses extremely rich combat experience. He's a formidable competitor. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Fong Ning. The moment he saw Fong Ning, Li Zhong's expression froze. His eyes slowly filled with disbelief. He saw that Fong Ning's face showed not a trace of nervousness. His gaze was resolute, radiating complete confidence. Swallowing hard, Li Zhong felt his mouth go dry. Could he possibly have another ace up his sleeve? In that instant, Li Zhong's curiosity reached its peak. Second half extreme shooting round begins. Contestants, please take your places. The familiar electronic chime signaled the start of the second half. Fong Ning, go for it. Yang Wei looked at Fong Ning with hopeful eyes. All his hopes now rested on Fong Ning. Don't worry, he might just take first place. Fong Ning flashed a wide grin, revealing his signature pearly whites. With that, he strode straight toward the competition venue. Yang Wei stood frozen in place. It took him a few seconds to snap out of it, shaking his head. Inside, he sighed bitterly. First place? That's too tough unless a miracle happens. Armed with the experience from the first round, the 10 contestants in the second half made no hesitation, proactively taking their positions at the pistol competition site. Whether by coincidence or design, Chao Bing positioned himself right next to Fong Ning. What? Dare to compete? Chao Bing's chin lifted slightly, his face radiating arrogance. He had already made inquiries during the break. Fong Ning had never once handled a gun since starting his job. The moment he heard this, he nearly burst out laughing. Now, with no reservations left, he delivered his taunt point blank. Not interested. Fong Ning didn't even bat an eyelid. You. Chao Bing's face instantly turned as dark as liver. I'll see you. Just as he was about to speak, a staff member's voice rang out. On your marks, get set. Chapter 186, stunning everyone. Bullseye after bullseye. You got lucky. With a cold snort, Chao Bing instantly held his breath and focused his mind. They currently held the top spot. But they couldn't afford to be careless. Second place was only 4 points behind. He must stay fully alert for every single round of the competition. Whoa! That feeling. The moment his hands touched the pistol, countless fragments of information flooded Fong Ning's mind. In an instant, his mind felt elevated. The pistol before him transformed into a three-dimensional model in his mind. Every part of the gun, every inch of detail, became crystal clear to him. As if he had forged it with his own hands. His gaze shifted forward. The target 50 yards away began to slowly enlarge. It became crystal clear, as if it were right before his eyes. This. In that instant, Fong Ning's heart began to pound wildly. The gun master buff was absolutely incredible. At this moment, he was confident he could hit the 50-ring mark. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, yet less than a second had passed. Begin! The staff's voice rang out abruptly. The next second. Bang! Almost the instant the staff member's words faded, while all other competitors remained motionless. Fong Ning fired 5 shots in rapid succession. Almost instantaneous. Not a moment's hesitation, not a single pause. He holstered his weapon the instant the shots were fired. The entire sequence took just 3 seconds. The scene fell instantly silent. The other competitors froze in place for several seconds. Their eyes were filled with huge question marks. The match just started and you're done already? 5 shots in a row? You're not kidding, right? Xiao Bing, standing closest, was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. He saw it clearly. Fong Ning didn't even aim, he just raised the gun and fired 5 rounds in quick succession. He never imagined Fong Ning would be this ruthless. Had he given up? Doubts instantly flooded Xiao Bing's mind. Countdown, 30 seconds. Just then, the staff's emotionless voice rang out. Damn! Time's almost up. The contestants finally snapped to attention, their faces flushing crimson with panic. Xiao Bing's entire body tensed, his face instantly stiffening like he was constipated. Bang! 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 In an instant, the competition area descended into complete chaos. The pistol event's 5-shot round is typically timed at 1 minute. Normally, that time is more than sufficient. But everyone was stunned by Fong Ning's actions. They stood frozen in place for over half a minute. When the half-minute warning sounded, panic set in. The firing rhythm of every competitor was thrown off. One by one, they became flustered and frantic. Finally, just before time ran out, they barely managed to fire 5 shots. After a few seconds of calm, all eyes turned to Fong Ning, their expressions grim. Because of Fong Ning, they hadn't performed anywhere near their true potential. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Fong Ning looked up at the sky, pretending to gaze at the stars, nervously blowing a whistle. He hadn't meant to. The Gunner Master buff had just activated, and his fingers itched to show off a bit. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Fong Ning, I bet you knew you were about to be eliminated and deliberately tried to mess with us. Xiao Bing's eyes flashed as he spoke coldly. Firing 5 shots in quick succession, hitting 30 rings was the absolute best he could hope for. He was convinced Fong Ning had given up and was here just to sabotage them. Number 28, this isn't right. Your team's dead last, but we're not. Why sabotage us? Yeah, this is just too much. Several competitors close to Xiao Bing immediately chimed in. The rest remained silent, but their eyes burned with deep hostility. Fong Ning shot Xiao Bing a cold look, rolled his eyes, and ignored him. He felt Xiao Bing was a bit dim-witted and didn't want to engage with him. Seeing Fong Ning ignore him once more, Xiao Bing instantly lost his temper. He turned directly to the staff and demanded. According to the rules, how should a competitor who intentionally interferes with others be handled? The staff member's brow furrowed into a knot. After a few seconds of hesitation, he replied, according to the regulations, intentionally interfering with another contestant's performance results in disqualification. Good. Xiao Bing's eyes lit up, a flash of excitement darting across his gaze. Then please disqualify number 28. He then turned to Fong Ning, a cold smirk curling his lips. The staff member hesitated, turning to look at Fong Ning as if about to speak. But unexpectedly, Fong Ning suddenly grinned, revealing his pearly white front teeth. Hold on. Let's see the results first. A few minutes later, the staff member's voice rang out. But this time, the voice trembled slightly. Number 28, Fong Ning 50 points. Xiao Bing, number 01, 42 points. Target 03, Huli, 39 points. Number 11 Zhang Chang, 37 rings. The announcement ended, and the entire venue fell into dead silence. The air seemed to freeze, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Seconds later, the venue erupted in chaos. 50 rings. How is that possible? That's impossible. Hitting perfect 10s every single shot under these conditions? What kind of god is this? Not only did every shot hit the bullseye, but it was 5 consecutive shots. Bullseye after bullseye. Not just the competitors, but the spectators were left speechless. Fong Ning's performance was utterly mind-boggling. A single phrase echoed in everyone's minds. Divine miracle. This is impossible. Xiao Bing's smile froze on his face, inch by inch. His expression visibly twisted. His teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. His entire body swayed precariously, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. He had clearly checked Fong Ning's background. The records show Fong Ning was merely a beat cop. No record of ever using a firearm. How could his marksmanship be so good? This doesn't make sense. For a moment, Xiao Bing felt his brain explode with a thunderous crack. His mind went completely blank. Fong Ning. Yang Wei stared wide-eyed at the scene, his hair clutched in clumps, his eyeballs threatening to pop out of their sockets. He had already given up all hope of advancing. The moment he heard the score, he nearly leaped up in sheer excitement. 50 rings. A perfect score of 50 rings. He even led the second-place shooter by 8 points. This meant they had a strong chance of advancing. The immense surprise nearly knocked him off his feet. For a split second, he even wanted to frame Fong Ning and worship him like a god. In other words, as long as we don't slip up from here on out, we're guaranteed to advance. Sun Jian's advancement is also assured. All 3 of us from Spring City will make it to the finals. At this thought, Yang Wei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. On the spectator platform. This is possible. Zhang Guoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind churning with shock. Even though he'd already set his expectations for Fong Ning as high as possible, he still found himself underestimating Fong Ning. 5 shots, 50 points. That score alone could dominate Yun Province. Stunned, he turned to Li Zhong and murmured resentfully. Old Li, you probably knew this all along, didn't you? Sha Jiangwo nodded repeatedly, glancing at Li Zhong with a slight sneer. Li Zhong remained silent, his back turned to them. But if you looked at him from the front, you'd see. Li Zhong's jaw was hanging open so wide it nearly hit the floor. His mouth opened and closed, unable to speak. He was completely stunned by Fong Ning. Chapter 187. Everyone was stunned. Another 50 rings. What? 50 rings? Did I see that right? Seriously? 50 rings in rapid-fire pistol in the dead of night? Good heavens! Could it be an improbable comeback to advance? Inside the multipurpose conference hall, the moment they saw number 28 Fong Ning's score, everyone's eyes widened instantly, staring at each other in disbelief, as if their eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. After the first group's competition concluded, almost everyone believed Fong Ning's group had no chance of advancing. But unexpectedly, number 28 Fong Ning was this formidable. He directly claimed an astonishing 50-ring score. From having no chance of advancing, they suddenly had hope. The middle-aged man who had earlier declared Fong Ning's group the weakest now looked green in the face. He wished he could wring his own neck. Just minutes ago, he had confidently declared Fong Ning's group the weakest. Well, not even a few minutes had passed. Number 28 had just slapped him in the face with their results. Maybe pistol shooting is his specialty. But it's far from over yet. There's still rifle combat and sniper combat coming up. I refuse to believe he's that strong in the other two events too. Seeing people pointing fingers at him, the middle-aged man suddenly grew impatient. He stiffened his neck and spoke defiantly. He wasn't entirely wrong. The crowd nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Look, the second round is starting. Just then, gasps erupted from the crowd. All eyes instantly turned to the commotion. The competitors were given little time to catch their breath. The second round of rifle shooting was about to commence. Yet the atmosphere among the 10 competitors on the field felt strangely tense. All the competitors, whether intentionally or not, glanced toward Fong Ning's position, fearing he might pull another stunt. Especially Chao Bing, who was closest to the ground. He was now filled with regret so deep it felt like his guts were turning green. He regretted it. Regretted why he had to stand so close to Fong Ning just to show off. Of all the men, he suffered the worst consequences. Now he stared at Fong Ning without blinking, terrified that Fong Ning would start firing off shots again the moment the match began. It was a rifle now, so probably not. He swallowed hard, his face shifting between tension and anxiety. On your marks. Get set. The staff's emotionless voice rang out. Thud. All eyes instantly focused on the target, sharp and intense. Yet their peripheral vision still drifted toward Fong Ning. Evidently, they were still haunted by psychological scars. Begin. The staff member barked the command. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full 3 seconds passed, yet not a single shot rang out. All eyes turned sideways toward Fong Ning. For a moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. An invisible wave of awkwardness washed over the entire venue. The contestants stared at each other wide-eyed. Their eyes seemed to say, wait, why isn't anyone shooting? I'm waiting for Fong Ning to shoot first. What about you guys? We're waiting for Fong Ning to shoot first too. The next second. Their faces instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, their skin trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, every last one of you is a genius. You all thought of the same thing. Fong Ning's expression turned peculiar, his mouth twitching twice in quick succession. This time, he perfectly suppressed the urge to fire. He was ready to savor the gun master buff a little longer. He hadn't expected everyone to be waiting for him to fire first. For a moment, Fong Ning's face was filled with an odd expression. Countdown. 30 seconds. The staff's prompting voice sounded precisely on time. The voice, which had been utterly emotionless, now carried a hint of peculiarity. 2 consecutive rounds of countdowns. This group of contestants is truly one of a kind. The moment the countdown began, all the contestants panicked once more. Tap, 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 bang. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted in rapid succession. The sounds were chaotic, clearly throwing off the rhythm again. When the magazines emptied, there were still 10 seconds left, meaning they had fired 5 shots within 20 seconds. Only when the magazines were emptied did they finally react. Their faces instantly darkened like ink. What was supposed to be a 1-minute event had now been completed in 20 seconds. Even a fool knew the results wouldn't be good. Countdown, 10 seconds. Just as everyone's faces turned green with dread, wishing they could rip their own heads off, the staff's urgent prompt sounded again. What? Someone hasn't fired yet? Everyone frowned in confusion, glancing around frantically. It was Fong Ning. He hadn't fired yet. Someone noticed Fong Ning still holding his rifle, aiming steadily. His entire body remained motionless, as still as an old monk in deep meditation. Was he giving up? A look of horror washed over the crowd, their composure completely shattered. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The moment the staff counted to 5, Fong Ning struck instantly. Click, 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 click. Another 5-round burst. The moment the gunfire ceased, the match time abruptly ended. Whoa! The competitors sucked in a collective breath, their minds exploding in a deafening roar. Their eyelids twitched wildly, eyes staring blankly. They stared at Fong Ning as if he were a monster. 5 shots in a row with a pistol, that's one thing. With some effort, many could manage that. But this was a rifle. A Type 95 rifle. 5 shots in 5 seconds. That's practically automatic fire. This is insane. Is this confidence or just throwing in the towel? For a moment, no one could quite tell. All eyes turned to the staff. At this moment, everyone's curiosity about the match outcome reached its peak. Soon, the staff announced the scores. Number 28, Fong Ning, 50 rings. Number 01, Chao Bing, 42 points. Number 03, Hu Li, 39 points. Number 11, Zhang Chang, 37 points. Holy crap! The moment Fong Ning's score was announced, Chao Bing felt as if a sledgehammer was relentlessly pounding his heart. A searing pain shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. 50 rings. Another 50 rings. 50 rings with the rifle. 50 rings in rapid-fire rifle. In mere seconds, the number 50 slowly magnified before his eyes. Soon they became a mountain. Crashed down with a thunderous roar. He staggered, momentarily losing his balance, about to collapse to the ground. How could this be? How could this possibly be? Chao Bing clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. His eyes went blank. He couldn't understand. Why was Fong Ning so strong? Multifunctional conference hall. The moment the results appeared, everyone leapt to their feet. Eyes wide, mouths agape, speechless. Number 28. Number 28 had scored another 50 rings. Good heavens. What on earth is the deal with number 28? After 2 rounds, he's already hit 100 rings. Could it be? Could it be? No way. Barring any surprises, their team had already advanced. Having witnessed Fong Ning's team rise from last place on the brink of elimination, now witnessing Fong Ning's team securing advancement, everyone was so stunned their voices trembled, their faces numb with shock. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier was now utterly dumbfounded. His face instantly flushed crimson, as if painted with red lacquer. Almost instantly, he buried his head like an ostrich, never daring to speak again. He stole a glance at the big screen, his eyes blank, muttering under his breath. No way, the sniper rifle scored 50 rings too. Chapter 188, Extreme Comeback. Tied for first place. You guys, do you think Fong Ning's team has a shot at first place? Everyone was pulling out clumps of hair, their eyes bulging as if ready to pop out of their sockets. Although Team Fong Ning's first round score was terrible, Fong Ning himself had already scored 100 points. That's a full 16 points ahead of the second place team. Who knows? They might just pull off an upset and claim first place. I think it's a long shot. Based on the current scores, Team Fong Ning needs 2 things to win first place. First, Fong Ning must score a perfect 50 points in the third round of sniper combat. Second, Chao Bing must score below 35 points in the final round. If Chao Bing scores 35 points or higher, even a perfect 50 from Fong Ning won't be enough. The middle-aged man hunched his shoulders in deep thought, instantly grasping the critical point. Suddenly feeling confident again, he blurted out. Yeah, that scenario only exists in theory. It's nearly impossible for both conditions to happen simultaneously. Even if he couldn't take first place, as long as number 28 scored 50 points in the third round, he could still secure second place. Rising from last place to second was already an incredible feat. All eyes immediately turned back to Fong Ning. Everyone buzzed with chatter, endlessly debating every possible scenario. In the corner, old Yuan leaned forward slightly, unconsciously pursing his lips. His gaze toward Fong Ning had shifted from admiration to intense focus. Staring intently at the large screen, old Master Yuan seemed unsatisfied. Seconds later, he abruptly sprang to his feet. The instant old Master Yuan rose. A man's figure instantly materialized before him, his body slightly bowed. What are your orders, old Master Yuan? Old Yuan's eyes flickered as he murmured under his breath. Take me to the tire shooting competition. Yes. The spectators stand at the shooting range. Zhang Guoqiang's eyebrows twitched wildly. He swallowed hard. Oldly, you don't think Fong Ning's team could actually pull off an upset and take first place, do you? After a quick calculation, he realized Fong Ning's team actually had a chance to take first. Yeah, Oldly, you know the most. Quick, tell us why Fong Ning is such a sharp shooter. How come we've never heard of him before? Sha Jiangwo leaned in to join the conversation. Li Zhong's face instantly froze in awkwardness. He instinctively licked his lips, then fell into a long silence. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, he simply didn't know how to respond. He realized he couldn't fathom Fong Ning at all anymore. Astounding investigative skills. Incredible physical prowess. Remarkable marksmanship talent. It seemed there was nothing Fong Ning couldn't accomplish. A bitter taste filled his heart as he prepared to confess the truth to both of them. But just then, Zhang Jiangguo suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression brightening as he exclaimed. I get it. Your silence means tacit agreement. Tacit agreement means anything is possible. Right? Sha Jiangguo paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up with an unusual gleam. So that's it. It means Team Fong Ning might just take first place. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in unison, their eyes burning with unwavering conviction. Li Zhong instantly stiffened, frozen like a piece of hardwood. He then shot Zhang Guoqiang and Sha Jiangguo a bewildered look. He thought to himself, you two really have wild imaginations. I haven't even said anything yet. But seeing their excited expressions, he merely twitched his lips without offering an explanation. Inside the competition arena, the 2 rounds of shooting competitions had concluded, leaving only the final event remaining. Sniper battle. This was the final battle for this group of competitors. And the final battle of the second stage. 10 teams, which 5 would advance, which 5 would be eliminated. Everything hinged on this one moment. Before the match, nearly every competitor wore a look of intense focus. Their solemn gazes fixed on the sniper battlefield. Even Chao Bing had no time to pay attention to Fong Ning at this moment. His eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the sniper target. Fong Ning's performance in the first 2 rounds had instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in him. He had to be on his absolute best game for the final round. During the brief rest period, he had already discussed the matter seriously with Wang Mian. As long as his final round score reached 35 rings or higher, even if Fong Ning scored 50 rings, it wouldn't shake their top position. Scoring 35 rings was no challenge for him. The third round of sniper combat begins now. As the staff's voice rang out, everyone took a deep breath simultaneously, then walked to their respective positions and stood ready. Huff. Fong Ning also took a deep breath. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on the target. He wasn't thinking about advancing or not. His gaze fell upon the sniper rifle on the table. For some reason, a surge of excitement washed over him in that instant. On your marks, get set. Clatter. All contestants quickly took prone positions, aiming their weapons. Begin. This time, everyone's focus was razor sharp. No one's rhythm was disrupted. Each person was immersed in their own rhythm. Boom. 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 Deafening gunfire echoed through the silent night. Boom. 7 rings. Chao's soldiers murmured under their breath. His expression betrayed no trace of emotion. Boom. 7 rings. Another 7-ring shot. Chao Bing's lips curled slightly. Boom. 7 rings. Still a 7-ring. Chao Bing grinned. 3 shots, all 7 rings. His score now stood at 21 rings. If the last 2 shots hit 14 rings, then first place in the second stage would be theirs for the taking. Boom. Another shot. The bullet instantly struck the target. Another 7 rings. 28 rings. In that instant, Chao Bing felt a tingling sensation surge from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. 1 shot left. Victory hinged on this single shot. He lightly licked his lips, forcing down the fluttering in his heart. He held his breath, focusing his mind as he prepared to fire the final shot. The very instant he pulled the trigger. Boom. 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 5 thunderous gunshots exploded like crackling thunder in his ears. His trigger finger trembled slightly, beyond his control. Chao Bing's face paled. But it was already too late. Bang. 6 rings. The moment he saw the 6th ring, Chao Bing stumbled backward 3 steps. The blood drained from his face. 5 shots, 34 rings. This meant that if Fong Ning scored just 50 rings, and the 2 teams would tie for first place. In other words, he had completely lost the initiative. Fong Ning. Chao Bing's gaze locked onto Fong Ning, the rage in his eyes threatening to erupt at any moment. If it hadn't been for Fong Ning just now, he would have definitely scored 7 rings. If looks could kill, Fong Ning would have been dead 7 or 8 times over by now. What a strange feeling. But Fong Ning paid Chao Bing no mind whatsoever. Almost the instant the bullet left the barrel, he had this feeling every bullet would hit the bullseye. Bang! Bang! With the final 2 gunshots, the second round of competition came to a close. In an instant, the entire field fell silent. All held their breath, waiting for the staff to announce the scores. A few minutes later, the staff announced the scores. Number 28, Fong Ning, 50 points. Chao Bing, number 01, 34 points. Number 03, Hu Li, 32 rings. Number 11, Zhang Chang, 30 points. Chapter 189, no first in literature, no second in martial arts. Tiebreaker. Thud. Everyone tumbled to the ground once more. Eyes bulged wide, staring at each other in disbelief, jaws nearly hitting the floor. 50 points. The third round was still 50 rings. 3 consecutive rounds of 50 rings. The king of marksmen? In an instant, the crowd's gaze toward Fong Ning shifted. They all stared at him like he was some kind of freak. His face twitched. He was stunned into silence. Where on earth did this god come from? Is he even a cop? Could he be a special forces ace here to show off? If that were all, the crowd wouldn't have reacted so wildly. What was even more shocking was this. Chao Bing only scored 34 rings in the final round. Just 1 ring short of 35. Yet that single ring completely flipped the script. Fong Ning's team Yang Wei's 80 points plus Fong Ning's 150 points totaled a perfect 230 rings. Chao Bing's team Wang Mian's 112 points plus Chao Bing's 118 points also totaled exactly 230 points. Which means, a rare tie occurred in the second round. A tie. Chao Bing's eyes turned bloodshot, his lips bitten until they drew thin streaks of blood. He ground out each word through clenched teeth. Given his skill level, scoring over 35 rings in the final round was entirely within his grasp. After the first 4 shots, he could even see victory beckoning. But who could have known? At the critical moment of the final shot, Fong Ning's actions once again disrupted his focus. This momentary distraction caused him to score only 6 rings. A total of just 34 points across 5 shots. His face turned ashen, his expression dark enough to rain. His breathing was ragged. His eyes locked onto Fong Ning. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, leaving him speechless. It was over. Yang Wei leapt high into the air as if his tail had been caught. His face flushed crimson with excitement, as if he'd just eaten a ginseng fruit. His mood now felt like riding a helicopter. Whoosh! He shot straight up from the ground to the clouds. Joy flooded his entire heart in an instant. Blood rushed through his veins. His whole body trembled with excitement, as if seized by a seizure. First, it really happened. Yang Wei's smile froze on his face, his mouth stretched wide enough to touch the sky. Though it was a tie for first place, it was nothing short of a miracle. Fong Ning's astonishing score of 150 points in 3 rounds. It felt like a giant hand had snatched him from dead last and thrust him straight to the top. He stared blankly at Fong Ning, his eyes gradually welling up. It was pure excitement. Without Fong Ning, he'd have no face to return to Spring City. Fong Ning, thank you. Yang Wei murmured softly. Multifunctional conference hall. It worked. It actually worked. Both of those demanding conditions were met. This is just too surreal. Everyone blinked in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, feeling like they might lose their minds any second. Talk about inviting trouble. Before the third round, everyone was saying Team Fong Ning needed to come in first. Not only did Fong Ning need to hit 50 rings, but Xiao Bing also had to score below 35 rings. Of course, that was purely theoretical. The probability of both conditions occurring simultaneously was practically zero. Everyone was merely speculating. But unexpectedly, it actually happened. For a moment, many instinctively turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man who had been mocking them all along. The man kept his head down, silent and unresponsive. He stood completely still, like a turtle. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. His expression was uglier than constipation. He wanted to slap himself silly right then and there. He even felt like his mouth had been cursed. He'd started by saying Fong Ning's team was the weakest and might get eliminated. Then Fong Ning shot 50 rings in the first round, slapping him in the face. Then he claimed Fong Ning couldn't possibly score 50 rings in the second round. Only to be proven wrong again. After crunching the numbers for ages, he realized even if Fong Ning scored 50 rings in the third round, it wouldn't be enough. Xiao Bing's score would have to be below 35 rings. At that moment, he thought to himself. Both conditions couldn't possibly be met at the same time. Xiao Bing wasn't stupid, there was no way he'd cooperate like that. But then, both conditions were met. In an instant. His cheeks burned, his temples throbbed, and he wished he could vanish into thin air. Wait, what happens if there are 2 first-place finishers? Wouldn't that mean advancing 12 people? Suddenly, someone in the crowd realized. Right. The rule said the top 5 groups of 10 would advance. Now there are 2 first-place groups, what should be done? Everyone looked puzzled. Stop worrying so much. Let's see what the venue says. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone immediately turned their attention to the big screen. Shooting range viewing platform. What to do? The rules don't mention this. Li Zhong's face flushed crimson, his eyelids fluttered rapidly, and his entire expression was incredibly animated. His emotions were complex at that moment. On one hand, he was stunned and impressed by Fong Ning's outstanding performance. A score of 150 rings across 3 rounds. After this round, regardless of the final tournament results, Fong Ning was bound to make a name for himself in Yun Province. On the other hand, he felt a bit frustrated. Fong Ning's group scored 230 rings, and Xiao Bing's group also scored 230 rings. Tied for first place. However, the final round's rules were designed for 10 participants. Yet if the second round's rules were applied, 12 competitors would advance. For a moment, Li Zhong didn't know what to do. Old Zhang, what do you think? After hesitating for a long while, he couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo. Zhang Guoqiang's mouth hung open, his eyes glazed over, clearly still reeling from the shock. Hearing Li Zhong's question, he blinked and finally snapped out of it. I think. He paused mid-sentence, then abruptly turned to look at Xia Jiangwo. Old Xia, what do you think? Swallowing hard, Xia Jiangwo finally withdrew his intense gaze. He gave a stiff nod, then belatedly exclaimed with excitement, since they're tied for first, why not let them both advance? But, Li Zhong frowned, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes. But the third stage rules designed by Old Yuan explicitly state it's for 10 people. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo remained silent. None of them knew how to proceed. Arrange a tiebreaker between 01 and 28, whichever wins takes first place. Just then, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Old Yuan. The moment he heard the voice, Li Zhong's entire body trembled. He stiffly turned his head. The moment he saw Elder Yuan, his pupils instantly contracted to slits. Master Yuan. Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo both stiffened simultaneously, their eyes flashing with profound shock. None of them could have imagined that old Master Yuan would actually appear at the competition venue. After all, since designing the 3 major challenges, Master Yuan had effectively washed his hands of the matter. He never interfered with the competition's affairs. Now he had personally come to the competition site and issued instructions in person. Could it be because of Fong Ning? Li Zhong's eyes flickered as a hunch began to form in his mind. If anyone on the field could warrant old Master Yuan going to such trouble to make the trip, it had to be Fong Ning. No question. No one else. With that realization, Li Zhong spoke without hesitation. All right. The competition venue. All 10 competing teams stood frozen in place, speechless. With 2 teams now tied for first place, the situation suddenly became unpredictable. Just as everyone was at a loss, Li Zhong's voice cut through the air. Contestant 01, Xiao Bing, and contestant 28, Fong Ning, you 2 will compete in a tiebreaker. The event remains shooting 10 rounds. 1 round to decide the winner. The highest ring score wins. Chapter 190, Maximum Drama. Another tie? A tiebreaker? Fong Ning froze, momentarily stunned. He had assumed both teams would advance together, never expecting a tiebreaker to be called. After a brief moment of daze, Fong Ning instantly regained his composure. To him, whether there was a tiebreaker or not made no difference. With the Gunner Master buff in hand, he had virtually no chance of losing. A tiebreaker. The moment he heard those words, Xiao Bing snapped his head up, a flash of light darting through his eyes. A dazzling light erupted from his eyes. But soon, the light in Xiao Bing's eyes gradually dimmed. Recalling Fong Ning's otherworldly rifle skills over 3 rounds, a chill ran down his spine. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles. Fong Ning was a master of them all. He had no confidence he could stand against him. His face twitched, his lips trembling slightly. Though he hated to admit it, the truth was undeniable. When it came to marksmanship, he couldn't hold a candle to Fong Ning. He shook his head helplessly, about to speak up and concede defeat. At that moment, Li Zhong's voice rang out again. The tiebreaker event, pistol memory aiming. Hearing this, Xiao Bing's entire body trembled violently. The words he'd been about to utter were swallowed back into his throat. His entire face became a kaleidoscope of emotions. Pistol memory pointing shooting. Simply put, it's shooting blindfolded. Instantly memorize the target's position before you, then fire with your eyes covered. This test demands exceptional short-term memory and shooting stability from the shooter. Typically only seen in Special Forces assessments. Yet here it is at the grand competition. So, I still have a chance. Xiao Bing's breathing instantly became labored, gasping for air in heavy gulps. He couldn't match Fong Ning in standard shooting. But pistol memory point shooting? He felt he had a shot at it. Pistol memory guided shooting? The competitors on the field all stared wide-eyed. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit a duck egg. They'd only heard of this type of shooting competition, never seen it before. Now, to hear that this was the tiebreaker event. They stood frozen in place, like a row of comical statues. For a fleeting moment, it felt less like a police skills competition and more like but a Special Forces selection process. Good grief, they'd already competed with pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. And now they're adding pistol memory aiming? This is getting way out of hand. Are they trying to select the ultimate soldier this year or something? Not only were the onlookers stunned into speechlessness, but the audience in the multipurpose conference hall was now screaming at the top of their lungs. Overtime. We're actually going to overtime. This is so thrilling. Today was totally worth it. This is faster than pistol memory shooting. Quick, get them back here. What were the organizers thinking this year? Why all the frills? But I like it, heh. Hearing about the tiebreaker reignited the crowd's recently calmed excitement. The atmosphere on the field erupted once more. The second round had started at dusk, and now night had deepened. After seeing the tie, quite a few people had already started leaving. A tiebreaker. There's actually a tiebreaker. Those who had left suddenly heard the announcement. Good heavens. One by one, they immediately turned around and hurried back. They shouted as they ran, what? A tiebreaker? What event? When they heard it was pistol memory target shooting. Some even pulled out their phones to start making calls. Hey, what the hell are you sleeping for? Tiebreaker. It's epic. Get here fast. In an instant, the atmosphere on the field reached a fever pitch. Everyone craned their necks, eyes glued to the big screen, excitement burning in their eyes. Shooting range observation deck. Old Master Yuan was frail, yet standing there like an evergreen pine that never bends. An invisible aura radiated from his entire being. Zhang Guoqiang and Sha Jiangwo stood several meters away, heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. Their eyes were filled with utter shock. They never would have guessed that the extra event Master Yuan had specifically come to oversee. It was pistol memory point shooting. The difficulty of this event far surpassed any other in the entire competition. Glancing up at Master Yuan's retreating figure, the two exchanged a look, shook their heads silently, and said nothing more. At that moment, Master Yuan fixed his unblinking gaze on Fong Ning, his eyes burning with intensity as a flash of light flickered within them. In truth, this extra event existed solely because of Fong Ning. Just then, Fong Ning's gaze suddenly shifted toward him without warning. Their eyes locked instantly. He sensed it from this far away? What a formidable little fellow. Unflinching in meeting Fong Ning's gaze, Master Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Inside the shooting range. What piercing eyes. Who is he? Fong Ning withdrew his gaze with suspicion, a look of contemplation in his eyes. Just now, he'd suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As if someone were staring intently at him. As if compelled by some unseen force, he turned and caught the intense gaze of a gaunt old man fixed upon him. In an instant, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and a tingling sensation shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He managed to hold the gaze for a few seconds before quickly averting his eyes. For the first time in ages, he sensed such an astonishing aura emanating from another person. This old man was definitely no ordinary person. Never mind. Let's get this competition started. Muttering softly under his breath, Fong Ning shook his head and instantly focused his mind. The pistol memory point shooting competition. After a brief explanation, he grasped the nature of the event. Simply put, it involved shooting a pistol blindfolded from 25 meters away. Though he had the Gunmaster buff, he'd never attempted blindfolded shooting before, leaving him feeling uncertain. The pistol memory point shooting competition begins now. 10 rounds per person. No time limit. Highest score wins. Just then, Li Zhong's voice rang out again. Fong Ning and Xiao Bing stepped onto the range together. The venue remained the pistol shooting range. The difference now was that the target distance had been adjusted to 25 meters. In addition to the familiar Type 92 modified pistol, each shooting position now featured an eye shield. Take your positions. Ready. They were given little time to prepare. Li Zhong's voice rang out again. The two exchanged one last lingering glance at the target. Then, one after the other, they donned the blindfolds. It was nighttime to begin with, and the blindfolds were of impeccable quality. The instant they donned the blindfolds, both men were plunged into complete darkness. Not a single glimmer of light remained. Begin. Bang. 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 The words had barely left his mouth when gunfire erupted in rapid succession, instantly filling the air with flashes of fire. Unlike previous matches, both shooters fired at breakneck speed. They seemed capable of firing 10 rounds per second. Yet the crowd showed not a hint of surprise. Unlike ordinary shooting, in pistol memory point shooting, speed is paramount. After all, human memory is limited. If you don't fire swiftly, accuracy only declines. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out in rapid succession. Bang! As the final shot echoed across the range, both men froze instantly. Huff! Pulling down their visors, they both exhaled in unison. Then they looked at the target with solemn expressions. Both were attempting pistol memory aiming for the first time, lacking confidence. Thud! The crowd swallowed hard, their faces brimming with curiosity. The winner of this round would advance to the second stage as the top competitor. They weren't kept waiting long. Staff soon delivered the results. Li Zhong's pupils contracted sharply as he took the data. His expression instantly turned extremely peculiar. After a long pause, he turned to the two and spoke slowly. Chao Bing, 70 rings. Fong Ning, score, 70 rings. A tie. Chapter 191, not a tie? Are you sure you won? Gulp. Everyone gulped in unison, nearly choking on their drinks. A tie? Everyone on the scene frantically scratched their heads, feeling like they might go bald in the next second. This was a tiebreaker. We're playing extra innings because of a tie. How could it be a tie again? Is this ever going to end? And get this. Both scored 70 rings? That's just insane. Remember, this is pistol memory shooting. 70 points with 10 shots? That means each shot averaged over 7 rings. Even though it's at 25 meters. But this is blindfolded shooting. Both of them achieving this level of success, it's safe to say they're both geniuses. Ah. So close. What a pity. Yang Wei let out a heavy sigh, involuntarily swallowing hard. His lips still trembled slightly with excitement. If anyone at the competition wanted Fong Ning to win the most, it wasn't Fong Ning himself, it was definitely him. Ever since finishing dead last, he'd been seething with pent-up frustration. The only way to vent it was for Fong Ning to take first place. He was itching to rush up, lift Fong Ning's hand, and declare him the winner right then and there. One more round. Fong Ning would definitely win. Turning to Li Zhong, Yang Wei's face lit up with anticipation. Sigh. Li Zhong's face twisted in bitterness, his eyebrows twitching wildly as his skin spasmed uncontrollably. His expression was worse than constipation. He thought that following old Yuan's suggestion for a tiebreaker round would settle the outcome. But who could have imagined it would still end in a draw? In an instant, Li Zhong felt the world spinning, as if he might faint at any moment. His eyes darted toward the observation platform in a desperate plea for help. His gaze immediately met that of Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangwo instantly took 3 steps back. One looked up at the stars, the other down at the ants. In short, they avoided looking at him. Their faces screamed, I have no idea, don't ask me. 2 old foxes. Cursing silently, Li Zhong's face stiffened as he turned to look at old Yuan with a pleading expression. They had just agreed to settle it in one round, yet now it was a draw again. For a moment, he truly had no solution. Old Master Yuan remained motionless on the viewing platform. His expression remained serene, showing not a trace of surprise. He ignored Li Zhong's gaze. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully toward the competition target. Fong Ning. You've really put me in a bind, what am I supposed to do now? Seeing no one paying him any mind, Li Zhong's face turned green with frustration. Everyone was staring at him expectantly, the pressure was overwhelming. Fine. If it's a draw, then let's keep going until we have a winner. With his mind made up, Li Zhong hesitated no longer and announced. Since this tiebreaker ended in a draw, we'll play another tiebreaker. Until a winner is decided. But the moment his words fell, a voice, clearly suppressing excitement, rang out. Hold on, who said it was a tie? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, their pupils instantly contracting. It was Chao Bing. A cold curve formed at the corners of Chao Bing's mouth as he strode forward, his gaze sharp. Gentlemen, I believe this tiebreaker has already determined the winner. There's no need for further matches. He then turned to Fong Ning, a faint smirk of satisfaction playing on his lips. A winner? But it was a 70-ring tie, right? Exactly. Did the staff make a mistake? The odds of that happening are too low. The crowd furrowed their brows, murmuring in confusion. Chao Bing. You're so desperate to win you've lost your mind. Both shots were 70 rings, how dare you claim victory? Yang Wei couldn't hold back any longer, his voice rising with urgency. Chao Bing shot Yang Wei a sideways glance, his face thick with disdain. You. Yang Wei's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen with fury. Shut it. Li Zhong frowned and spoke up, then turned to look at Chao Bing. Chao Bing, Unit 01, your words carry weight. You claim the outcome is decided, explain yourself. He didn't believe Chao Bing's explanation. The target doesn't lie, the score is what it is. Could bullets possibly fire invalid shots? Bullet. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot through Li Zhong's mind. A terrifying thought instantly took root in his mind. Could it be that someone hadn't fired all 10 rounds? Sure enough. The next second, Chao Bing tilted his chin slightly and murmured. We both scored 70 rings, that's true. But the match isn't over yet. I still have 1 bullet left to fire. With that, Chao Bing extended his right hand, slowly opening it under the astonished gazes of the crowd. In his hand was a bullet, which meant Chao Bing's shooting competition wasn't over yet. 1 bullet remained. His score would absolutely not be below 70 rings. It wasn't a tie. Chao Bing had won. Elegant. Absolutely elegant. Wang Nian couldn't help but slap his thigh and leap to his feet. His face flushed crimson with excitement, as if painted with red lacquer. His mood today had been a roller coaster. First, his team took the stage and clinched first place. He thought he could just sit back and wait for Chao Bing to take first, securing the top spot for the two of them. But then came the dark horse, Fong Ning. He actually dragged the competition into overtime. For a split second, he even thought first place was out of reach. But who could have guessed? Chao Bing had held back a card. He still had 1 bullet left unfired. This extra round they won it. This is possible. Li Zhong's heart pounded wildly. His face was etched with utter disbelief. It turned out exactly as he had suspected. Someone hadn't fired all their bullets. But he'd only guessed half right. He had suspected Fong Ning, but never imagined it would be Chao Bing. Though he found it hard to believe the evidence was right before his eyes, he had no choice but to accept it. His gaze instinctively shifted to Fong Ning, deepening his confusion. He suddenly noticed that even though Chao Bing had produced the unfired bullet, Fong Ning's face showed no trace of panic. That expression was eerily reminiscent of someone. Old Yuan. At this thought, Li Zhong instinctively looked toward Old Yuan. Old Master Yuan remained in his previous posture, his face still devoid of any emotion. What on earth was going on? Li Zhong kept tugging at his hair, feeling his mind go completely blank. Multifunctional conference hall. Everyone sat with blank expressions, their mouths agape. You could practically fit a duck egg in there. Damn. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Who knew Chao's men were so cunning? Cut the crap, forget about being calculating or impatient, just tell me who won. Looking at it this way, Chao's team really did win. Fong Ning shot 70 rings with 10 bullets, while he hit 70 rings with 9 bullets. Who won and who lost is crystal clear. Once they processed the results, the group erupted into heated discussion. Though night had deepened, every face glowed with excitement. Not a trace of fatigue could be felt. Tonight's match was absolutely thrilling. Dark horse. Comeback. Tiebreaker. Tactics. Everyone's adrenaline was through the roof. Look. Chao Bing is moving. Just then, gasps erupted from the crowd. All eyes immediately turned to the big screen. Inside the shooting range, Chao Bing swept his gaze around with satisfaction, a faint smile curving his lips. He narrowed his eyes as he approached Fong Ning, circling him once while murmuring. Fong Ning, I have to admit you're strong. But in the end, I won. Chao Bing finished speaking and stared intently at Fong Ning. He wanted to see deep disappointment in Fong Ning's eyes. But the scene he envisioned never materialized. Fong Ning flashed a wide grin, revealing his signature pearly whites. You won? Are you sure? Chapter 192, Crushing Victory. Undisputed first place. You. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Chao Bing felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. His heart began pounding wildly. A wave of palpitations instantly surged from his heart to his limbs. The next second, he felt his heart leap in terror. Forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, Chao Bing steeled himself to speak. You fired 10 shots, while I only fired 9. Both scores are 70 rings, of course I won. All the competitors around them nodded instinctively. Chao Bing was correct, the rules stated the higher ring score wins. But 9 shots scoring 70 rings clearly beat 10 shots scoring 70 rings, there was no room for debate. Fong Ning. Yang Wei's face turned deathly pale as he looked at Fong Ning with deep concern. The instant Chao Bing pulled out an unfired bullet, he felt his heart skip a beat. A numbing sensation shot through the back of his skull and his temples throbbed painfully. If nothing unexpected happened, then Chao Bing would undoubtedly take first place. His spirits plummeted instantly. He looked at Fong Ning, unable to utter a word. In that instant, all eyes turned to Fong Ning. They all wanted to see how he would respond. Fong Ning's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Chao Bing, gave a wry smile, and said calmly, How did you know I'd fired all my bullets? Fong Ning's voice wasn't loud, but to everyone's ears, it exploded like a crack of thunder. In that instant, everyone felt the world spin, their minds going blank. It took them a long while to recover. Right. If Chao Bing hadn't fired all his bullets, then Fong Ning could have some left too. Or even, he might have more than one. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at Fong Ning. How could that be? The moment Fong Ning finished speaking, Chao Bing felt his brain explode with a thunderous roar. Every nerve in his body screamed, impossible. Impossible. Only now did he understand where that nagging unease in his heart had truly come from. His eyes instinctively darted toward Fong Ning's hands. Chao Bing's face drained instantly, turning as pale as if he'd seen a ghost, worse than the look of someone suffering from constipation. He saw Fong Ning's right hand clenched tightly, clearly hiding something. "What's in your hand?" he screamed, biting his lip as he stared fixedly at Fong Ning's right hand. "Oh, you finally noticed." A faint, almost imperceptible sneer curved the corners of Fong Ning's mouth. Slowly, he extended his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, palm facing downward, he slowly unclenched his fist. The instant his palm opened, a streak of yellow plummeted downward. It landed on the ground with a sharp clink. It was a bullet. Fong Ning also had one bullet that hadn't been fired, which meant Chao Bing hadn't won. They were still tied? The moment the bullet was seen, gasps erupted from the crowd. Thud. Chao Bing stumbled backward, his lips already bleeding from his bite, his face darkening to the extreme. "You little bastard." Li Zhong narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable, though inside, a storm was raging. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a duck egg. So Fong Ning hadn't completely exhausted his ammunition after all. He'd worried about Fong Ning for so long. He shook his head, about to declare another tie. But just then, a gasp erupted from the crowd. No! Why is Fong Ning still holding that position? Could there be more? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crisp ding sounded once more. Another golden bullet dropped to the ground. Holy cow, not one, but two. Fong Ning had 2 bullets left unfired. Whoa! So Fong Ning scored 70 points using only 8 bullets? That's absolutely terrifying. Does this mean Fong Ning won? The crowd was utterly stunned, their voices dry and hoarse. Gulp! Li Zhong swallowed hard, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Suppressing his inner excitement, Li Zhong unconsciously licked his lips, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly as he looked at Fong Ning. The surprises Fong Ning had delivered were simply too many. Two bullets. 2 bullets hadn't fired. No. Could it be? Li Zhong suddenly realized Fong Ning's movements were still frozen mid-air. Suddenly, a terrifying thought rose in his mind. 2. There were actually 2. Chao's soldiers stumbled back 2 more steps. His face turned paler than a paper doll. His heart felt utterly frozen. It felt like being kicked from the clouds straight into the mud. He felt a mouthful of old blood churning in his throat, threatening to erupt at any moment. His worst-case scenario had been that Fong Ning also had 1 bullet that didn't fire, resulting in a tie. But who could have imagined? Fong Ning had 2 bullets left unfired. The thought of how he'd just been arrogantly taunting Fong Ning moments ago. It seems now that Fong Ning has been laughing at me all along. The thought made Chao Bing's teeth grind so hard they creaked. He stared at Fong Ning and spat out each word. Good. Fong Ning. I admit you're impressive. Ding. Chao Bing's words abruptly halted mid-sentence. His face flashed from pale to crimson in an instant, a veritable chameleon of expression. His eyes fixed on the ground, unblinking. On the ground lay 3 bullets. 3. Ahem. Fong Ning cleared his throat twice, then grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. Sorry about that. I've got 3 bullets. Thud. Chao Bing stumbled back 3 steps, his feet faltering. As if all strength had been ripped from his body in an instant, he collapsed onto the ground. His entire body stiffened, his gaze vacant as if struck in the head with a club. Right now, it felt like being kicked from the clouds down into the mud, and that wasn't all. Then dragged out of the mud and slapped repeatedly, still not sparing him. All while being asked, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" Feeling the complicated stares of those around him, Chao Bing just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Even an ant hole would do. Any hole at all. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions surged through him. His blood boiled, his chest felt stuffed with cotton, making it hard to breathe. The next second, his eyelids fluttered wildly, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. In the instant he lost consciousness, a rare smile touched the corners of Chao Bing's lips. The smile seemed to say, finally free from this hellish battlefield. Chao Bing. Quick. Chao Bing has collapsed. The crowd erupted into chaos, with frantic activity erupting all around. Regardless of the cause, Chao Bing had genuinely lost consciousness this time. After being urgently carried away on a stretcher, an inexplicable atmosphere settled over the scene. The crowd wasn't shocked that Fong Ning had won first place. What stunned them was this: Fong Ning had 3 unfired bullets. In other words, Fong Ning had fired only 7 shots during the pistol memory point shooting. Every single shot hit the bullseye. Chapter 193, the 3rd stage. The Ultimate Bounty Points Tournament. Whoa. Multifunctional Conference Hall. The room was filled with gasps of astonishment. One by one, their mouths gaped wide, eyes bulging. Their faces betrayed sheer terror. Completely unable to control their expressions. 3. Fong Ning, number 28, didn't just have 1 bullet left. He had 3. Good heavens. This, 7 shots, 70 rings? What kind of god is this? I have a feeling that after this competition, number 28 will become a household name in Yun Province. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, their voices trembling as they whispered in heated discussion. Every face in the conference hall was flushed crimson, as if they'd eaten a ginseng fruit. No need to ask why they were simply thrilled. This sudden death shootout had everyone on the edge of their seats, utterly hooked. It kicked off with the high-intensity pistol memory shooting event. After fierce competition, it dramatically ended in a tie. The next moment, before anyone could react, the situation flipped completely. Xiao Bing had one bullet that failed to fire. Just as Xiao Bing seemed poised to claim victory, the situation took another earth-shattering turn. Fong Ning also had one bullet that failed to fire. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, another unexpected twist occurred. It turned out Fong Ning had more than one unfired bullet in his hand. Not 2, but 3. In less than 3 minutes, the situation took a dramatic, earth-shattering turn. Everyone watched with dry mouths and aching teeth. They were itching to rush to the scene and cheer them on. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Everyone was breathing heavily, exchanging glances. Each unconsciously swallowed hard, yet in every pair of eyes, they saw intense excitement. Though the outcome was already decided, not a single person in the room moved. Each person remained glued to the screen, eyes burning with intensity, as if they wanted to witness the moment Fong Ning was declared the winner with their own eyes. Shooting range observation deck. Zhang Guoqiang and Xia Jiangmo stared wide-eyed, their eyelids twitching wildly, their eyes filled with utter shock. They both stared at Fong Ning as if he were some kind of freak. Despite having set their expectations for Fong Ning extremely high, but now they realized their expectations had been far too conservative. Fong Ning was playing dirty. His strength seemed limitless. After a moment of stunned silence, their eyes instinctively turned to Old Master Yuan. Old Master Yuan's face showed not a trace of surprise. It was as if he had anticipated everything all along. Was it just their imagination? The two were astonished to see Old Master Yuan nodding in Fong Ning's direction. Could it be? Could Old Master Yuan have foreseen this all along? Witnessing this scene, both men felt a chill run down their spines. They swallowed hard, blinking rapidly as they exchanged glances, each feeling on the verge of madness. They suddenly realized with shock. Ever since Old Master Yuan changed the competition rules, their minds felt like they weren't working properly. They felt completely detached, like two outsiders. After a long silence, they shared a wry smile and sighed, saying nothing more. Looking down at the field below, Ning stared blankly, lost in thought. Inside the shooting range, every eye in the arena was fixed on Li Zhong, as if awaiting something. Li Zhong scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on Fong Ning. He gave a slight nod. Then, taking a deep breath, he declared in a solemn voice. Following the results of this tiebreaker round, we now officially announce the winner of the extreme shooting competition, the second stage of the Yunnan Provincial Police Skills Competition, is. At this point, Li Zhong paused, then his tone suddenly soared. First place goes to Team 028, Fong Ning, and Team 06, Yang Wei. Let us congratulate them both. Clap. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted in enthusiastic applause. Congratulations. First place in 2 consecutive rounds, it seems the championship is yours for the taking. Impressive. Contestant 28, Fong Ning, you truly are formidable. As soon as the results were announced, the other contestants swarmed around Fong Ning, showering him with compliments. Not at all, not at all. Pure luck, pure luck. Fong Ning's expression looked a bit unnatural, his entire body stiff as steel. He waved dismissively while slowly backing away. He dreaded situations like this more than anything. First place. He really did come in first. Yang Wei's mouth was practically twisted into a crooked smile. He was trembling with excitement, as if seized by epilepsy. He stared blankly at Fong Ning, his gaze unfocused. He remembered how, right after the first round ended, Yang Wei had been surrounded by a crowd too. But now, only the second stage was over. The person surrounded by the crowd had changed to Fong Ning. For a moment, it all felt unreal. Reflecting on everything that had transpired since the competition began, it all felt like a dream. Suddenly, a thought sprang to mind without warning. The third round. Fong Ning would undoubtedly be first. No surprises. As Yang Wei stood there in a daze, the remaining rankings were announced. Some rejoiced, others grieved as some advanced, others inevitably fell. Those whose names were not called, please step forward. After the rankings were read, Li Zhong's eyes flickered. Seconds later, 10 figures stepped forward one after another, heads bowed, expressions desolate. They knew their fate, elimination. Sighing softly, Li Zhong shook his head slowly. Regrettably, the 10 of you have failed the second stage of testing. You may leave now. With that, he waved his hand. A bus slowly pulled up from the distance and stopped before the 10. A few minutes later, the bus vanished into the night. Those remaining on the field were the top 10 contestants of this competition. Number 28 Fong Ning, number 06 Yang Wei, number 02 Wang Mian, number 10 Sun Jian, number 03 Hu Li. Number 27 Zhou Bin, number 08 Lu Wei, number 13 Guo Xian, number 21 Li Mao. Exactly 9 contestants. One was missing from this list, number 01, Xiao Bing. He's probably resting in the medical room right now. Congratulations to all of you for advancing to the top 10. Next, I will explain the rules for the third stage of the competition. Li Zhong cast a deep look at the top 10 before him, a faint smile curling his lips as he spoke. The contestants immediately stood at attention, ears pricked up. Having barely made it through the second stage, victory was now within reach. Everyone was on high alert, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Li Zhong's smile vanished as he adopted a stern tone. The third stage of the Yunnan Provincial Police Competition is the Extreme Bounty Points Tournament. His voice cut off abruptly as he looked up to gauge their reactions. Extreme Bounty Points Tournament? The contestants froze in surprise, then erupted into heated discussion. Extreme? Points? Bounty? This sounds kinda scary to me. Now that you mention it, I'm feeling uneasy too. Something feels off about this. Ha? Could it be catching thieves? No, it can't possibly be as simple as catching thieves. The contestants kept debating, but couldn't come to any conclusion. Bounty hunt. Fong Ning murmured under his breath, his eyebrows knitting into a deep frown. After the first 2 rounds, he didn't believe the third stage would be so straightforward. Sure enough. A strange smile played on Li Zhong's lips as he murmured. The third challenge is simple: catch the thief. Chapter 194, Elder Yuan appears. Difficulty escalates once more. Catching thieves? I was right. If it's catching thieves, how will they be scored? By quantity? Yeah, where to catch them, how many to catch, these are all problems. After hearing Li Zhong's explanation, the contestants were clearly even more baffled. Frowns deepened across their brows, faces plastered with giant question marks. Seeing their reactions, Li Zhong's smile grew even broader. Just as he was about to elaborate, a hoarse voice suddenly cut through the air from nearby. Heh, little Li, let this old man explain the third stage. The moment he heard the voice, Li Zhong's pupils instantly contracted to slits. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a duck egg. He stiffly turned his head to find old Yuan had appeared behind him at some point. Zhang Guoqiang and Sha Jiangmo trailed behind him like loyal attendants. Meeting Li Zhong's stunned gaze, both men shrugged helplessly, signaling they knew nothing. Useless. Cursing silently, Li Zhong hurried forward, plastering on a forced smile. Mr. Yuan, why have you come down personally? This minor matter should be left to me. Old Master Yuan wore a smile, clearly in good spirits. He looked at Li Zhong, shook his head slowly, and chuckled. No need. I've rested long enough. It's time to stretch my legs. With that, he strode directly toward the assembled contestants and took his place before them. Shao Li? Master Yuan? The crowd froze in stunned silence, their scalps prickling as if their eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. He actually called Li Zhong Little Li. Just who was this old man standing before them? Judging by Director Li's reaction, he seemed even more reverent than when meeting a higher-up. For a moment, everyone felt their brains explode with a buzzing roar. Their brains felt completely drained in an instant. They couldn't make heads or tails of it. After several stunned seconds, Wang Mian suddenly snapped out of it and gasped in shock. Could it be that Yuan Lao, the one who received the Dragon Nation medal? Only after speaking did Wang Mian realize his voice had grown too loud, and he quickly covered his mouth. But old man Yuan had clearly heard him. His gaze fell on Wang Mian and he suddenly smiled. Young man, you're quite right. I am indeed the old Yuan you speak of. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, their hearts pounding wildly. Anyone still clueless at this point was simply a fool. Old Master Yuan. A distinguished figure in the Dragon Nation. He's practically the founding father of Yun Province's police force. A single word from him could send shockwaves through the entire Yun Province police force. Such a figure actually appearing at the Grand Martial Arts competition? The crowd was utterly stunned into speechlessness. Their mouths opened and closed, trembling, unable to utter a word. They all lowered their heads, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Is this the legendary Yuan Lao? Unlike the others, Fong Ning stared intently at old Master Yuan, his expression thoughtful. This old man was none other than the one who had been watching him not long ago. But unlike before, old Master Yuan now wore a warm smile, looking like an ordinary, frail old man. All traces of his earlier imposing presence had vanished. Suddenly, old Master Yuan seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Fong Ning, smiling as he said, "Comrade, you've been staring at me the whole time. Is there a problem?" Only then did everyone notice that Fong Ning's gaze had been fixed intently on old man Yuan, showing no sign of looking away. Fong Ning, you. Li Zhong grew frantic and immediately scolded Fong Ning. His words were cut short mid-sentence by a dismissive wave from old man Yuan. Li Zhong felt helpless and could only keep winking and gesturing frantically at Fong Ning. He was practically going crazy inside. This is old Master Yuan. How dare you stare at him without any restraint? Staring was bad enough, but now you're frowning like you're about to explode? Ignoring Li Zhong's signals, Fong Ning took a deep breath and voiced his question. Master Yuan, did you design the challenges for this grand competition? He'd been wondering about this for a while. Who could have designed such an incredibly challenging stage? The moment he saw Master Yuan, a sudden, inexplicable feeling washed over him. The challenges were most likely designed by Elder Yuan. Oh? Yuan Lao's eyes narrowed, and his aura abruptly shifted. His gaze immediately turned sharp as he fixed it on Fong Ning. An invisible aura erupted from him like a thunderclap. Everyone's hearts trembled involuntarily, their pulses racing uncontrollably. Fong Ning felt the hairs on his back stand on end. A bone-chilling dread shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Yet Fong Ning did not flinch, meeting the gaze with burning intensity. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere froze in an instant. Even the air seemed to grow still, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Time ticked by, second after second. To the crowd, it felt like 10,000 years. Suddenly, Elder Yuan burst into laughter, roaring twice. Ha! Excellent! Young man, you're truly remarkable. He then turned to Fong Ning and nodded slightly. It seems I underestimated you. Well done. Every challenge in this tournament was designed by me. Indeed. Fong Ning's entire body trembled. His tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Such ingenious level design was absolutely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. If someone of Master Yuan's caliber had designed them, then everything would make perfect sense. Do you know why I designed the levels myself? Seeming intrigued, old Master Yuan turned his gaze toward Fong Ning. No, Fong Ning shook his head decisively. Ha! Yuan Lao chuckled lightly, unconcerned, his gaze drifting to the distance as he spoke softly. The reason I designed the levels myself is to select talent. With that, he fell silent. Selecting talent. Hearing this, the contestants' eyes instantly widened in shock. Each of them leaped high as if their tails had been pinched. Though Master Yuan had only uttered the words selecting talent, it sent shockwaves through their hearts. So this unique challenge was designed by old Master Yuan specifically to select talent. This meant that achieving a good result would earn one Master Yuan's attention. And if one gained his attention, the path ahead would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. For a moment, everyone felt their breathing grow heavier, their heart rate skyrocketing to 280. Fong Ning also fell deep in thought. Never mind that I almost got sidetracked. Master Yuan suddenly shook his head with a helpless smile, then turned to explain to the crowd. The rules for the Extreme Combat Bounty Tournament are simple. Within Tongli Town, there are 10 elite anti-pickpocketing squad members I personally selected nationwide. These 10 are ranked into 10 tiers based on difficulty. Points increase sequentially from Tier 1 10 points to Tier 10 100 points. At this point, a meaningful smile curved the corners of Old Man Yuan's mouth. The contest lasts 12 hours. Each participant gets only one attempt, and can capture only one person per attempt. Final rankings will be determined by total bounty points. Having delivered this in one breath, the smile on Old Man Yuan's face grew even broader. Oh! As if suddenly remembering something, Old Man Yuan slapped his thigh and smiled. The competition begins first thing tomorrow morning. You have less than 6 hours left to eat and rest. Good luck, youngsters. Chapter 195, all bureau chiefs watching in person? The tournament begins. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Anti-theft squad experts? 12 hours? Points? 6 hours? Each word felt like a club smashing into the back of their skulls. Their brains felt like they'd crashed on the spot. Their heads were about to explode. This wasn't just a simple thief-catching job. This was way too big. Nationwide search for pickpocket squad experts to play the thief? The difficulty level shot up like a rocket. Remember, the anti-pickpocket squad's job is catching thieves. Every day, they're either catching thieves or on their way to catch thieves. Now they're being asked to play the role of thieves themselves. Catching them is harder than climbing to the moon. And most crucially, the competition has time limits and move limits. Only one attempt allowed within 12 hours. This severely tests the contestants' judgment. Without absolute certainty, no one would dare act rashly. Because if you make a wrong move, it's 0 points. And that's not all. Each of the 10 pickpocket experts in the town has a unique and distinct point value. Under these conditions, even catching one right at the start of the competition isn't a sure thing. If you catch the expert with a score of 10, then your score for this third stage is locked at 10 points. In other words, 9 other experts on the field have scores exceeding 10 points. Any other player who catches just one opponent will surpass you. At this thought, everyone's faces twisted into bitter grimaces. Their eyes went blank and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This is tough. This stage is way too hard. Unlike the others' reactions, Fong Ning wore a thoughtful expression upon hearing the rules. Soon, he spoke up. Master Yuan, I have a question. If all the masters hide themselves, won't we end up catching no one at all? The others froze, then nodded in unison as if pounding a mortar. If the counter-pickpocketing experts deliberately stayed hidden, they'd never stand a chance of catching anyone. Master Yuan shook his head, smiling without comment. Li Zhong stepped forward to explain. Rest assured, our anti-pickpocket team makes an intervention every 2 hours on average. And they only target individuals within the town limits. With that, the rules were clear. Rather than a competition, it was more like a real-world test. Within 12 hours in Tongli Town, whoever accurately captures the 100-point expert in the shortest time wins the championship. So that's how it is. Fong Ning murmured under his breath, inwardly admiring old Master Yuan's ingenuity. Truly the final challenge, a trump card from the very start. This rule was like a magic mirror that revealed true colors. Everyone's true skill level will be laid bare before all. I wonder if my true eye still holds any value. His eyes narrowed slightly as Fong Ning fell deep in thought. He hadn't actually used his true sight on the thieves played by his colleagues from the anti-pickpocketing squad. Ahem. He looked at the silent, grim-faced finalists before him. A faint smile touched Li Zhong's lips as he chuckled softly. If you keep spacing out like this, you won't get 6 hours of rest. Hearing this, everyone's pupils dilated in alarm. Oh my god. Hurry back to sleep, we won't even have time to eat. Hurry up, hurry up. After a flurry of frantic shouts, the group quickly rushed toward the bus. With a roar, the bus accelerated and vanished into the night. The hotel wasn't far from the shooting range. After about 10 minutes, the bus pulled up to the hotel entrance. Squeal. Accompanied by the screech of brakes, the bus came to a gradual halt. The cafeteria had prepared meals waiting, each marked with a room key. Good luck. Ha? Where's everyone? The accompanying staff member was about to give instructions when he turned around. Everyone had vanished. In the blink of an eye, all 9 had dashed into the hotel, leaving only the creaking doors behind. How starved must they have been? Swallowing hard, the staff member's face was etched with shock. By now, everyone was so hungry their stomachs were pressed against their backs. The intense pressure during the competition hadn't made them feel particularly hungry. But now, with the tension eased, they felt like they could eat a whole cow. In an instant, the entire cafeteria echoed with the sound of rice being shoveled. A whole bucket of rice vanished in under 10 minutes. The cafeteria lady was stunned, quickly adding another pot of rice. As she did so, she wiped away tears. Oh, poor children, how starved they must be. After polishing off 3 huge bowls of rice, Fong Ning let out a satisfied burp. A full day of intense competition had left him exhausted, even with his exceptional physical condition. After finishing his meal, he swiped his room card and entered his room, collapsing onto the bed and kicking his legs out as he drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the sky was still faintly lit. Everyone was already up and lined up in formation. Xiao Bing was among them. After a night's rest, his complexion had improved considerably. Yet deep worry still lingered between his brows. No wonder he was deeply troubled after hearing the rules for the 3rd round. Hey, have you heard? There's going to be a huge crowd watching the finals this time? Oh, you heard too? I heard officials from every prefecture and city are coming. Could it be? Hush. I just overheard a staff member say the chiefs from every prefecture are here. A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding area, clearly stunned by the news. Competing in front of so many people, especially their own bureau chiefs. Everyone felt the weight on their shoulders grow heavier. Fong Ning, how about it? Feeling confident? This round feels way too tough. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to come in last? Yang Wei swallowed hard and turned to ask Fong Ning. Sun Jian leaned in with his big head. Relax, it's no big deal. The 3 of us might just sweep the top 3 spots. Fong Ning flashed his signature toothy grin. Let's hope so. If that happens, we'll really make a name for ourselves. But this is just too hard. Sun Jian shook his head with a wry smile. The 3rd stage was different from the first 2. The first 2 stages were purely about individual skill. The 3rd stage is far more complex. Both luck and skill mattered. Most crucially, this competition takes place in a real town. With crowds of tourists and a labyrinthine layout, tracking down a pickpocket disguised as a counter-theft expert within 12 hours was no easy feat. Yang Wei sighed and fell silent. Everyone, get ready to go. Amidst the staff's urging calls, 10 contestants boarded the vehicle one by one. The vehicle belched a cloud of black smoke and slowly made its way toward Tonglei Town. Tonglei Town boasts a long history dating back several centuries. Transformed into a tourist attraction several years ago, it now sees massive crowds daily. Though today is not a holiday, it still draws at least tens of thousands of visitors. It was morning, so the town wasn't too crowded yet, with only a few vendors just setting up their stalls. Squeal! Just then, a tour bus pulled up slowly before the town's entrance. Chapter 196, The Eye of Truth Strikes Again. Outside the provincial department's Sky Eye monitoring room. Master Yuan, all 10 finalists have arrived at the competition site. We await your instructions. Li Zhong bowed respectfully toward Elder Yuan. Understood. Master Yuan stared blankly out the window, not turning around as he replied softly. Li Zhong swallowed, hesitating to speak. Just say what's on your mind. Old Master Yuan, I still feel this round of competition is a bit too difficult for the participants. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zhong couldn't hold back any longer. You must understand that these thieves in the town are all played by members of the anti-pickpocketing brigade. And they're all elite anti-theft officers hand-picked by you from across the country. Catching them within a mere 12 hours is far harder than catching real thieves. Difficult? Old Master Yuan murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he sighed and turned to look at Li Zhong. I know it's difficult, but I chose these men precisely because they are elite. At this point, Old Master Yuan's gaze sharpened. His voice was short and forceful. Do you know why I select talent? Li Zhong froze, furrowing his brow as he struggled to respond. He hadn't truly considered Old Yuan's intentions. Because it was pointless to guess Old Yuan's thoughts ran too deep for him to fathom. I intend to personally forge an elite police squad. His gaze turned solemn toward the direction of Tonglei Town, and Old Yuan's eyes shone brightly. A top-tier police squad. Li Zhong felt his scalp prickle inch by inch, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. A police squad personally assembled by Old Yuan, just how formidable must they be? In an instant, he felt an intense sense of anticipation for this unit. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Zhang Guoqiang suddenly pushed open the surveillance room door with a creak and looked at Old Master Yuan respectfully. Chief Yuan. Representatives from all cities have arrived. The competition can begin. MHM. Yuan Lao nodded, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Begin. Inside the Tonglei Town bus. The time is now 6 o'clock sharp. You have 12 hours. The competition will end promptly at 6 p.m. tonight. Understood? The staff member's gaze swept across the group as he issued the reminder. Understood. The contestants responded in unison, each itching to get started, eager to burst out the moment the signal came. The race begins. The moment the staff member finished speaking, the crowd surged forward. As if they'd made up their minds long ago, they scattered in all directions the moment they stepped off the bus. Some plunged straight into the heart of the ancient town. Others planned to advance step by step from the outskirts of the ancient town. Others simply wandered aimlessly, going with the flow. This was Fong Ning. Fong Ning, what are you planning to do? Just as Yang Wei was about to plunge into the heart of the ancient town, he suddenly spotted Fong Ning, looking utterly relaxed. To an outsider, he might have looked like he was just out for a stroll. We'll see how luck plays out. I've always had good luck. Fong Ning flashed his signature smile, his mouth stretching wide. He wasn't lying, that was genuinely how he felt. Thieves impersonated by anti-pickpocketing experts wouldn't gather in one place. Even if they combed through the entire ancient town, it would be a waste of effort. Better to go completely random. Gulp. Yang Wei swallowed hard. He stood frozen in place, his mouth agape. After a long moment, he finally snapped out of it, slowly shaking his head. A peculiar expression crossed his face. He deeply regretted Ning's question at that moment. Fong Ning always seemed unreliable before each competition. Yet somehow, he always managed to pull off surprising victories. Sighing softly, Yang Wei walked away without looking back. After Yang Wei left, Fong Ning wandered aimlessly through the ancient town. Though it was still early, many overnight visitors were already out strolling. Most street vendors had opened their stalls, and the variety of shops displayed an array of goods, presenting a novel scene. But Fong Ning had no interest in looking at any of this. His gaze kept drifting, intentionally or unintentionally, over everyone around him. He was afraid of missing even the slightest detail. After walking for several minutes, Fong Ning suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze was drawn to a small stall. The stall sold jade and jewelry, and a crowd had already gathered around it. Folks, just opened today. First item half price. Don't miss out. The vendor was a lean man in his 40s. His high cheekbones and narrowed eyes gave him a shrewd appearance. How much is this bracelet, boss? A beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She immediately reached out and picked up a jade green bracelet, her face beaming with delight. Wow, miss, you have excellent taste. This is top quality glass like jadeite. It's the finest piece in my entire stall. You really know your stuff. The middle-aged man let out a strange cry, his eyes widening in surprise. Hearing his words, the woman's eyes sparkled even brighter. She slipped it onto her wrist and examined it from every angle, clearly captivated. After a few seconds, she suddenly turned to the young man behind her. Brother, what do you think? Isn't it beautiful? As she spoke, she kept rubbing her chest against the young man's arm. The young man and woman were wearing matching outfits, clearly a couple. Seeing her act coy, the young man's face flushed crimson. His face wore an ecstatic expression, and without a moment's hesitation, he addressed the middle-aged man. How much? I'll take it. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His smile deepened instantly as he grinned and held up one finger. 100? That's pretty cheap. The young man looked haughty. The middle-aged man smiled silently and shook his head. 1,000? The young man's expression shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, still shaking his head, murmuring faintly, 10,000. What? 10,000? The young man gasped in shock, his eyes widening so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. His mouth twitched and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Good heavens! 10,000 yuan. That's outrageously expensive. Yeah, 10,000 yuan is no small sum. The onlookers immediately began murmuring among themselves. Brother, I really like it, please buy it for me. Seeing the young man's hesitation, the girl immediately tried harder. The man swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, the price was simply too steep for him to part with. The middle-aged man watched the scene with keen eyes. Seeing the young man's hesitation, he suddenly slapped his thigh and muttered under his breath. I almost forgot, look at my memory. First-time customers get half off. This bracelet is yours for just 5,000 now. He even sighed dramatically, feigning pain. 5,000. The young man visibly relaxed and spoke without hesitation. I'll take it. Great. I'll wrap it up for you right away. The middle-aged man replied almost instantly. Brother. You really do love me the most. Clutching the bracelet, the woman planted a smacking kiss on the young man's cheek. Then the two of them walked away with a flourish. Wow, they're loaded. Fong Ning shook his head slowly. Business, after all, one willing to give, one willing to take. He couldn't be bothered to expose the truth. Though he knew little about jade, he knew that piece was dirt cheap. How cheap, you ask? No exaggeration, you could buy 3 for 10 bucks. And that's retail price. Wholesale prices were even lower. Just as he was about to continue wandering around hoping for a lucky find, he suddenly froze in his tracks. His eyes locked onto a man standing beside the middle-aged stall owner. The man seemed quite interested in the ancient jade on the stall. He kept handling them, turning them over repeatedly. Everything appeared perfectly normal. But Fong Ning's eyes flashed with alarm. That man. He's a thief. Chapter 197, celebrating too soon? Only 20 points. Thief. Fong Ning recognized the man as a thief almost instantly. Though his actions were stealthy, he possessed the divine hand buff. He possesses the power to nearly single-handedly dismantle the Freemasons. He's practically the godfather of thieves. How could he not see through such a petty trick? Should we make the arrest? We only have one chance. Is this a genuine thief or an anti-theft expert in disguise? If it's an anti-theft expert in disguise, what would the bounty points be? After taking just 2 steps, Fong Ning froze in place. Deep conflict etched his face, his brow furrowed into a knot. To catch or not to catch? That became the biggest question now. His eyes fixed unblinkingly on the man as his mind raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Fong Ning's mind. Perhaps he could try the Eye of Truth. The thought sent Fong Ning's heart pounding wildly. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Truth with a single thought. He peered through them eagerly, and his eyes instantly filled with delight. It actually worked. Within the Eye of Truth's field of vision, not far ahead at the man's location, A faint, nearly invisible red dot appeared. Focusing intently on the dot, a stream of information instantly appeared. Name, Zhou Shangshang. Gender, male. Age, 28. Crime value, 5. Criminal activity, stole plastic jade from vendors during the police skills competition bounty, 20. Seeing the information appear on the Eye of Truth, Fong Ning felt his breathing quicken. A tingling sensation shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He could really see it. His face flushed crimson in an instant, as if he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. He'd only intended to test it, never expecting the enhanced True Eye would actually reveal target information. Not only that, but it even displayed bounty points. Though it only appeared after the target made a move, this was practically invincible. With his current eyesight, no matter what kind of pickpocket expert made a move in front of him, he could identify them within a second. But in a town this vast, he might not even encounter them. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. But now it's different. With the True Eye's assistance, his target was the 100 gold bounty. At this thought, Fong Ning's expression twisted before turning peculiar. Sorry, looks like I'm unbeatable for first place in this tournament. Flashback to a few minutes earlier. Provincial Department Sky Eye Monitoring Room. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, the monitoring room was sparsely populated now. Barely 20 people. But these 20 individuals were no ordinary group. Li Zhong, Zhang Guoqiang, and Xia Jiangwo need no introduction. The rest were all current bureau chiefs from major cities. Commissioner Huang from Spring City, Commissioner from Jade City, Commissioner from Beauty City. Not a single one was missing. At this moment, everyone was gathered in a tight circle, their eyes fixed intently on the large screen. As the ancient town is a key protected site, it's equipped with countless surveillance cameras. Even though they weren't physically present, the competition venue was laid bare before their eyes. Old Huang, your Spring City is truly remarkable. To have produced a genius like Fong Ning. I'm genuinely envious. The competition had just begun, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Director Li Cheng murmured with admiration. He had just received word that Fong Ning had swept the top spot in the first 2 rounds of this tournament. He knew Fong Ning all too well. He'd just achieved a stunning feat in the U Showcase. He'd been awarded a first-class merit directly, breaking the record for the youngest third-grade police superintendent. He hadn't expected Fong Ning to not only excel at solving cases but also possess such formidable personal qualities. Not only did he take first place, he turned the competition upside down. Yeah, old Huang, you guys really made yourselves proud. Not only did Chuncheng take first place, but 3 of you made it into the top 10. Impressive. Well, it seems today's championship is Chuncheng's for the taking. We're all just supporting cast. Seeing Director Li open his mouth, the other directors immediately chimed in with flattery. Given Fong Ning's performance in the first 2 rounds, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Fong Ning's victory is practically a done deal. It's all good luck, all good luck. Director Huang waved his hands repeatedly, humbly protesting. But inside, he was already beaming with joy, his smile stretching almost to the heavens. He never imagined Fong Ning would perform so impressively. He had hesitated when selecting Fong Ning for the competition. After all, while Fong Ning possessed talent, his experience was still too limited. He feared Fong Ning might feel intimidated facing such a gathering of masters. But to his surprise, not only did Fong Ning not falter, he delivered an extraordinary performance. The thought brought a smile so wide it nearly creased his face. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward Director Yucheng. At that moment, Director Yucheng sat with a grim expression, utterly silent. His face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Oomph. He glanced at old Huang, whose face was practically split into a chrysanthemum-like grin. Director Yucheng's face turned green with fury, as if he wanted to wring his own head off. The moment he heard the results of the first and second rounds, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Second place in both rounds. He felt like he'd taken 10,000 points of damage, on the verge of passing out. In any other city, second place might have been cause for celebration. But not in Yucheng. Who was Chao Bing? He was this year's top seed. Before the tournament, nearly everyone considered him the champion. His odds of winning were well over 80%. Everyone thought he'd dominate all 3 rounds. But unexpectedly, he was outplayed by Chuncheng's dark horse, Fong Ning. If it had been anyone else, fine. But it just had to be Fong Ning from Spring City. The moment he saw old Huang from Spring City's smug expression, he felt like a wad of cotton was stuffed in his chest, making it hard to breathe. His heart felt like he'd swallowed. Look, something's up. It's number 28, Fong Ning. Could he have spotted the target already? Just then, someone pointed at the big screen and exclaimed. All the bureau chiefs looked up. On the screen, Fong Ning had just finished observing the commotion and was about to leave. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. His gaze locked onto the man ahead. Did Fong Ning really spot it on the 28th? Looks like it. He seems to have spotted the target. Everyone's faces flashed with surprise, then their gazes turned to Li Zhong in unison. Li Zhong instinctively licked his lips and waved his hand. A portrait image soon appeared above the large screen. Seconds later, Chief Li Cheng exclaimed, the person Fong Ning was watching is indeed the target. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in unison. Eyes widened like copper bells, staring at Fong Ning as if he were a monster. Their mouths opened and closed, unable to utter a word. Less than 10 minutes into the competition, and he'd already identified the target? That's incredible. Good. Excellent. Director Huang's face flushed crimson, as if painted with red lacquer. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. His entire body trembled with excitement. Yet, just as everyone was stunned, Director Yu Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he murmured, "Ahem, I suggest everyone refrain from getting too excited just yet." Hearing Director Yu Qing voice dissent, everyone immediately turned to look. Director Huang frowned in displeasure. Director Yu Qing remained unflappable, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Although Fang Ning, target 28, recognized the subject's formidable skills right from the start of the match. But haven't you noticed? The target only has 20 bounty points. Chapter 198, Decisive Abandonment. The Hope of Victory. 20 bounty points? The director's expressions froze in unison. The next second, a flurry of heated discussion erupted. Exactly. The target in front of number 28 only has 20 points. If Fang Ning takes him down, that means his final score will be capped at 20. Meaning 8 other targets ahead of him have higher points. Upon hearing Director Yu Qing's words, the other directors grasped the implication in an instant. This is a bounty points competition. It's about who accumulates the most points, not who captures targets fastest. The realization hit them all at once, their expressions shifting in unison as their eyes locked onto the screen. Their expressions became intensely vivid in an instant, and they even swallowed involuntarily. Though they paid lip service to Chunshan, their hearts were already twisted into knots with envy. They had assumed Fang Ning was the undisputed champion of this tournament. Yet such a dramatic turn of events unfolded. If Fang Ning were to step in and capture the 20 million bounty target, Fang Ning would have eliminated 50%. No, 90%. Losing such a formidable opponent so early in the competition. The odds of their city's contestants achieving good results would skyrocket. At this thought, everyone's eyes burned with intensity as they fixed their gaze on Fang Ning. Their inner voices roared in unison. Go get him! Go get him! Though the bureau chiefs harbored these thoughts, their expressions remained restrained. But Bureau Chief Yu Qing was different. His mood had undergone a complete reversal. He was overjoyed inside. As long as Fang Ning competed, his results were practically guaranteed to be dead last. With Fang Ning's threat neutralized, he was certain Xiao Bing could stage a stunning comeback, securing first place in this grand competition, completely suppressing Chuncheng and restoring their pride. For a moment, every pair of eyes in the monitoring room fixed intently on Fang Ning. The air seemed to freeze. Fang Ning. Director Huang's face darkened instantly, turning as black as a pot bottom. His mood felt like riding a drop tower ride, plunging from the clouds to the depths of the earth. He had been thrilled when Fang Ning was the first to locate the target. But then he discovered the target's bounty was a mere 20 points. To put it plainly, securing this 20-point target meant he was definitely out of the running for the top 3. Even the top 6 would be a stretch. Almost instantly, Director Huang's forehead began to sweat profusely. He swallowed hard, glancing at Fang Ning while silently pleading. Don't arrest him. Don't arrest him. For a moment, the only sound in the room was Director Huang's rapid breathing. On the surveillance screen. Suddenly. Perhaps Director Huang's prayers had worked. Fang Ning's stride toward target 2 halted abruptly. Then, as if struck by a club to the head, he froze rigid in place. His brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Ha! Why did Agent 28 Fang Ning suddenly stop? Indeed, his direction clearly pointed toward target 2. Could he be uncertain? Seeing Fang Ning halt mid-stride, the other bureau chiefs frowned as well, their eyes flashing with deep confusion. Arrest him! What are you doing? Hurry up and arrest him! Director Yu Qing's smile froze on his face, inch by inch. His face flushed bright red with anxiety. At that moment, Fang Ning was less than 5 steps away from target 2. Just as Fang Ning was about to strike, he abruptly halted. This drove him to desperation. He wanted to rush onto the scene and shout. Good. Don't arrest him. For heaven's sake, don't arrest him. Director Huang's expression changed in an instant, faster than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. His furrowed brow instantly smoothed out. His eyes instantly lit up, gazing at Fang Ning with fervor. The hope of winning the championship was reignited in his heart. On the surveillance feed. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a few seconds, Fang Ning seemed to sense everyone's gaze. Suddenly, he chuckled without reason. He then gave target number 2 a lingering look before turning and walking away without hesitation. Fang Ning, number 28, just walked off? What? What on earth was going on? He saw him but didn't arrest him. Could target 28 know target 2's points? Impossible. We only just found out ourselves. How could Fang Ning know? The monitoring room erupted in chaos as everyone scrambled to speculate about Fang Ning's motives. But they couldn't make head nor tail of it. Huff. Director Huang exhaled deeply. The knot in his throat instantly loosened. Regardless of the reason, as long as Fang Ning hadn't chosen to apprehend target 2, there was still hope for victory. Oomph. Director Yu Qing snorted coldly in displeasure, his eyes brimming with frustration. Glaring at Fang Ning's retreating figure only fueled his anger further. He couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. All this time and he still hasn't made a move. Maybe he didn't even notice. The moment these words were spoken, all eyes turned toward him in unison. Their eyes instantly revealed an inexplicable look. Director Huang frowned and looked over as well. Director Yu Qing had been targeting him for quite some time, and he had initially chosen to ignore it. But he hadn't expected Director Yu Qing to be so relentless. His face darkened, and he was about to speak. Just then, another gasp erupted from the crowd. Look! What's Fong Ning at Station 28 doing? Where is he going? Whoa, his eyes are gleaming with purpose. Has he spotted another target already? How could it be so fast? He found another one in just a few minutes. Is this real? It's real. Look. He's picking up speed. He's definitely found something. The directors blinked frantically, exchanging stunned glances, feeling as if they might faint any second. He just spotted target 2, and now he's already found another one? This is too strong. How are others supposed to compete? After a moment of stunned silence, all eyes turned once more to Li Zhong. At that moment, Li Zhong stared wide-eyed at the large screen, his mouth forming an O shape. He was completely oblivious to the stares of those around him. The shock within him seemed to transform into a raging storm, mercilessly engulfing him. Others might not know, but he certainly did. Fong Ning's gaze was fixed squarely on target number 5. Bounty, 50 points. He stared blankly at Fong Ning, his mouth suddenly dry. The match had barely begun half an hour ago, and already he'd spotted target 2, followed immediately by target 5. Fong Ning's demonstrated prowess had already left him utterly awed. At this moment, he was too stunned to speak. Ahem. Seeing Li Zhong dazed, Zhang Guoqian cleared his throat twice to prompt him. Hearing the sound, Li Zhong snapped back to reality. Feeling the hopeful gazes of the others, he grimaced. His fingers tapped rapidly. The next second, a portrait image appeared on the large screen. Whoa, it's target 5. Reward, 50 points. Number 28 Fong Ning had actually found another target. No wonder, no wonder. The moment the information flashed, the bureau chiefs began yanking at their hair, feeling as if tufts were being torn out. They felt like they were about to lose their minds. Discovering 2 targets in such a short span. This couldn't possibly be a matter of luck. It was a matter of skill. Suddenly, Director Li Qing seemed to think of something and blurted out. Right about that 50 million bounty target. Do you think Fong Ning will capture him on the 28th? Chapter 199. Everyone stunned. Abandoning the mission once more. Will he take it? The chiefs unconsciously repeated the question, each sinking into deep thought. Target number 5, bounty, 50. This bounty point value is truly a tough call. Among bounties ranging from 10 to 100 points, 50 points sits squarely in the middle, neither high nor low. Say it's low? It's nearly double the 20 points for target 2. Yet it's only half of target 10's 100 points. In a word, it's neither here nor there. For players who aren't particularly strong. If they successfully spot target 5, they won't hesitate for a second before taking it down. The results might not be stellar, but at least it's passable. But Fong Ning was clearly no ordinary contestant, and no one viewed him as such. After the first 2 rounds, he had completely surpassed Qiao Bing to become the top contender for the championship. Precisely because of this, the directors were hesitating. Given the current situation, target 5 wasn't an ideal choice for Fong Ning either. Choosing to capture target 5 would make the top 3 rankings highly uncertain. It would essentially hand their fate over to the other competitors. Why? Why does Fong Ning have such incredible luck? Director Yu Qing's face was as dark as a pot bottom, his skin twitching visibly. He had just suggested Fong Ning might have missed target 2 and let it go. But mere seconds after those words left his mouth, Fong Ning had already proven him wrong with his actions. Now his face burned like it had been slapped hard. He wished he could just vanish into a crack in the ground. Unlike Director Yu Chang, Director Huang's face now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. On one hand, he was stunned by Fong Ning's luck. On the other hand, he felt a bit conflicted. Target 5, reward 50. A few days ago, he might have been delighted. But after hearing about Fong Ning's astonishing performance, he now felt the reward was a bit too low. If he captured target 5, Fong Ning would be out of the running for the championship. But what if he didn't capture it and never encountered it again later? For a moment, Director Huang's face flushed from pale to crimson, like a Sichuan face-changing master. Fong Ning, how will you decide this time? Li Zhong stared at the screen, muttering to himself. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense deep within. Fong Ning seemed to be able to see the target's bounty points. Each person's thoughts were their own, yet all eyes were fixed on the large screen without blinking. Inside Tongli Ancient Town. 50 points, huh? Definitely better than 20. Fong Ning murmured to himself as he watched the system display. Just moments ago, he'd spotted another target. The target moved swiftly and with practiced ease. They skillfully used the surrounding crowd to create a perfect blind spot. Their strike was utterly decisive. Like a flower darter gliding through blossoms, not a single petal clinging to its wings. This was far more skillful than target 2. Had it been any other competitor, they might well have failed to notice. Unfortunately for him, he faced Fong Ning. Almost without exception, the moment target 5 made his move, Fong Ning spotted him. The instant target 5 succeeded, his eyes darted around alertly. He was clearly very cautious. Seeing no one paying attention, he slowly and imperceptibly retreated. Watching target 5 slowly disappear into the crowd, Fong Ning's expression remained utterly unchanged. Only after the target vanished completely from sight did Fong Ning suddenly crack a smile. Though target 5 was worth 50 points, not insignificant, it was never even on his radar. Without the true eye, he might have hesitated. But with the eye of truth in hand, his objective was singular. Capture target 10 and claim the 100 bounty points. His eyes flickered, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The next second, he turned and walked away. Provincial Sky Eye Monitoring Room. Sure enough. Number 28, Fong Ning, didn't make a move. Too decisive. He didn't even linger before turning and leaving. At that moment, every bureau chief's eyes widened in shock, jumping high as if their tails had been pinched. Their eyes bulged wide, as if they'd gone mad. What the hell is this? Spotting the target but not arresting it. Has Fong Ning unlocked some kind of divine vision? He hesitated when he spotted target 2. Now look at him, he didn't even glance twice at a 50-point target. Is this sheer confidence or sheer arrogance? For a moment, everyone stared at Fong Ning like he was some kind of freak. Their mouths went dry, opening and closing without a word. He hadn't even made a move. Director Yu Cheng's expression turned horrified. He sucked in a sharp breath, completely losing his composure. He never imagined Fong Ning could hold back from striking. If it were him, he would have lost control long ago. Taking a deep breath, Director Yu Cheng's pupils instantly contracted. A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Fong Ning's restraint must mean he's hunting for the target with 100 bounty points. What kind of monster could it be? Chuncheng really got lucky. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his gaze almost instinctively shifting toward Director Huang of Chuncheng. Jealousy nearly burst from his eyes. Gulp. Director Huang involuntarily swallowed hard, his eyes narrowing to slits. The instant he saw Fong Ning abandon target 5 without hesitation, his heart began pounding wildly. Blood surged from his chest to his limbs in an instant. A tingling sensation shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He could tell Fong Ning seemed dissatisfied with target 5. His sights were set much higher. Sure enough, a barely perceptible smile curved Li Zhong's lips. Things unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Fong Ning still hadn't made his move. He turned to look at Zhang Buqiang and Xia Jiangwo. Their gazes met, each seeing profound shock in the other's eyes. Now everyone could see that Fong Ning had deliberately held back. His sights were clearly set much higher. A deathly silence fell over the arena. Only the sound of everyone's rapid breathing remained. Several minutes passed before the tension finally began to ease. On screen, Fong Ning's luck seemed to have run out. After searching for several minutes, he still hadn't found another target. Seeing this, the expressions of the bureau chiefs finally eased slightly. Had Fong Ning spotted the target again within mere minutes, they likely would have exploded on the spot. Huff, huff. Director Yu Cheng exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He genuinely feared Fong Ning would keep spotting targets, leaving them no breathing room. Seeing Fong Ning remain motionless, the surveillance feed flickered. The feed immediately switched to the other contestants. The competition had only just begun, and the other contestants were still largely in the exploratory phase. Unlike Fong Ning, who had spotted the target immediately, most of them frowned deeply, constantly scanning everyone around them. For a moment, the entire competition venue seemed eerily quiet. Time ticked by, second by second. 3 full hours passed. Except for Fong Ning, none of the remaining contestants had found the target. Just as the directors began yawning in boredom, a sudden cry erupted from the monitoring room. Look! Something's happening over at Fong Ning's end. Chapter 200, Sudden Change. Chao Bing in pursuit. Time rewinds a few minutes earlier. After abandoning the pursuit of target 5, things seemed to shift subtly. For several hours straight, he hadn't spotted a single other target. As if his luck had run out. All the targets vanished without a trace, as if they'd been tipped off in advance. At first, Fong Ning didn't notice. But as the competition time slowly ticked away, Fong Ning's expression darkened visibly. What was going on? Why hadn't he encountered a single target? Had the targets already finished their first round of actions? Gazing at the bustling street, Fong Ning's brow furrowed deeply. Green bean paste cakes for sale. Make way, make way. Fresh coconut milk pudding, no sugar, no charge. Big sale. Silk fabrics on clearance. Buy one, get the second half off. Buy one, get the second half off. It was nearing noon, the busiest time in Tongli ancient town. Hordes of tourists poured into the town like a tidal wave. The clamor of vendors and the din of voices filled the air. Finding a target became even harder. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ning was about to try his luck in another direction. But just then, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a small boat gliding across the bridge. Staring blankly at the river's surface, Fong Ning suddenly fell deep in thought. Seconds later, he snapped his head up, his eyes lighting up. Right. I've been searching on land the whole time, maybe they're on the boat too. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes grew, convinced it was possible. Without hesitation, he sprinted straight to the ferry landing. The moment he reached the landing, a figure instantly caught his attention. The man's features were utterly unremarkable, the kind you'd easily miss in a crowd. Yet the moment Fong Ning saw him, an inexplicable thought surged in her heart. Something was off about this man. Follow him and see. Fong Ning's pupils instantly narrowed to slits. The true sight ability wouldn't activate until the target made a move. In other words, confirmation could only be made after the man made his move. After a few seconds of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and boarded the ship. The instant Fong Ning boarded the ship, a figure followed closely behind, almost stepping onto the boat right behind Fong Ning. Once aboard, the dark figure slowly turned around. It was Chao Bing. Seated several rows back in the small boat, Chao Bing watched Fong Ning with a flickering gaze. He had actually been following Fong Ning the entire way. When the race began, he'd noticed Fong Ning strolling along as if window shopping, showing no sense of urgency. Recalling his experiences in the previous 2 rounds, Chao Bing couldn't explain why. Suddenly, as if driven by some unseen force, he had followed him. He'd only intended to see what Fong Ning was up to. But what he saw next left him utterly stunned. He was astonished to discover Fong Ning spotted his target right at the start of the match. The moment he saw Fong Ning heading toward the target, his heart nearly sank. With his experience, he could tell the target man was trouble. Just when he thought Fong Ning would strike first, he never expected it. Fong Ning actually abandoned his attack and turned to leave. For a moment, his heart pounded violently. His chest felt stuffed with sponge, making it hard to breathe. He swallowed hard, then found himself inexplicably following Fong Ning. What unfolded next left him speechless with shock. Fong Ning had discovered yet another target. This one was clearly more skilled than the last. He didn't even notice anything wrong with the target at first. It wasn't until he saw the unease on Fong Ning's face that he finally caught on. Only then did he understand why Fong Ning hadn't made his move earlier. Because Fong Ning was aiming for a higher scoring target. Just as he assumed Fong Ning would strike this time, Fong Ning slapped him in the face once more. Fong Ning still didn't make a move, he simply turned and walked away. His expression showed no hesitation whatsoever, and his movements were even faster than the first time. What the hell? Xiao Bing was utterly dumbfounded. His expression instantly became filled with hesitation. His face was etched with anguish. He now faced two choices. Should he arrest the target before him? Or continue following Fong Ning? Watching the target slowly disappear into the crowd. For a split second, he almost couldn't resist acting. But upon catching sight of Fong Ning's retreating figure, he halted abruptly. A flicker of inner conflict flickered in his eyes. He noticed Fong Ning's clearly dissatisfied expression. He hadn't made his move. Which meant Fong Ning was confident he could find a target with higher points. With that realization, Xiao Bing hesitated no longer. He hurried to catch up with Fong Ning, following him all the way onto the ship. Ship ahoy, hold on tight, folks. With the boatman's call, the small vessel glided slowly into the winding river. The boat wasn't large, and at this moment, it was nearly packed to capacity. Finding a spot to sit, Fong Ning stared intently at the man. Fong Ning was now not far from the man, separated only by a single row. After setting sail, the man snapped photos incessantly like any ordinary tourist. He showed no unusual behavior. Strange. Could I have misread him? Fong Ning's brows knitted into a deep frown, his expression shifting between uncertainty and suspicion. After watching for a while longer, the man still showed no unusual behavior. Ah, it must have been a mistake after all. I was just too anxious. Fong Ning sighed softly, shook his head, and slowly withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to turn away, his entire body suddenly stiffened in place. A flash of light darted across his eyes. His entire body trembled with excitement. In that very instant, he thought he saw the man's hand move. Though the movement was astonishingly swift, he was certain he had seen it. The man's hand swiftly brushed against the young man seated next to him. Almost as soon as he withdrew his hand, it seemed to hold something new. A master. Definitely a master. Fong Ning was secretly startled. With his own skills, he had only caught a blur. This proved the man before him had reached a level of mastery bordering on the supernatural. The man's power completely overshadowed Lu Sanpao. This must be the 100-point bounty target, number 10. Staring unblinkingly at the man, Fong Ning murmured under his breath. To be safe, he silently activated his true sight. The moment the Eye of Truth activated, a crimson dot appeared mere inches from his face. Focusing his gaze, a faint smile instantly curved Fong Ning's lips. The man before him was indeed target number 10. A 100-point bounty. In that instant, Fong Ning felt a rush of heat throughout his body, his heart pounding wildly. If he could just capture this man, the championship of this tournament would be within his grasp. Bridge arch ahead, everyone duck down. Just then, the boatman's warning call echoed. The moment he heard the voice, Fong Ning instinctively looked ahead. The next second, Fong Ning's entire body suddenly jolted. He froze in place as if struck on the head with a club. His mouth formed a perfect O, eyes fixed dead ahead, his face etched with utter disbelief. In the very instant Fong Ning froze, Xiao Bing suddenly darted forward from behind and pinned down target number 10. He then turned to Fong Ning, a cold smile curling his lips. Thanks for showing us the way, but I'm the one who caught the target. Chapter 201, Snatching Prey from the Tiger's Mouth. The treacherous Xiao Bing. What? What is this situation? Inside the provincial department's Sky Eye monitoring room, everyone's eyes widened, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They felt like they were about to lose their minds. Earlier, they'd seen Fong Ning board the ship without hesitation. Their eyes lit up instantly. Every pair fixed intently on Fong Ning. A single thought surfaced in their minds. Had Fong Ning found another target? Just minutes after Fong Ning boarded the ship, suddenly, Fong Ning's eyes widened instantly, bulging like copper bells. He stood frozen in place, as if struck on the head with a club. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, everyone could almost be certain. Fong Ning had definitely spotted another target. Sure enough, Fong Ning's eyes were fixed intently on the front, his gaze growing increasingly intense. Obstructed by the small boat's canopy, the others couldn't make out which target it was. One by one, they were tearing their hair out in frustration. Why? Why does he have such incredible luck? Director Yu Cheng's face turned ashen, his expression struck as if by lightning. Though he said this, he couldn't deny it. Fong Ning probably wasn't just lucky, he was genuinely skilled. And judging by his excited expression, his target score must far exceed that of target 5. It could easily be over 70 points, or even 80. Or even 90 points. At this thought, Director Yu Cheng swallowed hard, a flicker of alarm darting across his eyes. No, it couldn't be that coincidental. He quickly shook his head, banishing the thought entirely. What would the score be this time? Could it surpass 80 points? Director Huang was trembling with excitement, his grin stretching all the way to the back of his head. Judging by Fong Ning's expression, he must have spotted a target with a higher bounty. If only it were 100 points. Clutching his fists, Director Huang stared at the large screen with hopeful anticipation. All eyes were fixed on Fong Ning at that moment. Time ticked by second. A full 30 seconds passed, yet Fong Ning still hadn't made a move. One by one, brows furrowed in puzzlement. But then, something utterly unexpected happened. While Fong Ning was still in a daze, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the rear of the small boat. Moving with blinding speed, it blurred into a straight black line on the screen. Before anyone could react, the shadow leapt over Fong Ning and lunged at a tourist inside the boat. The moment they made contact, both parties clung tightly to each other. They crashed into the cabin with a thud. The startling noise sent shivers down the spines of all the passengers. The boatman shuddered in fright, his body going limp as he nearly dropped the oars and plunged into the river. He turned to glance back, finally exhaling in relief. But Fong Ning remained completely unfazed, his gaze still fixed blankly ahead. Judging by the direction, it seemed to be near the bow. The captured man was none other than target number 10. And the shadowy figure? It was Chao Bing. Chao Bing? He's target 01, Chao Bing. How did he end up here? Indeed, Chao Bing's figure had never appeared on the large screen, so he was here all along. As Chao Bing tackled a tourist to the ground, deep confusion flashed across the eyes of the assembled bureau chiefs. Chao Bing hadn't appeared in the surveillance footage at all. They were even discussing whether he was hiding in the shadows, observing. Who knew he was hiding on the boat? No. The Liqing bureau chief was the first to react, casting a deep look at the Yuqing bureau chief. Then, with a peculiar expression, he murmured. Could it be that the target Chao Bing is after is also Fong Ning's target? The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present shifted abruptly. Shock slowly filled their eyes. One by one, their mouths gaped open, unable to utter a word. Hearing the Li City bureau chief speak thus, everyone immediately realized. The tourist Chao Bing tackled could very well be Fong Ning's target. The boat wasn't large, and there weren't many passengers. It was impossible for two contestants to be on the same boat by coincidence. Moreover, the direction Chao Bing attacked from was almost exactly where Fong Ning had been staring earlier. In an instant, a single thought surged through the minds of the directors, Fong Ning's target. It had been stolen. Cheating. This is cheating. Director Huang's face instantly turned green, his entire body trembling as he nearly fainted. His finger trembled as he pointed at Chao Bing on the screen. His breathing became ragged, his voice cracking. Veins bulged on his forehead. Rage instantly filled his heart. The small boat offered little space, the target had nowhere to escape. Fong Ning was on the verge of successfully apprehending the target, just one final tremor away. But unexpectedly, a third party suddenly intervened, snatching the fruits of victory from his grasp. Though he hadn't yet seen the target's score, Fong Ning's expression made it clear the target's score couldn't be low. In a town this size, who could guarantee encountering a target with higher points? This target might very well be the highest scoring one Fong Ning could ever encounter. But now it's all over. All that effort wasted. All that effort wasted. Director Huang, that's not quite right. Director Yuqing raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. How could this be cheating? Which rule did candidate 01, Chao Bing, actually violate? The rules are clear, each person gets only one chance to make a move, ranked by points. If certain contestants couldn't make up their minds and didn't take action, they can't blame anyone else. Director Yuqing's lips curled in a smile, though inside he was itching to beat a drum and shout for joy. He had been somewhat worried earlier, unable to spot Chao Bing anywhere. That worry nearly peaked when he saw Fong Ning find another target. But the instant Chao Bing made his move, the weight on his chest plummeted to the ground. He nodded repeatedly at Chao Bing, his face practically splitting into a chrysanthemum-like grin. How could he not see through Chao Bing's intentions? It was clear he'd planned to snatch Fong Ning's target. Yet he felt not a shred of guilt, instead, a quiet pride swelled within him. The smug look on his face was practically bursting at the seams. You. Commissioner Huang's face instantly flushed crimson, as if coated in red paint. His lips trembled, his mouth twitched as if seized by epilepsy. He never imagined that Director Yu Cheng would show not a shred of remorse. Instead, he wore a smug, triumphant expression. Seeing this, even someone with the best temper would find it hard to hold back. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Director Yu Cheng. But he was immediately restrained by the other directors. Old Huang, calm down. The competition rules don't explicitly prohibit this. Yes, Chao Bing's actions may seem questionable, but they are technically within the rules. The other directors urged him to calm down. Director Yu Cheng didn't flinch, chin thrust defiantly forward as he glared at Director Huang. Director Huang's eyes blazed crimson. He took a deep breath. Then he charged at Director Yu Cheng with renewed fury. But just then, someone suddenly cried out. Look! Chao Bing has captured target number 10. Chapter 202, want the championship? Did you ask me? Target number 10. At those words, everyone froze in unison. As if struck by a club, they froze in place. Rigidly, they turned their necks to stare at the surveillance feed. The face of the captured target finally came into view. Simultaneously, a line of personal details appeared automatically at the bottom of the screen. Number 10. It was target 10. Director Huang's entire body swayed. His gaze had gone blank. His teeth clenched, his lips drained of color. His heart seemed to stop. The next second, a chill surged inexplicably from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. In an instant, the hairs on his back stood on end, as if stripped of clothing in winter. My entire body shivered uncontrollably. It's the 10th. Director Huang murmured, his gaze unfocused. As if all strength had been instantly drained from his body, he sagged and nearly collapsed to the ground. He never could have imagined it. The target wasn't worth 70 points, nor 80 points. And certainly not 90 points. But the 100-point bounty target. The highest score in the third round. Which meant, although the third stage of this police competition hadn't even reached its halfway point, the outcome is already certain. The champion is Officer Chow, ID 01. At this thought, Commissioner Huang's face twitched violently, his expression as grim as someone suffering from constipation. This championship. It was meant to be Fang Ning's. But Xiao Bing had stolen the thunder. The more Director Huang thought about it, the angrier he became. In the next instant, his blood rushed to his head. His eyes rolled back and he was about to collapse. Old Huang. Director Li of Liqing City reacted swiftly, catching Director Huang just in time. He looked at Director Huang and shook his head slowly, his expression equally grim. He hadn't expected that the target on the ship was actually target number 10. This meant Xiao Bing had practically snatched the championship from Fang Ning. Had Xiao Bing not appeared, Fang Ning would already be champion. He would have set an unprecedented record of first place in all 3 stages. But now, all of that had vanished into thin air. But that's just how the rules are, no one can argue with that. All we can do is sigh inwardly at Fang Ning's bad luck. First place. We're champions. Ha! Director Yu Qing's eyes flashed with intensity. He was so excited he was practically shaking. He seemed on the verge of fainting. A surge of joy instantly filled his heart. His entire being radiated an extraordinary glow. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, his entire body flushed with excitement. His heart pounded wildly, utterly beyond his control. He trembled with excitement, as if seized by a seizure. Director Yu Qing was practically beside himself with joy. He was already thrilled that Xiao Bing had seized Fang Ning's target. But he never imagined. The target was actually number 10. Number 10, the highest-ranked bounty hunter in the entire third stage. The surprise felt like it had fallen from the heavens. In that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. Manna from heaven. And a big one at that. His eyelid twitched violently, his heart pounding wildly. Director Yu Qing shot a smug glance at Director Huang, who was lost in thought. Then, his eyes gleamed with keen interest as he turned to the surveillance feed. He was already anticipating Fang Ning's dumbfounded expression. What a pity. Li Zhong's mouth hung open, his face etched with regret. His emotions had mostly settled by now, and he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Fang Ning. The moment the target revealed their face, he recognized it instantly. The target was indeed number 10. But he never expected. Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh and slowly shook his head. Luck is part of one's strength. Fang Ning's luck seemed good, but it still fell short at the crucial moment. Second place isn't bad either. Keep pushing for next season. Staring blankly at the big screen, Li Zhong couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. Unexpected, truly unexpected. At the far end of the Sky Eye monitoring room, old Yuan's brow furrowed for the first time. A rare hint of regret flickered in his eyes. In his view, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Fang Ning had a strong chance of winning the championship. Yet life is always accompanied by all manner of unexpected twists. Unexpected events could strike at any moment. Fang Ning was clearly just one step away from the championship. He could have won if only he hadn't spaced out. Wait. At this thought, a flash of lightning darted through old Yuan's eyes. His gaze flickered toward Fang Ning's retreating figure as his mind raced. His breathing quickened, as if trying to see through something. Suddenly, old Yuan's eyes widened in shock. For the first time, his gaze held genuine astonishment. The direction Fang Ning was gazing toward was none other than toward Tongli Town on a small boat. Thanks for the lead, but I'm the one who caught the target. Xiao Bing glanced at Fang Ning, a cold smile curling his lips. His eyes locked onto Fang Ning. He hadn't given up on seeing despair in Fang Ning's eyes. But this time, he was destined to be disappointed once more. Fang Ning appeared frozen, his gaze fixed rigidly ahead, eyes unblinking. Only then did Xiao Bing realize that Fang Ning's gaze wasn't fixed on the target person, but rather, what lay ahead of the target. Could this not be the target? Xiao Bing nearly panicked in an instant. His heart pounded wildly, refusing to calm down. He swallowed involuntarily, his gaze fixed on the man whose hands trembled slightly. After being captured, the man showed no resistance whatsoever, his expression calm and composed. Seeing this, Xiao Bing could no longer contain himself. His voice trembling, he asked, "What number are you?" The man suddenly grinned, his lips curling slightly as he murmured, "Number 10. Then he added to Xiao Bing, "Congratulations, champion." Champion. Xiao Bing froze in place, repeating the words over and over. His drooping eyes snapped wide open. Excitement gradually filled his entire eye sockets. His face flushed crimson in an instant, as if he'd just eaten a ginseng fruit. His gaze instinctively turned to Fang Ning, a faint smile first curling at the corners of his mouth. Then his lips curled upward relentlessly, until his smile became wild. "Ha! Fang Ning. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm the champion. I, Xiao Bing, am the champion." Xiao Bing let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. He felt the pent-up resentment and frustration that had weighed on his heart for so long explode and be completely released. He felt refreshed and invigorated, his entire body light as a feather, like a celestial being on earth. After his roaring laughter, he glanced at Fong Ning, certain this time Fong Ning would show utter despair. But the very next second, Xiao Bing's face twisted in horror, turning instantly pale and drained of color. Fong Ning showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. Want to win the championship? Did you ask me? Chapter 203, No Hope for the Top 3? Fong Ning steps in. Want to win the championship? Did you ask me? A faint, enigmatic smile curved Fong Ning's lips as he shot Xiao Bing a peculiar glance. In that split second of distraction, he hadn't noticed Xiao Bing's movements at all. By the time he snapped back to reality, Xiao Bing had already seized the target first. Upon recognizing it as target 10, not a trace of panic stirred within him. His gaze remained fixed ahead, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Gulp! Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Xiao Bing's face instantly turned paler than someone suffering from constipation. His heart skipped a beat, pounding wildly in his chest. He knew that look on Fong Ning's face all too well. Whenever Fong Ning wore that look, there was no doubt about it. Trouble was brewing. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, shook his head forcefully, and said coldly, Fong Ning, stop talking tough. I've already caught the 100-point contestant, number 10. Which means, the highest points in the third stage will be mine. The championship is mine. Do you understand? Having delivered his speech in one breath, Xiao Bing lifted his chin high, his gaze dripping with contempt as he looked at Fong Ning. After a brief moment of dazed confusion, Xiao Bing snapped back to reality. He had secured the highest bounty points in the third stage. Nothing could possibly go wrong now. Even if Fong Ning captured all targets from 1 to 9, it wouldn't matter. He'd max out at 100 points. 100 points meant the championship. Realizing everything, a smile returned to Xiao Bing's lips. He glanced at Fong Ning with disdain, his mind now completely clear. Fong Ning was undoubtedly struggling to accept having his target snatched away. That's why he was putting on airs. Fong Ning ignored Xiao Bing's 100 points. His eyes stared blankly ahead, his entire body tense and his expression extremely serious. For a moment, an odd atmosphere permeated the entire small boat. Xiao Bing looked at Fong Ning. Fong Ning stared straight ahead. Neither spoke, and the scene seemed frozen in time. The air felt thick and heavy, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hiss. In the provincial department's monitoring room, everyone gasped in unison. Eyes wide, they stared at each other, feeling as though their eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. What on earth was happening? Fong Ning's voice wasn't loud, but to everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder. Deep confusion spread across every face. Fong Ning's behavior was simply too bizarre. Not only was he not angry that someone else had taken credit for the target he'd worked so hard to find. Instead, he kept staring ahead with a silly grin. Was he playing dumb, or was he genuinely clueless? And then there was that. What did Fong Ning mean by that remark? What did you ask him about winning the championship even mean? Didn't you hear the target admit it was number 10? Number 10's points were the highest in the entire third stage. Capture champion number 10. Almost everyone present believed this. And that's exactly how it played out. Yet the more certain this seemed, the more astonished the chiefs became. What on earth could have driven Fong Ning to say such a thing? Had Xiao Bing's actions truly driven him mad? Put. Director Yucheng couldn't help but let out a chuckle, his expression tightening slightly. He then glanced at Fong Ning on the surveillance feed and shook his head slowly. In his view, Fong Ning was just talking tough. By this point in the third round, Xiao Bing's victory was a foregone conclusion. There would be no surprises. He re-examined the rules of the third stage. He reached a final conclusion. Fong Ning had absolutely no chance of winning the championship. He couldn't help but turn and glance at Director Huang. He noticed the veins bulging on Huang's forehead, his entire body seemingly frozen in a daze. His eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the surveillance feed, speechless. Seeing this, Director Yucheng wore an extremely smug expression, about to open his mouth to show off. But at that very moment, a sudden cry erupted from the crowd. Wow! Look! Agent Wang Mian-02 has successfully apprehended Target 9. The words sent shockwaves through the room. Then, all eyes turned to the surveillance screen. In the center of the screen, Wang Mian was holding a man, his face beaming with excitement. His smile never left his face. Good heavens! Target 9 was found the moment Target 10 appeared. That was incredibly fast. So that means not only the champion, but the runner-up has already been claimed. The bureau chiefs immediately snapped to attention, staring wide-eyed at each other, feeling like they were about to lose their minds. Target 10 was captured less than a minute ago, and now Target 9 has been nabbed too. Good grief, it's as if they'd planned this coordinated strike. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, then turned to look at Director Huang with peculiar expressions. Some expressed regret, others sighed, but most were simply gloating. They had expected Fong Ning to maintain his invincible streak and claim the championship. But who would have guessed that right as he was about to claim the crown, someone would snatch the victory from under his nose? How could this happen? How could this happen? Director Huang stumbled back 3 steps. All color drained from his face. His eyelids twitched violently, his lips trembled, and his body jerked as if he might faint at any moment. The relentless barrage of devastating news threatened to crush him in an instant. Just a moment ago, victory seemed assured only to have his base stolen outright. Losing the game was one thing, but losing everything was another. Talk about adding insult to injury. Now he'd lost not only the championship but even the runner-up spot. After a long silence, he slowly lifted his head to look at Fong Ning, sighing deeply within. It took a while before his composure began to return. Though both the championship and runner-up spots were now out of reach. But securing third place is still something. Securing third place would still mark a breakthrough for Spring City. But just then, another gasp erupted from the crowd. Look! 03 Hooli has made his move too. He's spotted the target. What number is it? Everyone's eyes widened instantly. The next second, everyone's mouths dropped open in stunned silence. Her mouth formed a perfect O, her expression suddenly becoming utterly captivating. Hooli's target. It just so happened to be number 8. Number 8. 80 points. Which means Hooli clinched third place. With that, the top 3 finishers of this grand competition were decided. All within 3 minutes. Champion, runner-up, and third place all decided. The directors felt parched, their breaths coming in gasps as they struggled to catch their breath. The competition suddenly took a dramatic turn. No reaction whatsoever. The top 3 were revealed in an instant. How incredibly coincidental. Staring blankly at the screen, each person's facial expression was incredibly vivid. The large monitor screen kept switching back and forth. After cycling through all the feeds, it inexplicably paused on Fong Ning's camera. Seeing the image freeze, the crowd couldn't help but sigh in silent disappointment. Life is unpredictable. A contestant who had once held hopes of winning the championship now couldn't even make it into the top 3. Who would believe such a thing? Unable to help themselves, they swallowed hard and stared blankly at the large screen. On screen, Fong Ning's gaze seemed unfocused, still staring blankly ahead. But the next second, Fong Ning suddenly moved. He shot straight past Chao Ning and target 10. Like a cheetah, he shot forward with a swift burst of speed. His target was none other than the boatman. Chapter 204, Class of Fugitive Wang Jinshan. Ah! Let go of me. Let go. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. I can't breathe. The boatman's face flushed crimson, then instantly turned liver-colored. His hands desperately tugged at Fong Ning's arms, his eyes rolled wildly, and his limbs thrashed back and forth. Like a pig about to be slaughtered. Fong Ning's expression was grave as he clamped his hands tightly around the boatman's neck. He pinned the boatman to the deck so hard beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The pressure the boatman exerted on him was simply too great. Splash! Witnessing this scene, the passengers on the tour boat instantly froze, standing bolt upright in unison. Their eyes widened with terror as they turned to Fong Ning, all instinctively taking half a step back. What are you doing? Let him go. He's about to pass out. One tourist finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, gritting his teeth. The boatman was clearly on the verge of collapse, as if he might pass out any second. Let go. If you don't let go, we're calling the police. Exactly. Committing a crime in broad daylight. There are cameras everywhere here, don't do anything rash. Young man, turn back now while you still can. You won't get away with this. Seeing someone take the lead, the other tourists turned to Fong Ning and pleaded. Though they spoke these words, everyone remained huddled behind the cabin, too afraid to approach. Each of them wished they were miles away from Fong Ning. Ignoring the others on board, Fong Ning kept his grip tight around the boatman's neck. Under Fong Ning's formidable physical strength, the boatman's struggles visibly subsided. His flailing arms slowly dropped, drained of strength. He was about to lose consciousness completely. At that very moment, Chao Bing, who had remained silent all along, suddenly appeared. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushing to the pair without a moment's hesitation. He forcibly pried Fong Ning's hands apart. Fong Ning's entire focus was on the boatman. Seeing the boatman cease struggling, the grip on his hand gradually loosened. Chao Bing's abrupt intervention wrenched his hand free from its hold on the boatman. Thud! The boatman fell backward, his head tilted to one side. Good. Well done. That young man is truly fierce. We really owe it all to that kind-hearted lad, otherwise none of us would have made it ashore. The small boat, adrift for too long, had drifted to the river's center. Seeing someone take action, the tourists' eyes lit up with admiration. Yet their bodies retreated deeper into the boat. What? Fong Ning's face turned pale, and he was about to intervene again. Spotting the boatman unconscious, he forced himself to halt. He then looked up at Chao Bing, his voice tight with anger as he demanded. What are you doing? He's an A-level wanted criminal. It turned out that just as he was about to use the Eye of Truth to verify target 10, he suddenly noticed something extraordinary. The boatman's head had turned a deep crimson, almost purple. He instinctively scanned the information with the Eye of Truth. His pupils instantly narrowed to slits as he thought in astonishment, Wang Jinshan. The boatman's name was actually Wang Jinshan. For a moment, he could barely breathe. The name Wang Jinshan was practically a household name. He was the notorious serial killer from over a decade ago. A Class A fugitive wanted nationwide in Dragon Nation. The reason he was classified as Class A was because Longwa only had one tier for its most wanted criminals. The crimes committed by Wang Jinshan were beyond horrifying. Over 3 years, he fled across northern regions committing crimes, killing a total of 36 people. Later, he vanished without a trace, eluding police for an extended period. The reason Fong Ning froze in shock was because he noticed Wang Jinshan's appearance differed significantly from the photo. As one of the long-escaped Class A fugitives, every new recruit in recent years had seen Wang Jinshan's mugshot. Yet the man standing before him bore almost no resemblance to the image. After a brief moment of distraction, Fong Ning quickly snapped back to reality. The information displayed by the true eye could never be wrong. The boatman before him must be Wang Jinshan. There was only one explanation for the discrepancy with the wanted photo. Wang Jinshan had undergone plastic surgery. Once he grasped this, everything clicked into place for Fong Ning. Chao Bing's attempt to seize target 10 seemed utterly ridiculous to him. 100 points? Nothing compared to the thrill of capturing an A-level fugitive. Without hesitation, he struck the moment Wang Jinshan's attention wavered. He instantly gained control over Wang Jinshan. Just as the operation seemed poised for success, Chao Bing abruptly intervened. Fong Ning shot Chao Bing a cold stare, his rage boiling over, threatening to erupt at any moment. A wanted criminal? Chao Bing's eyes widened instantly, his face flushing with astonishment. He froze in place as if struck on the head with a club. After a few seconds, a cold smile slowly curled the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Fong Ning, shook his head, and sneered. Ha, a wanted criminal? And a level 1 at that? Fong Ning, I think you've truly lost your mind. Chao Bing's smile was oddly twisted. If Fong Ning had called the boatman a thief, that would have been one thing. But to claim the boatman was some Class A wanted criminal? How many Class A fugitives were there in Longhua anyway? As an honorary police officer of Jade City, he'd studied every A-level fugitive's photo at least 800 times. Without exaggeration, if any Class A criminal appeared before him, he could identify them within 3 seconds. He had studied the boatman, no Class A fugitive. Fong Ning must be lying. At this thought, Chao Bing's smile grew even broader as he shot Fong Ning a mocking look. Then tell me, which A-level criminal is the boatman? Wang Jinshan. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes. Wang Jinshan. Chao Bing froze, then burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. The next second, he doubled over laughing. He was practically laughing so hard he was snorting. Wang Jinshan. Serial killer. Almost every new recruit was taught about him as a case study. How could he possibly forget that face? Taking a deep breath, Chao Bing turned to Fong Ning, a smug grin spreading across his lips. If he's Wang Jinshan, I'll drink the entire Shoha River dry. Seeing Chao Bing's smug expression, Fong Ning mentally rolled his eyes so hard they nearly popped out. He then shook his head with a sneer. After lowering his head once more to confirm Wang Jinshan remained unconscious. Still feeling uneasy. So he bent down again, searching Wang Jinshan's body for something. As a notorious serial killer, he didn't believe Wang Jinshan would come unprepared. He was certain the man had concealed something dangerous on his person. Fong Ning. You just won't let it go, will you? Assaulting civilians in public will get you disciplined. You can still back off now. Seeing Fong Ning pay him no mind, Chao Bing's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He yanked Fong Ning away, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He felt like his lungs were about to burst. Damn it. After capturing target 10, he felt no thrill of victory whatsoever. Instead, he felt a familiar sense of frustration. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the thought about to speak. Suddenly, Wang Jinshan, who had been unconscious the entire time, leaped up as if his tail had been pinched. Then, he produced a butterfly knife from somewhere and pressed it hard against Chao Bing's neck. His gaze toward Fong Ning was cold and vicious. Drive the boat to shore. Or I'll stab him to death. Chapter 205, Emergency. Chao Bing taken hostage. Steer the boat to shore. Or I'll stab him to death. Veins bulged on Wang Jinshan's forehead as his entire expression twisted in an instant. In an instant, the honest boatman transformed into a menacing criminal. His narrowed eyes fixed intently on Fong Ning not far away. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but it was mostly shock and suspicion. He racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. He had hidden himself so well all these years. He himself had nearly forgotten he was a murderer. He'd assumed he'd simply fade away like this. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that today, someone would point him out by name. He couldn't fathom where things had gone wrong. Damn it, how did he find out? His gaze instinctively fell upon the unfamiliar face in the water, and Wang Jinshan felt his mind go blank. He'd even had plastic surgery. How could someone still recognize him? Did this guy have some kind of supernatural vision? As countless possibilities raced through his mind, Wang Jinshan's face grew increasingly crimson. Soon it turned the color of liver, his eyes gradually filling with bloodshot veins, his entire face contorting into a hideous grimace. Damn it! Didn't you hear me? If you don't move over now, I'll stab you. Seeing Fong Ning show no sign of backing down, Wang Jinshan grew frantic, driving his butterfly knife downward a fraction further. Just that slight downward motion left a crimson streak across Chao Bing's neck. Witnessing this, many tourists screamed and fainted on the spot. Those who remained unharmed were shaking uncontrollably. They dared not even glance in that direction. Only now did everyone realize the boatman really was trouble. The thought of having just offended him made them want to tear their hair out. They wanted to slap themselves silly. Fong Ning, save me. Chao Bing's body stiffened into a rigid lump, holding his breath as he glanced at the butterfly knife with terror in his eyes. At that moment, he could even feel the icy coldness of the blade pressed against his throat. It felt like being thrown into the snow and forced to roll around in the dead of winter. Every hair on his body stood on end. Though he was a veteran officer with years of service, he felt utterly helpless, just like any ordinary person. Wang Jinshan's name was simply too notorious. He was a serial killer renowned throughout the entire Dragon Nation. He killed without hesitation or reason, purely on a whim. His first crime occurred at an electronics factory. Having dropped out of school young due to his family's poverty, Wang Jinshan entered the workforce early. Later, by a twist of fate, he heard that electronics factories in Wuchang were quite profitable. So he set off alone for Wuchang with just 1,000 yuan in cash. Coming from the countryside, he had no experience or connections. After much inquiry, he found an employment agency. This agency would become the catalyst that turned Wang Jinshan into a murderous maniac. Seeing Wang Jinshan as an honest soul, the agency first swindled him out of 400 yuan in referral fees, then tricked him into buying 400 yuan worth of betting. They promised to place him in a factory paying over 10,000 yuan monthly. Though Wang Jinshan had only 200 yuan left in his pocket, the prospect of earning over 10,000 yuan a month filled him with joy, and he eagerly accepted the offer. But when he arrived, he was stunned. The so-called 10,000 yuan monthly income was only achievable by working non-stop for 24 hours a day, every single day for a month. But the young Wang Jinshan didn't lose heart. Instead, he worked overtime day and night. When he eagerly went to collect his paycheck at month's end, he was shocked to discover his paycheck was less than 3,000 yuan. He knew that with all the overtime he'd put in that month, he should have earned 6,000. Now he was getting more than half less. Upon asking, he finally learned that the team leader had fined him for being careless and irresponsible at work. Fuming, he confronted the team leader only to be mocked, as expected. Only then did he realize he was being singled out because he hadn't given the team leader any favors since starting the job. Wang Jinshan said no more, simply returning to his work in silence. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. That night, Wang Jinshan lay awake, unable to sleep. The next morning, he rose as usual, ate breakfast, and went to work. The only difference this time was that he carried a hammer in his pocket. After diligently completing his morning tasks as usual, Wang Jinshan approached the team leader with a smile, saying he needed to talk. The foreman, completely unprepared, grumbled as he followed. But in the next instant, Wang Jinshan pulled out the hammer and swung it down on the foreman's forehead. Thud! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, yet Wang Jinshan remained calm, showing no sign of disturbance. As he struck, he muttered to himself, 100. 100. Wang Jinshan struck 30 times. Exactly 3,000 yuan. After the 30 blows, Wang Jinshan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, as if some primal instinct within him had been awakened. After a few seconds of hesitation, he picked up the blood-stained hammer and walked straight out of the electronics factory. After leaving the factory, Wang Jinshan didn't flee. Instead, he took the hammer to the employment agency. This time, he only struck 8 times. 800. After completing all this, Wang Jinshan vanished completely from public view. Years later, a serial killer emerged in society. Wang Jinshan. The mere thought of it sent uncontrollable shivers down Qiao Bing's spine. He looked at Fong Ning with pleading eyes. At that moment, the idea of a championship was the last thing on his mind. Screw the competition. Screw the championship. Survival was the only thing that mattered now. Open it. Open it. I'll open it right now, just calm down. Fong Ning's eyes flashed, and he nodded hastily in agreement. He could tell Wang Jinshan wasn't lying. If he didn't comply, Wang Jinshan would certainly kill Qiao's men. He'd already killed dozens, one more wouldn't make a difference. Though Qiao Bing wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he was still a colleague in the police force. He wouldn't allow a colleague to die in front of him. Besides, there were still many tourists aboard the cruise ship. If Wang Jinshan truly lost control, it would inevitably cause chaos. No choice. Fong Ning slowly bent down to pick up the oar. Row faster. Stop dawdling. You have 3 minutes. If you don't reach the shore in 3 minutes, I'll kill him. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Wang Jinshan's mouth. He then turned to the tourists in the corner of the boat and snarled. Then for every minute after that, I'll kill one person. Until they're all dead. After speaking, he glanced at the passengers and licked his lips. Plop. The tourists' eyelids twitched violently, their bodies convulsing as if they'd plunge into the river any second. Each held their breath, terrified of drawing Wang Jinshan's attention. All right. I'll start rowing now. Just don't do anything rash. Fong Ning soothed Wang Jinshan's nerves while slowly turning the oar. The aimlessly drifting boat finally found its course, gliding steadily toward the shore. As the boat drew nearer to shore, Wang Jinshan glanced toward the bank with increasing frequency. His survival thus far had been built on caution and decisiveness. Had the boat not been midstream, diving in for escape would have been like catching a turtle in a jar. He likely would have jumped long ago. Hurry! Gazing at the rapidly approaching shore, Wang Jinshan's face instantly contorted with intense anxiety. Less than 10 meters to go. He swallowed hard involuntarily, his eyes burning with intensity. If he could just make it to shore, he had a good chance of shaking off the police. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. Seeing the shore within arm's reach, Wang Jinshan's expression relaxed completely. But just then, unexpected changes erupted. A fierce gust of wind swept in. Fong Ning swung his oar with all his might, striking Wang Jinshan. Chapter 206. Too late? No, the move has already been made. In the provincial department's surveillance control room. Time rewound a few minutes earlier. Qiao Bing yanked Fong Ning away as Wang Jinshan collapsed unconscious. Wang Jinshan? Number 28? Fong Ning said he was Wang Jinshan? Is this the Wang Jinshan I know? Of course. There's only one Wang Jinshan on the A-level most wanted list. You forgot? Of course I remember. I was in Wuchang when he committed his first murder. I even participated in the investigation. But this face doesn't match. Could it be, could number 28 Fong Ning have truly given up on himself? The expressions on the directors' faces varied, each furrowing their brows in puzzlement. Those who rose to the position of bureau chief possessed keen observational skills. How could they possibly fail to recognize an A-level fugitive? That would be as absurd as claiming a chef couldn't toss a wok. Recalling it was Fong Ning who spoke, the chiefs patiently scrutinized him for a long while. Yet they still found nothing unusual about the boatman. That face, no matter how many times they looked, was just that of an ordinary person. The sort of face you'd never give a second glance in a crowd. If there was anything unusual about him, it was that he'd been strangled unconscious. Strangled unconscious. At this thought, the bureau chiefs immediately exchanged wide-eyed glances, their teeth gritting in frustration. Strangling an ordinary citizen for no reason, to put it bluntly, that's grounds for disciplinary action. They swallowed nervously and turned their gaze toward Director Huang in unison. Director Huang looked stunned, his face turning green, wishing he could wring his own neck. Knocking out an ordinary citizen in public and in front of so many people. Especially in front of bigwigs like Director Li and the others. In that instant, he felt as if the sky had fallen. His eyelids twitched violently, his lips trembled as he debated whether to offer an explanation. But Director Yu Cheng had already snorted coldly. I see Agent Fong Ning, number 28, has truly overstepped his bounds. Not only did he attack civilians without cause in public, but he also falsely accused someone of being an A-level fugitive. His tone paused here, then he swept his gaze around the room, speaking with righteous indignation. This incident is of an extremely grave nature. I propose Fong Ning be immediately expelled from the competition and given the maximum disciplinary penalty. Director Yu Cheng wore a righteous expression, though inwardly he was already overjoyed. He silently marveled at how his fortunes had finally turned. First, Qiao Bing snatched target 10 from Fong Ning, securing 100 bounty points and claiming the championship. Then he witnessed Fong Ning losing his mind. Seeing Director Huan looking like he was about to die, he felt as if he were floating on air, as if ascending to paradise. Director Huang's finger trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at Director Yu Cheng's body. Her mouth moved back and forth, unable to utter a sound. His face flushed crimson in an instant, as if painted with red lacquer. Director Yu Cheng's words were nothing short of a psychological assassination. It was an attempt to completely ruin Fong Ning's reputation. The news of his expulsion from the competition would spread, and Fong Ning would likely become famous, but for all the wrong reasons. The maximum penalty would mean at least a demotion. Combined, these two penalties would render Fong Ning's entire year's work worthless. At this thought, Director Huang could no longer contain himself. Pointing his finger right at Director Yu Cheng's nose, he erupted in a torrent of abuse. This is nothing but settling a personal grudge. Just because your Qiao Bing didn't take first in the last 2 rounds, is this really necessary? Bureau Chief Yu Cheng remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Besides, we're discussing Fong Ning's case, why are you bringing all this up? Nonsense. That's exactly what you mean. I'm stating the facts. The two argued fiercely, neither backing down. It was like a pair of children shouting insults in the street. If not for others stepping in between them, they would have come to blows by now. Enough. Li Zhong's brow furrowed into a knot as he couldn't help but snap. His face darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with displeasure as he glared at Director Huang and the other man. The commotion abruptly ceased. Seeing the two fall silent, he slowly withdrew his gaze. Yet his mind remained far from calm. He absolutely refused to believe Fong Ning would give up on himself just because his target had been snatched away. Nor could he fathom that someone of Fong Ning's caliber would recklessly attack civilians. Yet the evidence before him demanded belief. The boatman's face was clearly not Wang Jinshan's. What on earth was going on with Fong Ning? Staring blankly at the large screen, Li Zhong sank into deep thought. In an instant, all eyes turned to the large screen. Within minutes, gasps echoed through the monitoring room. Why did the boatman suddenly jump up? He's unharmed? Holy crap. Wait. What's that in the boatman's hand? It's a knife. Something's wrong with the boatman. He's holding a knife and taking Chao's men hostage. The bureau chiefs froze in shock, jumping high as if their tails had been pinched, feeling like they were about to lose their minds any second. The seemingly ordinary boatman had pulled out a butterfly knife and was holding Chao's soldiers hostage. Which means, the boatman really is trouble, big trouble. Could it be? Could it really be Wang Jinshan? At this thought, everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A thought surfaced in their minds simultaneously. The boatman was very likely Wang Jinshan after plastic surgery. Otherwise, there's no reason he'd suddenly attack. They instinctively glanced at Fong Ning, only to feel their teeth ache as if struck by 10,000 points of damage, leaving them gasping for breath. None of them had spotted anything amiss with the boatman, yet Fong Ning had? That's just too incredible. Has he opened the third eye? What? How could this be? Director Yu Cheng's smile froze on his face, inch by inch. His ruddy complexion turned ashen in an instant. His entire body stiffened like a walking corpse, his lips drained of color. Even with a gun pointed at his head, he never imagined the boatman could actually be problematic. And not just that he was holding Qiao Bing hostage. The instant he saw Qiao Bing with a knife pressed to his throat, Director Yu Cheng felt his brain explode. Every nerve in his body screamed, danger! 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 His gaze lost focus, becoming lifeless, while deep worry etched itself onto his face. He was filled with 1,000 regrets at that moment. He regretted letting Qiao Bing participate in this police competition. If anything happened to Chao Bing, he truly wouldn't be able to face the consequences. Though the competition rankings mattered, they paled in comparison to Chao Bing. If he could, he'd trade the championship trophy for Chao Bing's life without hesitation. What the hell does a championship mean? As long as Chao Bing is safe. Hurry! Hurry! Dispatch nearby police units immediately. The suspect is extremely unstable. If it really is Wang Jinshan, Chao Bing is in grave danger. Just as everyone froze in shock, Commissioner Huang snapped out of it first, rushing out without even grabbing his coat. Old Huang. Commissioner Yuqing suddenly froze, his gaze toward Huang growing moist. A wave of profound emotion surged through him. But this was no time for sentimentality. Taking a deep breath, Director Yuqing quickly followed. But just then, Li Zhong's peculiar voice echoed. No need to go yet. It's too late now. Fong Ning has already made his move. Chapter 207, The Cold Weapon Master's Buff unleashes its might. On the cruise ship at that moment, Fong Ning seized his chance, swinging his with all his might to strike Wang Jinshan's wrist. This was his only chance. Gritting his teeth, Fong Ning summoned every ounce of strength. The 2-meter-long oar whipped through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. A howling gale-force wind transformed into a blinding shadow of the oar, hurtling toward Wang Jinshan. Wang Jinshan's gaze was fixed entirely on the shore, his mind completely at ease. By the time he heard the oar, it was already too late. All he could see was the paddle head rapidly growing larger before his eyes. His entire body froze instantly, leaving him utterly unable to react. Crack! The oar struck Wang Jinshan's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Wang Jinshan stumbled backward 3 steps. His body staggered, nearly tumbling straight into the lake. The butterfly knife in his hand, jarred by the collision with the oar, plunged deep into his palm. A stream of blood gushed out, dripping onto the boat deck. Within seconds, a pool of dark red blood pooled on the deck. A sight that was truly shocking to behold. Seizing this opening, Chao Bing reacted instantly. He exploded into full speed, every muscle taut, and with a sharp jerk, pulled himself away from Wang Jinshan. He dashed to Fong Ning's side, gasping for breath. His face still bore traces of lingering terror. Just now, he had truly believed his life was about to end right there. As a proud People's Police officer, sacrifice was not terrifying. But to die humiliatingly at the hands of a wanted criminal? That was utterly unacceptable. Taking several deep breaths, Chao Bing quickly regained his composure. He looked at Fong Ning with gratitude, his lips moving for a long moment before a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz emerged. Thank you. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Fong Ning's gaze remained fixed on Wang Jinshan, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Gulp. Unable to help himself, Chao Bing swallowed hard, his face flushing crimson in an instant. Head bowed low, as if steeled for battle, he spoke up loudly, Fong Ning, thank you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Before he could finish, Fong Ning waved him off. He looked up and was instantly shaken to his core. Wang Jinshan had suddenly moved. Though his hands were drenched in blood, Wang Jinshan seemed to grin. He wrenched a butterfly knife from his palm, his face twisted into a near-mad expression. After completing this, he turned his gaze sharply toward Fong Ning and the other man, the corners of his mouth curling upward. For a moment, he gave off an eerie, demonic aura. Fong Ning, this man is dangerous. Let me handle him. Chao Bing's expression grew grave. He sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from Wang Jinshan. Though both he and Fong Ning were undoubtedly stronger than Wang Jinshan. But Wang Jinshan was a desperate man. Far beyond what ordinary people could match. Such men are ruthless toward others, but even more ruthless toward themselves. Interacting with someone like this meant that one careless mistake could cost you your life. The thought that Wang Jinshan might have been captured already if he hadn't intervened just now made his face burn. Chao Bing felt his face burning with shame. Though he knew the danger, he still wanted to make amends. No need. The boat's already close to shore. Get the passengers off. I'll handle him. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes at Wang Jinshan, instructing Chao Bing without turning back. But Chao Bing tried to say something, but Fong Ning cut him off abruptly. Go now. Chao Bing's heart jolted. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sudden, inexplicable trust in Fong Ning. Got it. Take care. Chao Bing cast one last, lingering look at Fong Ning, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the tourist area to begin evacuating visitors. Seeing his hostage attempting to escape, a savage glint flared in Wang Jinshan's ruthless eyes. No one anticipated it. Without warning, he charged straight into the crowd. The boat wasn't large at full speed, he could reach the stern in seconds. Ah! He's coming this way. Stop him. Stop him. Run. Run. The tourists were discussing their retreat under Chao Bing's guidance. Suddenly, they saw Wang Jinshan charging toward them with a vicious look on his face. One by one, the color drained from their faces as shrieks rose in waves. Wang Jinshan was closing in on the tourists. At the critical moment, a club-like shadow, carrying immense force, slammed into Wang Jinshan's chest. A dull thud echoed through the air. Wang Jinshan's expression froze in a moment of calm, then twisted into agony. The next second, Wang Jinshan was sent flying through the air. He traced a graceful arc through the sky. With a crack, he slammed onto the ship's planking, producing a dull thud. The plank shattered instantly, and river water began gurgling out. Wang Jinshan, I am your opponent. Fong Ning swung his staff in a flurry of strikes, then slammed his down onto the deck with a thud. The small boat hummed with a dull thud. Ripples spread across the river's surface. Glancing at Wang Jinshan lying on the deck, a faint smile curved Fong Ning's lips. The reason he had sent Xiao Bing to evacuate the people was not only to prevent Xiao Bing from getting into trouble but also for another crucial reason. He had discovered that another of his god-tier buffs had been awakened. Cold Weapon Master. Cold Weapon Master buff, hosts hand-to-hand combat skills reach world-leading levels. PS, beyond 10 paces, the spear is swift. Within 10 paces, I reign supreme. The ore in his hand was, in essence, just a stick. Just a stick with a slightly flattened top. The moment he grasped the ore, a vast and intricate knowledge of cold weapons flooded his mind. The ore in his hand seemed to transform into an extension of his own arm, shifting and adapting with effortless fluidity. How else could someone who had never rowed before control the boat with such precision? Moreover, the distance between the boat and the shore was deliberately controlled by him. All to lull Wang Jinshan into a false sense of security. Sure enough, as the boat drew closer to the shore, Wang Jinshan's expression grew increasingly relaxed. Finally, Fong Ning seized the moment, striking precisely at Wang Jinshan's wrist and rescuing Xiao Bing in one swift motion. Now Wang Jinshan actually dared to attempt attacking tourists right in front of him. It was like looking for with a lantern in a cesspool. Ahem. Wang Jinshan, lying on the ground, struggled to his feet. Then he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clearly, Fong Ning's full force or strike had caused internal injuries. Wang Jinshan's eyes were now bloodshot, veins like spiderwebs crisscrossing his irises. He stared at Fong Ning with the emotionless intensity of a wild beast. Fong Ning met his gaze with burning intensity, showing no fear whatsoever. The two locked eyes, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. With Fong Ning holding him off, the tourists finally seized their chance and slowly swam toward the shore one by one. At that moment, police from the town finally arrived, immediately cordoning off the scene and joining the rescue efforts. The tourists were overjoyed, creating a scene of lively celebration. This stood in stark contrast to Fong Ning's situation. Ha! Ha! After a moment of silence, Wang Jinshan licked the blood from his lips and burst into maniacal laughter. The blood on his lips and hands hadn't dried yet, still dripping down in steady drops. Combined with Wang Jinshan's expression, it gave off an utterly mad vibe. Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Fong Ning and murmured, "You're strong. Cough, the strongest cop I've ever seen. Can you tell me how you found me?" Chapter 208, Wang Jinshan's ambush. Fong Ning in peril. How did I spot you? Fong Ning licked his lips, a peculiar smile playing on his face. He didn't mind stalling for time with Wang Jinshan here. After all, the longer he dragged things out, the safer the tourists would be. Finally, he tilted his head and remained silent for a long while before slowly uttering a few words. Ahem, well, would you believe me if I said I've opened the heavenly eye? The third eye? Wang Jinshan's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he were carefully considering something. Seconds later, his expression shifted dramatically. He glared at Fong Ning through gritted teeth, a low growl rising from his throat. You're pushing your luck. You're asking for it. I don't need you to say it, I know you're no small fry. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. With that, Wang Jinshan found strength he didn't know he possessed. His body, which had been injured in unsteady moments before, seemed to be infused with an unknown force in an instant. He suddenly burst forward at astonishing speed toward Fong Ning. This speed was even faster than before. The distance between them was now less than 10 paces. Wang Jinshan took 3 steps in 2 strides, closing the gap to 5 paces in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his right hand raised the butterfly knife high. Its trajectory aimed straight for Fong Ning's carotid artery. His strike was a killing blow. Yet the very next second, Wang Jinshan's body suddenly froze. Then, his facial expression froze, inch by inch. He slowly lowered his head, his expression turning as grim as if suffering from constipation. A stick now stood between them, no, to be precise, a ship's oar. Fong Ning held the oar high, standing firmly between them. No matter how hard Wang Jinshan strained, he couldn't budge an inch. The distance between them now was exactly 5 paces. You want to drag me down with you? Fong Ning's expression remained unchanged, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next second, Fong Ning instantly crouched into a horse stance, exerting slight force from his waist. He shifted his weight from his waist to his hips, and from his hips to his shoulders. A surge of explosive power erupted from his arms. Wang Jinshan, still struggling to hold his ground, suddenly felt a tremendous force slam into his chest. Then, his vision blurred. As if struck by a truck, he was utterly helpless. His body instantly flew backward in a straight line. He landed precisely where he had been moments before, crashing to his knees with a thud. It was as if everything had returned to square one. The distance between them remained exactly 10 paces. Nice. Way to go. Kill him. Kill this murderer. You're amazing, young man. Did you train at Shaolin Temple? Looks like you're a martial artist. Hang in there, buddy. Don't let him get through. The evacuation of tourists was now more than halfway complete. The elderly, weak, and disabled had all been evacuated first. Only a group of middle-aged and strong young men remained at the rear. Hearing the commotion, everyone witnessed Wang Jinshan being knocked back. Their faces lit up with excitement as they cheered Fong Ning on, their complexions flushing crimson. What incredible staff skills! Xiao Bing had just finished escorting the previous group of tourists and was returning to the tour boat. Witnessing the scene, he froze in place as if struck by a club. His eyes widened, his face etched with utter astonishment. As they say, amateurs watch for the spectacle, while professionals watch for the technique. The technique Fong Ning had just displayed was nothing short of miraculous. He hadn't even seen Fong Ning's power trajectory. All he saw was Wang Jinshan being sent flying like a cannonball. This was no ordinary staff technique. His mind raced and Xiao Bing quickly realized. He had once had the privilege of visiting and exchanging with the armed police force. He'd witnessed an old instructor from the force personally demonstrate staff techniques. It was said that the old instructor had been a martial artist himself. Going back several generations, the instructor's great-grandfather had served as an imperial bodyguard to the Empress Dowager Cixi. His external martial arts skills were profoundly deep, but his most formidable technique was undoubtedly his staff work. Legend has it that when the instructor's great-grandfather was young, he encountered a band of highway robbers attempting to rob him. Without a word, he picked up a thick branch from the roadside. He then single-handedly fought over 20 bandits. It wasn't even a battle, it was a one-sided beating. Every single one of those 20-plus bandits had their legs broken. And the old instructor's great-grandfather emerged completely unscathed. Now, about the old instructor. In his youth, the old instructor won consecutive championships at 10 national martial arts competitions. Later, finding it unfulfilling, he began to retire from the scene. Eventually, he was recruited by the armed police force to serve as an instructor. At the end of the tour, he had witnessed the old instructor demonstrate staff techniques. Again, his body remained motionless while a man stood before him, yet no one could see the old instructor exerting force. The armed police officer in front of him flew backward with a whoosh. Xiao Bing was utterly dumbfounded. But the old instructor had prepared for a long time before striking, and the armed police officer only flew 2 or 3 meters. After unleashing his power, the old instructor remained rooted to the spot, taking a long moment to recover before resting. But Fong Ning was different. He didn't hesitate to strike instantly, and Wang Jinshan was sent flying at least 5 meters. After the strike, he wasn't even flushed or out of breath. It was simply unbelievable. Just how much more was Fong Ning hiding? Xiao Bing swallowed hard, his voice filled with awe. Only now did he truly grasp it. The gap between him and Fong Ning was vast. Incredibly vast. As wide as a football field. After another moment of stunned silence, Xiao Bing refocused on his escort duties. Nice. Watching Wang Jinshan land precisely where he had intended. Fong Ning couldn't help but inwardly sigh with admiration. The cold weapon master buff is simply too powerful. Just as he exerted his strength, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If only I could smash Wang Jinshan back into that original pit. To his astonishment, he actually succeeded on his first try. And at that very moment, no one noticed. Beneath the ship's plank, Wang Jinshan had struck twice. The hole widened further. Crack! Crack! The sound of cracking echoed continuously from beneath the planks. Originally, there was only a small hole in the boat. The seepage was no worse than a leaky faucet at home. But as the planks shattered, the small hole quickly grew to the size of a bowl. Whoosh! River water gushed out like a fire hydrant. The small boat instantly lost stability and began rocking violently. Then it began sinking visibly. Tourists who hadn't evacuated yet erupted in shrill screams. Oh no! Run! The boat's sinking! Help! Help! I can't swim! Save me! I start receiving my pension next month, I don't want to die. Few tourists remained now, and seeing the leaking boat, each turned deathly pale with fear. How could this happen? Fong Ning's expression darkened instantly. His gaze turned intensely grave. He could no longer spare a glance for Wang Jinshan, rushing instead to the tourists to offer assistance. There were barely enough life jackets for half the passengers. The lifeguards were still escorting the previous group of tourists and couldn't arrive in time. What to do? What to do? Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, and Fong Ning's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. If he couldn't think of another solution, the consequences. His heart pounded wildly. The consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Just then, Chao's soldiers' voices echoed from nearby. Quick! Quickly board the ship! Turning around, he saw Xiao Bing, who had vanished for a while, suddenly appear in a boat. So he had gone to find a boat. The moment he saw the boat, Fong Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Without a second thought, he grabbed one of them by the arm and tossed them both onto the boat. Get aboard! Once all the tourists were aboard, Xiao Bing smiled and extended his right hand. Just as Fong Ning was about to clasp his hand, Xiao Bing's expression turned pale. He turned toward the rear in terror, screaming frantically. Fong Ning! Watch out! Chapter 209, Wang Jinshan, if I die, I'll take someone down with me. Fong Ning! Watch out! Xiao Bing's smile froze on his face, his pupils dilating instantly. In the reflection of his pupils, Wang Jinshan's ferocious face appeared. Wang Jinshan! Wang Jinshan is right behind you. In his panic, Xiao Bing's voice trembled. He never imagined Wang Jinshan would strike at this moment. Reflecting the sunlight, the butterfly knife in Wang Jinshan's hand gleamed with a chilling, icy light. You could even see the knuckles on his fingers turn white from the force of his grip. The butterfly knife was now less than a meter away from Fong Ning. Yet Fong Ning remained completely unaware. The outcome seemed inevitable. Xiao Bing closed his eyes tightly, utterly despairing, unable to bear to watch any longer. At the same time, in the provincial department's surveillance control room, Fong Ning, look behind you. Director Huang's face flushed crimson with panic, as if painted with red lacquer. His entire face twitched uncontrollably. His heart felt like it was being savagely stabbed with a knife. His eyes bulged wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if he wanted to burst right through the screen. A wave of panic shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head in an instant. He never imagined. Wang Jinshan, who was clearly incapacitated, still had the strength to stand up. By the looks of it, he clearly intended to trade his life for Fong Ning's. Thud. Thud. Not just Director Huang, everyone present now had their hearts in their throats. Their mood had plummeted from the mountaintop straight to the valley floor. Witnessing Fong Ning effortlessly repel Wang Jinshan with barely a flicker of effort, the director's expressions instantly brightened. But none could have anticipated the cruise ship would spring a leak. And even less expected that Wang Jinshan would seize this moment to strike. At this distance, Fong Ning would find it nearly impossible to dodge. Hearts tightened and teeth clenched as the crowd involuntarily closed their eyes. Only 3 people on the scene kept their eyes open. The first was Director Huang. His eyes were wide, fixed intently on the large screen, his mind screaming with every ounce of strength. Fong Ning, get out of the way. The second was Li Zhong. Though his entire body ached and his legs trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult to stand steady, Li Zhong still wore a look of hope. The third was Old Yuan. Though he hadn't appeared before the other directors, he had been watching Fong Ning almost the entire time. Seeing Fong Ning in danger now, his heart tightened instantly. His heart began to pound wildly. This was something he had never experienced before. He hadn't even realized it himself. His regard for Fong Ning had unknowingly reached unimaginable heights. The air seemed to freeze, the scene frozen in time. Tongli Town Boat Tour. Fong Ning sighed. Almost the moment he heard Xiao Bing's voice, Fong Ning's pupils instantly contracted to slits. In that instant, he sensed danger. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end like needles. He stiffly twisted his neck slightly, catching a glimpse of the butterfly knife's blade out of the corner of his eye. His entire focus had been on the tourists. He hadn't paid the slightest attention to Wang Jinshan's situation. Now it was too late to evade completely. He had to take a chance. At the critical moment, Fong Ning twisted his body in an extremely awkward posture. Instead of retreating, his body surged forward. His entire form, like a soaring dragon, instantly thrust out his right shoulder. It was an Iron Mountain lean. Fong Ning's move was incredibly dangerous. He was actually racing against Wang Jinshan for speed. It was a race to see whether Wang Jinshan would crush him first or he would knock Wang Jinshan flying first. Time seemed to freeze. Wang Jinshan's butterfly knife was already inches from piercing Fong Ning's throat. A crimson streak slowly appeared on Fong Ning's snow-white neck. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fong Ning's right shoulder seemed to advance further, as if one could see Wang Jinshan's already deformed chest. Their clash seemed to last an eternity, yet it was less than 3 seconds. The next second, time resumed its flow. With a dull thud, Wang Jinshan crashed onto the deck like a. He smashed through several more planks. The small boat's sinking speed increased even more at this moment. What had been the bow of the boat now barely offered enough space for 2 people. Fong Ning, grab my hand. Quick, climb aboard. A flicker of excitement suddenly ignited in the lifeless corners of Xiao Bing's eyes. Seeing Fong Ning unharmed, he trembled with excitement as if seized by a seizure. But this was no time for excitement. The boat was sinking fast and he had to save Fong Ning. All right. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ning reached out to grasp Xiao Bing's hand. Their hands drew closer and closer, almost touching. But at that very moment, another unexpected turn of events. Wang Jinshan, who should have been completely unconscious by now, clung desperately to Fong Ning's legs as if his life depended on it. Simultaneously, a venomous growl erupted from his mouth. If we're going down together. Ha ha, cough. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up blood-tinged foam. Yet Wang Jinshan paid it no mind, instead letting a sinister smile curl his lips. Fong Ning's body plummeted under Wang Jinshan's tug. Their hands missed each other by inches. Fong Ning. Xiao Bing's face froze, turning as dark as ink in an instant. His gaze toward Wang Jinshan nearly shot flames. Fong Ning was about to successfully board the ship. But unexpectedly, closer. Forcibly suppressing his inner rage, Xiao Bing bellowed at the boatman. No matter the reason, he had to save Fong Ning. Fong Ning was the man who saved his life. He couldn't just give up now. Reach out. Xiao Bing's desperate shouts echoed as he strained every muscle to reach out to Fong Ning. But it took time for the small boat to draw near. Xiao Bing's hand slowly, steadily inched toward Fong Ning. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The distance between them grew ever smaller. Just as their hands were about to touch again, Wang Jinshan suddenly let out a fierce roar. He threw himself recklessly against the last remaining plank of the boat. The boat, already on its last legs, could bear no more. In less than a second, both men plunged straight into the lake. Seconds later, only a trail of bubbles bubbled up. Fong Ning. His brain exploded with a deafening roar. Xiao Bing felt as if thunder had exploded in his ears. He stood frozen in place, arms outstretched, like a lifeless corpse. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a club, twisting in agony. His chest felt stuffed with waterlogged cotton, making it impossible to breathe. His gaze toward the lake slowly lost focus, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. In the provincial department's surveillance control room. How could this happen? This can't be real. This can't be real. Director Huang yanked at his hair so hard it felt like his scalp might tear off. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. 1 second he had seen Fong Ning escape danger, the next he watched helplessly as Fong Ning plummeted toward the lake. A suffocating pressure surged from all directions. Blood rushed to his head in an instant. The next moment, his body went limp and he collapsed straight to the ground. Director Huang! Director Huang! Everyone rushed to support Director Huang, pinching his nose and performing chest compressions. Every face turned grim. No one had expected Wang Jinshan to be so ruthless. Even in the end, he was still thinking of taking everyone down with him. Li Zhong's fingernails dug into his skin until they bled, his entire body frozen rigid. His eyes were fixed on the large screen, as if hoping for a miracle to occur. Old Yuan was shaken to his core. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rushed to Li Zhong's side and shouted, "Notify all nearby officers. Anyone who can swim, get in the water. We must save Fong Ning." "Yes." Li Zhong snapped to attention and reached for his phone. Just then, Chief Li Cheng frowned, pointing at a patch of water on the screen and asked in alarm, "Look, doesn't that dark spot look like Fong Ning?" Chapter 210, A Close Call. Fong Ning escapes. "Look, doesn't that dark spot look like Fong Ning?" Director Li Cheng, with his keen eyes, instantly spotted what appeared to be a dark spot in the surveillance footage. Judging by the silhouette, it actually looked like a person. Hearing this, the other chiefs instantly focused their gaze. Only then did they notice an unidentified dark spot less than 100 meters from the cruise ship. Retrieve nearby surveillance feeds. Zoom in on the footage. Old Yuan's expression turned serious as he methodically issued orders. "Yes." Li Zhong's expression was solemn, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. After a moment of operation, the surveillance feed rapidly zoomed in. As the lens drew closer, everyone could clearly see. The dark figure in the distance was indeed Fong Ning. Not only that, but something seemed to be trailing behind him, bobbing on the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wang Jinshan. "It's Fong Ning. Fong Ning is okay. He's even got Wang Jinshan in his grasp." The directors immediately gasped in surprise, each one's heart sinking back into their chest. Though they were all competitors in this contest, it was all internal business. When facing criminals, no one wanted to see a colleague get hurt. Huff, huff. Director Yu Cheng exhaled a deep breath of stale air, only then realizing his back was drenched in sweat. Like Xiao Bing, his impression of Fong Ning had undergone a complete reversal. The moment he saw Fong Ning fall into the river, his breath had momentarily caught in his throat. The image of Fong Ning rescuing Xiao Bing without hesitation played like a movie reel before his eyes. For a moment, every pore of his body radiated guilt. Only when he saw Fong Ning was unharmed did he finally release the weight pressing down on him. He watched Fong Ning's relieved and appreciative smile on the surveillance feed. "What? What did you say? Fong Ning is okay? Is that really true?" Commissioner Huang, who had been unconscious until that moment, he sprang up like a spring-loaded toy. Where was the deathly weak look he'd had moments ago? "Fong Ning is right there. See for yourself." Director Li Cheng couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Director Huang. Just moments ago, everyone had tried pinching his nose and applying pressure to no avail. If it weren't for Director Huang's steady breathing, everyone would have called 911. Yet now he'd suddenly bounced right back up. That kind of physical condition people would believe he was 30. Good. I knew it. How could Fong Ning possibly be in trouble? Confirming Fong Ning was unharmed, Director Huang's dull pupils instantly filled with color. His pallid complexion gradually transformed into an extraordinary flush of color, as if he'd just consumed a ginseng fruit. "Get some vehicles. We're heading to the scene." Glancing at Li Zhong, whose lips were trembling, Elder Yuan gave the order in a calm voice. "Yes." Old Yuan slowly turned his head and, out of sight, suddenly broke into a wide grin. Tong Li Town. How could this happen? Xiao Bing stood at the bow, still dazed and disoriented. His hand remained stiffly outstretched. He stared blankly at the river's surface, his face as deflated as a punctured balloon. He still couldn't believe it. Fong Ning had actually vanished right before his eyes. "Look! Something's happening over there. Like a dark shadow. It looks like a person." A sudden cry of alarm rang out from among the passengers on the boat. At those words, Xiao Bing's eyes suddenly flashed with an unusual brilliance. Almost instantly, he focused his gaze in that direction. The moment he saw the shadow, Xiao Bing felt an inexplicable certainty deep within him. That shadow absolutely had to be Fong Ning. "Steer towards it." Xiao Bing's voice trembled slightly. The small boat swiftly turned and headed toward the shadow. Xiao Bing's eyes were fixed intently on the shadow, holding his breath in tense anticipation. As the boat drew closer and closer to the shadow, Xiao Bing finally made out the figure. The dark figure was none other than Fong Ning, with Wang Jinshan hanging onto his back. "Fong Ning!" Xiao Bing waved his arms wildly, shouting with joy and overwhelming emotion. A few minutes later. Splash! First, the unconscious Wang Jinshan was tossed onto the small boat. This time, Wang Jinshan was truly unconscious, his eyes rolled back in his head, and his breathing was barely perceptible. Thud! Though Wang Jinshan was unconscious, the sight of his form still made the tourists instinctively recoil 3 steps. Splash! The next second, Fong Ning dragged his wet, dripping form onto the small boat. Huff! He gasped for breath on the spot, water dripping from his body like a leaky faucet. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Wang Jinshan. Fong Ning's eyes still held lingering fear. He knew Wang Jinshan was ruthless, but he never imagined he could be this ruthless. Even in that dire situation, he still tried to drag him down with him. If he hadn't forced himself to take a deep breath before plunging into the water, he might have truly been dragged down with Wang Jinshan in a 1-for-1 trade. If only he could draw that god-tier buff from the water. After this ordeal, a thought suddenly struck Fong Ning. Fong Ning, I'm so relieved you're okay. Xiao Bing excitedly slapped Fong Ning on the shoulder, his expression filled with genuine warmth. Ha ha, I've got some serious toughness. He chuckled twice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop. Just then, a series of police sirens suddenly blared throughout the ancient town. The next second, red and blue lights shot skyward. A massive fleet of police cars and riot vehicles descended, completely sealing off the area around the small river. Tourists who had gathered to watch the commotion were quickly dispersed. Soon, the entire riverbank was swarming with police. All eyes were fixed on the river, their expressions solemn as if facing a major threat. Chief Zhang of the ancient city precinct stood at the very front, with SWAT Captain Zhou positioned to his right. Beads of cold sweat formed on both their foreheads. They had just received an urgent notice from higher-ups that Wang Jinshan, a suspected Class A fugitive, had appeared in the town. He was believed to be holding hostages. Upon hearing the news, both men had rushed to the scene at breakneck speed. Wang Jinshan. He was a notorious fugitive in the entire nation. If the suspect really was Wang Jinshan and he had hostages in his custody, then the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Look, the small boat is slowly approaching this way. Captain Zhou spotted it immediately, a small boat heading for the shore. Damn it! Why so many hostages? Wang Jinshan must be hiding among them. Commissioner Zhang's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. The report mentioned hostages, but he never imagined there would be so many. The more hostages there are, the more difficult the rescue becomes. When do we move? Swallowing hard, SWAT Captain Zhou spoke up. Hold off. We'll move the moment the boat docks. Commissioner Zhang's expression was grim, as if facing a major enemy. Every officer stared fixedly at the boat, their faces etched with solemnity. Thud. The small boat slowly collided with the shore, sending ripples across the water. The instant the boat touched shore, Director Zhang and Team Leader Zhou exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Just as they were about to move, a slightly weary voice called out. Wang Jinshan is unconscious. We should get him to the hospital immediately. Chapter 211, you're saying the suspects are these two? Wang Jinshan is unconscious. I suggest we get him to the hospital immediately. As soon as the boat docked, Fong Ning urgently spoke up. At this moment, Wang Jinshan's breath was faint and intermittent, as if he might pass away at any second. Though he was a despicable criminal on the most wanted list, his fate was undoubtedly to face justice. Dying like this was far too easy for him. A vicious criminal like Wang Jinshan must face justice. What? Impossible. Bureau Chief Zhang and Team Leader Zhou's eyes widened as they stared at each other, feeling on the verge of losing their minds. They had set out at top speed the moment they received the notification. The entire journey took no more than 10 minutes. How could the suspect already be unconscious? Their eyes locked, each seeing doubt in the other's gaze. Their skepticism wasn't unfounded. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Li Zhong hadn't had time to explain that there were police officers on the cruise ship. Nor had he mentioned anything about Fong Ning. That's why both of them were puzzled. Who spoke? Step forward. Commissioner Zhang bellowed, abruptly raising his gun. Fong Ning's brow instantly furrowed into a knot, realizing the police didn't trust him. After a moment's thought, he slowly pushed through the crowd to the front. Hello, I'm with the Chuncheon police. The suspect has indeed been subdued. He pointed to the unconscious Wang Jinshan lying nearby. Is this Wang Jinshan? Captain Zhou scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly snorting derisively. His pistol snapped toward Fong Ning, his eyes flashing with cold fury. You really are suspicious. How could I not recognize Wang Jinshan's face? You can't even lie properly. Speak. Are you Wang Jinshan's accomplice? No sooner had Captain Zhou finished speaking than the SWAT team members behind him simultaneously trained their gun barrels on Fong Ning. Tension instantly reached a breaking point. Commissioner Zhang also caught on, his expression gradually turning grave. After a few seconds, he let out an "ah, so that's how it is" look. He had always suspected the matter wouldn't be so straightforward. How could the notorious Wang Jinshan be subdued so quickly while holding a hostage? So there really was something fishy. He really is cunning. He swallowed hard, and anger instantly flashed across Zhang's face. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Fong Ning. This is a misunderstanding. I'm with the Yucheng police. I can confirm he is Wang Jinshan. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm convinced he must have had plastic surgery. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Bing's legs began trembling violently. With so many guns pointed at his head, no one could stay calm. Yucheng police? The smile on Captain Zhou's face couldn't hold any longer. He burst out laughing. Ha! Yucheng! He just claimed to be from Chuncheon police. Now you say you're from Yucheng? How do you explain this? Oh, right, you wouldn't happen to be here for the police skills competition, would you? Since this competition was organized by Old Yuan, Officer Zhou and Chief Zhang at their level weren't privy to the details. Hearing Xiao Bing say this now nearly made him laugh his teeth out. We really are here for the police competition. Xiao Bing felt a chill run down his spine, forcing himself to speak in a low voice. By the end, his voice was barely above a whisper. Even after speaking, he felt a pang of self-doubt. Officer, they're good people. That man was the robber. I can vouch for it. A tourist among the crowd couldn't help but speak up in their defense. That's right. If those two young men hadn't stepped in, we'd be in big trouble. That's right, officer, please don't accuse innocent people. Seeing someone speak up, the other tourists began speaking in turn to explain for Fong Ning and the other young man. Chief Zhang and squad leader Zhou froze in unison. After several minutes of hesitation, confusion slowly crept into their eyes. Could they really be police officers? Did we get it wrong? Raising an eyebrow and twitching his lips, Chief Zhang's tone softened slightly. So you two really are police officers? Yes. Chao Bing nodded vigorously. Alright, then show me your badges. The moment he said this, the atmosphere fell silent. We're participating in the police skills competition and didn't bring our badges. Chao Bing's mouth twitched, his face contorting into a bitter expression. He was telling the truth, everyone's IDs had been confiscated before the competition even began. Now, all he and Fong Ning had to prove their identities were their words. No ID. Captain Zhou's smile froze on his face, his expression quickly turning icy as he snapped. How could police officers not carry their IDs at all times? You two are definitely up to something. Maybe you threatened the witnesses to get them to say that. Hands up. Now. With that, he pulled the safety off. Oh no. Officer. We weren't threatened. Everything we said is the truth. They really saved us. Please don't accuse good people of wrongdoing. The tourists hurriedly explained. Everyone, relax. These two are already under control. There's no need to be afraid. You can speak freely now. Chief Zhang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Fong Ning and the other man. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture. Squeal. The sound of screeching brakes suddenly echoed from nearby. Within moments, over a dozen police officers shoulder-strapped, one mic, third-grade police inspectors poured out of the vehicle. Who were these men? A look of astonishment flashed across the faces of Director Zhang and team leader Zhou. Though they didn't recognize the individuals, they certainly recognized the rank. Every single one of them was a third-grade superintendent. At the very least, they were all bureau chief-level officials. How could so many suddenly appear? As the two men processed their astonishment, another car door swung open. A figure quickly stepped out of the lead vehicle. The moment they caught sight of the figure, Director Zhang and Captain Zhou both stiffened. Their eyes widened like copper bells. It was none other than Director Li who had appeared at the scene. Director Li had personally come. This signaled that the gravity of the situation had reached unimaginable levels. Yet the true shock was yet to come. After stepping out of the car and surveying the area, Li Zhong actually bent down slightly and personally opened the rear door. How could this be? Who on earth was inside? The two stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, feeling like they might go mad any second. Who could possibly be important enough for Director Li to personally open the door for? Under their astonished gazes, old Yuan slowly stepped out of the car and turned his eyes toward the river. Their eyes met. In that instant, they felt as if their entire beings had been laid bare, prickling with discomfort as if needles were piercing their backs. What an overwhelming aura! Though they didn't know who the old man was, they were certain of one thing: he was no ordinary person. Li Hall scanned the area, his expression darkening. He suddenly sprinted toward the two. Chiefly, the two suspects have been apprehended. Lowering their heads slightly, the two spoke in unison. Simultaneously, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had managed to regain control of the situation. Otherwise, they would have been utterly humiliated. However, just as they expected praise, they heard Director Li's voice, clearly suppressing his anger. The two suspects you mentioned, are they these two? Chapter 212, nothing much, just a gut feeling. The two suspects you mentioned, are they these two? Li Zhong's voice boomed like thunder in their ears. Unconsciously swallowing hard, a flicker of confusion crossed both their eyes. Neither could fathom why Director Li had suddenly become so agitated. Yeah, Director Li, these two are nothing but liars. They actually claimed to be police officers. One said he was from Spring City, the other from Jade City. It's laughable. Commissioner Zhang instantly perked up, recounting the story to everyone as if listing cherished possessions. Yeah, especially when they claimed they were here for the police skills competition. It's really... Before he could finish the word laugh, team leader Zhou's face froze in shock. His eyelids fluttered wildly as if struck by sudden realization, his pupils rapidly constricting. A bolt of lightning shot through his mind. A terrifying thought instantly formed. Could those unfamiliar third-grade police commissioners from earlier really be here to watch the police skills competition? Besides the competition, he couldn't think of any recent event that would gather so many prefectural police chiefs together. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Her gaze instinctively turned to Li Zhong. Only then did she notice Li Zhong's eyes were narrowed, the rage in them threatening to erupt at any moment. Could it be that coincidental? Captain Zhou's face instantly contorted into a bitter expression, as grim as if he were constipated. He instinctively tugged at Director Zhang's sleeve, trying to warn him. But Director Zhang clearly craved the spotlight. Having just spoken a few sentences, he felt unsatisfied and continued. And there's more. These two claim to be police officers, yet they have no identification on them. How is that possible? So I'm convinced these two are definitely up to no good. They're likely Wang Jinshan's accomplices. Having finished his rant in one breath, Chief Zhang lifted his chin high, a hint of smugness in his expression. Oh? Are you certain? Li Zhong's face twitched visibly, flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Chief Zhang's words felt like a knife, stabbing relentlessly into his heart. Especially in front of all these municipal bureau chiefs, he wished he could sink into the ground right then and there. I'm certain. Commissioner Zhang's expression remained unchanged, his eyes brimming with pride. He was certain he would be commended shortly. Seeing team leader Zhou remain silent, he deliberately winked at him, signaling for him to speak up. But Zhou's face remained grim, not uttering a word, only the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Fine. I'll settle this with you later. Li Zhong was so furious his tongue nearly tied itself in knots, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He snorted coldly, turned away, and strode quickly toward the small boat. Director Li. Watch out. Those two. Whoa. Director Zhang tried to say more, but Captain Zhou clamped a hand over his mouth from behind. MMMPH. MMMPH. Why are you covering my mouth? Commissioner Zhang fumed, his beard bristling as he glared at team leader Zhou. Shoo. Captain Zhou's expression turned grave as he swallowed hard, his voice low and strained. They might actually be cops. What? That's impossible. Commissioner Zhang exclaimed in shock. Just as he was about to retort, his mouth suddenly fell open wide, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. His mouth opened and closed, unable to form words. His eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. His gaze fixed on the small boat, his eyes filled with utter shock. Li hurriedly took 3 steps at a time onto the small boat. Once aboard, he immediately saluted Fong Ning and Xiao Bing with a crisp snap. You've worked hard. Thanks to you both, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gulp. What? What's going on here? Could they really be police officers? Chief Zhang froze stiff as a board, his face contorted in a grimace uglier than a sick man's. He stiffly turned his head to look at team leader Zhou. Captain Zhou shook his head helplessly, his face twisted into a grimace. But the shock didn't end there. Just as Director Li saluted, the group of third-grade police inspectors on the shore all saluted the small boat in unison. In an instant, the entire scene was filled with solemn reverence. Fong Ning and Xiao Bing, their expressions grave, immediately returned the salute. With solemn faces, they spoke in unison. No trouble at all. It's our honor to serve. Good. 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 Hearing their response, Li Zhong's expression immediately brightened. He then turned his gaze to the barely conscious Wang Jinshan, his brow instantly furrowing. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally asked the question burning in his mind. Fong Ning, how did you know this was Wang Jinshan? He had initially thought his failure to recognize him was due to the screen. If they were face to face, he was certain he could have spotted some clue. But only upon seeing Wang Jinshan in person did he realize. He couldn't tell at all. If it weren't for the surveillance footage showing Wang Jinshan's actions, he would have suspected Fong Ning was lying. The other bureau chiefs immediately leaned forward, all looking at Fong Ning with puzzled expressions. They too wanted to know how Fong Ning had possibly discovered this. Fong Ning froze in surprise. He hadn't expected Director Li to suddenly ask that question. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally muttered softly. Nothing much. Just a hunch. The moment the words left his mouth, the room fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, staring at each other as if they were about to lose their minds any second. By instinct? This was a Class A fugitive. One who'd even had plastic surgery. You caught him just by feeling? Tears welled up in their eyes as they felt utterly devastated. One by one, they began to doubt themselves, murmuring inwardly, could it really be that we're getting old? Unlike the others, Director Huang did feel a sense of familiarity upon hearing this. In Spring City, Fong Ning often said this. Whenever he uttered those words, it signaled his moment to shine. This time was no exception. Well done. Director Huang's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Fong Ning, his face beaming with pride. He even seemed to stand a little straighter than usual. This was his officer from Spring City. Good lad. Old Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his smile freezing on his face. He looked at Fong Ning with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Good heavens, he'd been expecting Fong Ning to launch into a lengthy Jihu-style explanation. But who'd have thought Fong Ning would be so concise and to the point? Still, old Yuan wasn't the least bit annoyed. After all, if a genius could be understood by others, they wouldn't be a genius. Staring blankly at Fong Ning, old Yuan's eyes gradually brightened as a new thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Ahem. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Fong Ning cleared his throat softly. Pointing at Wang Jinshan, who was barely clinging to life, he sighed helplessly. Shouldn't we get him to the hospital? He's foaming at the mouth. Hearing this, Bureau Chief Zhang, who'd been frozen as if struck by a club to the back of the head, jumped up like a startled rabbit. I'll do it. I'll do it. With lightning speed, he dashed onto the boat, scooped up Wang Jinshan. He didn't even look back as he took off running. By the time squad leader Zhou snapped out of his daze, Director Zhang was already more than 10 meters away. Wait for me. Captain Zhou snapped out of his daze. Without hesitation, he gave chase. The two quickly vanished from sight. Impressive. Staring in disbelief at the scene, Fong Ning couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. Chapter 213, First Class Merit. The Uncrowned King. What just happened? Why did the third round suddenly end out of nowhere? Exactly. There were still hours left. How could they just call it off? I clearly saw the target just now. What a pity. So close. Inside the provincial department conference room, all the contestants were now in a state of confusion, murmuring among themselves. Just as everyone was intently engaged in the third stage competition, they were startled to find the atmosphere in the town growing increasingly strange. The crowd surged toward the riverbank in unison. The next moment, police cars screeched to a halt before them. The competition halted immediately, and everyone was ordered to return to the provincial headquarters for assembly. When they got off the bus again, they found themselves in the conference room. Something's off. Why are two people suddenly missing? Right. Xiao Bing and Fong Ning are missing. Right. Why are only those two missing? Only then did the group realize, to their shock, that two people were missing. Could they have gotten into a fight? Huli, Unit 03, smacked his lips with a mocking expression. Everyone could tell Fong Ning and Xiao Bing didn't get along. He just wanted to lighten the mood with a joke. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed everyone lowering their heads in deep thought. Then, one by one, they nodded in agreement. You know what? I think there's actually a chance that could happen. Maybe they really would go head-to-head over a target. It's even possible they'll discover the same target at the same time. Their eyes lit up as if they'd grasped the crux of the matter, each trembling with excitement. This. Huli's mouth twitched, his smile growing increasingly strange. He had just said it offhand, never expecting everyone to actually believe him. But upon reflection, he realized it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, Fong Ning and Xiao Bing had been at odds from the very first two stages. It wasn't surprising they'd run into each other in the third stage. Clunk! Just as the room buzzed with murmurs, the conference door suddenly swung open. Heads snapped up in unison. The moment they recognized the intruder, their jaws dropped in stunned silence as if they'd been constipated. Each frantically tugged at their hair, feeling as if they were pulling out clumps. Their faces bore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. The newcomers were Fong Ning and Xiao Bing. But it wasn't Fong Ning and Xiao Bing themselves that caused such astonishment. What truly stunned them was this. Xiao Bing had actually walked in arm with Fong Ning, laughing and chatting. What the hell? Aren't they? Yang Wei nearly bit his tongue in shock. He rubbed his swollen eyes and scrutinized the scene several times, finally confirming he hadn't misseen it. The two were indeed pressed close together, like long-lost brothers. His scalp tingled, and his body staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. What the hell? When did their relationship become so close? Weren't they still at each other's throats in the previous rounds? How did they suddenly become such good buddies? Did they change their ways? In an instant, every pair of eyes in the arena turned to stare at Fong Ning and Xiao Bing. Their eyes flashed with profound shock and confusion. Just as they were about to ask, the conference room door creaked open once more. The next second, Elder Yuan, Li Zhong, and the other bureau chiefs filed in one after another. Bureau chiefs. The contestants blinked in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. Each felt on the verge of madness. They stood frozen in place, like a row of comical statues. They never imagined their own bureau chiefs would personally come to observe the competition. Ignoring the stunned reactions, the directors took their seats one by one under Yuan Lao's guidance. Li Zhong smiled and personally explained the reason for ending the competition. The moment Li Zhong finished speaking, the venue fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze, so still you could hear a pin drop. After an unknown length of time, a trembling voice finally broke the silence. Wang Jinshan. Meaning Fong Ning had actually apprehended Class A fugitive Wang Jinshan. With a hard swallow, everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. They had assumed Fong Ning would at most capture contestant number 10 for 100 bounty points. But who could have imagined he'd be this formidable? He actually captured an A-level fugitive. Everyone else was hunting fakes, but you caught the real deal? This was beyond belief. For a moment, everyone felt their heads buzzing, their mouths opening and closing without words. Alright, quiet down. I have two announcements to make. Li Zhong gestured for silence, cleared his throat, and smiled as he spoke. The Provincial Bureau's urgent identification confirms the boatman is Class A fugitive Wang Jinshan. For their meritorious service in rescuing the hostages during this operation, Fong Ning and Xiao Bing. By direct decision of the Provincial Department, Comrade Xiao Bing is hereby awarded a second-class merit. Clap. The moment the words left his mouth, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below the stage. Every pair of eyes was filled with envy. Just participating in the competition and earning a second-class merit. It felt like a dream. Thump. Thump. Xiao Bing felt his heart racing wildly. It felt like it might leap out of his chest any second. A surge of excitement shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His eyelids fluttered wildly as pure joy flooded his face. He instinctively looked at Fong Ning, his eyes brimming with gratitude. If not for Fong Ning, he wouldn't just have missed out on a second-class merit award. He might not even be alive right now. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, Li Zhong swept his gaze around before fixing it on Fong Ning, his eyes sparkling with amusement. In recognition of Comrade Fong Ning's fearless conduct, the provincial department has decided. Comrade Fong Ning is hereby awarded. His voice trailed off mid-sentence before he murmured, first-class merit. Whoa! The entire crowd sucked in a collective breath. Their pupils instantly narrowed to slits. Their bodies stiffened like wood. First-class merit. This is first-class merit. Earning a first-class merit while competing? How surreal is that? Their eyes went blank, their minds went blank. Everyone felt like their brains had completely shut down. Director Huang, congratulations. Director Yu Cheng was the first to rush forward and bow his hands in congratulations to Director Huang. At this moment, he felt genuine admiration and respect for Fong Ning. He had absolutely no objections to Fong Ning receiving the first prize. Not at all, not at all. You flatter me. Director Huang's face was beaming like a chrysanthemum, his mouth stretched wide enough to reach the sky. Originally, he thought it would be great if Fong Ning could just place in the competition on his first try. But after seeing Fong Ning's performance, he thought winning the championship would be even better. But he never could have guessed. Fong Ning actually earned a first-class merit award. This was far more prestigious than the championship title. After this competition, their spring city would surely make a name for itself throughout Yun province. Due to the Wang Jinshan incident, no champion was selected for this competition. Yet all participants knew full well Fong Ning was the true uncrowned champion. With all competitions concluded, the crowd exchanged brief pleasantries before dispersing. Fong Ning, I've got something to take care of. Let's head back together later. Director Huang glanced at Fong Ning before leaving. Got it. Fong Ning instantly broke into a wide grin, revealing his pearly whites. But just then, old Yuan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Fong Ning, stay behind. I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 214, Elder Yuan's Personal Invitation. The Anti-Violence Squad. Huh? What is it? Fong Ning's footsteps faltered, and he turned to look at Old Master Yuan with a puzzled expression. Wang Jinshan had already been apprehended, and the police competition had concluded. He couldn't fathom why Old Master Yuan would still need him. A smile flickered in Yuan Lao's eyes as he looked at Fong Ning, a sudden flash of alarm crossing his gaze. His voice was deep and solemn as he spoke. Fong Ning, do you recall what I said before the third round of the competition? Fong Ning's brow instantly furrowed into a knot. His large eyes darted around as he scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot. Had ha. Old Master Yuan chuckled lightly, unconcerned, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Fong Ning. I once said this grand competition was to select talent, but that was only half the truth. The true purpose of this tournament is to form a special task force capable of handling any complex mission. This team shall be called the Anti-Violence Squad. And you are the member I have chosen for the Anti-Violence Squad. At this point, old Yuan paused abruptly, then drew a deep breath, his lips trembling slightly. But I've changed my mind. I believe I can handle the role of captain. Staring blankly at Fong Ning, old Yuan's eyes gradually brightened. Ever since the first stage concluded, he had taken a keen interest in Fong Ning. By the end of the second stage, he had resolved that as long as Fong Ning navigated the third stage without mishap, he would undoubtedly choose Fong Ning to join the Anti-Violence Squad. But who could have imagined that Fong Ning would once again turn the competition upside down? He had even captured a long-escaped Class A fugitive. This nearly made him decide on the spot not only to keep Fong Ning, but to make him the team leader. Though Fong Ning was young and inexperienced, he trusted his instincts and believed in his judgment. Fong Ning absolutely had the capability to lead the Anti-Violence Squad. Violence Suppression Squad? Captain? Fong Ning's pupils contracted slightly, his entire body stiffening instantly like wood. He stood rooted to the spot. Only now did it dawn on him. No wonder this grand competition was so intense. It was the selection for the Anti-Violence Squad. So, are you in? If you agree, you'll be transferred to the Provincial Bureau immediately. Your rank and benefits will double instantly. After saying this, old Yuan looked at Fong Ning with a faint, enigmatic smile. His eyes held a deep, hidden amusement. He had already studied Fong Ning's background thoroughly. To date, Fong Ning had never held a position for more than 3 months. He was currently serving as a beat cop at a police station in the old district of Chuncheng. In his view, Fong Ning would never refuse such an offer. Only a fool would turn it down. To leap straight from a grassroots precinct in a provincial city to the provincial department. That's the lifelong dream of countless officers. Senior Yuan, after thinking it over, I'd rather not join after all. Very well. I have one more thing to say. Old Yuan stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening as if he'd seen a ghost. His face flushed alternately pale and crimson, as if a mouthful of old blood was churning in his throat, ready to spurt forth any second. He refused. Fong Ning actually refused. Such favorable terms, and Fong Ning actually turned them down? His head jerked stiffly toward Fong Ning, his mouth opening and closing, unable to form words. Inside, he was screaming. Do you have any idea how crazy happy people would be just to hear they could join the Anti-Violence Squad? And you? You actually turned it down? Do you even understand the prestige of the Anti-Violence Squad? This isn't just any anti-crime squad in Yun Province, it's the entire Dragon Nation's anti-crime squad. Why? His face turning as dark as liver, old Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. This. Fong Ning gave an awkward chuckle. Truth be told, he was internally conflicted. First, he didn't want to leave Spring City so soon. Second, he didn't find the Anti-Violence Squad particularly appealing. It couldn't compare to the freedom he had now. Sigh. After a long pause, old Yuan sighed softly, his expression suddenly growing much more desolate. As if aged several years in an instant, he spoke softly. I understand your reasoning, and I respect your choice. It's just such a pity. Old Yuan sighed repeatedly, his expression filled with regret. What's a pity? Fong Ning immediately leaned in closer. Catching Fong Ning's gaze out of the corner of his eye, old Yuan's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile as he sighed again. What a pity. What a pity that so many major cases remain unsolved to this day, and those at the provincial level. Ah. Never mind, never mind. These are secrets I can't tell you. Gulp. Fong Ning couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes growing intense as he looked at old Master Yuan, his voice stuttering. Mr. Yuan, we haven't said it's dead yet, and I'm not an outsider. Just tell me, okay? The moment he heard major cases, Fong Ning felt his heart start pounding wildly. 3 words instantly flashed before his eyes. Justice points. Justice points meant access to more god-tier buffs. How could he possibly hold back? Ahem, I suppose I could share a little bit. Yuan Laosi glanced around before whispering, ever heard of Sang Kuan from the Golden Triangle? Yeah, the big drug lord. Fong Ning couldn't help but swallow hard. The information about Sang Kuan had come from Yuxiu. To be honest, the Dragon Nation is taking this incident extremely seriously and has resolved to eliminate these major drug lords threatening the nation. But with complex foreign forces involved and little help to expect from Interpol, they deliberately formed a special task force. The purpose of forming this anti-crime task force is to resolve these thorny issues. It's not just saying Cohen and the Golden Triangle cases like the Freemason incident are also being prioritized. Action will likely be taken soon. As he finished speaking in one breath, a hint of cunning flashed in old Yuan's eyes. Sang Cohen. The Freemasons. Fong Ning swallowed hard, his jaw dropping in stunned silence as if constipated. He felt like he might lose his mind any second. Without hesitation, Fong Ning grabbed old Yuan's arm, his expression unwavering. Old Yuan. Let me go. This kind of dangerous job should be mine. Oh? Weren't you just reluctant? Not reluctant. Not reluctant. Fong Ning shook his head like a bobblehead. Then you're certain you want to join the anti-violence squad? Master Yuan seemed utterly unfazed by Fong Ning's display. Fong Ning nodded vigorously. Good. Ahem. Old Master Yuan's expression turned peculiar and he nearly burst out laughing. He'd finally pinpointed Fong Ning's weakness. Whenever the topic turned to catching thieves or solving cases, Fong Ning would appear as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days, drawn by the scent alone. Taking a deep breath, old Yuan cleared his throat twice and looked at Fong Ning. Since you've agreed to be captain, I can tell you something else. What is it? Fong Ning's face lit up with excitement, expecting an even bigger case. Well, there's a case that requires you to make a trip to Weicheng. A smile was clearly struggling to stay contained at the corners of old Yuan's mouth, as if it might break through at any moment. Weicheng? A case? Fong Ning looked puzzled. Aren't all the major cases handled by the Sungkuan Brotherhood? Why go all the way to Weicheng? That's even across provincial lines. Noticing Fong Ning's confusion, old Yuan wore a triumphant expression as he murmured. This is the captain's assessment mission. Chapter 215, God Tier Buff. King of Gamblers. Captain Assessment? Fong Ning froze, exhaling sharply in a brief spasm. His lips trembled, his eyelids fluttered wildly, and he stood frozen in place like a deflated balloon. His face screamed helpless despair. He'd just noticed something off about old Yuan's expression. Damn it, so he was waiting here all along. Mr. Yuan, can we just skip this? I'll step down as captain, okay? At that moment, Fong Ning's face was twisted into a bitter expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. The police skills competition had finally concluded. He'd planned to return to Spring City for a proper rest. But now? It's like one seamless, non-stop grind. Worse than 996. All right. Old Yuan agreed without hesitation, but then a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Well, you won't be touching those Sang Kuan cases then. Damn it. I'll take them. Before old man Yuan could finish his sentence, Fong Ning blurted out. Very well. A car will pick you up in half an hour. Go pack your things. As if anticipating Fong Ning's reaction, old Yuan dropped the line and turned to leave. Old fox. Watching the old man's figure slowly disappear, Fong Ning gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. What? The anti-violence squad? You want to be the leader of the anti-violence squad? And you're heading to Weicheng soon? 10 minutes later, Director Huang stared wide-eyed at Fong Ning, his expression filled with utter shock. The anti-violence squad had always been shrouded in secrecy. As a prefectural bureau chief, he knew no more than Fong Ning. Hearing that Elder Yuan had personally invited Fong Ning to join the task force and even appointed him as its leader. His jaw dropped in astonishment, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. After the initial shock, Director Huang couldn't help but swallow hard. Does this mean that if you pass the assessment, you'll be leaving Chuncheng for good? For a moment, Director Huang's emotions churned like a kitchen cabinet of spices overturned, a complex mix of feelings that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Though Fong Ning had only been on the job for a short time, he had already demonstrated extraordinary talent. He had already helped Chuncheng earn numerous honors. He knew that with Fong Ning's talent, leaving Spring City was inevitable sooner or later. He hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. So fast that he hadn't even considered this possibility. Who could have imagined that Fong Ning, without even joining the municipal bureau, would leap directly from beat cop to provincial department? It was utterly mind-boggling. It shouldn't happen this fast. After the evaluation, I'll return to Spring City. Fong Ning's voice was equally low as he felt uneasy inside. Though he'd only been on the job a short while, his heart was already filled with people he couldn't bear to leave behind. Shirichan, Lin Dashan, Zhang Feng, Yang Wei, Sun Jian, and others. Commissioner Huang, Chuncheng has always been my home. I'll be back often. Suppressing his emotions, Fong Ning forced a wide grin. All right. Commissioner Huang managed a strained smile before slapping Fong Ning's shoulder firmly. Take care. Chuncheng will always be your home. Come back anytime you need a break. Fong Ning nodded solemnly, understood. Half an hour later. Old fox, so this is the special car you mentioned. Watching the scenery rush by outside the window. Fong Ning's teeth clenched, his face flushed crimson like a red-skinned duck. He had assumed the special vehicle old Yuan mentioned would at least be a sedan or something similar. But it turned out to be an ordinary train. A green-painted train. And hard seats at that. At this speed, the journey to Weicheng would take at least a dozen hours. His butt would probably get sore from sitting so long. He stood panting heavily for a long while before gradually calming down. His gaze fell upon a document before him. This was given to him by old Yuan before he left. He was told it contained information about this assessment mission. With over 10 hours to spare, Fong Ning figured he might as well pass the time by opening it up and studying the contents. Rustle, rustle. Fong Ning's flipping of pages gradually quickened. At first, his expression remained calm, but as he read further, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. A look of deep concern spread across his face. The file contains simple information, just the details of a criminal suspect. The suspect's name is He Fei. Records indicate He Fei is implicated in large-scale gambling fraud. It also stated that He Fei had gone into hiding in Weiqing several days prior, still frequenting underground gambling dens daily. Fong Ning's mission this time was straightforward: travel to Weiqing and apprehend He Fei. But what puzzled Fong Ning was this very point. Apart from the relatively large sum involved in his gambling fraud, He Fei had nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Logically, it shouldn't warrant Fong Ning personally traveling there to apprehend him. Moreover, apprehending someone was now as easy as child's play for him. There was absolutely no way this could be that straightforward. Fong Ning's gaze fixed intently on the files, his eyes narrowing slightly. This was a captain evaluation task specifically assigned by Old Yuan. How could it possibly be that straightforward? After scrutinizing it for ages, his eyes grew sore, yet he still couldn't make head nor tail of it. Clack! Fong Ning tossed the documents aside and closed his eyes to rest. Rather than overthinking here, he'd deal with it when the time came. Right. Almost forgot about the lottery. Fong Ning's eyes snapped open, a flash of light darting through his pupils. His mind stirred, and he quickly opened the system panel. Host, Fong Ning. Strength 150, average human 10. Stamina 150, average human 10. Speed 150, average human 10. Current buffs: Fist of Truth, Eye of Reality Strong, Hand of God, God of Autumn, Name Mountain, Martial Arts Master, Immunity to all poisons, Firearms Master, Melee Weapons Master. Justice points, 2,000. 2,000. A smile involuntarily curved Fong Ning's lips. Wang Jinshan truly was a heinous criminal. As fellow Plaza fugitives, capturing Wang Jinshan yielded twice the justice points of any other. Licking his lips, Fong Ning called out without hesitation. Lottery. With only 2,000 points available, Fong Ning opted for a single draw. A virtual light screen flickered before him. The lottery wheel spun rapidly. Seconds later, the pointer slowly came to a stop. Ding, thank you for your purchase. Lottery. Fong Ning's expression remained utterly unchanged. The wheel continued spinning. A few seconds later. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Fong Ning's expression remained unchanged. Prize draw. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Lottery. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Lottery. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Fong Ning's speech gradually quickened. Lottery. 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 Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Seeing only 2 chances left, Fong Ning suddenly grinned wryly. He knew full well how the system worked. To actually expect a buff from just 2,000 justice points? That was a bit too eager. Oh well. Might as well save up for a 10 pull. As the thought crossed his mind, the wheel began spinning swiftly. For some reason, Fong Ning felt this spin seemed slower than the previous ones. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently without blinking. After a few seconds, the wheel gradually came to a stop. The next second. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the King of Gamblers buff. Chapter 216, fresh off the bus, delivering a gift to Wei Cheng. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the King of Gamblers buff. The moment the system notification faded, Fong Ning felt his heart skip a beat. King of Kings? Is this the King of Kings I imagined? His eyes widened as he swallowed involuntarily, instinctively glancing at the buff description. King of Gamblers buff, host's gambling skills reach world-leading levels. P.S. There's only one way to win: consistently cheat. Whoa. Fong Ning sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes narrowing strangely. This system is seriously messed up. After all, he was a people's police officer. Giving him buffs like Gunmaster, Cold Weapon Master, or Eye of Truth might be understandable. But what's with the Divine Hand and King of Gamblers titles? This skill is downright sinister. It's not that the King of Gamblers buff isn't strong. The King of Gamblers buff is powerful. Extremely powerful. But the problem is he can't use it. You can't exactly go looking for a casino to make mistakes just to test the buff. Just being able to draw it is already a blessing. What more could you ask for? With a slap to his forehead, Fong Ning's lips instantly curled into a smile. Getting a god tier buff with just 9 single pulls, what more could you want? Should he pull them all at once, or the 200 justice points still displayed on the system panel? Fong Ning's brow furrowed slightly. A few seconds later, he shook his head with a smile and closed the panel. He decided to hold off on pulling now and save them for the next time he earned justice points. After the initial excitement, Fong Ning closed his eyes to rest. 2 consecutive days of intense competition had left him physically and mentally exhausted. With his eyes closed, he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. He had no idea how much time had passed. We are now approaching Weicheng Station. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. Weicheng Station has arrived. Passengers needing to disembark, please hurry. The train came to a stop, and the carriage instantly erupted into a clamor. Finally, we're here. Fong Ning sprang to his feet and darted out of the carriage. Having slept through the journey, he was nearly fully rested. Now he couldn't wait to complete the assessment. He followed the crowd out of the station. Just outside the station, he spotted a young man holding a sign not far away. It read, Weicheng City Public Security Bureau. Fong Ning's eyes lit up instantly as he strode over. Hello, my name is Fong Ning. I'm here to assist with the investigation. Fong Ning's lips curved into a smile. So young? The young man gasped in surprise, then quickly covered his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. My apologies. I'm Lu Han, currently a first-class police superintendent. Pleased to meet you. Lu Han finished speaking and stared intently at Fong Ning, his eyes flickering. Before arriving, he'd heard rumors that the police sent from Yun province were unusually young. But seeing Fong Ning, he realized just how young they were. He looked practically like a recent graduate. Ahem. Noticing Lu Han's dazed expression, Fong Ning cleared his throat twice to prompt him. Sorry, I got distracted. My car's right outside. Let's head out. Lu Han gave an awkward chuckle before quickly regaining his composure. He then led the way ahead. All right. Fong Ning nodded and started to follow. But after just a few steps, he suddenly froze. His gaze then fixed strangely on the direction of the square in front of the train station. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Noticing Fong Ning's unusual behavior, Lu Han frowned and asked. I came rather suddenly this time and didn't bring any gifts, but I'll give you one now. A barely perceptible curve touched Fong Ning's lips as he strode directly toward the square in front of the train station. Ha! The car isn't over there. Hey! Hey! Lu Han's frown deepened into a knot and he finally gave chase, shouting all the while. His impression of Fong Ning instantly took a nosedive. He thought to himself, Yunnan province is really taking this lightly. Sending a young officer over is bad enough. But this one's a complete greenhorn. His speech was nonsensical, lacking any sense of maturity. What was this about delivering gifts? He hadn't even explained properly before turning and walking away. Damn it! How could he walk so fast? After chasing him a few steps, Lu Han's face turned as grim as if he were constipated. His physical fitness test scores were among the top in the bureau. Yet even sprinting at full speed, he couldn't catch up. Just as he was about to pick up speed again, he looked up and saw that Fong Ning was already nowhere to be seen. Where the hell is he? Lu Han instantly panicked, his voice trembling slightly. His eyes darted back and forth, searching for any trace of Fong Ning. If he'd been assigned to pick someone up and ended up losing them, he'd probably get chewed out by the chief when he got back. The mere thought of the chief's stern, unyielding expression sent a chill down Lu Han's spine. Where the hell did he go? After searching for ages without success, Lu Han was sweating bullets. Just as he was about to call for backup, suddenly, a commotion erupted from ahead. Then came a hysterical scream. Help! Help! Murder! Someone's trying to kill someone. Hearing the shouts, Lu Han's expression instantly stiffened. His gaze instantly locked onto the source of the sound, and without hesitation, he sprinted toward it. By the time he reached the scene, the crowd had already formed layers upon layers of encirclement. He struggled to push his way through the gaping crowd. Lu Han's eyes widened so much they felt like they might pop out of their sockets. Fong Ning, what are you doing? Let go. Lu Han's face instantly turned green with horror, wishing he could wring his own neck. Fong Ning was standing with one foot planted firmly on a middle-aged man's shoulder, his hands clamped tightly around the man's wrists. The man's cheeks flushed crimson, turning him as red as a rubber duck. His face contorted in agony, screaming incessantly like a pig awaiting slaughter. But Fong Ning paid no heed whatsoever, his hands clamped down like giant pincers, refusing to let go. He was a thief. Fong Ning stated simply. It happened just as he was about to exit the station. He had suddenly noticed a man acting suspiciously. On a whim, he activated his true sight. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. The man before him wasn't just a thief, he was a Class B wanted criminal. Once discovered, there was no way he could let him escape. He quickly closed the gap, seized the man off guard, and pinned him down. He was a thief? Lu Han's expression tightened, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. His face practically screamed, I don't believe it. Fong Ning had only been at the station square for a few minutes and now he'd caught a thief? That was just too convenient. If it were any other veteran officer, he might have believed it. But Fong Ning was clearly too young, he simply couldn't bring himself to accept it. Young man, is this for real? Don't go accusing people without getting your facts straight. Exactly. Even if you're arresting someone, it should be done by the police. Are you even a cop? Even cops shouldn't treat thieves like this. Look, he can barely breathe. The surrounding crowd immediately pointed at Fong Ning and began murmuring. Fong Ning, let go first. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lu Han's expression turned serious. Even if the man is a thief, with so many people here right now, Fong Ning's actions are clearly not by the book. This is ridiculous. What kind of people did Yunnan province send? They're completely useless. Fuming inwardly, Lu Han could no longer hold back and moved to pull Fong Ning away. But just then, Fong Ning flashed his trademark toothy grin. He's a Class B wanted criminal. Chapter 217, the gift turns out to be a Class B fugitive. A Class B fugitive? Lu Han's eyebrows shot up, his eyelids fluttering wildly as his pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. He stiffly turned his head to look again at the man pinned to the ground by Fong Ning. He stared intently for a long moment before finally shaking his head. B-class fugitives weren't as numerous as A-class ones. The number of Class B fugitives was who knows how many times greater than Class A. Moreover, their numbers increased almost every year. Hardly anyone could recognize every single Class B fugitive. Just as he hesitated, a commanding voice cut through the air. What's going on here? Make way, everyone. At that moment, the station police finally arrived. Release your grip, or we'll take immediate action. Seeing Fong Ning's actions, the two station officers were about to move in almost instantly. Witnessing this, Lu Han's body trembled violently, nearly causing him to faint. He quickly intercepted the officers and presented his credentials. "You're from the Municipal Bureau?" After carefully examining the credentials, the expressions of the two station police officers softened considerably. "Yes, it was an accident." He then recounted the entire incident to the two officers. After listening, the two station police officers fell silent for several seconds before turning to look at Fong Ning with complex expressions. That look clearly said, "A Class B fugitive? Give me a break. Where would they find so many Class B fugitives? Officer, help me. I can't breathe. I'm innocent. I'm not a thief, let alone a wanted criminal. Help me." The man spotted the police and immediately clung to them like a lifeline, screaming frantically. His voice was as pitiful as could be. "Oh, looks like you won't believe it until you see the coffin." Raising an eyebrow, Fong Ning reached into the man's inner pocket with the certainty of someone who'd seen through everything. "What are you doing?" The man's face paled instantly, his eyes darting nervously. The next second, clatter! A pile of gold jewelry crashed to the floor. Gold rings were the most common, gold bracelets were plentiful, and there were even gold chains. The glittering gold jewelry scattered across the floor, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Good heavens! So much gold! He really is a thief!" "Ha! Honey, that gold ring looks just like mine." "Holy crap! What do you mean looks like? That's yours. Where's the ring on your finger?" "Ah!" A sharp, explosive cry erupted from the crowd. They found all this gold on the man. Even a fool could tell he's the thief. Turns out he really was a thief. Looks like he had something on him after all. Lu Han's expression softened slightly, his impression of the other party, Ning, improving a bit. To spot and apprehend a thief in such a short time showed that Fong Ning's skills in catching thieves were already quite proficient. He's no clueless rookie. But the real shock was yet to come. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes as he looked at the pale-faced man, then tore off the man's beard in one swift motion. Zip! The man's beard was instantly torn off cleanly. It was fake. The room fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. How could this be? How did you know? Instinctively touching his smooth chin, the man felt a surge of blood pooling in his throat, as if it would erupt at any moment. Staring blankly, his eyes slowly lost focus as his mind ceased functioning. The disguise he'd hidden for years had been torn away in an instant. Class B fugitive. Hu Tao. The moment Fong Ning ripped off Hu Tao's fake beard, one of the station guards let out a startled cry. His eyelids fluttered wildly as his jaw dropped, feeling as though his chin might fall to the floor. Only now did he recognize the man before him as Class B fugitive Hu Tao. The reason he recognized him instantly was because Hu Tao had committed his crime at Weicheng train station years ago. He had been involved in that case back then. After committing the crime, Hu Tao vanished without a trace, leaving no leads. But who could have imagined? Hu Tao had actually returned to Weicheng in disguise. Is he really a Class B fugitive? Lu Han swallowed hard, his mouth slightly agape, speechless. His hair was clutched in handfuls, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets any second. A tingling sensation spread inch by inch across his scalp, a wave of numbness surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Turning to Fong Ning, his eyes were filled with terror. His face flushed crimson as if he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. He never would have dreamed Fong Ning was this powerful. He thought Fong Ning catching a thief would be impressive enough. But to catch a Class B fugitive? Was this mere coincidence? No. This wasn't coincidence. Recalling the moment Fong Ning had stripped away Hu Tao's disguise, a flash of realization lit up Lu Han's eyes. He was now certain Fong Ning had seen through Hu Tao's identity all along. At this realization, Lu Han stared at Fong Ning as if he were a monster, his eyes filled with utter shock. It's over. It's all over. His identity was completely exposed. Hu Tao's face lost all trace of arrogance. His complexion instantly collapsed like a deflated balloon. His gaze grew vacant, his pupils slowly losing focus. His entire body tensed up instantly, a wave of terror shooting up from his tailbone to the top of his head. The next second, his body went limp, collapsing straight onto the ground, his face as pale as paper. His lips murmured incessantly, "It's over. It's all over this time. Time was short. This was my welcome gift to Weicheng." Fong Ning glanced at Lu Han, a faint smile curving his lips. Weicheng Municipal Bureau Conference Room. "Chief Gu, what do you think Yunnan Province is up to? This case is so straightforward, why didn't they just hand it over to us? Why send someone here?" Baiko, the Criminal Investigation Division chief, shot an annoyed glance at the stern-faced old man sitting stiffly before him. The dark-faced old man was the Gu Bureau chief Lu Han had mentioned. Director Go remained silent at Baiko's words, though his expression darkened noticeably. Seeing the director didn't refute him, Baiko continued his rant. If they'd sent a seasoned pro, that'd be one thing. But Yun Province actually sent a rookie. His file is completely blank. Oh, wait, there is one piece of information. He's been on the job less than 3 months. This is just here to cause trouble. Baiku was clearly furious, his lips trembling. Exactly, Chief. Yunnan Province clearly doesn't take us seriously. Why not just send him back? It's just arresting someone, we could handle this in under 24 hours. With Baiku leading the charge, the others in the meeting room also spoke up, their faces showing discontent. The man has already been picked up. It's too late to change anything now. We'll just exclude him from the operation later. Director Gu spoke in a low voice, his tone clearly displeased. but he was powerless to do anything about it. This assignment had come directly from the provincial bureau. He simply had no grounds to refuse. He had already concluded that Fong Ning was here merely to pad his resume. Fine. Let's do it this way. Keep him out of the operation to prevent any mishaps. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding this a sound solution. Just then, the conference room door burst open. The next second, Lu Han's delighted voice echoed in. Director, Fong Ning is back. Chapter 218, Confidence. We'll bring him back tonight. Director, we've brought Fong Ning back. Lu Han pushed open the door and shouted excitedly to everyone. The next second, Fong Ning's figure appeared before everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Ning. Pleased to meet you all. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. He was still completely in the dark about this case. We'll still need the Weicheng Police Department's assistance. Building good relationships is absolutely essential. Fong Ning really is quite young. Whoa, he's even younger than we imagined. Upon seeing Fong Ning, the people in the meeting room immediately began whispering among themselves. Though their voices were low, every word was perfectly clear. Lu Han's face turned green for a moment. He looked awkwardly at Fong Ning and explained. They don't mean anything by it. They just think you're so young. Fong Ning grinned and shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. You're Fong Ning? How long have you been with the company? Baiku scrutinized Fong Ning with a piercing gaze, his pupils quickly narrowing to slits. This is Captain Baiku from the Criminal Investigation Division, also one of our deputy directors. Lu Han hurriedly introduced. Less than 3 months. Meeting Baiku's gaze, Fong Ning didn't blink once. Just as expected. Baiku's expression tightened, his eyes immediately revealing displeasure. He had harbored some reservations about Fong Ning's background. He'd even suspected Yunnan province might have mixed up the records. Until just now, he was completely certain the records were correct. Fong Ning was a brand new rookie. How much do you know about this case? Baiku frowned and asked in a low voice. Fong Ning scratched his head, unable to speak for a long while. The situation had been so sudden, and the information provided by old Yuan was minimal. He only knew that Fei was involved in gambling fraud. Beyond that, he knew nothing else. Oomph. Seeing Fong Ning unable to speak for so long, Baiku's eyes darkened with contempt. He simply turned his head away, refusing to look at Fong Ning. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to freeze. Comrade Fong, hello. My throat is a bit sore, so I won't speak much. Please find a seat. After several seconds of silence, Director Go looked up at Fong Ning and said indifferently. With that, he lowered his head again. That's just his stubborn temperament. If it weren't for giving face to Yun province, he probably wouldn't even bother with polite formalities. All right. Fong Ning glanced at the seat to Director Ge's right and the one in the farthest corner. Fong Ning sensibly made his way to the farthest corner. He wasn't stupid. He saw the contempt everyone held for him. Yet he couldn't care less. Right now, he just wanted to get this assessment over with as quickly as possible. Just then. Hey, I was in such a rush just now, I almost forgot. Comrade Fong Ning's visit to Weicheng has truly delivered a grand gift to us. Lu Han slapped his thigh in delight. Oh? A gift? What kind of gift? Not some specialty from Yun province, is it? Baiku chuckled softly, a playful smile on his face. Well, you never know, it could very well be. Yunnan province has plenty of delicious treats. Comrade Fong, what exactly did you bring us? Hurry up and show us. Exactly. We're all curious. With Baiku leading the charge, everyone immediately turned to stare at Fong Ning with mocking expressions. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. What kind of grand gift could a newbie who's been on the job less than 3 months possibly prepare? Probably just some snacks or drinks. Not a grand gift, just a small token. A Class B wanted criminal. Fong Ning waved his hand dismissively. A small gift, but at least it shows some thought, right? What did you just say? Baiku's words trailed off as his eyes suddenly bulged wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets any second. His breath caught in his throat, unable to rise or fall. A Class B wanted criminal, and you call that a small gift? He instinctively scratched his ear, doubting his own hearing. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Fong Ning, you're joking, right? You mean you caught a Class B fugitive? Yes. Fong Ning nodded solemnly. It's true. Comrade Fong Ning apprehended a Class B fugitive the moment he stepped off the vehicle. The suspect is already in the detention cell. Lu Han added excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Gulp. Everyone in the conference room swallowed hard. Eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at each other, feeling like they might lose their minds any second. What the hell? A little gift turned out to be a Class B wanted criminal? This can't be possible. While Class B fugitives are far more common than Class A ones. But to catch one right after getting off the bus? This luck is beyond belief. How did you manage this? His eyelids twitched violently, his teeth clenched. Baiku took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. I know this part. Here's what happened. I just received a report from Comrade Fong Ning. Lu Han then recounted every detail of Fong Ning's capture of the Class B fugitive to the group. After Lu Han finished his account, the group fell silent once more. Only the sound of their hurried breathing filled the room. Baiku couldn't help but lick his lips as he stared at Fong Ning, his face frozen in shock. He began to feel a bit unsure of himself. He began to doubt the authenticity of the information. Just as the room was filled with swirling thoughts, a delighted voice suddenly rang out from the front. Oh my, Comrade Fong, why are you sitting over there? Come over here, come over here. Hearing this, everyone froze in place as if struck by a club. They stiffly turned their heads and realized the speaker was none other than the director. Ahem. No need, Director Gu. I'm quite comfortable here. Fong Ning cleared his throat awkwardly, his expression oddly strained. How can that be? You're a guest of Weiqing City. Come on over. Director Gu beamed, rising abruptly to pull Fong Ning down beside him on his right. He looked at Fong Ning thoughtfully, nearly bursting with amusement inside. Contrary to everyone's expectations. He didn't care whether Fong Ning had captured the Class B fugitive by luck or skill. The bottom line was that Wei Cheng had captured a Class B fugitive. This was a solid achievement, and that alone was enough. The gift Fong Ning had delivered was truly a grand one. While Director Gu was pleased, he also felt a twinge of doubt about the file. Fong Ning's file was painfully sparse. Beyond name, gender, and age, it merely stated, employment tenure not exceeding 3 months. After giving Fong Ning a few more lingering glances, Director Gu slowly shook his head and pushed the matter from his mind. What he didn't know was that Fong Ning's background had been deliberately crafted that way by old Yuan all to test him. Observing Director Ge's gaze sinking into deep contemplation, Fong Ning licked his lips and spoke softly. Director Gu, when shall we analyze the case details? He was already itching to get moving. But just then, Baiku's confident voice cut in from the side. No need for analysis. I'll bring He Fei back to you tonight. Chapter 219, 3rd Grade Police Superintendent? No, 3rd Grade Police Inspector. No need for a case analysis. He Fei will be in custody tonight. Baiku waved his hand decisively, immediately cutting Fong Ning off. His chin lifted slightly, a look of pride flashing in his eyes. Since you've gifted us such a present, Wei Cheng won't be stingy either. Leave the arrest of suspect He Fei to us. Just wait here at the station. Tonight, I'll bring him back to you safe and sound. Fong Ning paused, then hesitated, but... Comrade Fong, you can rest assured it'll be handled perfectly. Baiku patted his chest, cutting Fong Ning off. Quite right, Comrade Fong. No need to refuse. Rest up at the station. Bureau Chief Gu chimed in. Sharing Baiku's confidence, he too believed apprehending a suspect within a day should pose no difficulty. Besides, the intel indicated the suspect had been frequenting casinos lately, which made things even simpler. Worst case, we'll just search each casino one by one. A day is plenty of time. Alright, thanks in advance. Seeing Director Gu speak so decisively, Fong Ning could only reluctantly agree. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. He had been about to warn Baiku that the suspect, He Fei, might not be as straightforward as he seemed. Ever since he first laid eyes on the files, a strange feeling had lingered in his mind. It felt as though suspect He Fei was merely a gateway. Once he pushed it open, a whole host of thorny problems would be waiting for him. Alright, no time to waste. Assemble the team and prepare to depart. Without hesitation, Baiku sprang to his feet. Yes. The crowd below the stage responded with enthusiastic unison. Then they all rushed out in a flurry, their faces relaxed and showing no sign of tension. Soon, only Fong Ning, Gu Ju, and Lu Han remained in the conference room. Lu, you'll accompany Comrade Fong on a tour of the bureau, then get some rest. Then tomorrow, you'll personally escort Comrade Fong Ning to the train station. Director Gu gave his instructions before turning to leave with a confident air. He had already mapped out the plan, apprehend the suspect before the end of the workday. Then conduct an overnight interrogation to close the case and hand over the details. Fong Ning would even be able to catch the morning train the next day. Got it. Lu Han nodded vigorously. Comrade Fong, Comrade Fong. Fong Ning. Huh? What is it? Hearing the call, Fong Ning abruptly snapped out of his deep meditation. Hey, brother Fong, you look so worried. No need to fret, everything will be fine. You don't know, but our Captain Bai was the champion of the provincial police competition back in his youth. It's just apprehending a suspect now, no need to be so tense. In the break room, Fong Ning kept glancing out the window as if lost in thought. Lu Han spoke up with a smile. Police competition? You have that in Shan province too? Fong Ning immediately turned to look at him. Of course. Not only that, but I participated this year. At this mention, a hint of pride flashed in Lu Han's eyes as he deliberately shrugged his shoulders slightly, revealing his police insignia. Oh? What place did you get? Fong Ning asked curiously. Lu Han didn't answer, but his shoulders lifted even higher. Did you sprain your neck? Fong Ning asked, his eyes filled with confusion. Hey! Lu Han let out a sigh of relief, then pointed helplessly at his rank insignia and said, See anything special now? 1st Grade Police Superintendent. And then? Whoa! Lu Han sucked in a sharp breath, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He stared blankly at Fong Ning before sighing helplessly. Aren't you curious why I rose to 1st Class Police Superintendent at such a young age? This time, before Fong Ning could speak, Lu Han continued. It's because I placed in the top 3 at the provincial police competition, that's how I just earned this rank. Lu Han finished speaking and turned to Fong Ning with hopeful eyes, as if anticipating Fong Ning's astonished reaction. But after waiting for a long while, he noticed Fong Ning's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. Thud. His eyelid twitched violently, his face trembling. Lu Han looked at Fong Ning and managed to force out a few words. You win. His eyes went blank, his face etched with utter bewilderment. Ever since he was promoted to 1st Class Police Superintendent, he'd developed a particular fondness for chatting with people. Every conversation inevitably circled back to rank. Upon learning he was a 1st Class Police Superintendent, nearly everyone reacted with astonishment. Except for Fong Ning. After a long moment of blankness, Luhan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, blurting out instinctively. Hey Fong Ning, I haven't seen you in uniform. What's your rank? But the moment the words left his mouth, he covered his mouth in embarrassment. He silently cursed his own stupidity. Fong Ning had been on the job for less than 3 months. Even with outstanding performance and early promotion, he could only be a third-grade police superintendent at most. Asking like that could easily come off as showing off. Realizing this, Luhan quickly waved his hands. I didn't mean to ask. It's fine. Fong Ning's thoughts had already drifted to Yifei. Hearing Luhan's inquiry, he almost instinctively replied. I'm currently a third-grade police superintendent. Oh, so you're a third-grade police superintendent. Looks like you've been promoted ahead of schedule, congratulations. Luhan immediately clasped his fists in congratulations. But the next second, his entire body trembled violently, his limbs jerked, and he nearly jumped up on the spot. What? Not a third-grade police inspector. A third-grade police superintendent. Fong Ning nodded calmly. How is that possible? Luhan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if his chest had been stuffed with wet cotton, making it hard to breathe. He felt clumps of hair being yanked out, as if his scalp itself was being torn away. Third-grade police superintendent. Don't be fooled by the mere one-rank difference from a first-grade police superintendent. But between them lay several years of service. Unless something extraordinary happened, one could only grind it out with time. Fong Ning's promotion to third-grade superintendent at such a young age was nothing short of astonishing. This means he's pulled ahead of his peers by nearly a decade and then some. How could this happen? What exactly did he accomplish? Luhan's breath came in gasps as his entire body trembled. He was about to ask Fong Ning. But just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. The moment he heard the footsteps, Luhan's face lit up with joy. He shot to his feet, exclaiming with delight. It must be Captain Bai returning with the suspect. As expected of Captain Bai, he caught them so quickly. Let's go. We should go check it out. He rushed out of the break room. Caught? Fong Ning's expression brightened as he hurried to follow. As soon as they stepped out of the break room, they saw Bai Ko walking with hurried steps and a somewhat grave expression. How's it going, Captain Bai? Did you catch the suspect? Luhan leaned in eagerly, his face brimming with excitement. Captain Bai's face flushed red, then drained pale in an instant, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Not yet, but we're getting closer. We'll definitely take him down today. Chapter 220, Wei City stunned. Not even a shadow of the criminal. Oh, I see. Luhan nodded thoughtfully, oblivious to Bai Ko's unease. After all, only a few hours had passed. Investigations took time, and failing to apprehend the suspect yet was perfectly normal. Alright, we'll be heading out now. Bai Ko seemed in a hurry, rushing off immediately after speaking. A large group of officers immediately followed in unison. Only, their numbers were noticeably larger than last time. Just as expected. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes as he watched Bai Ko's retreating figure. Unlike Luhan, he could tell something was off with Bai Ko almost instantly. His eyes darted nervously, and sweat beaded on his forehead, clear signs of tension. It was a stark contrast to how he had been when he left that morning. The arrest must have hit a snag. Things weren't as straightforward as he'd thought. After a moment's analysis, Fong Ning instantly grasped the crux of the matter, understanding it completely. He had always suspected that a case personally assigned by Old Yuan wouldn't be this straightforward. And now, even the champion squad leader from the previous provincial police competitions had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. This case was definitely no walk in the park. Brother Fong, we haven't apprehended the suspect yet, but rest assured Captain Bai mentioned they've already found a lead. We'll definitely catch them before nightfall. You can rest easy. Seeing Fong Ning's uneasy expression, Luhan immediately patted his chest and assured him. Let's hope so. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes as he stared in the direction Bai Ko had vanished. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Luhan's heart immediately skipped a beat. A sudden, inexplicable pang of dread surged through his heart. A thought abruptly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that we still won't catch the suspect by tonight? No, that's impossible. The moment the thought surfaced, Luhan shook his head violently, trying to shake off that dreadful notion. The situation unfolded exactly as Fong Ning had predicted. Ever since Captain Bai Ko left, it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. By noon, not a single soul was in sight. The vast cafeteria was now empty except for office staff. Not a single member of the suspect apprehension team had returned. Don't worry. It seems Captain Bai wants to apprehend the suspects all at once this morning. Luhan's mouth was stuffed with rice as he kept mumbling. Fong Ning gave a slight nod without speaking, his expression visibly growing more serious. After lunch, the afternoon arrived quickly. At 2 o'clock, the municipal bureau remained eerily quiet. Not a single team member had returned. It's still early. Captain Bai should be fine. Don't worry. Luhan remained composed as he continued to reassure Fong Ning. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gazing at the silent municipal bureau building, Luhan's expression clearly betrayed his panic. They must have encountered some minor issue. Don't worry. Even now, Luhan didn't forget to reassure Fong Ning. Though he was reassuring Fong Ning, his own expression was even more grim than hers. He could no longer maintain his composure, pacing back and forth restlessly. Time ticked by second. Soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Even Luhan, slow to react as he was, sensed something was amiss. His face instantly fell, his entire body slumping like a deflated balloon. He looked at Fong Ning, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak. He was utterly unable to find words to comfort Fong Ning now. His face visibly flushed a deep liver-like hue, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. Maybe he really is dealing with something tricky. Don't get too worked up. Seeing Luhan visibly agitated, on the verge of fainting, Fong Ning couldn't help but offer reassurance. Gulp. Hearing Fong Ning comfort him instead, Luhan's composure finally shattered. He swallowed involuntarily. His face flushed pale and flushed red like a chameleon. His heart felt like a jar of spices had been overturned, a whirlwind of mixed emotions. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? He had always been the one swearing up and down to comfort Fong Ning. Now, here he was, being comforted by Fong Ning instead. The thought made Luhan's eyes well up instantly. His cheeks stung as if he'd been slapped hard several times. Unable to bear the look on his face any longer, he fled the break room as if escaping. Director's office. What? They still haven't caught him? How could this happen? Didn't you say we'd definitely catch him today? Director GE's face darkened as he roared into the phone. His entire body trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as his face twitched uncontrollably. Director, it's damn strange. We raided nearly every venue. We busted plenty of gambling dens, but we just can't find the target. On the other end, Baiku gasped for breath, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. He felt a surge of frustration, unable to voice his frustration. He'd thought this would be a case he could crack on the side. What's so hard about catching someone? Especially when we knew where the suspect was lurking. But after setting out that morning, he realized things weren't that simple. After combing the area for hours, he hadn't found a single lead. No choice, he headed back to headquarters to call in reinforcements. He figured more manpower would surely lead to the suspect's capture. But who could have imagined? After a full day of frantic work with so many people, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the suspect. The thought of the bold claims he'd made before setting out. He felt a surge of frustration welling up in his throat, threatening to erupt at any moment. Expand the search perimeter. If we don't catch the suspect today, we'll lose face big time. Taking a deep breath, Chief Go clenched his teeth and spoke almost word by word. Understood. Baiku didn't dare waste a second and hung up immediately. Hearing the busy signal on the phone, Director Go stiffly hung up the receiver. His face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. If they failed to apprehend the target suspect today, his reputation would be utterly ruined. The very thought of such a consequence sent a chill down his spine. A tingling sensation shot from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head, as if he might ascend to heaven at any moment. Just as Director GE's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, Luhan suddenly burst into the office, pushing the door open with urgency, his face etched with anxiety. Director! It's bad. Fong Ning is missing. Chapter 221, Shock. Hanging up on the city bureau chief in public? Fong Ning is missing? When did this happen? The moment Luhan finished speaking, Director GE's brow furrowed deeply. Fong Ning was a police officer directly assigned by the provincial government. If anything happened to him, Gu would be held responsible. Just now, no, perhaps even earlier. Luhan's face flushed crimson, as if painted with red lacquer, his chest heaving violently up and down. He was so flustered he could barely form coherent sentences. Slow down. Speak clearly. All right. Taking several deep breaths, Luhan swallowed hard and recalled. Around 6 in the evening, I stepped out of the break room. When I returned, I realized Fong Ning was gone. Fong Ning might have left earlier. Hearing this, Director GE's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately bellowed, then what are you waiting for? Call him right now. Luhan's mouth twitched as he forced a bitter smile. We were in a rush when Fong Ning arrived. We didn't get his phone number. What? Director GE's eyes widened, his face darkening like Judge Bao's. Gritting his teeth, he spat out 3 words, go find him. Yes, Director. I'll go immediately. Knowing he was in the wrong, Luhan trembled but offered no rebuttal, fleeing the scene. Gazing at the direction Luhan vanished, Director GE's face turned green with rage, wishing he could wring his own neck. Not having apprehended the suspect yet was already frustrating enough. And now Fong Ning had vanished without so much as a word. This only added insult to injury to his already heavy heart. After a long pause, Gu seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly picked up the landline phone. Hello? Look up Fong Ning's phone number in Yun Province for me. Meanwhile. Not here. Here either. Go check over there. In a street corner, Fong Ning muttered to himself while scanning the surrounding crowd. As if searching for something. Just minutes earlier, as Luhan lost control and stormed out of the break room. Seeing that Wei Chang wouldn't be able to catch Yifei today, he could no longer contain his desire to solve the case. As if compelled by some unseen force, he slipped out of the city bureau to try his luck with his own investigation. His daring stemmed from possessing the True Eye. With the True Eye activated, criminals within a 200-meter radius were utterly exposed to his gaze. According to the intelligence, Yifei's activity should be confined to this vicinity. The moment Yifei entered the Eye of Truth's range, he would spot him instantly. But after patrolling the streets for half a day with the Eye of Truth activated, not only did he not spot Yifei, he hadn't even seen a single thief. Growl. After circling the area several more times, Fong Ning's stomach growled in protest. He'd barely eaten at noon due to his mood, and now he was starving. Alright, time to find something to eat. With his mind made up, Fong Ning quickly spotted a small street stall. He'd made the effort to come to the coast, he had to have a seafood feast. Owner, sea cucumber noodles extra sea cucumber, please. Coming right up. A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of sea cucumber noodles was placed before Fong Ning. He swallowed hard and dug right in without hesitation. Just as Fong Ning was tucking in with gusto, he suddenly overheard two people chatting at the next table. Damn it, what's going on today? Why are all the places closed? Not a single one open. I finally scraped together some cash to try and win back my losses. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard grumbled angrily. Shoo, haven't you heard? The city bureau is cracking down hard today. They've raided nearly every place in town. A square-faced young man across from the bearded man whispered. Police raids? Holy crap, thank God I didn't go. Otherwise I'd be in the station right now. The bearded man visibly shuddered, then wore a look of schadenfreude. Serves them right. What good is all that money if they still get busted? Hearing their conversation, Fong Ning's ears perked up. It wasn't hard to guess from their conversation that the man with the bushy beard was definitely a gambler. As for the police raid, it was undoubtedly due to Baiku's operation today. Slowing his noodle slurping pace, Fong Ning glanced sideways at the pair and quietly activated his true eye. Sure enough. Seeing the faint red dots glowing above their heads, Fong Ning understood. They were indeed regulars at the gambling den. Just as he was considering probing them further for more useful information. But just then, a red dot significantly brighter than theirs suddenly popped up. Immediately followed by a snide chuckle. Getting busted for having money? That's laughable. Does anyone seriously think a rich guy's place would get busted? Looking toward the voice, the speaker turned out to be the middle-aged man with the red dot on his head. His sunken eye sockets bore dark circles, as if he'd been punched several times. Yet his gaze fixed on the two of them was unblinking, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, giving off an eerie vibe. What the hell are you talking about, you lunatic? The man with the bushy beard shot the middle-aged man a wary glance, muttered a few curses under his breath, and then fell silent. He then hurriedly left without even finishing his meal. Pfft, boring. The middle-aged man curled his lips and shook his head, seemingly losing interest. Interesting. Fong Ning's gaze was instantly drawn to the middle-aged man, his face lighting up with excitement. From the man's words, it wasn't hard to tell he seemed to know something different. Just when he was fretting over where to start, suddenly, a seasoned gambler appeared. It felt like a stroke of luck, and Fong Ning's eyes lit up. He had already decided to use the middle-aged man as his breakthrough point. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man finished his noodles, humming contentedly as he left. Fong Ning immediately followed him without drawing attention. But just then, his phone rang in his pocket. He pulled out the phone to see an unfamiliar number. Watching the middle-aged man already walking far ahead, Fong Ning hung up the call and continued following. In the conference room of Weiqing City Bureau. Though night had fallen, the conference room was filled with people. Baiku and Lu Han both sat with grim expressions, saying nothing. One suspect remains at large to this day. One had searched high and low but found no trace of Fong Ning. Both men now shared a common plight, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Hang up? Director Gu held the phone, his brow instantly furrowing into a knot. After a few seconds of hesitation, he dialed again. Disconnected again. Director Ji's mouth fell open in utter disbelief. Just moments ago, he had finally managed to get Fong Ning's number from Yunnan province. With both Baiku and Lu Han back, he'd planned to hold a case analysis meeting to discuss tomorrow's operation plan and details. But who could have imagined? Fong Ning actually hung up on him. I refuse to believe it. His lips twitched slightly, his expression visibly hardening. After a few seconds of hesitation, he dialed the number again. But just then, the phone emitted a series of busy tones. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Chapter 222, Investigation: A Field That Won't Be Swept Clean. It's turned off. Director Ge's expression instantly turned grim. His expression turned as grim as someone suffering from constipation. He never imagined Fong Ning would not only hang up on him but also turn off his phone. His impression of Fong Ning plummeted instantly. He slammed the phone onto the desk without a word, his face dark enough to rain. Director, perhaps Fong Ning has something urgent to attend to? Lu Han swallowed hard and forced himself to speak. The director had just put the call on speakerphone, and he'd heard the voice on the other end perfectly clearly. He hadn't expected Fong Ning to not only hang up on the director repeatedly but also turn off his phone. He knew the director's temper, his current demeanor clearly signaled anger. Lu Han had a favorable impression of Fong Ning and couldn't help but speak up in his defense. Important business? How long had he even been in Weicheng? What kind of business could he possibly have? Besides, even if he had something important, answering the phone to say so wouldn't take long. We worked our asses off all day helping him catch someone, and he just vanishes into thin air. The crowd below the stage wore expressions of discontent. They'd worked their asses off all day without catching a single hair, already seething with frustration. Seeing Fong Ning vanish was like finding an outlet for their frustration, and they couldn't help but vent. Enough. Stop it. Baiko frowned slightly, trying to stop him. But the look on his face was equally unnatural. After a day of pursuit, he'd come to realize this case was far from straightforward. He had planned to discuss tomorrow's operation in detail with Fong Ning that evening. But Fong Ning vanished without a trace. Not only was he gone, but he wasn't answering his phone either. Not answering was bad enough, but now his phone was turned off. This left him feeling vaguely displeased. If it weren't for the favor Fong Ning did by handing over a Class B wanted criminal to Wei City, he would have already started cursing by now. Enough. We won't wait for him. Let's start the meeting now. With a sweeping gesture, Director Ge made his decision. But after a few seconds of hesitation, he sent a text to Fong Ning. At the same time, whoa, almost gave it away. Fong Ning stared straight ahead, his eyes still wide with lingering fear. Only when he confirmed the middle-aged man hadn't glanced back did he breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, that unknown number had called again. Luckily, he reacted quickly and turned off his phone, otherwise, he would have been discovered. Ever since leaving the restaurant, he'd been tailing the middle-aged man. His intuition told him the man must know something unusual. After following him for a while longer, he noticed the area was deserted. Fong Ning's eyes narrowed as he quickened his pace to catch up with the man. Hey there, buddy. Fong Ning suddenly slapped the middle-aged man's shoulder. Holy! Who the hell are you? The man jumped in fright, his eyes widening so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Ha. Fong Ning grinned, revealing his pearly whites. I heard what you were saying earlier, bro. I just wanted to ask you something. The middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly as he waved impatiently at Fong Ning. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? I was just shooting my mouth off. Get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame me for getting rough. With that, he clenched his fist as if ready to strike. Fong Ning didn't flinch. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the middle-aged man with a smile, saying nothing. The moment he met Fong Ning's gaze, the middle-aged man felt a chill run through him. A suffocating sensation shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His heart began pounding wildly. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted. Hey, you left your wallet behind. The middle-aged man, already several meters away, heard the words. He froze in place as if struck by a club. He stiffly turned his head. The sight of the familiar wallet in Fong Ning's hand made his entire body tremble violently, nearly knocking him unconscious. Inside the wallet were his bank cards, holding a full 200,000 yuan. It was the capital he'd planned to take to the casino today. Suppressing his fear, the middle-aged man looked at Fong Ning, his voice trembling. Bro, I was just joking. Ask me anything you want to know. Rest assured, whatever I know, I'll spill it all. Oh? Changed your mind? Fong Ning waved the wallet in his hand, a mocking expression on his face. I want to know where the casinos that won't get busted are. The middle-aged man's face instantly twisted into a knot of conflict as he fell deep in thought. His face flushed alternately pale and crimson as if wrestling with something. Relax, bro. We're all in the same line of work. No hard feelings. I just want to try my luck a couple times. Noticing the man's hesitation, Fong Ning flicked his finger. The wallet shot forward, landing in the man's hand. Snatching it up, he sighed in relief upon seeing the bank card still inside. He stared intently at Fong Ning for a long moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, Fine. Since we're both in the same line of work, I won't hide it from you. I'm heading to the venue today. But not just anyone can get in, you need a guarantee from an old member. You seem like a decent guy, so here's the deal, I'll vouch for you. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he feared Fong Ning might be a cop. But after seeing Fong Ning's martial arts skills, he completely let go of his concerns. What cop could possibly have skills like that? That's ridiculous. Alright, I'll leave it to you, brother. My name is Fong. What should I call you? Just call me Old Jean. After a brief introduction, Old Jean led Fong Ning toward the gambling den. Brother Lao Jean, I heard they're cracking down hard today. Is this place even open? We don't want to show up for nothing. Fong Ning feigned ignorance as he probed cautiously. Hey, don't worry about a thing. The places that get raided are all fly-by-night operations, no real skill involved, just small-time hustles. The places I take you are absolutely safe, guaranteed fun. Old Jean lifted his chin slightly, his expression proud. Alright, thanks a lot, brother Jean. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smile curling the corners of his mouth. Old Jean moved swiftly, soon leading Fong Ning to a bustling area in the old city district. Moving as if he'd been there a million times, Old Jean weaved in and out of alleyways. Several times, Fong Ning nearly lost sight of him. Finally, after a series of twists and turns, Old Jean came to a halt. Wenchang Road Arcade? Staring at the dimly lit sign, Fong Ning's gaze fell into deep thought. Wasn't this a game arcade? How could it be a gambling den? Had he been tricked? Just as Fong Ning was lost in his thoughts, Old Jean suddenly grinned. Brother Fong, let's go. We're here. With that, he stepped into the arcade first. Well, since we're already here, might as well follow and see. After only a few seconds of hesitation, Fong Ning quickly followed. The arcade was dilapidated and desolate. In the vast room, only one or two people were playing King of Fighters 97. Ha ha. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Old Jean chuckled and waved him over. Brother Fong, don't just stand there. Come on over. Fong Ning stiffened but quickened his pace to catch up. Old Jean led Fong Ning through the hall for a while before stopping in front of a restroom. Thump. Thump thump. Thump. Old Jean tapped the wall beside the restroom in a rhythmic pattern. The next second, to Fong Ning's stunned gaze, a crack opened in the wall. Chapter 223, Shock. The arcade with a hidden world. With a creak, the arcade's wall was suddenly pushed open from the inside. The moment the wall opened, a blinding light instantly burst forth from the opening. The next second, two burly men in black peered out suspiciously. They gave Old Jean a slight nod upon seeing him. But when they saw Fong Ning, their brows furrowed. One of them, a bald man, shot Old Jean a displeased look. Hey Jean, are you really clueless about what's going on today, or just pretending? Bringing in a rookie at this critical juncture? How many lives do you think you have? The bald man finished speaking, his eyes fixed intently on Fong Ning, his pupils narrowing to slits. Oh my, brother Wang. Old Jean immediately plastered on a smile, quickly pulling out several large bills and clasping the bald man's hand tightly. Rest assured, this young man here is absolutely reliable. His skills. He leaned close and whispered something in the bald man's ear. After hearing old Jin's words, the bald man's expression visibly softened. He discreetly tucked the bills into his chest and waved them onward. You guys go ahead. Then he turned to Fong Ning, a sinister smile curling his lips. Young man, you can play, but remember to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, oomph. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll make sure to remind him. Before Fong Ning could speak, old Jean quickly chimed in with a fawning smile. Another creak. The door in the wall closed again, leaving not a single crack visible. Brother Fong, what do you think? I told you so, pretty mind-blowing, huh? Seeing Fong Ning staring in disbelief, old Jean felt incredibly proud, his grin stretching almost to the sky. Impressive. Impressive. This is seriously intense. Fong Ning's eyes widened like copper bells, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Who would have thought such a luxurious gambling den was hidden inside this rundown arcade? It was utterly unbelievable. The casino must have been half the size of a basketball court. Crystal chandeliers, soundproof walls, plush wool carpets, every detail screamed opulence. Stunningly beautiful dealers wore plunging necklines, and the room offered a fully stocked bar and dining options, anything you could want. It's like a miniature Las Vegas. The ceiling was densely packed with surveillance cameras. Not only could they see every corner of the gaming hall, but even the street outside. Moreover, black-clad security personnel patrolled the casino every 20 meters. Security is extremely tight. You can tell it was designed by professionals. This place isn't for just anyone, buddy. You're lucky to have run into me. Old Jin's smug expression deepened. After a few seconds, he suddenly lowered his voice as if remembering something. Oh, and brother Fong, everything here is great, but one thing, never borrow money inside. You'll get into big trouble. Oh? What kind of trouble? Fong Ning's interest was instantly piqued. His instincts told him this casino was no ordinary place, there was likely something seriously off about it. As the saying goes, the truly hidden dwell in the wilderness, while the truly great hide in plain sight. The owner of this casino was clearly no ordinary figure, hiding the operation inside an arcade. If not for the serendipitous encounter with old Jean, he would never have found this place. Shoo, keep your voice down. This matter. Old Jean was about to speak when a shout suddenly rang out nearby. Old Jin's here. Quick. Come play a couple hands, I'm on a hot streak right now. Hearing this, a flicker of excitement shot through old Jin's eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Bro, that's the chip exchange over there. You play on your own for now. I'm gonna go play a few hands first. With that, he took off running as if he were going to rob a bank. After old Jean left, Fong Ning kept wandering around the casino. His eyes scanned the crowd as he quietly activated his true sight. He hadn't expected what he saw. Before him lay a dense sea of red dots, nearly everyone as fiery as old Jin's. Compared to them, the two gamblers he'd encountered during dinner were like ants next to elephants. They weren't even in the same league. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he was about to lean forward. Just then, a hoarse voice abruptly cut through the air. Hey, kid, you look new around here. First time at this place, huh? Fong Ning turned to see a young man staring intently at him. Upon closer inspection, his entire body tensed, his mouth twitched, and his eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. His heartbeat quickened, his chest feeling stuffed with sponge, making it hard to breathe. You search high and low in vain, but when it comes, it's effortless. That face had become all too familiar these past few days. The man before him was none other than the very target they were hunting. He Fei. Brother? Brother? Can you hear me? He Fei's sunken eyes looked like he hadn't slept for days. He kept waving his fingers in front of Fong Ning's face. Oh. This is my first time playing. Suppressing his inner excitement, Fong Ning nodded, trying to keep his expression as natural as possible. If not for the crowd, he'd have handcuffed He Fei and taken him back right then and there. Perfect. Hearing it was Fong Ning's first time, He Fei's face lit up with delight. He immediately leaned in close and whispered. Bro, can you do me a favor? Place my bet for me on the next round. He slipped a yellow chip into Fong Ning's hand, his eyes brimming with expectation. Yellow chips were worth 1,000 each. He'd already lost over a dozen hands in a row, nearly 200,000 yuan. This was his last chip for the night. He'd planned to go all in one last time. But seeing Fong Ning made him change his mind. Veteran gamblers like him firmly believed in the concept of luck. It was like when newbies play mahjong, they always win unexpectedly in the first few rounds. He instantly recognized Fong Ning as a newcomer and quickly decided to use Fong Ning's hand to turn the tables. But I'm not really good at this. Fong Ning hesitated outwardly, but inwardly, his excitement was unstoppable. He'd just drawn the King of Kings buff and was fretting over where to use it. And now the chance had arrived. Oh, this is the easiest thing ever, just bet big or small. Anyone can do it. He Fei quickly interjected. Don't worry, if we lose, it's on me. If we win, we split it 50-50. You won't lose out either way. What do you say? Alright then, I'll give it a shot. Fong Ning feigned reluctance. Great. Let's get started, buddy. He Fei couldn't wait to drag Fong Ning over to a gambling table. Just as He Fei said, the rules were simple. It was dice betting on big or small. The dealer rolls the dice, and everyone bets on high or low. 1, 3, 4, 8 points is small. The moment they approached the table, they heard the sexy dealer's voice. Holy crap. Small has come up 10 times in a row, that's crazy. Exactly. I was sure this round would be big, but it's small again. Seeing 10 consecutive small rolls, the crowd of gamblers immediately erupted in murmurs. 1 minute later. Place your bets. The sexy dealer pressed down on the dice cup, her sultry voice echoing once more. It's already 10 consecutive small rolls. The next one has to be small too. I'm betting small. Me too. Damn it. Me too. Everyone placed their bets, most going small. Bro, you bet. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes burning with intensity. His gaze snapped back from the dice cup as Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his trademark pearly whites. I'm betting on big. Chapter 224, A Trial Run. Fong Ning makes his move. Just as Fong Ning placed his bet using Hefei's chips, a heated debate erupted in the Weicheng City Bureau conference room. Everyone, this Hefei case is far more complex than we imagined. Today we practically emptied our entire force to sweep every venue in the city, yet we didn't even catch a glimpse of Hefei. After careful analysis, I see two possible outcomes. First, the intelligence from Yun province was flawed. Hefei might not have been at the casino at all. At this point, Baiku paused, scanning the room before murmuring. Second, Hefei was at the casino, but we failed to locate the specific one he was at. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes filled with shock. How could that be possible? The city is so small, and we've searched every inch of it. Could there really be a new casino we missed? If there really is a casino we missed, this could be a major problem. Damn it! If that's the case, it means we've made a serious mistake in our previous work. Everyone swallowed hard, their expressions sinking in unison. Though none admitted it aloud, they all understood deep down. The probability of inaccurate intelligence from Yun province was extremely low. The second possibility was far more likely. If that were true, it would mean who knows how many casinos had been operating right under their noses all along. This was utterly unacceptable. Hold off on jumping to conclusions. Hefei hasn't been apprehended yet, all this is mere speculation. Director Go rubbed his temples. Our priority now is to apprehend Hefei as quickly as possible. He snapped his head up to face the group, his eyes flashing with intensity. Understood. The group nodded solemnly in unison. They then carefully deliberated and discussed the plan for the next day. The plan was straightforward, even simple. There was only one main objective: expand the search perimeter and conduct a thorough, systematic sweep. Starting from the city center as the center point, they would gradually expand outward until Hefei was apprehended. After another half hour of refining the details, the meeting concluded for the time being. During the break, Director Ge stared blankly at the phone on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he redialed Fong Ning's number. 3 seconds later. Director Ge slammed the phone down on the table with a thud. Track Fong Ning's phone location immediately. It's this late and his phone is still off. I'll see where he's gone. The sound reverberated like thunderclaps in the ears of those below the podium. Without hesitation, an officer jotted down the number and hurried away. For a moment, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The scene seemed frozen in time, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Director, Comrade Fong might genuinely have something urgent to attend to. Lu Han's mouth twitched as he stammered. Though he hadn't known Fong Ning for long, he had formed a favorable impression of him and couldn't imagine Fong Ning acting this way. Even if he's busy, how long has this meeting been going on? Can't he even return a call? Oomph. I bet he thinks catching some Class B fugitive makes him hot stuff. Now he doesn't give a damn about us. The meeting room erupted in collective indignation, everyone now deeply dissatisfied with Fong Ning. Fong Ning, what the hell are you doing? Baika narrowed his eyes slightly but made no move to stop the others. Like everyone else, he felt deeply disappointed in Fong Ning. Everyone had worked tirelessly for so long, analyzing the case to capture Hefei. But Fong Ning? He just vanished without a word. Not a single word, as if he'd vanished into thin air. Just as everyone's thoughts were racing, the officer who had just rushed out suddenly burst back in. He took several deep breaths in place, his lips trembling slightly. Reporting to the chief, the phone number's location shows it's at the Wenchang Road Game Center. The Wenchang Road Arcade? Everyone blinked in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. They felt like they were about to lose their minds. An arcade? Fong Ning actually went to an arcade? For a moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, a wave of constipation surging straight to their tailbones. Damn it. We thought he was busy with something important, at least. Turns out he was at the arcade the whole time? If not for the system's location tracking, who would have guessed Fong Ning's sudden disappearance was just ahead to the arcade? For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place, like a row of comical statues. Arcade. For a moment, Lu Han felt his breath catch and his mind go blank. A tingling sensation shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. He never would have guessed that Fong Ning's sudden departure was to go to an arcade. As if struck by a club to the back of his head, Lu Han stood dazed for a long moment before finally swallowing hard. Could Fong Ning be trying to track down Hefei? The moment the words left his mouth, Baika snorted coldly. Huh? Investigating? Investigating all the way to an arcade? Is there a gambling den in an arcade, or something? He then looked around the conference room. What do you think? Heads shook vigorously in unison. This. Lu Han's face flushed from pale to crimson, his entire countenance turning bright red as he fell completely silent. He truly had no grounds left to defend Fong Ning. Fong Ning's actions were utterly unreliable no matter how you looked at them. Enough. Director Ge, now laughing bitterly in his rage, let a flicker of light pass through his pupils as he murmured coldly. Whether they were actually investigating or not, a quick look would reveal the truth. Inside the hidden gambling den at the Wenchang Road arcade. I'm betting on big. Fong Ning grinned, slamming his yellow chips onto the white big sign on the table. At that moment, only a few lonely chips rested on the big section. It stood in stark contrast to the densely packed chips covering the small section. Pfft, just trying to show off. Fong Ning's move instantly drew several glances. But after a glance, they all turned away. To them, Fong Ning was deliberately going against the crowd just to draw attention. Young man, this. His face instantly turned green as he looked at Fong Ning, his words caught in his throat. 10 consecutive small hands had already formed a long streak. As a seasoned gambler, he would definitely bet on low in this situation. Ha? Is there a problem? Fong Ning gave He Fei a half smile. And no. He took a few deep breaths and slowly shook his head. He thought to himself, so what if I lose? It's only 1,000 reaction points. Might as well consider it gone. Small. 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 At that moment, the surrounding gamblers stared intently at the dice cup, their faces burning with fervor. The sexy female dealer didn't keep them waiting long. A faint smile curved her lips as her delicate hands slowly lifted the dice cup. The next second, a collective gasp erupted. 4-3 for 11 points. Big. Chapter 225, Stunned Crowd. 36-1 payout. 4-3-4, 11 big. The sexy female dealer's alluring voice followed immediately. Great. Fantastic. He Fei leapt high as if his tail had been pinched. His face flushed crimson in an instant, like a monkey's behind. In barely a second, he scooped up all the chips on the table. The original yellow 1000 chip had now become 2 chips. Damn. What the hell? My dragon streak got cut off right at the start? Damn it all to hell, this is a crippled dragon hand, what a ing bummer. It's over. My doubling down is ruined. Everything's ed. Gamblers all around beat their chests in frustration, faces twisted with regret. Teeth clenched, eyes bulging, madness filling their gazes. Sure enough, the dice cup revealed 4-3-4. Fong Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils instantly shrinking to slits. His breathing quickened, his expression intensely agitated. Just as he instinctively fixed his gaze on the dice cup, a miraculous scene unfolded. The dazzling movements of the beautiful dealer seemed to be paused. Like slow motion, each frame played out before his eyes. At the same time, he could distinctly hear the clatter of the dice colliding inside the cup. And that wasn't all. He could even discern the subtle differences between each die. In other words, he could hear the dice's pips. Was this the power of the king of gamblers buff? It was downright broken. Taking several deep breaths, Fong Ning's eyes flashed with profound astonishment. Though this skill was granted in a rather sinister manner, it was undeniably powerful. If he could hear the dice rolls, how could anyone else possibly compete? As Fong Ning's thoughts raced, He Fei's fiery voice cut through the silence. Brother Fong, here you go. These are the chips I promised to split with you. Seeing the chips He Fei held out, Fong Ning hesitated briefly before accepting them. The casino was currently crowded and noisy, making a move now would draw too much attention. It wasn't the right time to turn on him. He planned to wait until they were outside the casino to make his move. Bro, looks like you're on a roll. Now's the time to press your advantage. Win big. Seeing Fong Ning accept the chips, He Fei's smile broadened. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. Bro, you place the next bet. I'll follow you. I'll give it a shot. Fong Ning feigned reluctance. Clatter. The beautiful dealer began her signature dice-shaking routine. It must be said, her movements were exceptionally crisp and precise. To the average person, it looked like nothing but a blur. But not Fong Ning. Focusing intently, the croupier's movements suddenly slowed to a snail's pace. Clack. With a crisp clack, the dice cup was flipped over, and the betting began. A Dragon Slayer pattern just appeared. This round must be big. I'm betting on big. All in. No, overall the trend has been more towards small. I'm betting small. Bro, you reliable? I just bet small with you, don't screw me over. Relax, I've been gambling for years. I know whether it's big or small the moment the cup opens. This time, opinions were split. The chips bet on big and small were roughly equal. Bro, it's your turn. He Fei couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes burning as he looked at Fong Ning. He'd already lost every last cent of his 20,000. Fong Ning was now his last chance to turn things around. All right. A faint smile touched the corner of Fong Ning's mouth. He slammed 2 chips down on the table. Holy. Bro, did you just make a mistake? Seeing Fong Ning's bet, He Fei's jaw dropped so far it nearly made him spit foam. His entire body froze in shock, his eyes wide like someone suffering from constipation. He saw it clearly. Fong Ning had bet on triples. 3 ones. Triple dice meant all 3 dice showed the same number. Betting on 3 ones means you win only if all 3 dice show a 1. While a win pays 36-1. But the odds are incredibly low. Probably less than 1 in 1,000. In all his years of gambling, he'd hardly ever seen anyone go all in on a triple 1 bet. I didn't bet wrong, isn't this 36-1? Higher risk, higher reward. Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his signature smile. He Fei's face turned green with rage, as if he wanted to wrench his own head off. Just as he was about to try persuading him again, a wave of derisive snickers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Hey, kid, you don't think you're some kind of gambling god just because you hit it once, do you? Betting on 3 ones? Do you even know how low the odds are? Young man, boldness is a virtue, but reckless boldness is sheer stupidity. Thought you were some kind of pro, but turns out you're just a greenhorn rookie. If 3 ones come up this round, I'll eat the dice cup myself. Seeing Fong Ning recklessly bet on 3 ones, the surrounding seasoned gamblers immediately started buzzing with laughter, grinning from ear to ear. Their eyes all gleamed with schadenfreude. Fong Ning, a smile playing on his lips, paid them no mind, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the dice cup. Oh man, this time I'm really screwed. He sighed deeply, his mouth dry and shriveled like a deflated balloon. He dared not look at the dice cup anymore, his mind already convinced Fong Ning would lose. Unnoticed by anyone, the sexy female dealer cast a subtle glance at Fong Ning, her expression thoughtful. The next second, she slowly opened the dice cup, her alluring voice now tinged with a hint of strangeness. 1, dice roll. Ha! Everyone's faces were blank with confusion, like they'd been hit on the back of the head with a club and hadn't processed it yet. Their eyes instinctively darted toward the dice cup. The next second, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. Holy crap! 3 ones. It's a dice roll. It really is a dice roll. Whoa, how is that even possible? Such a low probability. This is just too surreal. 3 ones, 2,000 chips 36 times, that is 72,000. Hey, who was just talking about eating that dice cup? Your time to shine. Everyone stared wide-eyed at each other, as if they might lose their minds any second. Every pair of eyes fixed on Fong Ning like he was some kind of freak. Their eyes brimming with shock that stirred up a storm within their hearts. Simultaneously, a wave of intense envy surged within them. From 2,000 to 72,000. That's a massive win. Ahem, excuse me. He kept shoveling chips into his lap. His eyes were now narrowed to slits, barely distinguishable from a blind man's. His drooping corners suddenly perked up, his face practically splitting with joy. He felt as if he were floating on air, ascending to heaven. He never imagined Fong Ning would actually win again. This was 72,000. Not 7,200. He swallowed hard and looked at Fong Ning, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Fong, no, Brother Fong. Should we keep going? But just then, a commotion erupted in the casino, followed by several startled cries. Oh no! The cops are here. Let's get out of here. Chapter 226, Holy. The bike thief is Fong Ning. Oh no! The cops are here. Let's get out of here. Amidst the gasps echoing through the gambling den, chaos erupted instantly. The gamblers all flinched like mice seeing a cat, instinctively ducking their necks. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they all rushed toward the back door in unison. Though this place was well hidden and had always been safe. No one was foolish enough to believe the sudden appearance of police in the dead of night. No one was foolish enough to believe it was a coincidence. Police. At the word police, Hefei's eyelids twitched violently. His face drained of color as if he'd seen a ghost. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he grabbed the chips on the table and turned to run. He didn't even glance back at Fong Ning. He knew Fong Ning was on a winning streak tonight, betting alongside him would surely bring in a hefty profit. But he couldn't care less about that now. Survival was paramount. Being broke was certainly unpleasant, but having money without the life to spend it was terrifying. Hefei's speed was lightning fast. Within seconds, he'd already dashed to the back door and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was as if he'd rehearsed this a million times. How did they end up here? Seeing Bai Ku and Lu Han on the surveillance feed, Fong Ning's brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. It was already 10 o'clock at night, they wouldn't show up here for no reason. Had they received some kind of tip? Never mind. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Without pausing to ponder further, Fong Ning watched Hefei's retreating figure and gritted his teeth before giving chase. He had finally tracked down Hefei's whereabouts. If he let him slip away now, finding him again would be next to impossible. He finally pushed his way through the crowd and exited through the back door. Only then did he realize the back alley led directly to a major city road. As he scanned the area for Hefei's trail, a thunderous explosion suddenly roared beside him. The next second, a motorcycle roared away, spewing black smoke. It was Hefei. He had planned this all along. Fong Ning's eyes locked onto the motorcycle's vanishing point as he ground out each word through clenched teeth. Though the man wore a helmet, he recognized him instantly as Hefei. He was so close to catching Hefei, yet this unexpected turn of events had ruined everything. Damn it! Fong Ning's teeth clenched, his face darkening to a terrifying shade of grim. He had been so close to finally catching Hefei, yet such an unexpected turn of events had occurred. The motorcycle sped away at breakneck speed, vanishing in an instant at the end of the alley. Though he was physically fit and a fast runner, how could he possibly outpace a product of the Industrial Revolution? Beep. Just as Fong Ning was overcome with despair, a sudden honk echoed from behind him. Squinting, he saw a group of street racing ghost fire youths. His eyes lit up with hope. Fong Ning quickly ran to the group. Squeal. The sound of tires screeching to a halt echoed. Damn it! You're asking for trouble. Don't you have any sense of self-preservation? Get the hell out of here. The leader, a yellow-haired youth, yelled at the top of his lungs upon seeing Fong Ning suddenly appear. Didn't you hear our boss talking to you? Are you mute or something? Standing in the middle of the road this late at night, you must be in a hurry to get reincarnated. Get out of the way. The yellow-haired youth's underlings joined in the shouts. Ignoring the rowdy youths, Fong Ning's gaze swiftly scanned all the vehicles in front of him. His gaze locked onto the one beneath the yellow-haired youth, and his eyes lit up. He could tell this was the best among the dozen or so ghost fire bikes before him. Without hesitation, Fong Ning took 3 steps in 2 strides and rushed to the blonde-haired youth. Amidst the stunned stares of the crowd, he yanked the blonde-haired guy by the ear. Ow! Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Let go! The blonde-haired guy instantly grimaced in pain, his screams sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Holding him by the ear, Fong Ning yanked the blonde-haired man off the tram and jumped aboard without a word. He looked at the blonde punk and said coldly, I'm a cop. I'm now requisitioning your damn bus. With that, he twisted the throttle and sped off. Dead silence fell over the area, the air seemingly frozen in place. After a full 30 seconds of stunned silence, the leader of the gang suddenly let out a shrill, explosive cry. He stole the bike. Call the cops. Someone stole the bike. Outside the arcade on Wenchang Road. Strange. Fong Ning's phone location clearly shows he's here, so why can't we find him? Baiku's brow furrowed, his small eyes brimming with deep confusion. Following Director GE's instructions, he and Lu Han had tracked the location to this spot. But upon arriving, they discovered the entire arcade had only a handful of people playing games. There was nothing unusual about the place, and it certainly wasn't a gambling den. Not only that, they didn't even catch a glimpse of Fong Ning. Maybe Fong Ning went back to the bureau before we arrived? Lu Han murmured softly. He actually felt relieved not to find Fong Ning. If Baiku really saw Fong Ning goofing off playing video games instead of doing his job, he couldn't even imagine how furious Director Gu would be. Maybe. Well, let's head back then. Another wasted trip. Baiku muttered discontentedly under his breath. But just then, they faintly heard an urgent shout. Bike theft. Call the police. Someone's stealing a bike. Did you hear that? Baiku immediately turned to look at Lu Han. I heard it. Lu Han nodded repeatedly. Sounds like someone's stealing a bike. Their expressions instantly changed upon confirming the news. As police officers, they couldn't stand by and do nothing in a situation like this. Sounds like it's coming from the back alley. Let's go. Just as they were about to rush over. The next second, a tram flashing multicolored emergency lights charged toward them at breakneck speed. Whoosh! The tram narrowly missed them. The violent gale stung their cheeks. Their mouths flew open in shock as they frantically grabbed at their hair. Tufts of hair were torn out, and it felt like their eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. They couldn't help but exchange glances, seeing pure shock in each other's eyes. After a long moment of struggling to speak, Baiku finally managed. Did you see that clearly? Was that Fong Ning? Baiku was utterly dumbfounded. Just now, he had actually seen someone on the tram who bore an uncanny resemblance to Fong Ning. Yes, it really was Fong Ning. Unconsciously licking his lips, Lu Han felt his teeth ache and his entire body stiffen like wood. Like Baiku, his mind was a blank slate, as if his brain were about to freeze solid. He saw it clearly. The person on the tram looked just like Fong Ning. No, incredibly like him. Just as the two stood stunned, the ghost fire youths led by the redhead swarmed up behind them. Spotting Baiku and Lu Han, they instantly saw them as saviors. Sniffling and teary-eyed, they rushed forward. Officer! Someone stole my bike. Please help me. Yellow hair was flushed bright red, as if he'd been painted with red lacquer. What does the thief look like? Baiku took a deep breath and asked urgently. A big guy, about 6 feet tall, with a buzz cut, looked like a total badass. Oh, and he claimed to be a cop. Arrest him now. The redhead looked so aggrieved he was on the verge of tears. Gulp. Hearing this, both men swallowed hard, their suspicions confirmed. The bike thief was Fong Ning. Chapter 227, Ghost Fire Electric Bike vs. Motorcycle. Inside the Weicheng City Bureau conference room. Though night had deepened, the room was brightly lit. The atmosphere now felt several times heavier than before. Chief Gu sat with a grim expression, not uttering a word. His eyebrows twitched nervously, betraying his inner turmoil. Is what you two said true? Is Fong Ning really the one who stole the motorcycle? After a long silence, a sharp gleam flashed in Director GE's eyes. Just moments ago, Baiku and Lu Han had returned from the arcade on Wenchang Road bearing two pieces of news. One was good news, the other bad. The good news was that they had spotted Fong Ning near the arcade. The bad news was they had personally witnessed Fong Ning riding off on a ghost fire electric bike. Lu Han's lips twitched as he murmured softly, but upon seeing Director GE's face suddenly stiffen, he abruptly changed his tone. It was definitely Fong Ning. We've confirmed it. Beside him, Baiku also nodded solemnly. We showed the photos to the complainant, and they positively identified him as Fong Ning. Their words detonated like a depth charge, sending the entire room reeling. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. What kind of police has Yunnan province sent? They're completely lawless. Exactly. Skipping the meeting to go to the arcade was bad enough, but to think he'd actually steal a car. How brazen. Not only stealing a car, but claiming to be a cop? This is nothing but a disgrace to our Weicheng police force. The crowd was boiling with rage, each person flushed crimson, their faces red all the way to the back of their ears. Guys, I wonder if Fong Ning discovered some crucial lead and commandeered the car on the spot? Otherwise, why would he claim to be a cop? Lu Han's eyebrows twitched as he voiced his opinion, but his voice grew fainter and fainter, until it was barely above a whisper. A clue? Baiku's brow instantly furrowed into a deep frown, but he quickly shook his head. How long has it really been since Fong Ning disappeared? Their entire squadron searched all day without finding any leads. How could Fong Ning have found it in just a few short hours? This wasn't catching a thief, it was a manhunt. The more people, the better. Under these conditions, no matter how capable an individual was, they couldn't match the strength of numbers. Just as he was about to speak up in protest, those around him couldn't hold back. Luhan, your thinking is far too naive. We couldn't find any clues with the whole team. How could he find them in just a few hours? Does that mean our Weicheng police are inferior to those in Yun province? I think this Fong Ning has gotten too big for his britches. Just because he helped us catch a Class B fugitive, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. I bet he did it on purpose. Arcade halls, ghost fire electric bikes, looks like he's about to take off. The group grew more animated with each remark, the entire scene erupting into a chaotic marketplace like clamor. Enough! Chief Go slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. His dark face twitched uncontrollably. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Director Go forced his voice to remain calm. We can't be certain until we see the person. After all, Fong Ning is a Yun province police officer. Alright, Luhan, you go to the tech department and continue tracking Fong Ning's phone location. Team leader Bai, call the traffic police and have them intercept him based on the location data. Get to the bottom of this. Roger that. Luhan and Baiku responded in unison before striding out of the conference room. At the same time, Fong Ning was speeding through the city streets in his Ghostfire electric car. Buzz. With a roar of acceleration, the Ghostfire bike suddenly reared up. Holy! That's insane! He instinctively glanced at the speedometer and was stunned. The Ghostfire's speedometer now read a staggering 120 miles per hour. And that wasn't even its limit. It could still go faster. Thrilling. With this, who needs a motorcycle? Fong Ning's eyes burned with excitement as he stared ahead, unable to resist licking his lips. After several minutes of relentless pursuit, he could already make out the taillights of Hefei's motorcycle. At this pace, he'd catch up in under 3 minutes. Hefei clearly hadn't expected anyone to be following him. After weaving through a few city alleys, he made a U-turn and headed straight for the western part of town. Phew, that was close. Looks like I can't go back to that place anymore. Only after leaving the old city district did Hefei exhale a long breath of relief, his face instantly contorting into a grimace. Ever since fleeing to Weicheng, he'd barely left his door during daylight hours. He only dared venture out in the dead of night. Later, when his gambling addiction became unbearable, he'd resorted to the organization's casino. That particular casino had never run into any trouble before. But judging by the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the place got flagged. As a seasoned survivor, he certainly wouldn't go back. Forget it. He'd deal with it later. For now, he needed to lie low. Hefei shook his head with a wry smile as he steered his motorcycle right. But just then, Hefei's eyes suddenly widened in shock, his pupils instantly narrowing to slits. His entire body froze stiff as a board. His expression turned both bizarre and stunned. He suddenly noticed a multicolored electric bike following closely behind him. The next second. Holy! My eyes! Hefei let out a sudden scream and whipped his head around. Just now, the tram behind him had turned on its headlights. The headlights themselves weren't scary, what was terrifying was that they were strobe lights. And there were two damn things. The moment both lights flashed on, he instantly saw stars, like staring directly at the sun. They instantly blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. He let out a series of agonized screams as his speed rapidly decreased. Good grief! How do you turn these lights off? Seeing the scene before him as bright as day, a peculiar smile touched Fong Ning's lips. He had planned to follow Hefei to the hiding spot and make the arrest in one fell swoop. But he hadn't anticipated Hefei glancing back as if possessed. The instant Hefei turned his head, Fong Ning reflexively tried to turn off the strobe light on the Ghostfire bike. But the Ghostfire car had been so heavily modified it was unrecognizable. After a flurry of frantic button pressing, he accidentally activated the high beams instead. Well, since that's the case, I'll just have to make the arrest now. With a wry smile, Fong Ning's eyes sharpened as he accelerated swiftly. Hefei was clearly still blinded, weaving his bike along a zigzag path. Shooting up alongside him, Fong Ning tapped Hefei's shoulder and flashed his signature toothy grin. Bro, you're moving pretty fast. Chapter 228, Fong Ning cutting through barriers? Lawless. Bro, you're moving fast. Hearing this, Hefei visibly flinched, his face turning as grim as if he had constipation. He stiffly turned his head toward the source of the voice. The next second, his motorcycle swayed dangerously, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Brother Fong, what a coincidence you're here too. Still out this late? He couldn't help but swallow hard, his face flushing with embarrassment. Quite the coincidence. Fong Ning gave Hefei a heavy pat on the shoulder, a half smile playing on his lips. Bro, haven't you forgotten something? The smile on Hefei's face froze, inch by inch. He stared intently at Fong Ning several times before replying with a serious expression. Bro, you don't seriously think I'd run off with your money, do you? I'm not that kind of person. I'm just holding it for you temporarily, planning to give it all back to you next time. Fong Ning's expression remained unchanged, his eyes brimming with amusement. Catching Fong Ning's gaze, Hefei felt his hair stand on end, a chill creeping over him. It felt as if he were completely naked, exposed to the world. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he reluctantly pulled a few chips from his pocket and handed them to Fong Ning. Bro, what's with that look? Don't you trust me? I said I'd hold on to them for you, here, take them. Hefei turned away and closed his eyes, pretending not to care. But his twitching eyebrows betrayed the turmoil within. Alright, old buddy, he said. Answer me one question, and I'll let these chips go. Fong Ning glanced at Hefei, whose face was etched with pain, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. What question? He Fei's eyes lit up instantly. He shoved the chips into his chest and looked at Fong Ning with a fervent gaze. Bro, it's not that I'm greedy for money. It's just that I've always loved helping people since I was a kid. Fong Ning. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Fong Ning leaned close to Yifei's ear and whispered, almost word for word. Can you tell me why you fled to Weicheng? Gulp. The sound of Yifei swallowing his saliva was distinctly audible. His eyes bulged wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. The terror in his heart exploded like a bomb, every nerve screaming at him, run. Run. Looking at Fong Ning's smiling face now, he suddenly felt like he was staring at the Grim Reaper. It all clicked into place. Fong Ning was a cop. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifei leapt onto the motorcycle and twisted the throttle. Roar! A deafening roar filled the air, followed by the acrid smell of burning rubber. The next second, the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat beading his brow. He dared not look back. Only after racing nonstop for several miles did he finally relax slightly. But just then, a familiar voice rang out again. Is this bike fake or something? How come it's so slow? Yifei's pupils instantly dilated in shock, and he instinctively turned his head. His face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He wished he could wrench his head off. There stood Fong Ning, riding his Ghostfire electric bike with one hand, looking utterly relaxed and grinning at him. And by the look on his face, he hadn't even pushed it to its limits yet. For a moment, Yifei's mouth twitched. He was so frustrated he wanted to bang his head against the wall. What the hell? This is a Yamaha worth tens of thousands of yuan. Do you even understand? How dare you compare your cheap Ghostfire scooter to mine? Not only is it comparable, but it's actually faster than mine. How am I supposed to compete with this? Arg! He let out a blood-curdling scream, and Yifei instantly went berserk. His grip on the throttle tightened, as if he wanted to snap the handlebar in two. Black smoke billowed from the motorcycle. The next second, the bike's speed actually increased a bit more. Fong Ning was instantly thrown several meters away. Ha! Yifei felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. But just then, Fong Ning actually caught up again with a cheerful smile, riding alongside him. Come on, you're about to shake me off. Fong Ning's mischievous grin was brimming with encouragement. Damn it! A man may be killed but not disgraced. I'll fight you to the death. Yifei's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, his expression so gloomy it could drip water. With a sudden surge of determination, he steered his car toward Fong Ning. But just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Beep beep. It's over. Seeing the flashing lights of the traffic police car ahead, Yifei's face twisted with despair. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. He was completely trapped, with no way out. A dead end. Perfect timing. Fong Ning's expression brightened. He had originally planned to confront Yifei head-on. But now that the traffic police had arrived, he wouldn't have to resort to violence. As their thoughts diverged, both men had already pulled up to the checkpoint. The officer had clearly spotted them and slowly signaled for them to pull over. This time, it was truly over. Seeing the officer's signal, Yifei's heart plummeted to rock bottom. Just as he was considering whether to take a chance, the officer raised his megaphone and began to announce. The driver of the electric vehicle, please step out for inspection. Ha! Fong Ning and Yifei both froze in unison, clearly baffled. Yifei was stunned that the officer hadn't stopped him. Fong Ning was baffled that the officer was targeting him instead. Yes, that's you, the one driving the flashing light vehicle. Please step out for inspection. The officer's loudspeaker blared again. Holy? What the hell is going on? Did they get the wrong guy? Fong Ning's mouth opened and closed in shock, unable to speak. Instead of checking the suspect, they're checking me? What kind of bull is this? Perfect opportunity. Yifei's previously dull eyes instantly filled with an unusual gleam. He revved the engine and drove off with a swagger. He didn't know why the police weren't investigating him. But he couldn't care less about that now, just get away. The traffic officer merely glanced at Yifei on his motorcycle before turning away. They then lined up their police motorcycles as roadblocks, their eyes fixed intently on Fong Ning. Moments earlier, they'd received a dispatch to assist in intercepting an electric vehicle in the city center. The report only described the rider's appearance with no other details, just instructing them to report back immediately after the stop. He's a suspect. I'm the police. Move aside. Gazing in the direction Yifei had departed, Fong Ning was nearly boiling with frustration. Sorry, we can't verify your identity right now. Please step off the bike. The traffic officer's voice was devoid of emotion. Watching Yifei vanish at the end of the road, Fong Ning had no time to explain. His eyes narrowed as he instantly accelerated toward him. His police identity was already exposed. If he let Yifei escape today, he could only imagine Yifei burrowing into a hole like a rat, never to emerge again. Move aside. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the police motorcycle was instantly smashed to pieces. The next second, Fong Ning sped off on his electric scooter. In the blink of an eye, he vanished at the end of the street. The traffic police stood frozen in place, as if struck by a club, then their lips trembled violently. Report it immediately. The target actually rammed through the checkpoint and wrecked the motorcycle. Chapter 229, Chief Gu is truly furious. Arrest Fong Ning. Inside the Weicheng Municipal Bureau conference room. Though the meeting had long concluded, not a single person had left. Everyone wore solemn expressions, as if awaiting something. Everyone wanted to know why Fong Ning had stolen the car. At this moment, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Director Gu sat with his eyes closed, his expression unreadable. Baiko, meanwhile, stared intently at his phone, afraid to miss a single message. Half an hour ago, he had already contacted the traffic police to intercept Fong Ning. He expected results any minute now. Luhan kept licking his lips, his legs twitching unnaturally up and down. His heart was filled with both anxiety and anticipation. He hoped Fong Ning had a genuine, unavoidable reason for stealing the car. His worry stemmed from the possibility that Fong Ning had stolen the car for no apparent reason. Though he hadn't known Fong Ning long, he remained convinced she wasn't that kind of person. Time ticked away, second by second. The crowd's expressions began to show impatience. Some even started yawning. Just then, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Instantly, everyone perked up, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. The ringing phone belonged to Baiku. The moment he heard the sound, Director Ge's eyes snapped open, a flash of light darting across them. Feeling the intense stares of the crowd, Baiku took a deep breath, quickly answered the call, and switched it to speakerphone. The moment the call connected, an angry voice erupted from the other end. "Bye! Who the hell was that person we were supposed to intercept? How dare you?" Baiku's body trembled. A sense of foreboding surged through him as he hurriedly asked. "Old Lu, calm down. Tell me slowly. What happened? What happened?" The voice on the other end was clearly furious, breathing heavily. "The guy I told you to stop? He actually rammed through the checkpoint. Not only did he break through, he wrecked 2 of our motorcycles." The last sentence was practically a shout. Thud. The sound was crystal clear, and everyone heard it perfectly. Everyone swallowed hard, eyes wide, staring at each other in shock, as if they might faint at any moment. What? What the hell is going on? Fong Ning is trying to turn the world upside down. Not only did he steal a bike for no reason, but he also rammed through a checkpoint and wrecked a motorcycle? How brazen. This isn't a cop, he's more like a ruthless bandit. Old Lu, don't get angry. You've worked hard. Tell the brothers to go back and rest first. We'll talk tomorrow. Baiku froze for a few seconds before snapping out of it and hanging up the call. Once the call ended, the conference room erupted in chaos. "See? I told you. Fong Ning has gotten way too big for his britches. Ramming through a roadblock? Is this even a cop? Are all the cops in Yun province this lawless? Openly defying orders like this? Chief, given Fong Ning's behavior, I suggest we arrest him immediately to prevent even bigger trouble." "Humph. I don't think he holds our Weicheng city in any regard at all." Hearing the crowd's angry voices, Luhan unusually didn't speak up for Fong Ning. The mere thought of Fong Ning forcibly breaking through the roadblock and damaging a police motorcycle. His entire body stiffened, leaving him speechless. He simply couldn't comprehend Fong Ning's actions. For a moment, he even began to believe Fong Ning was exactly as others described him. His mind went blank, and he slowly lowered his head. "Baiko, assemble a team immediately and bring Comrade Fong Ning back here." Director Ge's expression was unusually calm, devoid of even a trace of anger or rare occurrence. His voice was soft, almost like a whisper. Yet to everyone present, it boomed like thunder. Every face in the room grew grim. They knew that when the director spoke like this, it meant he was truly furious. Though Director Gu was famously quick-tempered, prone to outbursts at the slightest provocation. But after working with him for so long, everyone had come to understand that he was all bark and no bite. He'd often vent his frustrations over something he disliked, only to forget about it shortly after. A saying had long circulated within the bureau. Director Ge's temper wasn't scary, what was scary was when he didn't lose his temper. When he doesn't blow his top, it means his anger has reached the brink of eruption. "Yes, Director." Seeing Director Ge's expression, Baiku knew Fong Ning had thoroughly angered the director. He sighed inwardly before pulling out his phone to make arrangements. Puff, puff. He slammed the door shut and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. After narrowly escaping Fong Ning's grasp, he didn't pause for even a moment, flooring the accelerator until he reached his hiding spot. It took several minutes for He-Fei to finally calm down. But the alertness in his eyes remained unchanged. He didn't turn on the lights, instead feeling his way in the dark to pull back the curtains and peer out for a long while. Only after confirming no one was following did he breathe a sigh of relief. Once he confirmed it was safe, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the seat. Recalling the events that had just unfolded, his heart began pounding uncontrollably once more. Damn it, it seems I've been exposed. I absolutely can't go out these next few days. No, I have to tell Brother Wei. He made up his mind and reached for his phone to call. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from outside the door. The moment he heard it, He-Fei jumped up like a cat caught with its tail in a trap. In a panic, he grabbed a broom and rushed to the front door. He swallowed hard and peered through the peephole. Outside, it was dead silent, not a soul in sight. Phew, looks like I was just being too nervous. He patted his chest, a look of lingering fear still on his face. His hand holding the broom slowly relaxed. But just then, a thunderous crash erupted outside the door. He-Fei instinctively tried to step back. But it was already too late. The security door slammed toward him with lightning speed. Thud. He-Fei hit the floor with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough cough. Fong Ning slowly withdrew his right foot, covered his mouth, and coughed twice. Then he turned to He-Fei, flashing his signature toothy grin. He-Fei, you're not getting away. Chapter 230. He-Fei pisses himself. An unfair bet. He-Fei, you won't get away. Seeing He-Fei knocked flat on the ground, a smile curved Fong Ning's lips. The weight on his heart finally lifted. The traffic cop's sudden stop had momentarily lost him He-Fei's trail. He knew if he didn't pursue immediately, He-Fei might actually get away. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and broke through the traffic police blockade. After breaking through, the Ghost Fire's throttle was nearly smoking. Fortunately, the true sight buff allowed him to catch up to He-Fei again, narrowly avoiding disaster. Upon confirming He-Fei's hideout, he wasted no time in moving to subdue him. Cough cough. He-Fei's chest heaved violently as he coughed twice, spitting a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. With great effort, he pried open the door panel covering his body, his eyes filled with terror. His body trembled as he backed away, his face quivering violently. How did you find me? You clearly, cough cough. His words were cut short by another violent coughing fit. A sickly flush suddenly spread across his pallid face. He couldn't fathom how Fong Ning had managed to track him down here. That's none of your business. Fong Ning grinned, lunging forward to grab He-Fei. You won't get away. You might as well think carefully about the question I asked you. You? Why did you flee to Weicheng? Fong Ning repeated the question. But unlike before, He-Fei's expression didn't waver much this time. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared blankly at Fong Ning, saying nothing. Fong Ning met his gaze. The atmosphere froze instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After several long minutes, He-Fei suddenly pursed his lips, then spat out a harsh curse. Put. Stinking cop. Getting busted by you was just my bad luck. Knowing his arrest was inevitable, He-Fei seemed to completely lose himself, his expression turning maniacal. He stared at Fong Ning, enunciating each word deliberately. You. Don't expect a single word out of me. After uttering these words, He-Fei's face flushed with a sudden flush of color. His entire being seemed to ascend to ecstasy, floating on air. Oh? Are you sure about that? Fong Ning's expression turned peculiar, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Absolutely sure. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, He-Fei's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Still, he steeled himself and spoke. Very well. I hope you keep saying that. After a brief wrist stretch, Fong Ning murmured softly. The next second. Fong Ning lifted He-Fei as easily as an eagle snatching a chick. You like to gamble, don't you? Then let's have a few rounds. Then he suddenly grabbed a broom nearby. First round your hand. Guess which hand I'll break, your left or your right. Hearing Fong Ning's words, He-Fei froze instantly. His pupils narrowed to slits in an instant. He stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by 1,000 blows, nearly unable to breathe. What the hell? What kind of bet is this? It's not fair at all. Either way, I'm losing a hand. Put. Fair or not, who's betting on this? At this thought, He-Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. His voice was a little dry. I'm not betting with you. As if he'd anticipated He-Fei's response, Fong Ning's expression remained unchanged as he grinned. Fine, no bet. Then I'll break both your hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the broomstick and swung it down. Fong Ning moved with blinding speed, the broomstick nearing its target in mere seconds. Stop. I'll take the bet. He-Fei's eyelids twitched violently, his lips turning purple. Judging by Fong Ning's stance, he had no doubt the man would actually break his hands. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked, left hand? Congratulations, you guessed right. Fong Ning nodded with satisfaction, then struck with lightning speed. Snap. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. He-Fei immediately clutched his left hand and rolled on the ground, as if a pig were being slaughtered. The fingers are connected to the heart. The excruciating pain surged from his fingertips straight to his heart. Then, as the blood rushed through his body, the agony doubled in an instant. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly formed on his forehead, and he was already on the verge of collapse. He was just a hopeless gambler, never had he endured such agony. Fong Ning's single blow nearly cost him half his life. Now can you answer the question I asked earlier? Fong Ning blinked his big eyes innocently. He had no time to waste with He-Fei now. After tonight's trip to the casino, he deeply sensed that the place was no ordinary establishment. It seemed as though a shocking conspiracy lurked within its walls. And all of this had started because of He-Fei. Tonight, he had to uncover the truth behind He-Fei's case. Ha? What are you talking about? I don't understand. He-Fei's face was contorted now, blood still wet at the corners of his mouth, a pitiful sight. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to budge. It wasn't that he was trying to be tough, he simply couldn't speak. If he didn't speak, he'd be arrested and sentenced for fraud at worst. But if he did talk, he might get dragged off to be shot. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly which choice would benefit him. Hearing He-Fei still talking tough, Fong Ning's pupils contracted slightly. He then slowly crouched down, leaning close to He-Fei. Round 2. Which leg do you bet I'll break? He-Fei stared at Fong Ning as if he were a monster, his eyes filled with terror. After hesitating for a long moment, realizing that not choosing might lead to an even worse fate, he finally muttered softly. The right leg? He obediently extended his right leg, eyes tightly shut as he braced himself. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Fong Ning still hadn't made a move. When he opened his eyes, he nearly peed himself in fright. You! What are you doing? Seeing Fong Ning's actions, He-Fei was so terrified he couldn't even speak. He caught Fong Ning snapping the broomstick clean in half. Too bad, you guessed wrong. I'm going to break both your legs. Fong Ning grinned, then brought both hands down with a fierce smash. Snap! Snap! Two crisp snaps of breaking bones echoed almost one after the other. Damn it! He-Fei let out a sharp, explosive scream. His mouth spewed a barrage of colorful expletives. It took several full minutes before He-Fei's voice finally ceased. His entire body collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. One last time, think carefully before you answer. Fang Ning's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion. You can forget it. At this point, He-Fei's hatred for Fang Ning had reached its absolute peak. He wanted to tear Fang Ning limb from limb right then, and their cooperating with him was out of the question. Hearing He-Fei's stubborn defiance, Fang Ning fell silent. Yet within that silence, certainty crystallized within him. There was definitely something seriously wrong with He-Fei's case. After standing frozen for several seconds, Fang Ning suddenly took a deep breath, then strode quickly into the bedroom and yanked the bedsheets off. With a series of sharp rips, the sheets were torn into strips of fabric. Fang Ning tied the strips into a rope, then turned to He-Fei with a smile. Seeing Fang Ning's expression now, He-Fei felt terror explode within him. He involuntarily swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What are you doing? Chapter 231, Fang Ning's Call. Walking into a trap? You'll find out soon enough. Raising an eyebrow, Fang Ning strode swiftly before He-Fei. He swiftly wrapped the rope, twisted from the bedsheet, tightly around He-Fei's hands and feet. Only when the bindings were as tight as possible did he release his grip. What are you doing? Let me go. This is illegal, I'm reporting you. He-Fei was genuinely panicking this time. He could tell Fang Ning was serious. Go ahead and report me if you survive. Fang Ning's voice was soft, but to He-Fei's ears, it thundered like an earthquake. It blew his mind completely blank. His mouth opened and closed, yet not a single sound escaped his throat. His lips trembled, his face quivering violently. Just as he prepared to fight to the death, Fang Ning's calm voice came again. This is our final bet. If you win, I'll let you go. What we're betting on this time is whether you'll be thrown to your death. The next second, He-Fei felt the world spinning wildly as his body instantly lost all gravity. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world seemed to have turned upside down. No! He-Fei shuddered instantly. His face turned as grim as if he had constipation. After another careful look, he finally realized. This wasn't the world turned upside down. He himself was upside down. He discovered he was hanging upside down outside the window. The only thing supporting his weight was the very same sheet from earlier. Just then, a cold wind blew past, causing He-Fei's body to sway violently from side to side. The violent shaking caused the sheet around his feet to creak loudly. It felt like an invisible giant hand was tearing the sheets inch by inch. He-Fei felt his scalp tingle with dread. He felt like he could meet the Grim Reaper at any moment. Pull me up. Are you out of your mind? He-Fei nearly shouted with every ounce of strength he had left. Hold on, you haven't made your choice yet. Do you think you'll be smashed to death? Friendly reminder, you'd better answer seriously this time. Fang Ning's lips curved into a smile, his face beaming with cheer. What was truly terrifying was that he was actually using his foot to stomp on the bedsheet. As he spoke, his foot slipped whether intentionally or not. The sheet instantly plummeted several more meters. Oh dear, look at me, my foot slipped. Fang Ning's face darkened with irritation, though he put on an embarrassed expression. He-Fei was clearly terrified out of his wits. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging, his lips trembling as he muttered incoherently. But the next second, He-Fei's eyes lit up as he suddenly declared, I choose to fall to my death. He felt his answer was absolutely perfect. Choosing the option that could kill him meant, in a sense, he had already won this bet. If Fang Ning admitted he could die from the fall, He-Fei would win. If Fang Ning argued he couldn't fall to his death, then he'd have to be dragged up. Either way, he was the winner. Very well. Fang Ning froze for a moment, then gave He-Fei a strange look and gave him a thumbs up, but I don't believe it. I need to verify it. With that, he lifted his foot. The moment his foot lifted, the rope twisted from the bedsheet instantly shot downward like a writhing snake. He-Fei, hanging upside down, plummeted like a free-fall ride. He-Fei felt all the blood in his body surge to his head. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a revolving light. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. A single thought filled He-Fei's mind, he actually let go. He had clung to a sliver of hope that Fang Ning was just bluffing, but never imagined he was serious. In that critical moment, He-Fei summoned every ounce of strength and shouted at the top of his lungs. I'll talk. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. In the Weicheng Municipal Bureau conference room. It's getting late. Everyone should head back and get some rest. Only Baiku and Lu Han need to stay behind. Surveying the dense crowd below the podium, Director Ge spoke softly in persuasion. Understood, Director. At the director's words, the crowd immediately dispersed. Ring ring. Just then, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Those mid-stride halted in unison, all eyes instantly turning toward Baiku. Each face lit up with excitement, assuming it was news about Fang Ning's capture. Baiku's body tensed, and he almost instantly pulled out his phone. But the next second, he froze in disbelief. His phone screen remained pitch black, it hadn't rung at all. Ring ring ring. The shrill ringtone persisted. Whose phone is that? Not mine. Not mine either. Everyone shook their heads. Ahem, it's mine. Director Ge cleared his throat awkwardly, about to hang up. But upon seeing the phone number, he froze in place as if struck by a sledgehammer. His breathing immediately became rapid. Director, whose call is this? Noticing the director's unusual expression, Lu Han almost immediately asked. Taking a deep breath, Director Gu murmured, "It's Fong Ning." "What? Fong Ning actually bothered to return the call? What time is it now? This is outrageous. How long has the director been calling? What good does it do to call back now? I bet he just turned his phone back on after getting tired of playing around." Hearing the caller was Fong Ning, everyone perked up. One by one, they settled back into their seats, ready to unleash their scornful remarks. "Quiet." Waving his hand to silence them, Director Gu slowly answered the call and pressed the speaker button. "Hello? Who is this?" Fong Ning's familiar voice came through the line. "This is Director Gu." Director Gu uttered softly. Silence fell on the other end. After a few seconds, a startled exclamation burst out. "Director Gu. Great. You're still awake. I was worried I couldn't reach you guys. I'm right outside the municipal bureau entrance and can't get in. Could you give them a heads up?" Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard simultaneously, their expressions turning utterly bizarre in an instant. Good grief, what nerves of steel. After pulling off all those outrageous stunts, he still acts like nothing happened. Commissioner Gu visibly froze, clearly not expecting Fong Ning to say that. After a few seconds of hesitation, he slowly spoke, "All right. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately." He hung up immediately, narrowing his eyes as he glanced toward the entrance. He had intended to confront Fong Ning over the phone. But since Fong Ning was already here, it would be better to confront him face to face and get to the bottom of things. "Director, I'll handle it." Lu Han volunteered. He hadn't expected Fong Ning to suddenly show up at the municipal bureau at this hour. He needed to brief Fong Ning first to prevent any mishaps later. Knock. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, a knock sounded at the conference room door. "Come in." Director Ge's voice was slightly strained. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lu Han stepped into the conference room first. Strangely, Lu Han had left with a troubled expression, yet now his face glowed with a healthy flush. The others clearly didn't notice Lu Han, their eyes were fixed intently on the rear. The next second, Fong Ning's figure slowly came into view. Seeing the crowd gathered, Fong Ning paused in surprise before scratching his head and greeting them. "You guys are really dedicated, still working this late.